crossing into a high martial arts world, starting with a concept-level superpower. Feng Yi, armed with a sword, cuts his way from Huaxia to the starry sky. When he looks back, a sea of blood and mountains of corpses lie behind him. From then on, no alien race dares to step into Huaxia. Chapter 1. I agree to break up. Why are you crying? Feng Yi, let's break up. I've already been admitted early we're destined to be from different worlds. Don't come looking for me anymore. I'm afraid others will misunderstand. Blue Star Huaxia. In Class 2 of the 3rd year, during self-study, Feng Yi looked dumbfounded at the girl in front of him. A surge of memories suddenly flooded into his mind. It took him a long time to digest this memory that didn't belong to him. It seems he was crossed over. At that moment, the girl slammed her hand on the desk. Feng Yi, I'm notifying you, not discussing it. Don't think you can ignore me by not speaking. The commotion attracted the attention of others in the classroom. Everyone turned to look at Feng Yi, whispering among themselves. Occasionally, there were mocking and gloating laughs. It seems this time Feng Yi is really going to be dumped. I wonder how he'll cling on later. I guess he'll kneel down after all. He's famous for being a sycophant. Ha 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 ha. It's no wonder others looked down on him. He awakened a level superpower. Only then did Feng Yi snap back to reality and recognize the identity of the girl in front of him. She was the original owner's girlfriend. No, now it should be said, the original owner's ex-girlfriend. Suku. Suku had exquisite makeup on her face. Her clothes and accessories were brand names, stylishly dressed, and her long, fair legs were undoubtedly a deadly attraction for high school students just beginning to experience love. The original owner was no exception. He even deliberately concealed his true family background to be with her, fearing it would put psychological pressure on Suku. But just a few days ago, Suku awakened a level superpower and was admitted early to an ancient martial arts academy. And today, she couldn't wait to come and break up. Simply because Feng Yi awakened the lowest level superpower. This world is called Blue Star, which is significantly different from Earth. Everyone awakens superpowers. Superpowers are ranked, starting from the lowest level up to SS level. SS level superpowers belong to a conceptual level throughout history. No one has ever awakened one. Most people awaken level superpowers. Level is already considered quite good as for a level. It can be said to be exceptionally gifted, while S-level and SS level might not appear for years or even decades. Once they do appear, it will cause a sensation across Blue Star. Such talent can directly secure admission to any ancient martial arts academy without taking the college entrance examination. Level superpowers are mostly useless abilities, providing almost no enhancement in combat power and could very likely result in failing the college entrance examination. 1,000 years ago, Blue Star was invaded by alien races. Although they eventually succeeded in defeating the aliens never gave up on their plans to occupy Blue Star. In the last century, the Blue Star Alliance Army has won several major battles, successfully pushing the front lines from Blue Star into the starry sky. This has led to most young people in Huaxia setting their sights on joining the Alliance Army to eliminate the alien races. To join the Alliance Army, one must first pass the college entrance examination and get into an ancient martial arts academy, after which they can join the Alliance Army and fight against the aliens in the starry battlefield to achieve merit. After inheriting the original owner's memories, Feng Yi couldn't help but feel that the original owner was too foolish. Clearly possessing an invincible family background, he chose to conceal it and associate with others as an ordinary person. And he ended up getting dumped right at the start. What bad luck. Feng Yi's current identity is the sole heir of the Feng family, one of the 5 great families of Huaxia, an ancient family that has been passed down since ancient times. Their ancestor was the Huaxia Emperor Taihao, who played an irreplaceable role in the wars against the aliens 1,000 years ago. The original owner appeared to others as someone with no money, no family background, and no talent. It was only normal for him to be dumped. However, he now knows his true background, so he doesn't care at all about the breakup or the mockery around him. If Su Kun knew Feng Yi's true identity, would she regret her decision today? Looking at the girl in front of him, Feng Yi calmly nodded. Okay, I understand. You can leave now. Feng Yi's calmness surprised Su Ku. According to Feng Yi's usual character, he wouldn't act like this. Shouldn't he be crying and begging her not to break up? Shouldn't he be clinging on desperately? How could he be so calm, as if he was facing a stranger? Feng Yi. Seeing that Su Ku didn't leave and was still standing in front of his desk, Feng Yi asked, "Didn't we just break up? Why are you still here? You're not asking for breakup fee, are you?" Usually, Su Ku relied on her looks, and everyone at school and home spoiled her who had ever spoken to her like this. Moreover, The one saying this was the person who had once vowed to love her for a lifetime. Men are indeed unreliable. Changing their hearts is as quick as turning a page. She just had a breakup, and he treated her like this. Scumbag. How despicable. The more she thought about it, the more wronged Soo-ka felt, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. She pointed at Fong Yi, choking back her sobs. Fong Yi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. After saying that, Soo-ka hugged her head and squatted down on the ground, crying. Looking at Soo-ka's pitiful appearance, Fong Yi was dumbfounded. You proposed a breakup. Why are you the one feeling wronged? Your expression makes it seem like I'm the heartless one. Aren't I the one being abandoned? You complained about my poor talent and family background. Wanted to break up, and I agreed. Why are you crying? This is truly absurd. I've encountered a top-tier green tea. Just then, the usually gentle class monitor, Ding Jiejun, walked up to Fong Yi and pushed him. Fong Yi, are you still a man? Bullying a girl. Huh. Fong Yi laughed angrily. He merely agreed to the breakup proposed by Soo-ka. How did it turn into him bullying her? And what does this have to do with you? But upon seeing the look of concern in the boy's eyes directed at Soo-ka, Fong Yi understood. So there's a new sycophant emerging, but even if you want to step in, it doesn't have to be so rushed, right? You just broke up, and you can't wait to jump in and continue to flatter her. Is he a natural sycophant? But looking at the two in front of him, they actually seem quite well matched. Both are oddities. Class monitor, I know you've liked her for a long time. If you want to care for her, take her home and comfort her. Well, don't pretend to be sympathetic and discuss me here. As a senior, I wish you both everlasting happiness. Oh, the people around heard this gossip and began to cheer. Having his long-hidden feelings exposed in front of everyone by Fong Yi, Ding Jiejun was instantly furious and grabbed Fong Yi by the collar. Fong Yi, you're seeking death. In Blue Star, cultivation is divided into 3 levels: heaven, earth, and human. High school students are mostly at the human level. The human level has 2 realms: opening meridians and forging stars. As the class monitor, his strength has now reached the 8th layer of opening meridians, while Fong Yi, in contrast, has only reached the 4th layer of opening meridians, not even as strong as a first-year student. Cleaning up Fong Yi is quite simple. However, at that moment, Fong Yi's consciousness was pulled into a dark space. Chapter 2. SS's level superpower. Where is this? Fong Yi observed his surroundings, only to find a silent darkness. Looking up at the sky, he saw countless stars. At this moment, Fong Yi noticed 9 stars flickering in the sky, while the others slowly faded into the darkness. Is this the Big Dipper? Through the arrangement of these 9 stars, Fong Yi recognized it. It is well known that the Big Dipper consists of the 7 stars: Yaoguang, Kaiyang, Yuheng, Tianquan, Tianji, Tianxian, and Tianshu. However, few people know that the Big Dipper is not just 7 stars but 9 stars, including the Doming Star and the Hidden Yuan Star. At that moment, a string of text appeared before Fong Yi. Congratulations, you have unlocked the Big Dipper space and gained a chance to randomly redraw a superpower. Would you like to use it? Golden Finger? As someone who has read countless web novels, Fong Yi found this scene easy to understand and accept. Having crossed over, one can't still believe in materialism, right? Initially, Fong Yi had summarized the situation after crossing over. The environment is not very safe, but fortunately, the background is invincible, although there is a rather fatal weakness. The original host's talent is too poor. But now the Golden Finger has come. Superpower redraw. Hopefully, he can get a better superpower. In this world, the higher the level of superpowers, the better the cultivation talent, and naturally, the faster the cultivation speed. Ding Jiejun only has a level superpower, and his cultivation speed is nearly twice that of Fong Yi. Use it. Without any hesitation, Fong Yi immediately said. His eyes were filled with anticipation. As soon as the words fell, the text before Fong Yi transformed into starlight and vanished. Then new text appeared. Redrawing superpower. Drawing. Congratulations, you have drawn an SS-level superpower. Space power. The text transformed into starlight and disappeared, and Fong Yi suddenly felt as if he had been reborn. He immediately felt different, though he couldn't specify how exactly. What luck this is. Am I the chosen one? Fong Yi couldn't help but wonder. SS-level superpowers only exist as a conceptual level. No one has ever awakened one from ancient times to the present. He originally only hoped to awaken an S-level superpower, but unexpectedly got a conceptual level superpower. Now his only shortcoming is gone. Invincible background, invincible talent, a perfect start. At that moment, Fong Yi noticed a number appearing below the Hidden Yuan Star of the Big Dipper. 40. 40? What does this mean? As if sensing the confusion in Feng Yi's heart, a string of text appeared to explain. The host's current realm is the fourth layer of opening meridians, and the progress bar represents the host's cultivation progress. Is that all? Feng Yi thought it might be some kind of reward progress, but was extremely disappointed to find it was just this. At that moment, the text appeared again. When the progress bar is full, you can receive a reward chance to draw a superpower. Feng Yi. He had just said it casually, yet there really was a reward. Wouldn't he draw another SS-level superpower then? That would really scare him. With 2 SS-level superpowers, even the officials might not be able to sit still. Would they directly capture him for dissection research? He didn't know if his background could protect him. Just as Feng Yi was lost in thought, the Big Dipper space before him became blurry. Then his consciousness returned to reality. He was still being held by Ding Jiejun by the collar. It seemed that time in reality had not passed. If before gaining the SS-level superpower, Feng Yi truly couldn't beat Ding Jiejun, not even able to resist, now everything was different. Although Feng Yi's realm hadn't changed, he could easily defeat him with just the SS-level superpower. Let's see how you handle my SS-level superpower, space power. Feng Yi smiled slightly and silently chanted in his heart. Space teleportation. As the words fell, Feng Yi's figure directly disappeared. He reappeared at the back of the classroom. This happened in the blink of an eye. Ding Jiejun felt that after grabbing Feng Yi's collar, there was a flash before his eyes, and the Feng Yi in his hand vanished. His hand remained in place, still holding onto the collar. He stared wide-eyed, fixated on Feng Yi at the back of the classroom. As the class monitor, he knew the strength of his classmates. How could Feng Yi, with a fourth layer of opening meridians, teleport to the back in an instant? As for Feng Yi's superpower being a level confinement, everyone knew that, so what Feng Yi used just now couldn't possibly be a superpower. So what was going on? After Feng Yi teleported to the back of the classroom, he didn't give Ding Jiejun much time to think. He raised his right hand, aimed at Ding Jiejun, and gently grasped. Space compression. Ding Jiejun, still stunned in place, instantly felt a suffocating sensation. It was as if someone had tightly grabbed his throat, making it impossible to breathe. He frantically clawed at his neck with his hands, until he had scratched his skin and drawn blood, only to realize it was futile. His face turned red from asphyxiation, his eyes filled with blood vessels, and the fear of death spread in his heart. This scene directly stunned the other classmates who were watching. The classroom, which had been buzzing with discussions, fell silent in an instant. What was happening? The class monitor, at the 8th layer of opening meridians, was actually being held at bay by Feng Yi, who was at the 4th layer. Looking at the familiar Feng Yi before him, yet feeling so unfamiliar. Facing the class monitor, who had changed from his usual sycophantic behavior, immediately agreeing without a word of plea. Now, facing someone stronger than himself, he didn't know what method was used to easily gain the upper hand. Is this still the useless sycophant Feng Yi they knew? This unusual commotion finally caught Su Ke's attention. With tears in her eyes, she looked up and saw Ding Jiejun's face turning purple, his eyes beginning to roll back. She still didn't know what had happened until she saw the gazes of the surrounding classmates directed towards the back of the classroom, and she followed their eyes. This is impossible. Su Ke let out an incredulous scream. How could Feng Yi possibly be a match for class monitor Ding Jiejun? Just now, hearing Ding Jiejun standing up for her, she had been secretly delighted, hoping that Ding Jiejun would teach Feng Yi a good lesson. But now the situation was completely different from what she had imagined. Wasn't Feng Yi a useless person with a level superpower? His realm had not even surpassed that of the new students in 3 years of high school. How did he manage this? Hearing Su Ke's exclamation, Feng Yi sneered inwardly. Impossible? This is just the beginning. Looking at Ding Jiejun, who was on the verge of passing out, Feng Yi released his grip. Ding Jiejun instantly slumped to the ground, greedily gasping for fresh air while unable to suppress a violent cough. Feng Yi slowly walked in front of Ding Jiejun and then glanced at Su Ke. Su Ke's expression immediately changed drastically. She took a step back in fear and stammered a threat. You don't come over. If you dare to hit me, I'll go tell the teacher. Feng Yi merely scoffed disdainfully and didn't look at her again. Instead, he directly lifted his foot and stepped on Ding Jiejun's chest, then bent down and repeatedly slapped his face with his hand. Calling you class monitor, is that giving you face? Do you have the strength to be a hero, saving a beauty? It was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. As a class monitor, who would dare to treat him like this, especially in front of so many people? His reputation as class monitor was completely ruined. And all of this was done by Feng Yi, whom he usually looked down upon the most. In his shame and anger, he felt a surge of rage, and after a sweet taste in his throat, he spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. Can't take it anymore? Feng Yi uninterestedly withdrew his foot. At that moment, a furious roar came from outside the door. I told you to study quietly. What are you doing in here? Chapter 3. Do you deserve it? Feng Yi looked up at the classroom door as a middle-aged man with glasses and a beer belly walked in. He was Zhou Zuwei, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 3. Upon seeing Ding Jiajun lying on the ground, his eyes widened and he rushed over. After checking for a pulse and confirming that there was still a breath of life, he let out a long sigh and then glared around the room, angrily asking, "What happened? Who beat up the class leader like this?" Everyone was silent, but their eyes all turned to Feng Yi. At that moment, Su Ku, standing beside them, began to cry pitifully. "Mr. Zhou, it was Feng Yi who used some kind of witchcraft to beat him up. He didn't just hit the class leader. He wanted to hit me too. The class leader got beaten up just to stop him." Su Ku was crying and sniffling, sounding as aggrieved as possible. Feng Yi shook his head, thinking that if this woman had entered the film industry earlier, she would easily win an award with her acting skills. She even mentioned witchcraft. Can't she see the difference? This is called a supernatural ability, okay? Feng Yi. Zhou Zuwei's first reaction upon hearing the name was disbelief. If Ding Jiajun had beaten Feng Yi like that, he could believe it. Feng Yi's strength was at the bottom of the class, even in the entire third year. How could he possibly defeat Ding Jiajun, who was at the 8th level of Meridian Opening? But when he saw that everyone else's eyes were also on Feng Yi, he had to believe it. However, he still wanted to hear what Feng Yi had to say. "Feng Yi, do you have anything to say?" Feng Yi kindly repeated. "He attacked me first. I was just acting in self-defense." As soon as Feng Yi finished speaking, Su Ku immediately refuted from the side. "Mr. Zhou, don't listen to him. The class leader only grabbed his clothes to protect me. He had no intention of hitting him at all, and the class leader didn't fight back the entire time." "Huh, reversing black and white. It's all you," Feng Yi sneered inwardly. "No fighting back." He wanted to fight back. Could he? Zhou Zuwei turned his gaze back to Feng Yi. Feng Yi calmly pointed to the surveillance camera in the upper left corner of the classroom and said, "There is surveillance footage." Zhou Zuwei nodded and then pointed to a few students. "You guys hurry and take the class leader to the infirmary." After saying that, he looked at Feng Yi and Su Ku. "You two come with me to the office." Following Zhou Zuwei to the office, Feng Yi felt quite relaxed and even hummed a tune along the way. Zhou Zuwei, with an unhappy expression, glared at Feng Yi and scolded, "Feng Yi, be serious." Feng Yi pouted, thinking, humming a song isn't illegal. "Why are you so controlling?" Once in the office, Zhou Zuwei immediately opened the surveillance footage to watch. After he finished, he slammed his hand on the table. "Feng Yi, what else do you have to say?" Feng Yi, originally lost in thought about future plans, was startled by the noise. "What do you mean, what else do I have to say? Did you even watch the surveillance properly?" Zhou Zuwei continued. "I've watched the footage from start to finish. You made Su Ku cry first. The class leader just grabbed your clothes and you knocked him to the ground, even stepping on him until he spat blood. What else is there to explain? Just grabbing my clothes?" Feng Yi laughed. If he hadn't awakened his golden finger and gained a supernatural ability, he would probably be the one lying on the ground today. The surveillance had sound. Everything was clear. With this situation, it turned into him bullying Su Ku. So, when Su Ku told him to break up, did that mean he had to kneel and beg her not to? Feng Yi sighed deeply, suppressing his dissatisfaction, wanting to explain again. But Zhou Zuwei directly interrupted him. "You don't need to quibble anymore. Call your parents to come to school immediately. From today on, you'll reflect at home, and when Ding Jiajun's parents arrive. If they want to pursue anything, that S between you two and has nothing to do with the school." On one side was the exemplary class leader and Su Ku, who had been accepted early by the 4 major universities, while on the other side was Feng Yi, a poor student with no strength or background and bad grades. Zhou Zuwei knew which side to favor. He couldn't show favoritism in front of the whole class earlier, but now in his office, he didn't need to pretend anymore. After hearing Zhou Zuwei's words, Su Ku couldn't help but smile. Feng Yi directly applauded. "Biasing the scales, it's you. Old pig." Zhou Zuwei stood up from the table, glaring at Feng Yi. "Feng Yi, how dare you speak to me like that? Teacher, do you deserve that title?" Feng Yi scoffed, defiantly staring into Zhou Zuwei's eyes. All right. Zhou Zuwei trembled with anger, saying all right 3 times in a row. I officially notify you that you are expelled. For a student, being expelled was equivalent to cutting off their future and their path of cultivation. In this society where strength is king, he didn't believe Feng Yi would not submit upon hearing this. Even if Feng Yi didn't submit now. When his parents came, Wu he have to lower his head and plead for leniency. He could even gain some benefits. Expel me? You, with your pig-like head and ears, deserve it? Feng Yi Sukofut. Hearing Feng Yi's words, not only was Su Ku shocked, but even Zhou Ziwei was taken aback. He thought, is Feng Yi crazy? Feng Yi ignored the astonished looks from the two and directly pulled out his phone to dial a number. Once connected, Feng Yi said, "Hello, I'm being bullied at school, and they said they want to expel me." Feng Yi didn't use speaker mode. But both Zhou Ziwei and Su Ku could hear the angry voice on the other end of the line. After a few exchanges, Feng Yi hung up the phone and, disregarding the two, walked over to the office couch and sat down, crossing his legs, completely ignoring Zhou Ziwei. Zhou Ziwei's face turned red with anger. After teaching for so many years, this was the first time a student dared to treat him like this. He was also determined that when Feng Yi's parents arrived, if it didn't satisfy him, Feng Yi would definitely be expelled. Not even the King of Heaven could change that. As time passed, half an hour later, the office door was suddenly kicked open. A middle-aged man in a suit stormed in angrily. Zhou Ziwei, who was originally frowning, wanted to see who was so disrespectful as to kick open his office door. But when he saw the middle-aged man who walked in, his frown immediately disappeared, and he quickly put on a smile to welcome him. "Mr. Ding," Zhou Ziwei called out with a smile even friendlier than when he saw his own father. However, the man in the suit didn't give him a good face and directly questioned, "Which little bastard beat my son like this?" Before Zhou Ziwei could respond, Feng Yi's voice floated over. "It was your dad who I beat." Chapter 4. Qin Songhai. As soon as the man entered, he was spewing filth. And Feng Yi naturally wouldn't be polite to him. If he had encountered someone reasonable, Feng Yi would be willing to reason with him. But if he didn't want to reason, Feng Yi could also choose not to. Treat others with respect, and they will treat you with respect. If they harm you, you could take 3 times from them. This is Feng Yi's character. All right, you have a temper. Today, I'll take the liberty of disciplining you on behalf of your parents. The man in the suit stared at Feng Yi and nodded, then took off his suit, revealing a powerful aura. Feng Yi, who was only at the 4th layer of the opening veins realm, could hardly resist this aura. If he weren't sitting down, he would probably be forced to the ground, unable to move. Feng Yi gritted his teeth, his veins bulging, yet he didn't make a sound. Seeing the situation was not right, Zhou Ziwei quickly stopped the man in the suit. "Mr. Ding, you have a lot of grace. Don't stoop to his level. If you take action, it won't be good for your reputation, right? It's not worth it." Zhou Ziwei's intervention was not to protect Feng Yi, but because this was his office, and he wanted to know what was going on here. If news got out online, his career could end right here. Once they were out of the office, it would have nothing to do with him. The man in the suit snorted, gave Zhou Ziwei some face, and retracted his pressure as an Earth-level cultivator. "You sit for a while. The other party's parents will be here soon, and we can discuss compensation then." Zhou Ziwei coaxed the man in the suit to sit in his chair. He originally wanted Feng Yi to move and give up the sofa, but Feng Yi chose to ignore him in response to his gaze. So he could only endure his anger and let the man in the suit take his place. After sitting down, the man in the suit arrogantly threatened Feng Yi. "Little brat, let me tell you, I have plenty of money. If you don't give me a satisfactory solution today, I'll make sure your whole family is done for." Hearing this, Feng Yi sneered disdainfully. He didn't take the man's threats seriously. Anyone could talk tough. If he said he would kill Feng Yi, he might believe it, given his current weakness, but saying he would kill his whole family made Feng Yi somewhat curious. Just then, a commotion of footsteps echoed in the corridor, followed by a group of people entering. Zhou Ziwei's expression changed upon seeing who came in, and he hurriedly stepped forward. "Principal, what brings you here?" The man did not respond, but turned to a square-faced man. "Minister Qin, this is Zhou Ziwei, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 in the senior year." The square-faced man nodded, then scanned the room before his gaze landed on Feng Yi. Upon hearing the principal call, the square-faced man, Minister Qin, Zhou Ziwei was startled and immediately thought of a name. Qin Songhai, the Minister of Education of Rong City, a peak Earth-level cultivator, just one step away from reaching the heaven level. With a nervous heart, Zhou Ziwei asked, "Minister Qin, are you looking for me?" Qin Songhai ignored him and walked directly to Feng Yi. "You must be Feng Yi." "Yes." Feng Yi nodded, but felt a bit confused. He didn't seem to recognize this person. After hearing Feng Yi's response, a smile finally appeared on Qin Songhai's face. Your grandfather sent me. You can just call me Uncle Qin. If you have anything to discuss, just tell me. So it turns out that his support had arrived today. Feng Yi stood up politely and called out Uncle Qin. Qin Ganghai not det Qin Di. Speak up. Today, Uncle will make decisions for you. Zhou Zuwei overheard their conversation, and his heart sank. Qin Songhai was no ordinary person. He was the superior of his superior, managing all educational resources in Shudi. Normally, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet him. Yet today, he came to support Feng Yi. How could Feng Yi, from an ordinary family, possibly know someone of this level? Moreover, from Qin Songhai's words, it was clear that Feng Yi's grandfather had sent him. What did this imply? It suggested that Feng Yi's grandfather's status or identity was higher than Qin Songhai's, which is why he used Sen in that way. Realizing this, Zhou Zuwei felt a chill in his heart. He was probably going to face dire consequences today. It wasn't just Zhou Zuwei who was shocked. Su Ku, who had been standing, was now wide-eyed. Although she didn't know who Qin Songhai was, she could tell from the principles and Zhou Zuwei's attitudes that he was not an ordinary person. But how could someone like him have a connection with Feng Yi? She knew very well Feng Yi's family background. It was impossible for him to have such connections. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so eager to break up with Feng Yi upon receiving the admission notice from ancient Martial University. Feng Yi recounted everything that had happened today without embellishment. After listening, Qin Songhai's expression turned cold. He turned to Zhou Zuwei. As a teacher, you disregard the facts. Is this how you educate your students? Minister Qin Yi. Under the powerful aura of Qin Songhai, Zhou Zuwei's face turned pale, and he couldn't find the strength to explain. He could only look to the principal for help, hoping he would say something good for him. But the principal pretended not to see Zhou Zuwei's pleading gaze and turned his head away. At this moment, Zhou Zuwei realized he was finished. He didn't know if he would be directly fired, but there was no way he could escape punishment. He wouldn't even retain his position as homeroom teacher. At the same time, he felt a hint of resentment towards Feng Yi. If you had this background, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said it sooner, I wouldn't have been biased towards Ding Jiajun and Su Ku. But now, it was too late to say anything. Qin Songhai glanced at Zhou Zuwei and then turned his gaze to the man in the suit. The man in the suit immediately stood up from his chair. His face no longer bore the initial arrogance, but instead showed a humble smile. He knew who Qin Songhai was and was aware that his own meager abilities were no match for him, in terms of identity, status, or strength. Qin Songhai was like a ceiling above him. Qin Songhai looked coldly at the man in the suit and said, "You don't need to be afraid of me. Today, I'm not the Minister of Education. I'm just Feng Yi's relative. You can state what kind of compensation you want directly." The man in the suit rubbed his hands and smiled obsequiously. "Minister Qin, what are you saying? It's just two kids having a little conflict. A bit of friction is normal. There's no need for compensation." Oof. Qin Songhai snorted coldly, and his expression did not soften despite the man's lowered demeanor. "You need to think this through. Don't end up feeling dissatisfied and want to kill me." At these words, the man in the suit turned pale and hurriedly waved his hand to explain, No. I just said that in jest. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare. You can mess up your meals, but you can't just say anything and think it can be resolved with just a joke." Qin Songhai's face held a cold smile. The man in the suit was not a fool. He knew that if he didn't pay a price today, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. So he tentatively asked, "Well, what do you think about this matter?" Qin Songhai did not answer, but turned to look at Feng Yi. Feng Yi, having lived 2 lives, understood Qin Songhai's meaning perfectly. "Uncle Qin, I'm a bit timid. I was scared earlier and might need to see a psychologist." The man in the suit immediately chimed in, "No problem." He then took out a card from his bag and handed it to Feng Yi with both hands. "Little classmate, I'm sorry for scaring you earlier. This card has 1 million inside as a little gesture from your uncle. Take it for medical expenses, and if it's not enough, let me know." Feng Yi did not respond immediately, but looked at Qin Songhai, who nodded, and only then did Feng Yi accept it. He thought to himself, having strength is impressive. With just 1 sentence, someone willingly handed over 1 million. Before crossing over, he had to work hard for years and still couldn't earn that much money. Chapter 5: Self-Inflicted Misery. Seeing Feng Yi accept the card, the man in a suit let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's resolved. He was determined to teach that brainless son a good lesson when he got home. What kind of person dares to provoke them? Can they afford to mess with Qin Songhai? "Minister Qin, it seems I have nothing more to do here. Shall I leave first? My rebellious son is still in the infirmary. I want to check on him. The man in the suit felt that staying here for even a second was torture, and he was also afraid that Feng Yi might change his mind. So, taking advantage of the resolved situation, he hurried to leave. Leave? Is the matter resolved, and you're just going to walk away? Qin Songhai coldly stared at the man in the suit. Minister Qin, what do you mean? The man in the suit felt his heart leap to his throat again. He was in despair. He had already given out $1 million, and it wasn't enough. We talked about the compensation for the 2 children fighting, but are you really going to let this matter of bullying my nephew go just like that? After Qin Songhai finished speaking, his peak Earth-level cultivation immediately enveloped the man in a suit. The man in the suit suddenly felt a pressure like a mountain descending upon him. His blood surged, and he almost spat out blood. Minister Qin, what do you want me to do? I will comply with anything I can do. 100 star stones. Qin Songhai said coldly. Upon hearing the words star stones, Feng Yi also recalled from the original owner's memories what star stones were. Cultivators on Blue Star draw power from the stars to transform their bodies. Star stones are meteorites that have fallen from the sky, containing rich star power. Cultivators can achieve twice the result with half the effort using star stones. However, due to their rarity, ordinary people can usually only buy them at auctions, making star stones currently valuable but hard to find. A flicker of pain crossed the eyes of the man in the suit, but he dared not refuse the situation and could only nod in agreement. Okay, I'll get them. As soon as he said that, the pressure he felt instantly vanished. He gasped for breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Minister Qin, I don't have the star stones on me. How about I go out and have someone bring them over? Qin Songhai snorted through his nose and then pointed at Feng Yi. Take them directly to him. All right. With permission to leave, the man in the suit hurriedly fled the office. Qin Songhai wasn't worried about whether he would return if he dared to run away. He would be on the police's wanted list by tomorrow. China takes the protection of students seriously. Daring to attack a student in school is no small crime. After dealing with the man in the suit, Qin Songhai turned his attention back to Zhou Ziwei, feeling the cold gaze. Zhou Ziwei felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles and hurriedly cried out to Qin Songhai. Minister Qin, I know I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I have an elderly parent and children to support. My whole family is relying on me. Please don't expel me. Qin Songhai's eyes showed no sign of softness. He directly addressed the principal. Students are the future of our China and of humanity. We cannot allow any parasites to exist in our education system. Immediately establish an investigation team to investigate him. If he has violated professional ethics, he will be expelled and never hired again. Understood, Minister Qin. The principal and the senior school officials all nodded in agreement. Hearing Qin Songhai's words, Zhou Ziwei felt as if the sky had fallen. For years, he had relied on the benefits he collected from students as a homeroom teacher, which would not withstand investigation. It was a foregone conclusion that he would be expelled. At that moment, it felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant. Feng Yi looked at Zhou Ziwei, who was sprawled on the ground, and shook his head. Self-inflicted misery is not to be lived. He did not feel pity for Zhou Ziwei. He believed that Zhou Ziwei's current situation was entirely self-inflicted. Qin Songhai took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Feng Yi. Since the matter has been resolved, you can go back to class now. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to call me. Okay, Uncle Qin. Feng Yi solemnly accepted the business card, which had Qin Songhai's name and a string of phone numbers written on it. Just as Feng Yi was about to leave, the man in the suit returned with the star stones. It seemed he was genuinely scared. He had brought them back in just over 10 minutes. The man in the suit respectfully handed over a space ring. Little student, the star stones are inside this space ring. Please check. Feng Yi silently accepted the space ring without checking and walked out of the office. He was confident that the man wouldn't dare to deceive him, especially with Qin Songhai watching. Also leaving the office was Su Ke. However, Feng Yi did not speak to her and walked ahead on his own. Su Ke looked at Feng Yi's back, her expression complex. She had many questions in her heart, such as how Feng Yi's family came to know Qin Songhai and what his grandfather actually did. Could it be that Feng Yi's family background was not what she understood? Did she speak too soon about breaking up with Feng Yi? After hesitating for a moment, she quickly caught up with Feng Yi. Feng Yi, wait for me. Feng Yi glanced at Su Ke but ignored her. He knew what she wanted now. He had no good feelings for such a pragmatic woman. When he received the admission notice from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, he felt that his ordinary family background was not worthy of her. so he quickly broke up with her. Now that he saw Feng Yi's family had ties with Qin Songhai, she wanted to inquire further to see if Feng Yi still had any value she could exploit. If the original owner were still here, he would have likely revealed his identity and begged her not to break up. But the current Feng Yi was no longer the same as before. Seeing that Feng Yi ignored her, Su Ke directly blocked his path. "Feng Yi, can we talk properly?" Feng Yi stopped, frowned slightly, and gave her a cold look. "Move." Seeing Feng Yi actually being fierce with her, Su Ke's tears immediately welled up. "Feng Yi, was everything you said about loving me a lie?" Watching Su Ke put on that pitiful look again, Feng Yi was speechless. He was not a pure-hearted boy and didn't fall for this act. Not wanting to continue entangled with her, Feng Yi directly walked around her. Seeing this, Su Ke, still undeterred, tried to catch up and block Feng Yi again. Space confinement. Feng Yi directly imprisoned her in place, unable to move. Now, Feng Yi just wanted to find a place to quickly improve his cultivation level. With less than a month left until the college entrance exam, his current strength was indeed lacking. This world was not as stable as Earth. Although he had a strong background, one still needed to be strong themselves. His own strength was the most important. Moreover, if he didn't train well, wouldn't that be wasting his concept-level supernatural talent? Watching Feng Yi's figure disappear around the corner, Su Ke stomped her feet in anger. However, she had not given up in her heart. She felt that Feng Yi's behavior towards her was definitely because she had broken up with him earlier, and Feng Yi was angry with her. Perhaps in a few days, things would get better, and Feng Yi would come to her to admit his mistakes just like before. She had long since grasped Feng Yi's personality. Thinking of this, she smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 6. Breakthrough. After returning to the classroom, she found that no one was there. Only then did Feng Yi remember that everyone should have gone to their training class. However, Feng Yi did not plan to go. He put on his bag, walked out of the classroom, and then climbed over the wall to leave the school. In this world, there were no diverse cultivation techniques. Therefore, the cultivation method for everyone was the same, the star refining method. Once one successfully awakened their abilities, they could begin their cultivation. The cultivation methods were the same, but the levels of awakened abilities varied from person to person. The higher the ability level, the faster the speed of absorbing the power of the stars through the star refining method. Transforming one's meridians by absorbing the power of the stars through the star refining method was the first realm of martial arts, the opening meridians realm. Continuously compressing the star power in the meridians to form a star core was the star forging realm. These are the main things learned in high school for 3 years. If one failed the college entrance examination and could not enter an ancient martial arts academy, it meant that they would not have access to realms above the star forging realm. They would have to attend vocational school to learn a skill and become an ordinary person. Cultivators protected Blue Star, while ordinary people were responsible for daily necessities. After all, the operation of the world could not do without these things. Of course, with Feng Yi's family background, even if he failed the college entrance examination, he could still enter any ancient martial arts academy in China. However, this was not what Feng Yi wanted. He wanted to enter on his own merit, not through family connections. In his previous life, Feng Yi was originally an orphan, but he worked hard and was admitted to university. After graduation, with passion, he wanted to carve out his own path. However, without power, influence, or a background, he faced obstacles and was bullied everywhere. In the end, after offending a rich second-generation heir, he was beaten to death. At that time, Feng Yi realized how important identity and background were. Some people were born with things that ordinary people could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. Now, heaven had given him a second chance along with identity, background, and talent. The fire in Feng Yi's heart reignited. He secretly vowed that this time he would carve out a place for himself. With more than 20 days left until the college entrance examination, Feng Yi planned to improve his realm to prepare for the upcoming exam. After leaving school, Feng Yi went straight home. At this time, there was no one at home. Feng Yi's grandfather, as the head of the Feng family, often went to Beijing for meetings, staying for 10 days or half a month. Usually, there were only him and his grandmother at home, but she should have gone out to buy groceries at this time. His parents had been sent by the government to carry out a secret mission 5 years ago and could only be contacted via phone. Feng Yi went straight to his room and couldn't wait to start cultivating. According to the memories he had gained, Feng Yi knew he had been stuck at the 4th layer of the opening meridian's realm for a year. Now that his ability level had changed from level to level, he wanted to see how much his cultivation speed had improved. Sitting cross-legged, Feng Yi began to operate the star refining method. A large amount of star power in the sky began to converge towards him, landing on his body and then being absorbed into it. As the star refining method operated, Feng Yi's consciousness once again appeared in the Big Dipper space. He sat cross-legged on the ground, just like in the real world. Above his head were 9 flickering stars. And at that moment, a large amount of starlight began to fall from the 9 layers of stars, automatically drifting into his body. Feng Yi's long-sealed realm broke through in an instant. However, he did not stop and continued to cultivate. The progress beneath the hidden element star was also visibly changing at a rapid pace. After a long time, Feng Yi opened his eyes and realized that he had entered the Big Dipper space. When he looked up, he saw that the progress beneath the hidden element star had reached 60. In just a short while, his realm had consecutively broken through from the 4th layer of the opening meridian's realm to the 6th layer. Previously, it had taken Feng Yi 5 years to go from starting cultivation to the 4th layer of the opening meridian's realm. This comparison showed that his talent was indeed terrifying. If he continued to cultivate at this speed, Feng Yi felt that he could step into the star forging realm before the college entrance examination. Based on previous year's college entrance examinations, being at the 7th layer of the opening meridian's realm had a high probability of getting into a 3rd-rate ancient martial arts academy, while reaching the 9th layer could easily get one into a 2nd-rate academy. If he reached the star forging realm, he could try for a 1st-rate ancient martial arts academy. However, Feng Yi's goal was one of the 4 major ancient martial arts academies in China: Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Modu Ancient Martial Arts Academy, and Chengdu Ancient Martial Arts Academy. These 4 academies had cultivated many talents for China, and about 70 of the current high-ranking officials in the Blue Star Alliance Army came from these 4 ancient martial arts academies. As long as one entered one of these 4 ancient martial arts academies, it represented a bright future. Of course, the conditions for entering the 4 major academies were also very strict. Not only did one need a talent level of level or above, but they also needed to achieve a college entrance examination score in the top 50 of the province to have a chance of being admitted. It could be said that any student pulled from the 4 major academies was a genius among geniuses. Exiting the Big Dipper space, Feng Yi also heard movement outside his room, which seemed to be his grandmother, Zhong Huilan, returning. Looking at the time, he realized it was already 6 in the afternoon, and nearly 3 hours had passed since he returned. Feng Yi also felt a hunger pang in his stomach. After opening the door and walking out, he saw Zhong Huilan busy in the kitchen. Due to the merging of memories with the original owner, Feng Yi also had feelings for these family members. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had longed for familial affection. "Grandma." Feng Yi walked into the kitchen and affectionately called out. With her head full of white hair, Zhong Huilan turned her head, somewhat surprised. "Oh, Xiao Yi, when did you come back?" "I came back early. I was just in my room, cultivating," Feng Yi replied with a smile while washing his hands. "Why did you get home so early today?" Zhong Huilan asked suspiciously, as Feng Yi usually didn't come home until this time. "I had no classes in the afternoon, so they let us out early." Feng Yi casually fabricated a reason, not daring to tell the truth. Otherwise, he would be scolded for skipping class by climbing over the wall. Fortunately, the original owner had left the impression of being a well-behaved child who wouldn't lie, so Zhong Huilan had no doubts about Feng Yi's words. "I see. Then you wait outside for a bit. I'll make some soup, and we can eat," she said. "Grandma, let me help you wash the vegetables." Feng Yi put on an apron and helped wash the vegetables. Zhong Huilan was taken aback for a moment, and then asked with a smile, "Xiao, honestly, did you cause some trouble at school?" "No, don't overthink it. I just saw that you were working hard alone," Feng Yi replied. Hearing Feng Yi's words, Zhong Huilan smiled with relief. If it were in the past, Feng Yi would never have proactively entered the kitchen to help. With Feng Yi's help, the meal was quickly prepared. Although the Feng family is one of 5 great families, they live a life similar to ordinary households due to their low profile and simple family values. They don't feast on delicacies like in some TV dramas. They mainly have home-cooked dishes. Walking down the street, no one would think that the Feng family is one of the 5 great families of Huaxia. Of course, Feng Yi's family is just one of the many branches of the Feng family. And even Feng Yi himself doesn't know how large the Feng family is or how many people are in it. He has hardly seen his relatives over the years. At the dinner table, Feng Yi asked about his grandfather. "Grandma, when is Grandpa coming back this time?" Zhong Huilan shook her head. "I don't know. This incident happened suddenly, and he didn't say, "It could be tomorrow, or it might take a long time." "What incident?" Feng Yi asked curiously. Chapter 7. The cult. Zhong Huilan smiled gently at Feng Yi and praised him. "It seems our little Yi has grown up and is starting to care about these matters." Feng Yi wanted to say that he was just a bit curious, but his grandfather, as one of the top figures in Huaxia, was naturally attending meetings to discuss important matters concerning the entire Huaxia. Having just crossed over, his understanding of this world was limited to the memories of the original owner, who happened to be a sycophant, mostly thinking about Su Ke. There was little information about Huaxia and the Blue Star Alliance, so it was no wonder Zhong Huilan had said that earlier. Feng Yi pretended to be shy and scratched his head. After a moment of thought, Zhong Huilan said, "The other day, I heard your grandfather on the phone. It seems the cult has been acting up lately. With the college entrance examination coming soon, the authorities are worried that the cult might target the students, so they're discussing preparations in advance." The cult, according to Feng Yi's memories, was originally an organization formed by a group of human traders who offered their souls to alien races. Under the guidance of these aliens, they hid in the dark, attempting to sabotage the Blue Star Alliance. In recent years, the cult had been developing secretly, attracting many criminal cultivators to join, causing disturbances worldwide, and trying to disrupt the rear of the Blue Star. Naturally, various countries had set up departments specifically to deal with the cult, and Huaxia's department was called the Star Suppression Office. After graduating from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, cultivators had two paths to choose from. One was to join the Alliance Army and fight against the alien races in the starry battlefield, and the other was to join the Star Suppression Office to protect the stability of the rear. Since the cult had always hidden in the dark and had a strict hierarchy, it had been impossible to uproot this organization over the years. Even the headquarters of the cult remained a mystery. The college entrance examination was the most important event in Huaxia each year. The students taking the exam were the future of Huaxia and the Blue Star, and if anything went wrong, no one could bear the responsibility. This matter had to be taken seriously by the authorities. However, these were not things Feng Yi could manage for now. He would only be allowed to get involved in such matters after he graduated from the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. For now, his main task was to prepare for the college entrance examination, get into the Ancient Martial Arts Academy, and grow quickly. After dinner, Feng Yi voluntarily washed the dishes, and Zhong Huilan's smile never faded. She kept muttering, "Little Yi has grown up and is so sensible." After tidying up, Feng Yi returned to his room and immediately began his training. Early the next morning, Feng Yi arrived at school. As soon as he entered the classroom, a chubby boy rushed over. "Feng Yi, I heard you took down that little brat Ding Jiejun yesterday?" "Just a casual thing." Feng Yi waved his hand and smiled lightly. The chubby boy, named Li Sui, was a rich second-generation, Feng Yi's deskmate and his close friend. Perhaps it was fate, as they had been desk mates from elementary school through high school. Feng Yi usually called him Fatty. Li Sui had awakened a level-type ability, Gale. He was also the only person who knew Feng Yi's true family background. He had taken leave for a while and had just returned to class today. Unlike Feng Yi, who was at the bottom of the class, Li Sui had always been ranked first in the entire grade, a true academic powerhouse. Yesterday, it was because Li Sui wasn't there. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Feng Yi's turn to act. The moment Ding Jiejun grabbed him by the collar, Li Sui would have already gone up and taken him down. "All right, you like to play the pig to eat the tiger, huh?" "Even I was kept in the dark," Li Sui teased, giving Feng Yi a light shove on the shoulder. Feng Yi wasn't sure how to explain to Li Sui, so he simply said, "Do you believe I awakened a system cheat?" Li Sui rolled his eyes at this. "Do I look like a fool? You've read too many novels, huh? Now there's a system? Why don't you say you're a time traveler?" Feng Yi replied, "Bro, your intuition is frighteningly accurate." Seeing that Feng Yi didn't say anything further, Li Sui didn't press the issue. As long as his buddy could get stronger, he was happy. As for how he got stronger, Li Sui guessed it might be due to some elixir his family gave him to improve his talent. "By the way, I also heard you broke up with Su Ke." Li Sui changed the subject and asked tentatively. "Yeah, Feng Yi nodded. Oh, it's fine. Don't be sad. Women are like clothes. After the college entrance exam, I'll introduce you to some pretty girls." As Feng Yi's close friend, he knew better than anyone how much Feng Yi liked Su Ke. He was also worried that Feng Yi might not be able to handle the breakup and that it would affect his performance in the upcoming college entrance exam. However, his worries were completely unnecessary. The current Feng Yi had already changed to a different soul. Feng Yi rolled his eyes at Li Sui. "Do I look like I'm sad?" Li Sui looked at Feng Yi suspiciously, seemingly unable to detect any signs of sadness. This shouldn't be. Has he suddenly realized something? Or is it that Feng Yi is hiding his sorrow deep inside and only crying into his pillow at night? Li Sui thought that the second possibility was more likely than a sudden realization. All right, as long as you're not sad, he said, looking at Feng Yi with pity and patting his shoulder. To save face for Feng Yi, Li Sui chose to pretend to believe him. In his heart, he thought that once the college entrance exam was over, he would take Feng Yi out to relax properly. Seeing the look in Li Sui's eyes, Feng Yi knew he definitely didn't believe him and could only let out a helpless sigh. Why was it that no one believed him when he told the truth? After a while, the class bell rang, and everyone except Su Ku and Ding Jiejun had arrived. Su Ku had already been accepted into an ancient martial arts academy ahead of time, so she naturally didn't need to take the college entrance exam and didn't come to school anymore. As for Ding Jiejun, he had lost all face in front of the entire class yesterday, so he probably didn't want to see Feng Yi again before the exam. However, the class bell rang for quite some time, and the homeroom teacher, Zhou Zuwei, had yet to enter, which puzzled everyone. Li Sui poked Feng Yi with his finger. Feng Yi, why hasn't Zhou Zuwei come in today? Feng Yi replied casually, he can't make it. Huh? What do you mean? Li Sui asked in confusion. Just as Feng Yi was about to tell Li Sui about yesterday's incident, a man wearing glasses walked into the classroom. Everyone recognized him. He was the director of education. Dai Jihong walked to the podium, cleared his throat, and then began to speak. Dear students, due to some circumstances, Teacher Zhou's position will change, so starting today, I will lead you in preparing for the college entrance examination. As soon as he finished speaking, whispers erupted from below. The chubby boy leaned closer and asked Feng Yi in a low voice, what's going on? Feng Yi briefly recounted what had happened in the office yesterday. After listening, the chubby boy finally understood what Dai Jihong was referring to. Serves him right. Why provoke anyone else when he had to provoke you? Now he has hit a brick wall. The chubby boy chuckled with glee, covering his mouth. The other classmates also looked at Feng Yi with complex expressions. Among those present yesterday, only Feng Yi came to school today. They weren't foolish and quickly guessed that this incident was definitely related to Feng Yi. However, they felt a mix of shock and curiosity about what had actually happened yesterday. Chapter 8. The Sword of Condensed Snow. However, besides the chubby boy, no one else asked Feng Yi what had happened yesterday. Although they were classmates, most of them had a fairly ordinary relationship with Feng Yi. They shared the title of classmates, but had no real camaraderie. The high school Feng Yi attended was the first high school of Rongqing, where most students were either wealthy or exceptionally talented. On the contrary, Feng Yi had previously shown that he had no background, no money, and no talent, making him a complete 3-no product. Naturally, others were unwilling to associate with him. The fact that Feng Yi, a 3-no person, could find a beautiful girlfriend made others dislike him even more. However, because of the chubby boy, others usually didn't trouble Feng Yi. After everyone had digested this sudden news, Dai Jihong officially started the class. In Blue Star, high school classes are mainly divided into cultural courses and training courses. The cultural courses are quite similar to those on Earth in the previous life, as the authorities do not want to produce a bunch of uneducated brutes. The morning was mostly filled with cultural classes, teaching things that Feng Yi had already learned enough of in his previous life. Now going over them again, he quickly fell asleep while listening. Dai Jihong, who was teaching, saw Feng Yi sleeping on the desk but pretended not to notice. After yesterday's incident was resolved, the principal gathered all the teachers for a meeting and specifically instructed Dai Jihong not to provoke Feng Yi. He wasn't a fool. Zhou Zuwei's fate was right before his eyes, and he dared not cause trouble for Feng Yi again. He just wanted to get through these next few weeks peacefully. As for what kind of results Feng Yi would ultimately achieve, he didn't care and didn't want to care. So as long as Feng Yi didn't make a mess on his head, he would turn a blind eye to everything else. In the afternoon, it was time for the training class, and Feng Yi finally didn't have to listen to Dai Jihong's lullabies anymore. Due to the limited days before the college entrance examination, the training classes for the third-year students were mostly self-practice. They could improve their levels or practice martial skills, and if they encountered problems, they could seek help from the teachers. Today, Feng Yi chose to practice martial skills, mainly because he was worried that if he cultivated his level, it might cause a big commotion. He didn't want to expose his abilities just yet. So practicing martial skills at school would suffice for now. He would focus on his level at home. When he awakened his abilities, the school had allowed everyone to choose a weapon. The original owner chose a sword. Not only the original owner, But most boys also chose swords, especially since the current commander of the Blue Star Alliance Army, Long Jingyu, used a sword. Moreover, Long Jingyu was also Chinese. Therefore, many young people in China viewed him as an idol and a role model. Naturally, they chose swords as their weapons. Of course, if it were the current Feng Yi choosing, he would also choose a sword. The reason is simple. As an Earth person, he has a unique obsession with swords. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. A single sword's light chills 19 continents. This is a romance unique to Chinese boys on Earth. Feng Yi was no exception. He had once dreamed of being a sword immortal. This was also the first time Feng Yi recognized the choice made by the original owner. Feng Yi's right hand swept across the space ring, and a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. This space ring was the one given by the man in the suit when he delivered the Star Stone yesterday. The original owner had previously hidden his true identity and did not have his family prepare a space ring for him, but now he could make do with it. Although the space of this ring was a bit small, it was just enough for Feng Yi for now, especially since he didn't have much to store. The space ring functions similarly to the storage bags in cultivation novels. The space rings in Blue Star were made by cultivators who awakened space-type abilities, so they are quite expensive. The more items a ring can store, the more expensive it is. The space ring used by the man in the suit to hold the Star Stone is one of the smallest types, market price around 5 to 600,000. Feng Yi gazed at the sword in his hand. The scabbard was intricately carved with patterns, and although it was still sheathed, he could already feel the coldness emanating from the sword. Slowly drawing the sword, the blade was long and slender, shimmering with a cold light. Just bringing his hand close to the blade's edge sent a sharp pain through him. This was a good sword. This sword was named Condensed Snow, and it had once belonged to Feng Yi's mother, but later was given to him. Condensed Snow was also his mother's name, Zining Xue. Seeing the sword, Feng Yi's mind conjured up a familiar face. He looked forward to his first meeting with this adoptive mother. Shaking his head to clear his mind, Feng Yi began to concentrate on practicing his swordsmanship. He was currently practicing basic sword techniques, without any flashy moves, just the most fundamental cuts, thrusts, sweeps, and points. Feng Yi understood that to become a top swordmaster in the future, he had to lay a solid foundation now. The other classmates around him cast disdainful glances at Feng Yi practicing basic sword techniques. However, Feng Yi ignored these looks and focused intently on his practice. As he practiced, Feng Yi's consciousness entered the Big Dipper space. He did not stop and continue to practice. After practicing for 2 rounds, Feng Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that practicing in the Big Dipper space significantly increased his proficiency in basic sword techniques, almost several times faster than in the outside world. At this rate, his basic swordsmanship could reach a state of integration in no more than a week. Feng Yi was delighted to discover such benefits in the Big Dipper space. Just as he was about to continue practicing, he suddenly noticed a sword made of starlight appearing beside the Big Dipper stars above his head. Below the sword was also a progress bar. It currently read 10. Just as Feng Yi was puzzled about what this starlight sword was, a line of text appeared. When the progress bar reaches 100, you can obtain a weapon technique lottery opportunity once. After reading the text, he finally understood what this starlight sword was for. Now practicing basic sword techniques had a new motivation. He wondered what level of martial skill he could draw later and whether he would get another golden legend. Drawing a conceptual level martial skill. Like abilities, martial skills are also ranked, with the lowest level being the first and the highest being the highest. Similarly, the highest level of martial arts currently is only level, and level martial arts also belong to a conceptual level. If one could draw a level martial art, that would be truly impressive. Without wasting any more time, Feng Yi entered intense training once again. For the next week, Feng Yi repeated the same routine, sleeping during cultural classes in the morning, practicing basic sword techniques during training classes in the afternoon, and cultivating his realm after returning home. He had sufficient sleep time during the day, but he practiced late into the night. Naturally, his realm improved rapidly. In just 1 week, Feng Yi broke through 2 minor realms, reaching the 8th layer of the opening meridian stage, just 1 step away from the star forging realm. It's important to note that as one progresses through realms, it becomes increasingly difficult. Generally, it takes an average person more than half a year to progress from the 4th to the 8th layer of the opening meridian stage. Yet, Feng Yi accomplished this in just over a week. Besides his terrifying cultivation speed due to his level talent, it was also greatly related to the Big Dipper space. Feng Yi discovered that cultivating in the Big Dipper space significantly increased his speed compared to the outside world, similar to practicing martial arts. Additionally, his basic swordsmanship had reached a state of mastery. The progress of the light sword in the Big Dipper space had also reached 100. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a martial arts draw opportunity. Would you like to use it now? Chapter 9, Level Martial Arts. Use it now. There's no need to wait for a better time. He had been looking forward to this for an entire week. He just wanted to see if his luck was still effective. As Feng Yi's voice fell, the text disappeared and new text appeared. Drawing martial arts, Feng Yi nervously stared at the space above, his eyes filled with anticipation. He kept praying in his heart for a level martial art. Congratulations on drawing the level martial art, Void Absolute Sword Formation. The text disappeared, and Feng Yi gained information about the Void Absolute Sword Formation in his mind. The Void Absolute Sword Formation, a level martial art, cannot be cultivated without spatial abilities. Upon use, it can deploy a sword formation, with sword energy hidden in space, making it difficult for others to defend against, killing silently. Although he didn't draw a conceptual level martial art, a level martial art was still acceptable, like a consolation prize. At least it wasn't a level martial art of lower quality. Otherwise, Feng Yi would have really wanted to spit blood, having worked hard for a week only to end up with a useless martial art. After completing the draw, Feng Yi didn't continue practicing martial arts and directly exited the Big Dipper space. As the college entrance examination approached, many classmates took leave and didn't come to school. They chose to go to private martial arts schools outside the school to spend money on final specialized training. Feng Yi also planned to take leave because the school's training room was a public facility with no privacy. Whether he was cultivating his realm or practicing the Void Absolute Sword Formation, the noise was too loud. Therefore, he wanted to find a private martial arts school outside to practice in a personal training room. Feng Yi first found Fatty and told him about his plan. It turned out that Fatty had the same idea and was preparing to discuss it with Feng Yi after school. Since Feng Yi also had this idea, the two agreed to go together. They found Dai Jihong and mentioned their leave request. Without asking for the reason, he directly approved it. After Feng Yi and Fatty left with the leave slip, Dai Jihong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been on edge these days, fearing that he or some clueless student would get into a conflict with Feng Yi. Having been in the education industry for decades, this was the first time he treated a student so cautiously. Fortunately, he was finally relieved now. After leaving school, Feng Yi and Fatty directly went to a nearby private martial arts school, Xingchen Martial Arts School. The choice of this place was not only because it was close to home, but also because it was part of a chain with branches throughout Huaxia. They operated on a membership system, and as long as one had a card, they could use any branch nationwide. No matter which city's ancient martial arts academy they enrolled in later, they could continue using it. As soon as they stepped into the martial arts school, a tall beauty in a traditional qipao welcomed them. Feng Yi directly stated their purpose. The qipao beauty maintained a fake smile the entire time, showing Feng Yi and Fatty around the school. The inside of the martial arts school was very quiet, with an excellent environment. There were no public training rooms, only private training rooms. Moreover, the soundproofing of the rooms was particularly good. They didn't hear any loud noises during the tour. Feng Yi and Fatty nodded in satisfaction. Both were straightforward people and decided to choose this place. They immediately got 2 annual cards. 1 year cost 500,000, which made Feng Yi click his tongue in surprise. That was really expensive. However, Feng Yi had $1 million from the suit-clad man, so he didn't mind spending it. Moreover, according to the qipao beauty's introduction, this was just the entry ticket for ancient martial arts. If they wanted to hire a mentor for specialized training, they would have to pay extra. The price depended on the mentor's strength. The lowest level of Earth-level cultivators would cost 300,000 per month, while Heaven-level cultivators were even more exorbitant. Without some power at home, one couldn't afford it. Feng Yi was also relieved that he didn't need to. His family consisted of big shots. If he encountered any problems in cultivation that even his family couldn't resolve, then these martial arts school mentors would definitely be of no help. Although Feng Yi didn't know the exact realms of his family members, at least they all started at the Heaven level. Otherwise, how could they maintain their position as one of the 5 major families? As for Fatty, he was already a super rich second-generation heir, and this amount of money was less than his usual pocket money. He didn't feel it all. Originally, Fatty wanted to pay with Feng Yi's money, but in the end, he couldn't persuade Feng Yi and had to pay for himself. Feng Yi didn't dislike taking advantage. He just didn't want to take advantage of his friends. If he encountered someone like the suit-clad man, he would take advantage without hesitation. After processing the membership cards and seeing that it was still early, both of them found an empty private training room to continue their practice. Upon entering the private training room, they found a space was large with sparring robots available. They could fight against the sparring robots to improve their practical combat experience or test the power of their martial arts. The sparring robots were controlled by artificial intelligence, so there was no need to worry about getting hurt. Moreover, the training room was equipped with a separate restroom and a resting area. They could even live in there. Spending 500,000 a year was indeed worth it. Feng Yi chose to practice the level martial art he had just obtained, the Void Absolute Sword Formation. As expected of a level martial art, the difficulty of practicing it was on a completely different level compared to basic sword techniques. After practicing for an afternoon, he had only just scratched the surface. However, Feng Yi didn't feel discouraged because he was filled with motivation. He discovered that another light sword had appeared beside the Big Dipper 9 stars. It seemed that as long as he practiced a martial art to the point of mastery, he would receive a martial arts draw opportunity. Days passed, and only one day remained until the college entrance examination. The atmosphere throughout Huaxia began to grow tense. A week in advance, the cultivators of the Town Star Division surrounded all the examination venues. They checked every detail, even the gender of mosquitoes entering and exiting. Moreover, many mobile stalls suddenly appeared around the examination venues, selling snacks, fruits, and more. However, they all have one thing in common. Their business skills really need improvement, and they handle things as clumsily as beginners. One of the pancake vendors even needed customers to teach him how to make pancakes. Moreover, personnel from the Town Star Division were conducting inspections at various traffic arteries, stations, and airports. Almost the entire Huaxia was in a tense state this week. But everyone was used to it. This state comes every year. During these days, Feng Yi spent all his time training at the Star Martial Arts Hall. Except for going home to eat and sleep, his realm finally broke through to the Star Forging realm right before the college entrance examination. In the Big Dipper space, the progress bar under the hidden element star also reached 100. This meant that Feng Yi could draw supernatural abilities again. Sure enough, at the moment of Feng Yi's breakthrough, a string of text appeared. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Star Forging realm. Reward: 1 opportunity to draw supernatural abilities. Would you like to use it now? Chapter 10. Gaining a new level supernatural ability. Of course, he would use it immediately. The college entrance examination is tomorrow. Although with Feng Yi's current realm, getting into a top ancient martial arts academy was not a problem. His goal was the 4 major academies. Having one more powerful supernatural ability is one more guarantee. In the early stages of training, supernatural abilities greatly enhance combat power. Use it. As soon as Feng Yi finished speaking, a string of text immediately appeared. Drawing supernatural ability. Drawing. Congratulations, you have obtained the level supernatural ability, War God. Although it was not a level ability, Feng Yi was still satisfied with it. After all, level supernatural abilities are not something you find on the street. They're not so easy to obtain. Moreover, level supernatural abilities are something many people dream of but cannot attain. One must not be too greedy. After the floating text dissipated, the information about the War God appeared automatically in Feng Yi's mind. War God. Within 1 hour of use, your own attack power, defense power, mental power, reaction speed, and awareness will receive a substantial boost. Furthermore, when there are 2 or more enemies nearby, the enhancement can double. The more enemies, the stronger the amplification effect, with no upper limit. There is a 24-hour cooldown after each use. Wow, this is a godly skill. Feng Yi was completely stunned. With this War God ability, he would not be afraid of one-on-one battles or group fights in the future. In fact, the more opponents there were, the happier he would be. If it were on the starry battlefield, Feng Yi could not imagine the great enhancement it would bring him. If there were enough enemies, he felt he could even challenge the leader of the alien races. As for the newly emerged sword technique, after Feng Yi had worked hard for so long, the progress bar had just reached 30. Truly a level martial skill. If Feng Yi had not obtained the Big Dipper space, he could not imagine how long it would take to master a level martial skill. Feeling satisfied, Feng Yi exited the Big Dipper space and did not continue training. He directly left the Star Martial Arts Hall. Tomorrow was the college entrance examination. Even if he continued training, the improvement would not be significant. It was better to relax and welcome tomorrow's exam in the best condition. After returning home, he saw an old man in a tang suit, with white hair but looking very strong, sitting in the living room reading. Upon seeing him, Feng Yi immediately ran over with joy and asked warmly, "Grandpa, when did you come back?" The old man in the tang suit was Feng Yi's adoptive grandfather, Feng Jingchuan. He was the head of the Feng family and one of the top figures in Huaxia. "What's wrong not welcoming me?" Feng Jingchuan raised his eyelids slightly. "Of course not. It's just that I haven't seen you for a while and missed you," Feng Yi replied awkwardly, moving behind Feng Jingchuan to massage his shoulders. "Oomph." Hearing this, Feng Jingchuan snorted coldly, clearly not buying Feng Yi's act. "If you miss me, why haven't you called me? You only come to me when you're in trouble. Isn't the college entrance examination coming up soon? I've been busy training," Feng Yi explained, but Feng Jingchuan rolled his eyes and said mercilessly, "With your talent that can't hold a candle to others, what is there to prepare for?" Feng Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. He wanted to refute, but was afraid of being questioned by Feng Jingchuan about his talent. He had not yet figured out how to explain the transformation of his level supernatural ability to his family. He couldn't just tell them the truth. However, regardless of whether he said anything, once the college entrance examination results came out, they would know. At that time, he would still have to find a reasonable excuse to explain. Sighing internally, Feng Yi felt it was complicated. Unable to think of an explanation, he decided not to dwell on it, taking it one step at a time, and would deal with it after the examination. By then, he could also shock this old man a bit. Let's see if he still says my talent can't hold a candle to others. Seeing Feng Yi silent for a long time, Feng Jingchuan thought his words had hurt his pride, so he changed the subject. "Which academy are you planning to apply to?" "I want to apply to the 4 major ancient martial arts academies," Feng Yi replied honestly. Puffed. Feng Jingchuan had just picked up his tea to take a sip when he heard Feng Yi's words and spat it out. Glancing at Feng Yi's resentful eyes, he could only cough awkwardly and nod. "All right, the 4 major academies it is. Don't put too much pressure on yourself tomorrow. Just do your best." Feng Yi understood that Feng Jingchuan was telling him that regardless of how he performed, there would be a way for him to attend the 4 major academies. So he shouldn't feel pressured. "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely give you a surprise. Just be prepared for it." Feng Yi confidently patted his chest, thinking it was better to give a heads up to prevent the old man from being too shocked later. As for getting in through the back door, that was completely unnecessary. With a level supernatural ability, and a level martial skill, if he couldn't get into the 4 major academies, he might as well commit suicide. The next day, Feng Yi met up with a chubby friend and headed to school together. By a special coincidence, they were assigned to the same examination room. So, after all the candidates gathered, Feng Yi and the chubby friend boarded the same bus. There are many examination rooms for the college entrance examination because the content changes every year. The authorities worry that if the examination room addresses are leaked in advance, some candidates might prepare and affect the fairness of the exam. Moreover, the most important point is that they fear that if the location is known by the cult members, they might come to cause trouble. Therefore, every time, candidates gather at the school first and are then escorted to the examination site by personnel from the Town Star Division. This time, Feng Yi and his friend's examination site was located in a valley on the outskirts of Rongqing. This place was surrounded by personnel from the Town Star Division, so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through. Apart from the candidates, no one could enter. Upon arriving at the examination site, Feng Yi also saw other high school candidates. In total, there were almost 1,000 people. From a chubby friend's mouth, Feng Yi learned that there were 10 such examination rooms throughout Rongqing. With over 1,000 candidates in each room, that adds up to more than 10,000 candidates. Among these 10,000 candidates, more than half would not be able to get into the ancient martial arts academies. Although the rules for the college entrance examination in Huaxia are very strict, almost no one is dissatisfied. Everyone knows that getting into an ancient martial arts academy means that after graduation, they will either go to the starry battlefield or join the Town Star Division. Both paths carry significant life-threatening risks. If one's strength is insufficient, it could be fatal. The strict rules of the college entrance examination can also be seen as a form of protection for those with less innate talent. Therefore, no one is dissatisfied. If they fail, they can only blame their own lack of ability. Once all the candidates had arrived, a middle-aged man in the uniform of the Star Guard, with a righteous expression, stepped onto the elevated platform that had been set up in advance. The middle-aged man looked serious, and when he spoke, his voice boomed like thunder, clearly reaching every candidate's ears. Dear candidates, I'm the proctor for this college entrance examination, and now I will explain the rules for this exam. Chapter 11. College entrance examination. The previously noisy environment immediately fell silent. Since the rules concerning the college entrance examination were at stake, everyone perked up their ears, afraid of missing any details. Once all the candidates were quiet, the man from the Star Guard began to elaborate on the examination rules. The examination topic this time is to hunt and kill exotic beasts. Exotic beasts. The candidates below immediately erupted in exclamations. Exotic beasts originally came from the starry sky and are also known as extraterrestrial ferocious beasts. They possess immense strength and are inherently vicious. In ancient times, they came to Blue Star along with alien races, and after some were captured, the authorities began to raise them in captivity. After thousands of years of breeding, some weaker exotic beasts were used for training students during the college entrance examination. However, for the candidates, the topic of hunting exotic beasts was the least desirable. Exotic beasts are not wooden stakes. They will not stand still waiting to be killed. They will resist, and resistance means there will be conflict, leading to casualties. Although the exotic beasts that appear in the examination venue are only at the opening vein and star casting realms, for candidates with little combat experience, this is undoubtedly a huge challenge. The last time the examination topic was to hunt exotic beasts was 5 years ago, and due to an accident, dozens of candidates lost their lives. This incident caused a sensation throughout Huaxia. After that, the topic of hunting exotic beasts was never brought up again in the college entrance examination. When Feng Yi heard that the topic this time was to hunt exotic beasts, he couldn't help but sigh at his luck. A topic that hadn't appeared for 5 consecutive years happened to be encountered by him. However, there was no sign of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a hint of anticipation. Finally, he could experience real combat, a battle without any reservations or concerns. Silence. The man from the Star Guard shouted angrily, and everyone felt as if thunder had exploded in their minds. They were all so frightened that they dared not make another sound. He scanned the candidates below before continuing to explain the rules of the examination. The valley is divided into 3 areas: the outer area, the depths, and the core. The strongest exotic beasts in the outer area are at the opening vein level 7. Killing one earns 1 point. The exotic beasts in the depths are at the opening vein level 9. Killing one earns 5 points. As for the core area, the weakest exotic beasts are at the star casting level 1. Killing one earns 10 points, while killing one of the 10-star casting level 2 beasts earns 50 points. Additionally, there are 3-star casting level 3 beasts, and killing one earns 100 points. At this point, the man from the Star Guard paused and then continued. You can choose to challenge an exotic beast alone or team up, but if you team up, you must share the points equally with your teammates. Aside from the rule that you cannot attack other candidates, there are no other rules. After receiving the point wristbands, you can enter the valley and begin the examination. After the man from the Star Guard finished speaking, he directly left the platform. Only then did the candidates dare to start discussing among themselves. The chubby guy turned to Feng Yi and raised his eyebrows. How about we team up? I'll take you to the top. Feng Yi rolled his eyes at him. Who takes whom to the top is still uncertain. However, Feng Yi understood that the chubby guy was worried that he would be in danger facing the exotic beast alone and was concerned that his strength might not earn him any points. After all, since Feng Yi had obtained his advanced ability, he had only fought against Ding Jiejun once, and the chubby guy hadn't seen it. So he didn't know Feng Yi's true strength now. Feng Yi had always remembered the chubby guy's kindness, and even if he hadn't mentioned teaming up, Feng Yi would have actively sought him out to form a team. After confirming their partnership, the two went to the personnel of the Star Casting Division to receive their point wristbands, then entered the examination venue together. At this time, many people were still looking for teammates, and very few candidates had entered the valley. As soon as the two entered the valley, they saw a dark-colored exotic beast lying under a tree. This beast looked similar to Venom from a movie on Earth in a previous life. It was a split-toothed leopard, known for its incredible speed and high attack power. The chubby guy recognized this venom-like beast at a glance. As soon as he finished speaking, the chubby guy wanted to attack, but Feng Yi pulled him back. The chubby guy turned to Feng Yi in confusion. Feng Yi explained, I think we shouldn't start killing exotic beasts from the outside in, but rather from the core area. The chubby guy didn't understand Feng Yi's meaning and shrugged. Let's go first and explain while walking. After saying that, Feng Yi led the way deeper into the valley, and the chubby guy had no choice but to follow. Once the chubby guy caught up, Feng Yi began to explain as they walked. The higher the points of the exotic beasts, the fewer there are. So we shouldn't waste time on these low-point beasts. Since no one is heading to the core area right now, we should reverse the approach and deal with those high-point beasts first. One of them is worth more than 100 of these outside ones, right? That makes some sense, but have you considered one question? Can we defeat the star casting level 3 beasts? The chubby guy countered. Feng Yi turned back, patted the chubby guy on the shoulder, and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. With our combined strength, we're invincible. Seeing Feng Yi so confident, the chubby guy chose to trust him. The speed of their steps quickened significantly. Along the way, they encountered various exotic beasts. Whenever possible, they would circumvent them and not waste time on those low-point beasts. They would only stop to deal with the beasts that attacked them or were impossible to avoid. The chubby guy was now at the second level of the star-casting realm. His cultivation speed was indeed very fast, not only because of his decent talent, but also due to his substantial family background. He had never lacked star stones during his training. The weapon he used was a broadsword. This sword looked somewhat worn, but Feng Yi could sense a cold and ancient aura emanating from it, as if it had come from an ancient battlefield. This sword has been around for some years, right? Feng Yi asked curiously. The chubby guy casually beheaded a level 7 split-toothed leopard that charged at them with his sword and turned back to smile. My family's old legend says it was passed down from my ancestors, used in battle and bathed in imperial blood. Feng Yi felt a shiver in his heart and looked again at the broadsword in the chubby guy's hand, as if he could see a powerful human warrior wielding a sword against an alien emperor. What is an emperor? Anyone above the heavenly level is in the emperor realm. Yet, the human race has not produced an emperor for over 2,000 years. 1,000 years ago, when the alien emperor descended on Blue Star, the human race fought valiantly, and 10-peak heavenly level super strong fighters were needed to repel that alien emperor. However, even now, despite the alien suffering several defeats and retreating from Blue Star to the starry battlefield, that alien emperor has not appeared again. It is unknown whether he has perished or if his injuries from back then have not yet healed. After dealing with the blocking beast, Feng Yi and the fat man wasted no time and continued heading towards the core area. Along the way, they eliminated many unseeing alien beasts, and finally, the score wristbands alerted them that they had entered the core area. Chapter 12, Silver Armor Beast, finally arrived. The fat man let out a long breath. They had hardly stopped during the journey. They were either rushing or clearing out the blocking alien beasts. Fortunately, the strongest alien beasts at the valley's outskirts and deep within the valley were only at the 9th level of the pulse opening stage. With the strength of Feng Yi and the fat man, killing them was effortless. Most of the candidates were still at the outskirts, killing alien beasts, with only a few having reached the depths of the valley. As for the core of the valley, only Feng Yi and the fat man were present. They quickly needed to find those 3 alien beasts at the 3rd level of the star casting stage. The fat man raised his hand to check the score ranking on the wristband. He hadn't even entered the top 1,000, and an anxious look appeared on his face. Well, let's go. Feng Yi nodded slightly. The core area of the valley was noticeably quieter than the other 2 areas. The entire valley was silent, with only the sound of their footsteps. After walking for a while, Feng Yi suddenly stopped. He turned and gave the fat man a look. The fat man followed his gaze and saw a large lizard covered in silver scales sleeping soundly by a pond. From the aura it exuded, it was only at the 2nd level of the star casting stage. It's the silver armor beast. Should we attack? The fat man whispered, staring at the silver lizard by the pond. Clang! Feng Yi drew out the snow, his eyes sharp, and growled attack. As soon as he spoke, Feng Yi charged towards the silver armor beast with his sword, his eyes flashing with battle intent. The fat man watched as Feng Yi rushed out, wanting to remind him that the silver armor beast was at the 2nd level of the star casting stage and to be cautious. But he sensed that Feng Yi's aura was not weaker than his own, and the words got stuck in his throat, hidden deep enough. A trace of shock crossed the fat man's face. He then drew his ancient broadsword and followed Feng Yi into the fray. The moment Feng Yi attacked, the silver armor beast sensed his presence. Its emerald-like eyes snapped open, and it raised its head to the sky, letting out a deafening roar. Waves of sound rippled out, causing the surrounding trees to fall back. Feng Yi was forced to stop. He shook his hand, and the snow spun twice in his grasp, standing upright in front of him. Then, with his left hand, he brought 2 fingers together and swiped from the hilt to the tip of the sword, channeling pure star power through his fingers into the snow. At that moment, the snow emitted a hazy starlight. Feng Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, "Sky Void Sword Formation." He then swiftly slashed out dozens of swords towards the front. Waves of sword energy rushed towards the silver armor beast, vanishing as they hit the ground around it. A sword formation illuminated under the silver armor beast's feet, and shadows of swords flickered in the surrounding space. You could see their shapes, but not their forms. The silver armor beast sensed the danger and moved its body, trying to escape the sword formation. "Want to escape? Can you?" Feng Yi sneered. As soon as his voice fell, black sword shadows flashed within the sword formation. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew from the scales of the silver armor beast as sword marks appeared on its surface. Roar. Although it hadn't yet inflicted substantial damage on the silver armor beast, the power from the sword shadows forced the beast to remain trapped within the sword formation, unable to escape. The sword shadows continued to flicker within the formation, and the scales of the silver armor beast were finally sliced open. Without the protection of its tough scales, its massive body was suddenly marked with gushing wounds from the sword shadows. Roar! The silver armor beast cried out in pain, letting out a series of agonizing roars. But the relentless sword shadows left it unable to move, forced to endure the onslaught. Wow, what kind of martial skill is this? So impressive. The fat man watched the roaring silver armor beast in the sword formation, exclaiming in amazement. He had initially thought about supporting Feng Yi, but halfway there, he saw that the silver armor beast was being utterly dominated by Feng Yi. There was no need for him to help at all. Feng Yi was also taken aback by the power of the Sky Void Sword formation. It should be noted that the scales of the silver armor beast were incredibly tough. An ordinary cultivator at the first level of the star casting stage might not even be able to scratch them. Yet, this Sky Void Sword formation had directly broken through the silver armor beast's formidable scales. Truly a high-level martial skill. Momins late, amorumfu sevrega aqua. And the silver armor beast's body fell heavily to the ground. At that point, it could only be described as tragic. Its silver scales had completely shed, and its body was covered in countless wounds, blood pooling around it, dyeing the pond behind it red. The air was thick with the smell of blood. The fat man couldn't help but shiver at the sight. That must hurt a bit. The fat man stepped forward and patted Feng Yi's shoulder, sighing. "Dude, you're too fierce." He knew he could also handle the silver armor beast one-on-one, but he definitely couldn't do it as effortlessly as Feng Yi. With just one martial skill, Feng Yi had taken down a silver armor beast at the second level of the star casting stage. It seemed he had seriously underestimated Feng Yi's strength. Initially, he thought Feng Yi's strength was only at the 8th or 9th level of the pulse opening stage, which was why he had invited Feng Yi to team up, thinking of bringing along a brother. However, now it was clear that the gap was far greater than he had imagined. If he had been the one in the sword formation just now, he would have likely ended up just like the silver armor beast, dead without a chance of survival. All right, enough with the flattery. Let's quickly find the next victim. Feng Yi sheathed the snow. The points for killing the silver armor beast had also been credited, and now, along with the alien beast they had cleared along the way, Feng Yi had a total of 55 points. Their ranking finally broke into the top 1,000, now placing them at 905th along with the fat man. In a temporarily constructed tent outside the valley, a man from the star casting department was leisurely drinking tea while sitting in a chair. Alongside him were 3 middle-aged men. If Feng Yi and the fat man were present, they would recognize one of them as the director of education, Dai Jihong. The 2 men next to him were the directors of education from Rongqing No. 2 High School and Rongqing No. 7 High School. Most of the candidates in this examination were students from these 3 high schools. Director Dai, your students from No. 1 High School aren't doing well this year. It's been nearly an hour and not a single one in the top 10, sneered Wang Tianhai, the director of education from No. 2 High School. After taking a sip of tea, the relationship between No. 1 and No. 2 high schools had never been particularly good. In previous years, the top scorers in Rongqing's college entrance examination had mostly come from these 2 high schools. However, overall, No. 1 High School had always slightly outperformed. This year, several high-level ability students were among the students participating in the exam from No. 2 High School. In contrast, No. 1 High School had only 3 high-level ability students. Yet now, an hour into the exam, none had managed to break into the top 10 of the point rankings. Faced with Wang Tianhai's mockery, Dai Jihong could only snort coldly. Seeing Dai Jihong in trouble, Wang Tianhai couldn't help but laugh loudly. At that moment, a member of the Zussing division, responsible for monitoring the entire examination room, suddenly spoke up. "Captain, A candidate has already entered the core area. Chapter 13. The Soul Black Serpent? The man from the Zussing division stood up and walked to the computer, looking at the densely packed, small red dots on the screen. His gaze focused on the small red dot representing the second-level alien beast in the core area, and indeed, one of them had already gone out. Interesting. The man from the Zussing division crossed his arms and stared at the screen with keen interest. The three school directors also gathered in front of the computer. Wang Tianhai was somewhat surprised. Wait, has someone really entered the core area in just 1 hour? Are they using flying techniques? Dai Jihong then asked the man from the Zussing division, Captain Li, can we find out which school's candidate it is? The man from the Zussing division pondered for a moment before responding. Not yet. They have only killed one second-level alien beast, and the score change isn't particularly significant. Hearing this, Dai Jihong sighed helplessly. He felt a lot of pressure. If this year's college entrance examination results were crushed by the second middle school, he, as the director of the first middle school, would not escape blame. At that time, his year-end bonus would likely be gone. His regular salary was just enough for daily expenses, and he looked forward to the year-end bonus every year. If it were deducted, it would be a big deal at home. Therefore, he was very eager to know if the candidate entering the core area was from the first middle school. If so, there would still be a chance to compete for the top scorer in the Rongqing College entrance examination. Meanwhile, Feng, he was just about to continue moving forward with looking for other alien beasts in the Zussing realm when the previously calm water pool suddenly boiled. A powerful aura emanated from the depths of the pool. A third-level alien beast. Feng, Yi, and the both tightened their grips on their weapons, cautiously watching the pool to see what alien beast was hiding beneath it. The pool continued to boil fiercely, and the ground began to tremble slightly. What the hell? Is it going to come out or not? The S temper flared up. After cursing, he raised his sword and jumped up, shouting, Flame Dragon Slash. Flames ignited on the ancient sword, and the S eyes widened in anger, his face turning red as he slashed down towards the water pool. At that moment, a loud bang echoed. The pool exploded, and a massive black serpent flew out. Coincidentally, it crashed into the fiery blade of the. A burst of strong light erupted, followed by a powerful air current spreading outwards. The trees around were knocked down by this force, and leaves flew everywhere. It was thrown into the air and rolled several times before landing and staggering backward for about 10 steps before stabilizing himself. His hands were trembling slightly, his palms numb, and he nearly dropped his sword. On the other hand, the black serpent was not in a good situation either. It had a more than 1 meter-long wound on its head, and dark green liquid was flowing from the wound. It was staring at them with icy, furious vertical pupils. At this moment, the full appearance of the giant serpent was revealed to the two. It had a black wing on its back, which was currently flapping, allowing the giant serpent to float in midair. Soul Black Serpent. Feng Yi murmured, recognizing the name of the giant serpent. According to his memory, the dark green liquid flowing from its wound was its blood, which contained strong toxins and corrosive properties. At the same time, it had immense abilities, capable of flying and swimming, with few rivals in the same realm. Feng, he was just about to ask if he was okay when the Soul Black Serpent took the initiative to open its massive mouth and pounce towards the. Still recovering, found it difficult to even hold his sword. Seeing the Soul Black Serpent charging at him, his face turned pale, and he immediately fled towards Feng Yi's direction. Brother, save me. The S scream reached Feng Yi's ears. Feng Yi's forehead was lined with black lines. However, his mouth was still honest as he replied, Okay, little brother. After saying that, Feng Yi raised his hand and pointed at the Soul Black Serpent behind the, calmly saying, Spatial confinement. The Soul Black Serpent was immediately trapped in midair and unable to move. He also sensed the sudden stillness behind him. He turned around to see the black giant serpent suspended in midair and assumed it was Feng Yi's advanced ability. He gave Feng Yi a thumbs up, saying, Bro, for the first time, I think your advanced ability is simply a divine skill. Advanced ability? This is a spatial ability, okay? Feng Yi rebutted in his heart. Taking advantage of the fact that the Soul Black Serpent was confined, Feng Yi immediately positioned his sword in front of him, performing the initial movement of the Void Absolute Sword Formation. Feng Yi couldn't help but complain. While the Void Absolute Sword Formation was powerful, this initial movement was too complicated. If the opponent were prepared before the motion was completed, their sword would likely already be at his throat. Fortunately, with spatial confinement and spatial teleportation. This issue wasn't too big. Void Absolute Sword Formation, activate. As Feng Yi unleashed dozens of sword chi, the area beneath the giant serpent lit up with the glow of the sword formation. Several sword shadows flashed by, and the soul black serpent's body immediately bore several small wounds. Dark green liquid flowed down from the wounds, dripping onto the ground, which immediately began to emit black smoke. While these small wounds wouldn't kill the soul black serpent, the accumulation of wounds was significant. As time passed, the soul black serpent developed more and more small wounds, and this sensation of being slowly tortured made it increasingly furious. At that moment, the time for the spatial confinement was up, and the soul black serpent immediately broke free from the sword formation. Dark green blood flowed everywhere, some splattering onto the trees, which immediately began to emit black smoke. The soul black serpent, in pain, twisted in midair for a couple of circles, completely corroding a large area of trees. Then it suddenly turned its direction and opened its massive mouth to pounce towards the culprit, Feng Yi, with incredible speed, creating a gust of foul wind. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Feng Yi, and he could even smell the stench emanating from its mouth. However, Feng Yi remained calm and gently said, "Spatial teleportation." The next second, the soul black serpent's massive mouth bit down, but it was only biting at empty air. Witnessing this scene, felt his heart leap into his throat. His mouth opened wide enough to fit a salted duck egg, and he wanted to remind Feng Yi to dodge quickly, but the distance between the soul black serpent and Feng Yi was just too close. He couldn't even get his voice out in time. Feng Yi's figure appeared 100 meters away. He stared at the soul black serpent, waved his left hand, and yelled, "Spatial blade." A black light swiftly slashed towards the soul black serpent's vital point. The soul black serpent sensed a deathly aura coming from the black light and quickly twisted its body to evade. However, the black light seemed to be guided by a homing mechanism, and no matter how it tried to dodge, it was futile. Just as the black light was about to strike its vital point, it suddenly flipped its body. A spray of dark green blood shot out, accompanied by a painful cry. Chapter 14. Breaking into the top 10, a pair of black wings fell to the ground, with the wound perfectly aligned. Without wings, the ghost black snake lost its ability to fly and fell heavily to the ground, writhing in pain. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, corroding all living things in the vicinity. The ground trembled slightly, and dust rose into the air. Feng Yi would certainly not miss this good opportunity and decided to take its life while it was sick. He condensed a space blade in his hand and threw it towards the rolling giant snake on the ground. At the same time, he shouted angrily at the fat man. "Fatty, do it." The fat man had almost recovered by this time and responded, "Got it." He then raised the ancient broadsword in his hand again, rushed in front of the ghost black snake, and jumped up. Flame Dragon Slash, a red blade of light with an unstoppable momentum, struck towards the snake's head. Feng Yi's space blade also slashed towards the snake's vital point. The fiery blade, energy, and the black space blade struck the ghost black snake almost simultaneously. The black snake let out a piercing scream. At this moment, half of its head collapsed, and a massive wound was opened at its vital point. Dark green blood spraying everywhere. However, this still did not completely take the ghost black snake's life. A trace of madness flashed in its eyes as it suddenly raised its head and bit towards the fat man. The fat man's expression changed. His body was still suspended above the snake's head, and he had no wings to evade. Just at that critical moment, Feng Yi pointed both hands at the ghost black snake and shouted, "Space chains." Suddenly, two black chains extended from the void, instantly wrapping around the ghost black snake and firmly binding it in place. The fat man took the opportunity to safely land on the ground and quickly ran towards Feng Yi, dodging the poisonous rain falling from above. "That scared me to death." The fat man patted his chest in fear, thinking that if it weren't for Feng Yi's space chains, he would probably have ended up in the ghost black snake's belly by now. After being bound by the space chains, the ghost black snake continued to struggle madly. But the more it struggled, the tighter the space chains wrapped around it. More dark green blood sprayed out from the wound on the black snake. As time passed, the black snake let out a mournful cry and then fell completely silent. Feng Yi did not let his guard down, but instead focused on the score bracelet on his wrist. After 50 points were credited, he finally relaxed. At this point, both Feng Yi and the fat man had reached a score of 105 points. Their rankings surged into the top 10, placing them in 8th and 9th positions. Outside the valley, the personnel from the Startown Division responsible for monitoring the exam immediately reported to the man from the Startown Division. Captain, a third-tier star-forging beast has been killed, likely by the examinees who arrived at the core area earlier. The man from the Startown Division asked leisurely, "Is there any change in the score rankings?" The personnel responsible for observing the score table quickly replied, "Two examinees have entered the 8th and 9th positions on the score list." The three directors from the high schools immediately gathered around, eager to see if the examinees were from their schools. Li Sui Fengyi, Wang Tianhai from the 2nd high school quickly searched his mind for these two names. A capable person who could kill a third-tier star-forging beast could not be an insignificant figure, yet he had no impression of them at all. Turning to the director of the 7th high school, he saw the disappointment on his face and realized that these two examinees were not from the 7th high school. They must be from the 1st high school. When he turned to the other side, Dai Jihong's expression immediately gave him away. Wang Tianhai's heart sank. It really was an examinee from the 1st high school. "Congratulations, Director Dai. Your school finally has an examinee in the top 10 of the score list. Truly a prestigious school with deep roots." Although Wang Tianhai said congratulations, his tone was sarcastic. Dai Jihong was not one to lose verbally either. He coldly laughed and responded on the spot, "You're overpraising me, Director Wang. This is just the beginning. If they can kill one third-tier star-forging beast, they can kill 2, 3. Once they eliminate all the beasts in the core area, the other examinees should also arrive at the core area, right?" Wang Tianhai's face darkened, rendered speechless by the retort. He could only snort coldly and stubbornly retort, "We'll see. The exam isn't over yet." Dai Jihong laughed heartily. "Director Wang is right. The exam isn't over yet. Let's wait and see." Dai Jihong naturally understood that Wang Tianhai was mocking their 1st high school, which had always overshadowed the 2nd high school in previous years, but this time the top 10 score list was firmly occupied by the 2nd high school. Aside from one examinee from the 7th high school ranking 6th, all other positions were currently held by the 2nd high school. When Dai Jihong saw Feng Yi and Li Sui's names, he wasn't surprised by Li Sui being there, as a top student from the 1st high school. If Li Sui couldn't even make it into the top 10, it would truly mean that the 1st high school had no hope this year. However, when he saw Feng Yi ranked above Li Sui, his eyes suddenly narrowed, filled with disbelief. Feng Yi actually made it into the top 10 of the score list. Dai Jihong was well aware of Feng Yi's talent and strength. He would believe that if this list were a reverse score list, Feng Yi could rank 8th. But now Feng Yi was ahead of Li Sui, which meant that the ones who had just killed the third-tier star-forging beast were the two of them. Was Li Sui that strong? He could even kill a third-tier star-forging beast with Feng Yi. Dai Jihong instinctively thought that it was Li Sui who killed the third-tier star-forging beast, while Feng Yi merely assisted. He had specifically looked at Feng Yi's information and knew that Feng Yi was just a practitioner with average talent. It was impossible for him to have the strength to confront a third-tier star-forging beast head-on. If it weren't for Li Sui leading him, Feng Yi might not have even made it to the core area. But he didn't know that at this moment. The fat man had already been completely convinced by Feng Yi's strength. After killing the ghost black snake, Feng Yi and the fat man both rested in place for a while to recover their star power. "Adoptive father, I've rested enough. Let's go." The fat man squinted his small eyes and said to Feng Yi eagerly, "I don't have a son like you. Don't think you can take advantage of me." Feng Yi directly gave the fat man an international gesture and then took the lead to walk ahead. The fat man didn't mind. To him, Feng Yi was now a strong ally. Without Feng Yi, he could never have defeated a third-tier star-forging beast on his own. Before Feng Yi displayed his true strength, he had thought that if he could lead Feng Yi into the top 10, it would already be a great achievement. But after witnessing Feng Yi's real power, he now felt that aiming for the 1st and 2nd spots on the score list was not a problem at all. He even believed that they could aim for the top 10 on the entire score list of Shudi Province. "Adoptive father, wait for me." Chapter 15. Leading ahead, killing a third-tier star-forging beast grants 50 points, which propelled them directly into the top 10 of the score list. Having tasted success, both of them now aim to find the remaining 2 third-tier star-forging beasts. Currently, the first place on the score list has 139 points. They only need to kill one more third-tier star-forging beast to surge to the 1st and 2nd positions. Moreover, their combat experience and teamwork have greatly improved. Once again, facing the 1st and 2nd layers of the casting star, both Feng Yi and the could easily handle it. After leaving the and walking for more than 10 minutes, the two encountered a large mouse of the third layer of casting star. This was also known as the electric rat. They stared at the large mouse, which was about the size of a wild boar and emitting electric arcs, and said, Feng Yi recognized it as well. These have been covered in class. Humanity's current enemies are not just but also, many times on the battlefield. The danger level of is much higher than that of. This is also one of the few that possesses elemental attacks in its juvenile stage. Most rely on physical strength for attacks when they are young. However, is different. It can release electric arcs during combat. Once hit by the electric arc, the entire body becomes paralyzed, and even the within cannot be mobilized. If one's strength is slightly weaker, the electric arc can directly shatter all the internal organs of a cultivator. Moreover, is extremely fast when it is in danger. Its body can turn into electric arcs to escape. However, has a significant flaw. Its defense is extremely low. Unlike other tough-skinned, is more like an assassin in a game. Fast speed and high attack power, but unfortunately low health and defense, making it easy to be focused and killed instantly. Feng Yi gave you a look, and he immediately understood, quietly circling to the other side. The electric arc can only be released in one direction at a time. Thus, Feng Yi planned to attract from the front, while the would launch a sneak attack from the side. Seeing the circle to the side of Feng Yi no longer hesitated and charged out with his sword drawn. Clang! With a crisp sound of sword ringing, noticed Feng Yi, and two electric arcs flashed in its blood-red eyes. It then opened its mouth, and an electric arc shot straight towards Feng Yi, the thickness of an arm. Spatial shield. Feng Yi calmly cast a shield around himself. The electric arc struck the spatial shield, enveloping it instantly, but did not break through. The electric arc danced on the shield. The hiding nearby also rushed out from the side holding his knife as soon as he saw release the electric arc. This time, he held nothing back and directly unleashed his level. The S figure shot forward like a gust of wind, reaching in an instant. Flame Dragon Slash. A blade of light wrapped in flames slashed directly towards S' forehead. Feeling the threat of death, S' body instantly transformed into an electric arc to escape. But after using, the speed was not much slower than that of. Not to mention that there was also Feng Yi beside him. As soon as Feng Yi saw S' body turn into an electric arc, he raised his hand and chanted, Spatial Confinement. The electric arc turned from was directly confined in place, unable to move. The S fiery blade light landed straight on the electric arc boom. A strong light erupted and revealed its original form on the spot. The S horizontal knife was now embedded in S head. They pulled out the knife and smiled proudly at Feng Yi. Killing this third layer was even simpler than the first layer. Of course, this was mainly because Feng Yi had control. Without control measures, might have escaped just now. No matter how fast an assassin is, it can't withstand the other side having control skills. Once controlled, it would be instantly annihilated. Another 50 points were credited. Now, the points of Feng Yi and the directly reached 160 points. Their rankings instantly rose to first and second place. The previous first place on the leaderboard was pushed down to third place, with 145 points. Outside the valley, since learning that Feng Yi and there were candidates entering the core zone, the man had people keep an eye on their points changes. Once the two's points rankings rose to first and second, the man and three directors of the middle school immediately received the information. Wang Tianhai felt quite uncomfortable at this moment. It was hard to finally suppress the first middle school, but it was ruined by two unexpected. Just taking advantage of the situation. If they also started killing from the periphery, they might not even make it to the top 10. Now the first and second places on the leaderboard were both candidates from the first middle school, and Dai Jihong's heart finally settled. Hearing Wang Tianhai's words, Dai Jihong took a sip of tea and started to speak sarcastically. Some people have no brains, and they don't allow smart people to have brains. Where can this be justified? After saying that, he smiled and looked at Wang Tianhai and asked, Don't you think so, Director Wang? Wang Tianhai's fists were clenched tightly, his teeth almost grinding to bits, but he couldn't find a word to refute. He could only endure and pretend he didn't hear it. However, Dai Jihong would not let Wang Tianhai off so easily. Seeing that he wasn't speaking, Dai Jihong sighed deeply. It's boring. It seems that this year's first place will once again be our first middle school. At this moment, Wang Tianhai's face was flushed, and he wanted to tear Dai Jihong's mouth apart. However, unfortunately, the candidates from his school were not strong enough. They had finally gotten to first place on the leaderboard. But before they could settle down, they were pushed down. Dai Jihong kept observing Wang Tianhai's expression, knowing he was on the verge of exploding. So he decided to stop while ahead and no longer provoked him. The director of the 7th middle school and the man were watching the show, feeling quite disappointed that the two didn't end up fighting. The director of the 7th middle school did not have high hopes for his candidates either. He would be satisfied with a top 10 ranking. As for the first place in points, he was quite aware of it. Without expectations, there would naturally be no disappointment. Instead, watching the two at odds gave a sense of entertainment. As for the man, he was only responsible for the safety and order of the exam, and which school took first place had nothing to do with him. During the boring moments, seeing the two directors fight would also be quite interesting. He was already prepared to film it and post it online later. Chapter 16 points first. In the deep area of the valley, there was a 4-person team. 3 boys and 1 girl, who had just dealt with 2 of the 9th layer of the only girl looked at her points bracelet and exclaimed, "Rui, go. Your first place has been pushed down." The other 3 hurriedly checked their points bracelets upon hearing the girl's exclamation. One of the stylishly short-haired boys frowned and said suspiciously, "Where did Feng, Yi, and Li Sui come from? It hasn't been long, and they've surpassed me by over 10 points." The others shook their heads, indicating they had not heard of them. This short-haired boy was Su Zirue, who had been overtaken for the 1st and 2nd places by Feng, Yi, and the others with him were now ranked 4th, 5th, and 6th. They all had the strength and level of the first layer of Casting Star. The 4 of them, relying on their powerful strength, could be said to move through the valley's outskirts and deep within it as if it were flat ground. They encountered no obstacles and pushed their way from the valley's periphery to its depths. Their scores have been consistently leading by a large margin. They initially thought that with the strength of the 4, securing a top 4 spot on the exam scoreboard would be no problem. But now they were unexpectedly surpassed by others. Earlier, when I checked, they had just broken 100 points, ranking 8th and 9th. How did their scores increase so rapidly? Su Zirue pondered for a moment and immediately realized they must have killed a 3rd-tier beast, scoring 100 points, which allowed them to surpass us in such a short time. "What should we do now?" the only girl asked. "We should head to the core area and compete with them." It seemed that Su Zirue held a high position among the 4 after he spoke. The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the 4-member team hurried towards the core area of the valley. However, they were unaware that Feng, Yi, and had continued on their path to find the last 3rd-tier beast after dealing with the lightning rat. Along the way, they encountered several 1st-tier and 3 2nd-tier beasts, which were all easily handled by Feng, Yi, and their scores soared, and both of them currently had 255 points, surpassing the 3rd place Su Zirue by 90 points. To be honest, this gap was already quite significant. Many candidates had not even accumulated 90 points by now. Moreover, this gap was about to widen even further. After wandering around the core area for quite some time, Feng, Yi, and finally found the last 3rd-tier beast. It was a diamond demon bear, standing nearly 3 meters tall, covered in fiery red fur. Its robust muscles alone were striking, making one imagine the immense power it could unleash. Additionally, the diamond demon bear had a layer of golden armor on its shoulders and chest. This was its innate armor. Adult diamond demon bears are considered the main force among beasts on the starry battlefield. They possess immense strength, strong defenses, and are not slow, with nearly no obvious weaknesses, making them true hexagonal warriors. If one had to point out a weakness, it would be that the diamond demon bear's intelligence is not very high. They have no tactics or coordination on the battlefield. They just charge recklessly. They kill indiscriminately, even attacking their own kind when they become bloodthirsty. Hence, they are named diamond demon bears. In almost every major battle, many humans have lost their lives under the iron paws of the diamond demon bears. However, despite the years that have passed, humanity still has not found any effective countermeasures. They can only rely on brute strength to engage the diamond demon bears head-on. Hiding in the woods, they whispered to Feng, "Hey bro, what do we deal with this?" Feng Yivepiet. "You distract it from the side, while I hold it off from the front." Feng, he wasn't sure how to face the diamond demon bear, but he wasn't worried. Even in a head-on clash, he would not back down. He still had a level of supernatural power he hadn't used yet. If worst comes to worst, he could unleash his battle god ability and go all out. The reason he wanted to look for a side opportunity was to see if he could find a weakness in the diamond demon bear. No problem. They made a gesture and quietly circled to the side of the diamond demon bear. What Feng Yi and they didn't know was that someone was also watching the diamond demon bear from the opposite side, and they made the same decision as Feng Yi. "Roy Mahong, You two go to the side. I'll hold off the Diamond Demon Bear from the front with Ling Fei later. You look for an opportunity to strike. These people were Suzu Rue and his team. The girl named Ruoyu nodded obediently. Okay, brother Rue. Then she and another boy circled to the opposite side of the. Suzu Rue slowly drew his sword, preparing to act when he noticed someone rushing out from the opposite side first. Oh no, someone's trying to steal the kill. He thought to himself and hurriedly charged out. At the moment he dashed out of the woods, Feng Yi also noticed him. However, Feng Yi ignored him and quickened his pace towards the Diamond Demon Bear. The exam rules state that whoever attacks a beast first claims it. If Feng Yi attacked the Diamond Demon Bear first, even if Suzu Rue ultimately killed it, the points would still go to Feng Yi. Suzu Rue clearly understood this principle. So as he ran, he shouted to the side, Ma Hong, stop him. Just as he finished speaking, an arrow shot out like a black line from the sidewoods. Tadgetink, Feng Yi. The arrow was fast, reaching Feng Yi's side in the blink of an eye. If Feng Yi didn't dodge and continued forward, the arrow would surely hit his shoulder. But if he dodged, Suzu Rue would attack the Diamond Demon Bear before him. The time for Feng Yi to think was minimal. Just a split second. However, Feng Yi remained calm, showing no hesitation, and continued charging towards the Diamond Demon Bear. Ma Hong, seeing this scene, was shocked and shouted, damn. Is this guy crazy? He shot the arrow to force Feng Yi to dodge, but unexpectedly, Feng Yi didn't flinch, as if he hadn't seen the arrow at all. If the arrow hit Feng Yi, it would be a serious problem. The exam rules strictly prohibit attacking other candidates. This is a red line. If anyone dares to cross it, not only will their scores be canceled this year, but they will also be barred from participating in future exams. As the arrow was about to hit Feng Yi, Ma Hong's heart sank. He was consumed by a single thought. It's over. Now, it wasn't just Ma Hong who was nervous. The girl beside him was also anxious. Ma Hong was on her team, and if he crossed the red line, the scores of their four-member team would all be canceled. Chapter 17, The Four Henchmen. Now, the two of them could only hope for a miracle. Otherwise, their four-member team would truly be finished. But the next scene made their pupils dilate in an instant. Just as the arrow was about to hit Feng Yi, he vanished from his original spot. The arrow flew forward without any obstruction and ultimately struck a tree. Just as the girl and Ma Hong were confused about the situation, they heard the Diamond Demon Bear let out a roar of anger. They quickly turned their gaze to the Diamond Demon Bear in the center, only to see the disappeared Feng Yi stab his sword into the Diamond Demon Bear. However, this sword only pierced the skin and could not go any deeper, as if it had hit an iron plate. This sword did not cause significant damage to the Diamond Demon Bear. Instead, it enraged it. Feng Yi didn't care whether this sword could harm the Diamond Demon Bear, as his goal had already been achieved. Now, the Diamond Demon Bear belonged to him. At this moment, Suzu Rue's sword had just reached the back of the Diamond Demon Bear, but his strike hadn't even pierced the skin. He had just heard the roar of the Diamond Demon Bear and knew that Feng Yi had attacked it before him. At that moment, his offensive was already set to launch and couldn't be stopped. Not seizing the ownership of the Diamond Demon Bear left Suzu Rue feeling somewhat regretful. The 100 points before him were now out of reach. But before he could retract his sword, the Diamond Demon Bear turned and swiped at him with a paw. The bear's paw came with a whooshing sound and the roar of the Diamond Demon Bear. Suzu Rue's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. However, in his panic, he couldn't possibly fend off the bear's furious strike. After being hit by the paw, his body immediately became a parabolic arc flung away. Before leaving the ground, Suzu Rue couldn't understand why. Although Feng Yi had attacked first, the bear chose to strike him instead of Feng Yi. He didn't realize that for the Diamond Demon Bear, it could accept challenges and injuries but not provocations. Feng Yi's sword came from the front and successfully injured it, which was a legitimate challenge. However, Suzu Rue attacked only after the bear's attention was drawn to Feng Yi and he hadn't inflicted any damage. To the Diamond Demon Bear, that was a blatant provocation, like the provocation from a fly. That's why it was so enraged. After swatting Suzu Rue away, it wasn't enough. It charged at him with the intent to tear him apart. It turned and left, as if it had made a certain resolution, leaving Feng Yi somewhat confused. Could the Diamond Demon Bear not see him? Or did it have such a deep grudge against that person that it wanted to kill him first? Suzu Rue, after being flung over 10 meters, crashed into a tree. At that moment, it felt as if all his internal organs had been displaced, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could catch his breath, he noticed the Diamond Demon Bear charging at him again. Damn! Suzaru Kuset! Enduring the intense pain in his body and rolled to the side to evade. The Diamond Demon Bear missed its target and directly smashed into the tree, breaking it in half. Just barely avoiding that strike, Suzerae felt a pang in his chest upon seeing the tree, as if he would have fared no better had he not dodged. But now was not the time to think about that, as the Diamond Demon Bear was not giving him any chance to ponder, charging at him once more. Fortunately, several of his teammates arrived just in time. Ma Hong shot an arrow from a distance. This arrow was very different from the one aimed at Feng Yi. It was wrapped in starlight. It looked like a silver beam of light, moving several times faster than before. The arrow pierced through the Diamond Demon Bear's raised arm. Feeling the pain, the Diamond Demon Bear had to abandon its plan to crush Suzerae with its fists. Its eyes were already replaced by a blood-red fury, and it viciously pulled the arrow from its arm, tossing it to the ground. Then it let out an angry roar towards the sky to vent its rage. The sound waves spread out from its mouth, causing the surrounding trees to sway and leaves to fly everywhere. At that moment, the man named Ling Fei, who had been with Suzerae, rushed over and threw a spear like a flash of lightning at the Diamond Demon Bear. This time, the bear was already on alert, quickly turning to punch the spear. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the spear was knocked away, and there were clear bloodstains on the bear's fist. Clearly, both Ma Hong and Ling Fei were not holding back, unleashing their powerful martial skills. Meanwhile, the girl had taken the opportunity to run to Suzerae's side, placing her hands on his chest. Soon, her hands emitted a green glow. Suzerae's internal injuries began to heal. To give the girl more time to treat Suzerae, Ling Fei picked up the spear that had been knocked away and charged at the Diamond Demon Bear again, just to buy time for his teammate. Feng Yi, on the other hand, was sitting on a rock with the fat guy, quietly watching the show. After all, he was the first to attack the Diamond Demon Bear, so he wasn't worried at all. Now that someone was helping him deal with the bear, why not enjoy it? As for whether there would be any reward for the help, he considered it the price they had to pay for ambushing him earlier. If Feng Yi wanted, he could report their attack on him to the Startown Division after the exam, and all four of them would have their scores canceled, leaving them unable to take the college entrance examination again. No evidence was needed because the person saying this was Feng Yi. Feng Yi's mother was named Zining Xua, and the current commander of the Startown Division was named Zi Guiyang. Do you know any of them? Feng Yi asked, chewing on a piece of wild grass. The fat guy chuckled lewdly and pointed at the girl who was treating Suzerae. That girl is called Chao Ryu, the school beauty of second high school, a healing type ability user with a cultivation level of Star Forging level 1. As for the other guys, I don't know. They should also be from her second high school. Hearing the girl's name, Feng Yi remembered seeing her name on the leaderboard earlier. It seemed to be ranked 5th or 6th. So, her teammates were probably all top 10 on the leaderboard. No wonder they dared to target the Diamond Demon Bear. Moreover, Feng Yi noticed that the four of them were working together with remarkable synergy, covering melee, ranged attacks, and healing. With their cooperation, defeating the Diamond Demon Bear should be no problem. With this thought, Feng Yi felt relieved, ready to sit back and relax while waiting for these fighters to help him earn those 50 points. Meanwhile, Suzerae was recovering from his injuries under Chao Ryu's healing ability. Chapter 18. Adaptable and resilient Suzerae watched as Ling Fei fought the Diamond Demon Bear to save him. Although he knew that even if they killed the bear now, there would be no points awarded, the situation forced him to charge in with his sword. He understood that the Diamond Demon Bear bore grudges deeply once the battle began. There would only be two outcomes. Either would die or he would. So he could only fight the bear with tears in his eyes. Suzerae was the strongest among the four. Initially, he had been caught off guard by the Diamond Demon Bear's attack, making it seem like he had no means to fight back. But now, after Chao Ryu's healing, all his injuries had healed. While he might not be able to take down the bear alone, at least he wouldn't be as defenseless as before. Moreover, he was not alone. He had teammates. Originally, Ling Fei could only endure under the bear's attacks, but with Suzerae joining, the two of them could turn the tables and suppress the bear. In the distance, Ma Hong was occasionally shooting arrows, and Chao Ryu was ready to heal at any moment. The four of them worked together seamlessly, as if they had teamed up many times before. They couldn't afford to delay. If other candidates arrived in the core area, their competition would increase. They needed to finish this quickly. Suzerae blocked a claw of the Diamond Demon Bear with his sword and turned to Ling Fei, saying, Ling Fei nodded. Knowing what he should do, he stepped forward to block the Diamond Demon Bear alone. Taking the opportunity, Suzerae stepped back a bit and began to gather energy. A golden light began to appear on his long sword, and then he shouted angrily, "Break Moon!" A massive golden sword energy erupted from his sword and slashed towards the Diamond Demon Bear. Ling Fei quickly retreated and once again turned his spear into a bolt of lightning, hurling it at the Diamond Demon Bear. At the same time, Ma Hong's Starlight Arrow also attacked the Diamond Demon Bear. Facing the simultaneous attacks from three directions, the Diamond Demon Bear roared towards the sky, its fur standing up like steel needles. The natural armor on its chest and shoulders emanated a faint yellow light, enveloping the entire Diamond Demon Bear. At that moment, the huge golden sword energy struck its chest. The faint yellow light on the Diamond Demon Bear flickered rapidly, blocking the golden sword energy. However, this was just the first attack. Following it was a bolt of lightning. The faint yellow light on the Diamond Demon Bear could only resist the lightning from the spear for a moment before it shattered like a mirror. The lightning pierced through the Diamond Demon Bear's chest. Without the obstruction of the faint yellow light, the golden sword energy also struck directly at the Diamond Demon Bear's chest. A spray of blood erupted, and a massive wound was opened on its chest. But that wasn't the end. A silver starlight arrow also shot into the Diamond Demon Bear's back. Roar! The Diamond Demon Bear roared in anger, smashing its fists into the ground, creating a shockwave that knocked Suzerae and Ling Fei to the ground. However, at this moment, it was merely the last frenzy before its death. A large amount of blood oozed from its chest, and a spear was still embedded in it. The Diamond Demon Bear staggered as it tried to walk in front of Suzerae and Ling Fei, but after just 2 steps, a blade wrapped in flames descended from the sky. Now, the Diamond Demon Bear had no means of defense left and could only allow the blade to fall upon it. Boom! The Diamond Demon Bear fell to the ground unwillingly. The Fat Man also dropped down from above. Each person received 50 points. At this moment, Suzerae and Ling Fei got up from the ground, glaring angrily at the Fat Man in front of them. Chao Ruyu and Ma Hong also rushed over to encircle the Fat Man. What, you want to fight? The Fat Man raised an eyebrow at the 4 of them glaring at him. How can you be like this? We clearly came first. Chao Ruyu, her pretty face flushed with anger, felt they fought tooth and nail only to end up with no points. They had helped others for nothing. The Fat Man sneered and mocked. Just because you say you came first doesn't make it true. Do you have any evidence? Chao Ruyu was at a loss for words against the Fat Man and wanted to rush forward, but Suzerae stopped her. Although Suzerae was also very angry at the moment, he still retained a bit of rationality and understood the rules of the exam. Let's go. Suzerae's voice was soft, but carried an undeniable tone. The other 3, even if they were still angry, said nothing more and followed behind Suzerae, intending to leave. But at that moment, Feng Yi's voice came from behind them. Leave? Did I say you could go? Suzerae and the others turned around. And Feng Yi had already walked up to the Fat Man. What do you want? Suzerae's expression also turned cold. What do I want? Feng Yi sneered twice, pointing at Ma Hong. You can leave, but he can't. You think you can just leave after laying hands on me without saying a word? Ma Hong didn't speak, but Chao Ruyu beside him retorted, You aren't hurt. Why are you being so petty over a big man? Should I only be satisfied if I get hurt? Feng Yi counted it. Chao Ruyu wanted to say something more, but was stopped by Suzerae. He knew they were in the wrong. If this escalated, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. Moreover, they didn't have much time left, and soon the main group of examinees might arrive in the core area. By then, there would be even more candidates fighting for the remaining second-tier casting beasts. It was very likely they wouldn't even be able to maintain their current ranking. So he walked in front of Feng Yi, bent down, and sincerely said, I'm sorry, I apologize on behalf of my brother. It was my idea to have him block you. If you're not satisfied, you can directly tell the proctor that I attack you later. But I hope this doesn't involve my brother. Brother Rue. Ma Hong looked at Suzerae, apologizing for him, his eyes turning red as he tried to rush forward. But he was reprimanded by Suzerae. Stay there. Tears streamed down Ma Hong's face. Feng Yi quietly observed Suzerae, capable of bending and stretching, not lacking in talent, and possessing leadership skills. He would likely become a capable leader as he grew. Whether joining the Alliance Army or the Town Star Division, he was a rare talent. Feng Yi understood that as the only heir of the Feng family, it would eventually be handed over to him. So now, he needed to get used to thinking from the perspective of the head of the Feng family. He wasn't unreasonable. Since the other party was so sincere and he wasn't actually injured, there was no need to dwell on the matter. And forming a good relationship might be useful in the future. Chapter 19. Breaking the record. Moreover, Feng Yi's character wasn't that of a spoiled rich kid who relied on a powerful background to do whatever he wanted. He didn't kill others just because they slightly offended him. So he accepted Su Zirue's apology. Let's leave it at this. After saying that, Feng Yi gave the fat man a glance, and the two of them turned to leave in the opposite direction. After Feng Yi and the others left, Su Zirue finally raised his head, contemplating Feng Yi's retreating figure. Brother Rue, Ma Hong stepped forward, his voice choked with emotion, filled with guilt. If it weren't for him, Su Zirue wouldn't have to do this. Su Zirue understood what Ma Hong meant. He turned and patted Ma Hong's shoulder to comfort him. There's no need to blame yourself. It was my idea to have you stop him. We were wrong, and it's right to apologize. Continuing, he looked at Chao Ryu and Ling Fei, saying earnestly, we shouldn't hold grudges against others. On the contrary, we should be grateful that he didn't pursue the matter of us breaking the rules. Otherwise, we all know the consequences of breaking the rules. Chao Ryu and Ling Fei nodded. Even if they couldn't understand it for a moment, since Su Zirue spoke, they would listen. All right, let's hurry and find a remaining second-tier casting beasts. With that, Su Zirue took the lead into the dense forest ahead. After receiving the 50 points from the Diamond Demon Bear, Feng Yi and the Fat Man's points had now reached 305. They had firmly secured the first and second positions on the leaderboard. Even if all the remaining second-tier casting beasts were killed by Su Zirue and his group, they would have no chance of surpassing Feng Yi and the Fat Man. Moreover, Feng Yi and the Fat Man had no intention of lying flat. Being first on the leaderboard was not their goal. Their goal was to be first on the leaderboard for the entire Rongqing and Shudi region. The higher the points, the more stable they would be. After leaving the King Kong Demon Bear, the two discussed separating to find the remaining exotic beasts. Both of them now had the strength to face the second and first layer exotic beasts of the Star Forging Realm individually. The probability of finding the second layer exotic beasts of the Star Forging Realm would be greater if they split up. Currently, there were only 6 second layer exotic beasts left in the core area. 4 of them were found and killed by Feng Yi and the Fat Man. The remaining 2 were killed by Su Zirue and his 3 companions. They also used the same strategy as Feng Yi. The 4 divided into 2 teams. Unfortunately, their luck was not as good as that of Feng Yi and the Fat Man. They only found 2 second-layer exotic beasts. After Feng Yi and Su Zirue's group killed all the second-layer exotic beasts, the main group of candidates finally entered the core area. Upon entering the core area, they were stunned. The third-layer and second-layer exotic beasts had all turned into cold corpses. The many candidates could only choose to kill the first-layer exotic beasts. In the end, thanks to the efforts of the candidates, all the exotic beasts were killed. The voice of the man from the Star Suppressing Division then echoed from the void. Dear candidates, this exam has ended. Please return to the valley outside to gather. Hearing the voice of the man from the Star Suppressing Division, most candidates showed a hint of regret on their faces. After everyone returned outside the valley, they saw the leaderboard projected on a large screen. Feng Yi ranked first with 505 points. Li Sui was second, also with 505 points, making them tied for first. Su Zirue and his 3 companions ranked 3rd to 6th, each with 243 points. Candidates ranked 7th and below had scores around 170 points. The candidates looked at the leaderboard and began to discuss among themselves. Wow, who are these powerhouses from Feng Yi and Li Sui with 505 points? It's terrifying. This score is 5 times mine. 5 times? It's 10 times mine. What am I even saying? Feng Yi and Li Sui are from our first high school. It seems that this year, second high school will once again be trampled underfoot by first high school. This score should secure the first place in Rongqing, right? With this open pattern, perhaps we can even aim for first in Shudi. It's hard to say. In recent years, several schools in Mountain City have been quite formidable, having crushed Rongqing for 3 consecutive years. At this moment, the man from the Star Suppressing Division appeared on stage, and as soon as he appeared, the candidates who were previously discussing fell silent. Accompanying the man from the Star Suppressing Division were 3 school directors. However, the expressions on the 3 directors' faces were different. The director of the 7th high school looked indifferent, showing no expression. The director of the 2nd high school, Wang Tianhai, wore a gloomy expression. Only Dai Jihong was grinning widely, the happiest of them all. Two scores of 505 directly broke the highest record in the history of the Chinese college entrance examination. As a director, he knew much more than the students. This score could almost guarantee the top scorer in Shudi for the college entrance exam. Even a mountain city, which had crushed Rongqing for 3 years, could not surpass this score. For Dai Jihong, this year's candidates from First High School achieving such results meant that not only would he have no problem with his year-end bonus, but he would also receive a significant additional bonus. Who wouldn't be happy about that? After the man from the star-suppressing division saw that the candidates were quiet, he spoke. This exam has ended, and your scores will be uploaded in real time. Everyone will orderly board the vehicles to leave shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the crowd of candidates. Invigilator, I have a question. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice, including Feng Yi and the fat man, who followed everyone's gaze. They saw a familiar face they hadn't seen in a long time. Ding Jiajun. When Feng Yi looked at Ding Jiajun, his gaze met Feng Yi's, filled with resentment. Feng Yi sensed that Ding Jiajun's question was definitely related to him. Sure enough, when the man from the star-suppressing division asked what his question was, Ding Jiajun said, some weaker candidates teamed up with stronger candidates and obtained scores that do not match their abilities. Isn't that unfair to others? After hearing this, the man from the star-suppressing division scanned the crowd and asked, is there anyone else who shares this doubt? No one stood up, as speaking out now could easily offend many people, even if some shared the same thoughts as Ding Jiajun. However, most people felt that Ding Jiajun was quite bold and truly unafraid of offending others. After waiting a few minutes and seeing that no one stood up, the man from the star-suppressing division spoke to Ding Jiajun. Since you're the only one with this doubt, it's simple. If you think someone has received points that do not belong to their ability, then you can challenge them to a match. If you win, their points will belong to you. If you lose, your points will go to them. How does that sound? After finishing, the man from the star-suppressing division fixed his gaze on Ding Jiajun, waiting for his answer. Under the man's unwavering gaze, Ding Jiajun broke out in a cold sweat. He felt very conflicted inside, but soon a look of determination flashed in his eyes. I believe that Feng Yi, who is currently first on the leaderboard, does not deserve this score. I want to challenge him to a match. Chapter 20. Feng Yi's true strength. After Ding Jiajun finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. Many candidates quietly gave Ding Jiajun a thumbs up, thinking this guy was quite brave. He was coming up to challenge the first place on the leaderboard. Su Zirui and his 3 companions looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at a fool. Although they hadn't competed with Feng Yi, they could roughly guess that Feng Yi's strength was not weak, given his elusive tactics. Moreover, if they thought Feng Yi was weak, what did that make them? Weaker than weak? They could already imagine how badly Ding Jiajun would be beaten. As for Feng Yi, he was not surprised to hear this. Just from the resentful look Ding Jiajun had given him earlier, he could guess that he would be targeting him. Does this fool have a masochistic tendency? Did you not beat him comfortably last time? The fat man turned to look at Feng Yi and laughed. Feng Yi shook his head. How would I know? Maybe. The man from the star-suppressing division then looked at Feng Yi. Do you agree? Feng Yi nodded nonchalantly. Since someone was asking for a beating, he might as well satisfy him. Moreover, there were points to be gained, and he still didn't know the overall points ranking in Shudi, so the more points, the better. Feng Yi had no reason to refuse. Seeing Feng Yi agree, a sinister smile appeared on Ding Jiajun's face. Ever since he was publicly humiliated by Feng Yi last time, he had harbored resentment towards him. He had long wanted to take revenge, but unfortunately his father had always stopped him from going to school, fearing he would provoke Feng Yi again. So, he spent money to hire a peak-level practitioner to train him at home. Upon seeing Feng Yi's name appear on the leaderboard, his reason had long been overwhelmed by suppressed anger. Thinking about his family background, strength, and talent being better than Feng Yi's, he couldn't understand why Feng Yi could achieve the first place in points. He is just squeezed into the top 100. He believes that Feng Yi's ability to reach the top of the leaderboard is due to teaming up with Li Sui. Otherwise, Feng Yi wouldn't have been able to score so many points. But he hasn't considered how strong Li Sui must be to carry a dead weight and take both the first and second spots on the leaderboard. Can one person really wipe out all the level 3 alien beasts and a large portion of the level 2 alien beasts? Right now, he just wants to regain his dignity in front of the many candidates and let Feng Yi feel what it's like to be humiliated in public. He firmly believes that his strength is greater than Feng Yi's, and the reason he lost to Feng Yi that day was simply that he wasn't prepared. If given the chance to fight Feng Yi head-on, he would never lose. And now the opportunity has finally come. The man from the star suppression office saw that Feng Yi had agreed, so he had someone clear an area. The surrounding candidates were all eager to witness the true strength of the top scorer. Even the man from the star suppression office and the 3 directors were watching the duel area. However, Dai Jihong still asked with some concern, "Captain Li, is this really okay?" The man from the star suppression office casually replied, "Everything that happens here is being recorded on camera, since both parties have no objections." What could go wrong? Since the invigilator indicated there was no problem, Dai Jihong said nothing more. After all, whether it was Feng Yi or Ding Jiejun, they were both students of their first high school. No matter who wins in the end, the top spot on the leaderboard belongs to their school. And he was also very curious to know Feng Yi's true strength. At first, he thought like Ding Jiejun that Feng Yi made it into the top 10 because he teamed up with Li Sui. But as their scores continued to rise, he began to dismiss that idea in his heart. No matter how strong Li Sui is, he can't help a loser break the record for killing alien beasts in the college entrance examination. Feng Yi's strength is definitely not what everyone previously thought. Ding Jiejun glared at Feng Yi with resentment and sneered, "Feng Yi, don't think that just because you're clinging to a big shot you can get a high score. Today, I will let everyone see your true strength. You are nothing but a level 1 ability loser, and your name doesn't deserve to be at the top of the leaderboard." Upon hearing this, the crowd around them was shocked. The top scorer is a level 1 ability? If a level 1 ability can take the top spot, then what are they, who are level 2 abilities? Chao Ruiyu, Ma Hongling, and Fei looked at each other, then turned to Su Zirui. However, Su Zirui shook his head. They understood that Su Zirui meant Feng Yi could not possibly be a level 1 ability. They then looked back at Feng Yi and Ding Jiejun in the center. Feng Yi casually scratched his ear and said, "Now that the nonsense is over, can we start?" Ding Jiejun looked at Feng Yi, who seemed to be disregarding him, and snorted coldly, "Oof. Let's see how long you can keep up the act. Let's begin, and we'll settle both new and old scores." Hearing that they could start, Feng Yi leisurely stretched and then put away the Ningxue sword into his space ring. Ding Jiejun and the surrounding candidates were confused by what Feng Yi putting away his sword meant. Was he admitting defeat? But the next second, Feng Yi gave everyone an answer. "I don't even need to use a sword to beat you." Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, everyone thought he was just showing off. Ding Jiejun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you pretending to be tough?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yi, who had been over 10 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if he was about to vomit the breakfast he had eaten that morning. His body bent at a 90-degree angle as he uncontrollably flew backward. The onlookers quickly dodged to avoid being hit by Ding Jiejun. Bang! A loud crash was heard as Ding Jiejun flew backward for dozens of meters before hitting the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Feng Yi calmly patted his fist as if Ding Jiejun's body was dirty. However, at this moment, Ding Jiejun could no longer see this scene. He had already passed out. Otherwise, he would have probably been so furious that he would have spat blood again. The crowd around was also stunned into silence. This was too easy. It was resolved with just one punch. And they didn't even see how Feng Yi appeared in front of Ding Jiejun. But this also proved how terrifying Feng Yi's strength was. A punch like that would likely be unbearable for most of them, and they wouldn't fare any better than Ding Jiejun. Especially those who knew Ding Jiejun. They knew that Ding Jiejun was ranked in the top 100, and his strength was already at the 9th level of the Meridian opening stage. Such strength had surpassed most people here. Yet, he couldn't withstand even one punch from Feng Yi. One can only imagine how strong Feng Yi really was. Is this still the useless Feng Yi with level 1 abilities? Who would dare to say that Feng Yi made it to the top of the leaderboard by clinging to a big shot? With his strength, does he even need to cling to anyone? Feng Yi ignored the gazes of the crowd and didn't look back at Ding Jiejun, turning to walk back to the chubby guy. The man from the star suppression office waved his hand, and several staff members immediately ran to Ding Jiejun to begin treatment. He himself disdainfully glanced at Ding Jiejun from afar and muttered, "Clown." Chapter 21. Prosperity. With this matter concluded, the man from the star suppression office had Ding Jiejun's 103 points added to Feng Yi's total. At this point, Feng Yi had accumulated 608 points. After losing all his points, Ding Jiejun's ranking plummeted from 99 to dead last. Another clever move to help Feng Yi earn points for free. Su Zirui and the others shook their heads. They felt much more balanced now. Together, the four of them had garnered fewer points for Feng Yi than Ding Jiejun had given him. Under the guidance of the Star Suppression Office staff, all candidates boarded the bus they had arrived in and returned to their respective schools. Then they all went home. Meanwhile, other examination venues were also wrapping up their tests. Since the examination scores were uploaded in real time to the Ministry of Education of Huaxia, the results would typically be announced the next day or the day after. However, for individuals had already positioned themselves at the Ministry of Education, waiting for the national examination scores to be compiled. They were the directors of the admissions offices from the 4 ancient martial arts academies of Huaxia, which was a privilege granted to the 4 academies by the authorities. They could know the examination results in advance, allowing them to compete for high-scoring students early. Almost every year, the top-scoring candidates would be fought over by the 4 academies, leaving the other colleges to admit the remaining students. Of course, other colleges would also recruit talented students from high schools in advance before the college entrance examination. For instance, some students with good innate talent but lacking confidence in their abilities, thinking they wouldn't be able to get into the 4 academies, would be pre-admitted by these colleges. Suka was one such case. Minister Jiang, I heard your daughter is also taking the college entrance examination this year. Have you decided which academy she will attend? A Mediterranean man with thinning hair and golden-rimmed glasses handed a cigarette to a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a strong presence. This Mediterranean man is Wang Qingfeng, the director of the admissions office at Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy, while the Minister Jiang he mentioned is Jiang Hanwen, the Minister of Education of China. All ancient martial arts academies and all high schools and elementary schools in China fall under his jurisdiction, making him extremely powerful. Jiang Hanwen took the cigarette from Wang Qingfeng but shook his head. The choice of which academy to attend is up to her. After all, young people have their own ideas. Hearing Jiang Hanwen's words, Wang Qingfeng showed clear disappointment. He had hoped to inquire about possibly recruiting Jiang Hanwen's daughter to Qingbei Academy, which would give his academy more influence when educational resources are allocated each year. But now it seemed Jiang Hanwen was not giving him that opportunity. Next to Wang Qingfeng sat 2 women and 1 man, who were the directors of the admissions offices from Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Shindu Ancient Martial Arts Academy, and Modu Ancient Martial Arts Academy, respectively. They all shared Wang Qingfeng's sentiments, and, at this moment, they all felt a bit disappointed. It seemed they would have to wait until the college entrance examination results came out and then personally approach Jiang Hanwen's daughter for a discussion. However, by then, they would need to offer more. After all, the strength of the 4 major academies was quite similar, and to attract students with good talent and abilities, it naturally depended on which academy could offer more sincerity. Just then, the staff responsible for statistics walked in. Minister, the National College entrance examination results have been compiled and sent to you. Upon hearing this, the directors of the admissions offices immediately perked up. Jiang Hanwen nodded, then projected the examination results, ranking from his computer onto the wall. Of course, they were only looking at the top 100 in the country. Only those in the top 100 are eligible for early admission by the 4 major academies. Once the rankings were projected onto the wall, all eyes focused on the name at the top. Feng Yi from Rongqing No. 1 High School, 608 points, level ability. Huh, is there a mistake in the ranking? Upon seeing the level ability after Feng Yi's name, the directors of the 4 academies were all puzzled. 608 points being first was definitely correct. But what was this level ability? When did level ability become a factor for being the top scorer in the Chinese college entrance examination? Jiang Hanwen also frowned, then made a phone call. Soon, he received a response and hung up before saying, the ranking is correct. The directors of the admissions offices fell into deep thought. After a while, Wang Qingfeng speculated it's possible there was an error during the ability testing. The other 3 directors nodded in agreement. That's fine. We can have him retested on-site later. Not want to dwell on Feng Yi's ability level. They hurriedly sent Feng Yi's information to their respective work groups and instructed their subordinates to quickly purchase the next flight to Rongqing. As the top scorer in the National College entrance examination, the directors planned to personally go and compete for this genius. After checking the top scorer Feng Yi, the 4 then turned their attention to the second-ranked student. Yi Fan from Chun City No. 9 High School, 520 points, ability unknown. Ability unknown? The directors were all confused. What was going on with this year's college entrance examination rankings? First, there was a level ability, and now there was one with an unknown ability. However, they could only set their doubts aside for now and sent Yi Fan's information to the group. After reviewing the second place, they moved on to the third. Ing Yaoyang from Kyoto Academy Affiliated High School, 514 points, level ability. Level ability? This was not over. They continued looking down the list and found that from Ing, Yaoyang, all the way down to the 10th rank students, they were all level abilities. Wow, did the system make a mistake? The female director from Modu Ancient Martial Arts Academy murmured in disbelief. In previous years, if a new student with a level ability appeared, it would have been exposed long ago. But this year, so many new students with level abilities appeared without any prior notice. It was only when they saw the college entrance examination results that they understood. No wonder the four of them thought it was a system error. However, Wang Qingfeng quickly noticed that the 5th-ranked student also had the surname Jiang. He then looked at Jiang Hanwen, pointing to the name in 5th place, and asked Minister Jiang, "Is this your daughter?" Jiang Hanwen followed his finger and nodded. After receiving confirmation from Jiang Hanwen, he asked again, "Is your daughter's ability level really level?" Jiang Hanwen nodded again, but this time he spoke. In the future, the media will no longer report on any student's ability levels. He didn't elaborate on the reason. And Wang Qingfeng and the others tactfully chose not to ask. They could roughly understand. This should be a form of protection for talented students. Exposing these gifted newcomers too early was not good for them, especially in light of the recent rampant activities of the cult. It's possible that as soon as the media exposed a student with a level ability, the cult would send someone to assassinate them. Once this doubt was cleared up, they quickly sent the information of the top 10 students to their respective work groups. These 10 students were their primary targets. The remaining 90 students would be prioritized later, and they would only consider them after the top 10 students were admitted. At 7 p.m. on the day of the college entrance examination, the directors of the 4 major academies boarded a plane to Rongqing without even having dinner. Chapter 22. The 4 major academies arrived the morning after the college entrance examination. He had not yet gotten out of bed when his phone rang. Groggily, he answered the call. A familiar voice came from the other end. "Hello. Is this He? This is Dai Jihong. Director Dai? What can I do for you?" He was a bit confused, not knowing why Dai Jihong was calling him so early in the morning. "Where are you now?" "I'm at home. Give me your address. I'll come pick you up to go to school. The teachers from the 4 major academies are already waiting for you at school." "The 4 major academies?" Hearing Dai Jihong's words, he instantly woke up. He hadn't expected the people from the 4 major academies to come so quickly. He hurriedly gave his address to Dai Jihong. After hanging up the phone, he quickly got out of bed, got ready, and rushed out the door. Before leaving, Jingchuan, who was sitting in the living room reading the newspaper, curiously asked, "The college entrance examination is over. Where are you going so early?" "I'm going to school. The teachers from the 4 major academies are already waiting for me." Without waiting for Jingchuan to say anything, he directly walked out of the house, leaving Jingchuan muttering to himself, "The 4 major academies?" Then, Jingchuan picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Xiaoqin." As soon as reached the entrance of the community, a car pulled up right in front of him. When the window came down, he saw Dai Jihong sitting in the driver's seat. "Get in the car." Dai Jihong waved to He hurriedly opened the car door and got in. Just as he settled in, the car sped off eagerly. This time you have really brought honor to our first high school. The admissions officers from the 4 major academies have all come together. This is the first time since our school's founding. Have you done any research on the 4 major academies in advance? If not, I advise you to quickly find out about them now. Otherwise, you won't know which ancient martial arts academy to choose later. Dai Jihong, the driver, said with a laugh while driving. To be honest, he was even happier than himself. As soon as he returned to school yesterday, he couldn't wait to report and the fat guy's scores to the principal. The principal immediately stated that he would give him an extra bonus. This morning, when he learned that the representatives from the 4 major academies had arrived at the school to meet he didn't even have time to eat breakfast and hurriedly called to personally pick him up. The 4 major academies are the highest institutions of learning in Huaxia. In previous years, First High School has had students who got admitted, but for the admissions officers from all 4 major academies to come personally to compete for one student. This is a first in the history of First High School. Now, his bonus is as good as guaranteed. Moreover, it is possible that First High School will also receive recognition from the city or province. The college entrance examination that just ended yesterday, and the mentors from the 4 major academies rushed over early today. This indicates that Yi's scores are among the top in Huaxia. Cultivating such a talent, it would be unreasonable for the city or province not to show any acknowledgement. I have done some research beforehand. Feng Yi nodded. After confirming his goal was the 4 major academies, Feng Yi searched for information about the 4 schools online. However, he found that the overall strength of the 4 major academies is quite similar, and none of them have a clear advantage. So Feng Yi hasn't decided which academy to choose yet. He can only wait and see what the representatives from the 4 major academies say before making a decision. Dai Jihong nodded. Well, as long as you have some understanding, don't rush to make a decision later. First, see how sincere each of the 4 academies is. If you're not satisfied, you can also propose conditions. Be bold and don't be shy. This is related to your future treatment in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Along the way, Dai Jihong kept talking to Feng Yi about what to do when they meet the teachers from the 4 major academies. Soon, they arrived at the school. Several vice principals had already been waiting downstairs. As soon as Dai Jihong's car stopped, they immediately came over to help Feng Yi open the car door. This treatment surprised Feng Yi. It's probably the first time a student has enjoyed such treatment, with a vice principal personally opening the door. However, for the vice principals, this was nothing. Years later, if Feng Yi's name resonates throughout Huaxia, the vice principal who helped open the door will be able to boast about it with pride. Led by the vice principals, Feng Yi followed them toward the school's conference room. Meanwhile, inside the conference room, besides the principal Zhou Fatsai, there were already 2 men and 2 women waiting. One of them was Wang Qingfeng, the admissions office director of Qingbei Academy. The other man, slightly darker-skinned but very strong, was Tian Hui, the admissions office director of Shindu Ancient Martial Arts Academy. As for the other 2 women, one was Fang Jing, the admissions office director of Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy, and the other was Zhuo Wan, the admissions office director of Modu Ancient Martial Arts Academy. The 4 of them had bought the same flight to Rongqing after leaving the Ministry of Education of Huaxia yesterday. All 4 were determined to recruit Feng Yi, the top scorer in the Huaxia College entrance examination. At the same time, they were very curious about Feng Yi's special abilities. Principal Zhou, is this Feng Yi student of your school really a level ability user? Since Feng Yi is still on the way, Wang Qingfeng asked Zhou Fatsai. Zhou Fatsai originally thought that the 4 major academies had sent ordinary admissions officers, but he didn't expect that they were all directors. Although he is a principal of a high school, in terms of status, he is far inferior to these 4 admissions office directors. Therefore, when he heard Wang Qingfeng's question, his attitude was very respectful. Yes, when Feng Yi tested his abilities for the first time, it indeed showed that he had a level talent. His excellent scores this time were beyond our expectations. It is possible that he had some special opportunities later, or that there was an issue during the initial test. Wang Qingfeng nodded. This answer was similar to what they had speculated yesterday. No worries, we brought tools for testing abilities. When he arrives, we can retest him. Speaking of which, Wang Qingfeng changed the subject. By the way, Principal Zhou, how much do you know about Feng Yi's family situation? Upon hearing this question, Zhou Fatsai showed a pained expression and smiled wryly. As far as we know, Feng Yi's family is an ordinary one, but it seems his grandfather has some connection with Minister Qin of our Sichuan Education Department. We don't know much more than that. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and the other 3 admissions office directors looked thoughtful. After seeing Feng Yi's surname yesterday, they had been investigating Feng Yi's family background, hoping to prepare better. However, the 4 admissions office directors did not expect that their investigation yielded nothing overnight. This made them suspect that Feng Yi's identity and background were not simple. Chapter 23. Witnessing history. The Feng surname is not common in Huaxia. It can be said that it is rarely encountered. However, most people do not find it strange, as Huaxia is vast and rich, and rare surnames are not unusual. Only a small portion of people know what the Feng surname represents. This is also why Wang Qingfeng and the others were so curious after seeing Feng Yi's surname. If Feng Yi really comes from the family they imagine, this matter must be reported to the higher-ups of the school. After all, if someone of such status encounters any issues within the academy, the consequences are not something they can bear. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Principal Zhou Fatsai said to the outside, "Come in." The conference room door opened, and Feng Yi walked in. The admissions office directors from the 4 major academies immediately turned their attention to Feng Yi. There was no doubt about his appearance. He was tall and well-proportioned, with defined features. Although he wasn't particularly stunning at first glance, he was very easy on the eyes. What impressed them most was Feng Yi's eyes, which gave them a single impression: calm. Even when facing the directors of the top 4 ancient martial arts academies in Huaxia, his gaze showed no excitement or nervousness, as calm as still water. a sense of tranquility that did not belong to someone his age. In that instant, all four of them labeled Feng Yi as someone with excellent temperament. Upon seeing Feng Yi enter, Zhou Fatsai immediately stood up and quickly walked to Feng Yi's side, first addressing the four admissions office directors. Directors, this is our Feng Yi from First High School. Then he introduced Feng Yi to the four individuals in front of him. Feng Yi, these four are the admissions office directors of the four major academies in Huaxia. This is Director Wang Qingfeng from Qingbei Academy. After introducing the identities and names of the four admissions office directors, Zhou Fatsai wisely left the conference room, leaving the space for Feng Yi to interact with the four directors. After Wei Kaifeng left the conference room, Feng Yi politely greeted the four directors of the admissions office. The four directors had good images, good dispositions, good personalities, good talents, and good strengths. They were all very satisfied with Feng Yi. Over the years, they had seen countless geniuses, most of whom relied on their exceptional talents and strengths, becoming arrogant and conceited. However, Feng Yi had not given them this impression so far. Don't be modest, Feng Yi. Before we begin, we would like to understand what your special ability is, Wang Qingfeng asked first with a smile. Feng Yi had thought about how to answer if the directors from the four academies asked about his special ability, so he answered without hesitation. I'm not particularly clear about it either. During the first test, my special ability was indeed at the level of a Class A ability, but a few months ago, I suddenly found that my cultivation speed had increased, and I don't know why. Feng Yi's tone was very sincere, and there was no change in his expression. The directors did not doubt his words, but they all furrowed their brows at this moment. After a while, the director of the admissions office of the Shindu Ancient Martial Arts Academy, Tian Hui, spoke up. Could it be a second awakening of the special ability? Upon hearing this, the other directors looked at Tian Hui in confusion. What is a second awakening of the special ability? Fang Jing from the Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy asked in confusion. Tian Hui pondered for a moment before explaining to everyone, I once read in an ancient book that in ancient times, there was a person whose initially awakened special ability was very low, but later, his ability awakened again and directly advanced from a Class A ability to a Class S ability. I don't know if it's true, but the situation is indeed similar to that of Feng Yi. It's not impossible, but this kind of situation is just an exception. Fang Jing agreed with this explanation. Although it sounded a bit far-fetched, Feng Yi's current situation was indeed similar to what Tian Hui had read in the ancient book. Feng Yi did not expect that the reason he had made up would actually have a reasonable explanation. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng took out a sphere from his bag. Feng Yi recognized this object. It was a testing sphere used to test special ability levels. However, the testing sphere used during Feng Yi's test was much larger than the one Wang Qingfeng was holding now. Wang Qingfeng placed the testing sphere in front of Feng Yi and said with a smile, Feng Yi, could you please retest your special ability? Feng Yi nodded, stepped forward, and took the testing sphere with both hands. Then he used his special ability on the testing sphere. Immediately, a touch of starlight appeared on the testing sphere. After a moment, the starlight disappeared, and the testing sphere emitted a pleasant mechanical sound. Superspace system ability. When the sound of the testing sphere fell, all four directors of the admissions office were stunned. At this moment, their hearts were like a turbulent sea, doubting if there was something wrong with their ears. Super. Beyond Class S ability level. That was the Class S ability that only existed in concept. Was the world going crazy, or were they going crazy? Did someone really awaken a Class S ability right before their eyes? Director Feng, slap me. I want to see if I'm dreaming, Wang Qingfeng said, staring blankly as he poked Feng Jing, the director of the admissions office from the Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy. Feng Jing also looked dazed, but she obediently fulfilled Wang Qingfeng's request. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap echoed in the conference room, causing Feng Yi to gasp. This isn't a joke. However, he could understand. After all, it was a Class S ability, unprecedented and unrepeatable. They had personally witnessed a historic moment in the history of Blue Star. Anyone would be excited. If Feng Yi had not crossed over and was a native of Blue Star, his level of shock would not be less than that of the four directors at this moment. Wang Qingfeng felt the burning pain on his face and realized this was not a dream. Today, they had truly witnessed the birth of the first Class S ability in the history of Blue Star. At the same time, his gaze towards Feng Yi became exceptionally fervent. He had only one thought in mind. Today he must do everything possible to recruit Feng Yi to Qingbei Academy. Feng Yi, on behalf of Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy, I sincerely invite you to join us. If you choose our Qingbei Academy, I can guarantee that you will receive a class as cultivation resource every year. You will have access to all areas of the academy, and you can browse and learn the martial skills and body refining techniques at any time. If you have any other requests, feel free to mention them. I won't say what I can agree to, just put it forward. I will agree to what I have the authority to agree to, and for what I don't have the authority, I will immediately apply. Once Wang Qingfeng finished speaking, the other three directors of the admissions office finally came back to their senses from shock. At the same time, they thought to themselves that it was bad to let Wang Qingfeng take the lead. However, faced with the first-class ability in history, their thoughts were to do whatever it took to recruit Feng Yi. Feng Yi, on behalf of Modu Ancient Martial Arts Academy, I invite you to join us. What Qingbei Academy can offer you, we Modu Academy can also provide, and in addition, we have a scholarship of 5 million each semester. As expected of Modu Ancient Martial Arts Academy, they were indeed wealthy and bold, directly using cash incentives. The other directors of the admissions offices secretly despised Modu Academy for being too vulgar. However, they had to admit that a scholarship of 5 million per semester was something only Modu Academy could afford. The remaining Shindu Ancient Martial Arts Academy and Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy were in a bit of a dilemma at this time, wondering what kind of conditions they could offer to attract Feng Yi. It was not that they couldn't come up with a scholarship of 5 million per semester, but they didn't have the authority and needed to apply to their superiors. However, by the time they got the approval, it would be too late. So they could only grit their teeth and say that they could offer the same benefits as Modu Academy, and if Feng Yi had other requests, they could immediately help him apply. After the directors finished speaking, they all looked expectantly at Feng Yi, wanting to know what kind of requests he would make. Now it was Feng Yi's turn to be in a dilemma. When it came to making requests, it seemed he really didn't have anything to ask for, mainly because he lacked nothing. As an heir of one of the 5 great families, what did he not have? Therefore, the benefits proposed by the several academies earlier were not attractive to him at all, except for that scholarship of 5 million, which was slightly appealing. Mainly, although the Feng family was one of the 5 great families of China, Feng Yi had been educated to be low-key and not extravagant since childhood. So his pocket money was similar to that of an ordinary family. 5 million was indeed a huge sum for Feng Yi. I'm sorry, I need to think about it. The others expressed no problem, allowing Feng Yi to consider it carefully before making a choice. Watching Feng Yi fall into contemplation, the admissions directors of the several academies felt anxious. They were afraid that Feng Yi would directly choose another academy. However, no one noticed that since Wang Qingfeng expressed Qingbei's sincerity, he had been sending messages on his phone. Just when Feng Yi was struggling with which ancient martial arts academy to choose, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated twice. Feng Yi took out his phone and saw a message from his aunt. Come to Qingbei Academy. He couldn't help but wonder how his aunt knew what he was doing. However, thinking about his aunt's identity and the fact that Wang Qingfeng had been messaging someone, he had some guesses. Wang Qingfeng must have guessed his identity and then contacted his aunt, who teaches at Qingbei University. What Feng Yi didn't understand was why his aunt, who had never cared about his studies, would directly ask him to choose Qingbei Academy this time. Unable to figure it out, he decided to wait until he arrived at Qingbei Academy to ask her in person. So, he had already made up his mind. Since all 4 academies were about equally strong, and his aunt suggested Qingbei, he would choose Qingbei. This would save him from further indecision. He first looked at Zhuowan, the admissions director of Modu Academy. The others felt a chill in their hearts upon seeing this. Could it be that Feng Yi was ultimately defeated by the lure of money? Zhuowan's heart was also racing at this moment. After so many years, the last time her heart raced like this was when she was studying combat postures with her first love. However, Feng Yi soon turned his gaze to Feng Jing from Kyoto Academy and Tian Hui from Shindu Academy, then spoke apologetically, "My choice is Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy." Upon hearing Feng Yi's choice, the admissions teachers from the other 3 academies looked as if their souls had been sucked away, letting out a long sigh. The first concept-level ability, user in history, had just slipped away before their eyes. This was a huge loss for their entire academy. However, they were also puzzled as to why, despite the advantages they had presented being better than those of Qingbei Academy, Feng Yi still chose Qingbei. In stark contrast to the 3 directors, Wang Qingfeng was so excited he could almost jump up. Just a moment ago, he had been messaging the president of Qingbei Academy about Feng Yi's level of ability, urging him to think of what benefits could attract Feng Yi. But before the president could reply, Feng Yi had already chosen Qingbei Academy. Surprises always come suddenly. His voice trembled slightly with excitement as he said to Feng Yi, "Student Feng Yi, rest assured, since you trust Qingbei Academy, in addition to the benefits I mentioned earlier, I will also apply for a scholarship of 5 million for you per semester." "Okay, thank you," Feng Yi replied with a faint smile. 5 million per semester was too good to pass up. With the decision made, the other 3 admissions directors could only accept the result, even if they felt regret. The outcome could not be changed. Everyone's strength was about the same, and the benefits offered were similar, yet others still did not choose their academy. It could only be said that it was fate. One could not force it. They then congratulated Wang Qingfeng. "Director Wang, congratulations on your school acquiring a genius." "Ha ha. Thank you all," Wang Qingfeng replied with a smug smile. The others did not want to see Wang Qingfeng reveling in his success any longer, exchanged a few polite words, and then left the conference room directly. Although they had lost a student with such talent, their work was not yet finished. They might not have secured the first place in the National College Entrance Examination, but they certainly couldn't miss out on the second and third places. After the others left, Wang Qingfeng turned to Feng Yi and said, "Student Feng Yi, welcome to Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy." He then took out an admission notice from his backpack and handed it to Feng Yi. This had been prepared in advance, not just him, but the other 3 admissions directors had also prepared one. As soon as Feng Yi made his choice, they would present it. After Feng Yi took the admission notice, Wang Qingfeng added, "Next, you can take a good month off at home. Our school starts in early August, and you can go to the academy to register early." After saying that, he took out a business card and said, "This is my contact information. When you come to Kyoto, let me know in advance, and I'll come to pick you up." "Okay, Director Wang." Feng Yi accepted the business card. The 2 of them walked out of the conference room together, where President Zhou Fatsai and several vice presidents were waiting. They had initially wanted to treat Wang Qingfeng to a meal, but Wang Qingfeng said he had to rush to Chongqing. They could only reluctantly send him off. After Wang Qingfeng left, Director of Education Dai Jihong hurried over. "Principal, the college entrance examination results are out." Chapter 25. The shocked Feng Jingchuan. Quick, let's see what Feng Yi's score is. It has to be at least in the national top 10. Principal Zhou Fatsai and the vice presidents were all alert, urging Dai Jihong. Dai Jihong's chest was heaving rapidly. He seemed quite exhausted, and his face was filled with excitement. He was holding a tablet, the screen displaying the scores of the students from the first high school participating in the college entrance examination. After seeing the scores, he was so excited that he smashed his own phone. After slapping himself twice to confirm he wasn't dreaming, he hurriedly grabbed the tablet and rushed over. He ran all the way without stopping, eager to share the incredible news with everyone. Dai Jihong trembled as he placed the tablet in front of the crowd. The first name on the list was Feng Yi, followed by Feng Yi, college entrance examination score 608, provincial ranking first, national ranking first, nationwide first. The top scorer of the college entrance examination. Zhou Fatsai couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, he shouted excitedly, "Long live First High School. I've lived for more than half my life, and this is the first time a student has achieved the top score in the college entrance examination in Huaxia." Among the school leaders, the oldest vice president was so moved he shed tears. "Feng Yi, you really brought honor to our school." Zhou Fatsai excitedly grabbed Feng Yi's hand. His face flushed, clearly showing his inner excitement. Feng Yi also did not expect to achieve the top score in the National College Entrance Examination. He had to thank Ding Jiejun for this. If he hadn't given him a perfect score at the end, he really wouldn't have achieved first place. Feng Yi had already decided to order a banner to send to Ding Jiejun later. "Student Feng Yi, come, let us take a picture together. I want to hang the photo in the center of the campus honor wall." Unable to resist Zhou Fatsai's enthusiasm, Feng Yi was forced to pose for more than 10 photos at the school gate. After their emotions calmed down a bit, Feng Yi finally said goodbye to the school leaders. Just after Feng Yi left, the school also posted the results of the college entrance examination on the campus website. At the same time, the results of this year's college entrance examination in Huaxia were reported by major news media, especially the official media of Rongqing, which released the joyful news the moment they got the information. Feng Yi's name echoed throughout Huaxia in just one day. It could be said that anyone who paid attention to the college entrance examination knew about Feng Yi. In previous years, Rongqing had been overshadowed by the neighboring mountain city in the college entrance examination, but this year, Thanks to Feng Yi, they finally caught a breath. The Rongqing government announced it would award Feng Yi 6 million in rewards and a villa. Due to Feng Yi's fame, Rongqing has also benefited. It is already a famous tourist city in China, and now even more people are coming to Rongqing for tourism. In a villa in Kyoto, a blonde teenager looked at the news on his phone about the top scorer of the Chinese college entrance examination, his eyes cold. He then dialed a number. I want all information on that Feng Yi within 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the phone rang on time. Can't find it? A hint of coldness flashed in the blonde teenager's eyes, but soon a smile appeared on his face as if he had thought of something. All right, I got it. After hanging up the phone, a sickly smile appeared on his face as he murmured, stepping on the Feng family air is probably quite enjoyable. After leaving school, Feng Yi went straight home. Explain yourself, young Master Feng. Feng Jingchuan placed his phone on the table, staring intently into Feng Yi's eyes. Feng Yi had been mentally prepared for this scene and had also prepared his response. He directly repeated what he had told the admission director of the 4 major academies earlier, and then mentioned the speculation from the admission director of Chengdu Academy, Tianhui. After listening, Feng Jingchuan frowned. This was also the first time he encountered such a situation. However, it was a good thing that his grandson's talent had improved. He had originally lost hope in Feng Yi, only wanting him to marry early and have a child, so he could cultivate his great-grandson well. It seemed now he needed to rethink his plans. So what is your ability now? Well, don't be scared when I tell you. Feng Yi worried that Feng Jingchuan, at his age, might not be able to handle it, so he gave a precautionary warning. Don't joke, what kind of big storms have I not seen? Back in the Starry Sky battlefield, I faced millions of alien beasts and wasn't afraid. Can your abilities scare me? Are you some kind of level ability? Feng Jingchuan glared, puffing his beard and glaring. That's not it. Feng Yi chuckled awkwardly. He indeed was not a level ability, but a level higher than that. If you're not a level, what are you talking about? Do you think a level ability can scare me? I've seen more level abilities than you've had meals. Feng Jingchuan snorted coldly. What if I say I'm a level ability? Would you believe me? Feng Yi asked tentatively. Feng Jingchuan's expression turned cold. Are you messing with me? A level ability? Why don't you just fly to the sky? Feng Yi knew Feng Jingchuan wouldn't believe easily, so he stopped talking nonsense and directly demonstrated his ability in front of him. He raised his hand towards Feng Jingchuan's arm and softly said, Space compression. Feng Jingchuan's expression immediately froze. He could clearly feel the space around his arm shrinking, as if a steel hand was tightly gripping his arm. Who was he? He was the head of the Feng family, a heavenly level cultivator. In Feng, he was just a human level cultivator who had just stepped into the star forging realm. The gap between them was like that of a worm and an eagle. But now the worm could actually make him feel pain. How could this not shock him? Seeing the shock on Feng Jingchuan's face, Feng Yi withdrew his ability. He spread his hands and said helplessly, Grandpa, do you believe me now? The admission directors of the 4 major academies personally tested me. Wait a moment. After saying that, Feng Jingchuan directly got up and returned to his room. Shortly after, he took out an ability test ball. Tested again. Feng Yi could only comply, using his ability with the test ball. Super space ability. It wasn't until he heard the voice from the test ball that Feng Jingchuan finally believed the fact. He stared at Feng Yi, wanted to see if this person in front of him was really his grandson. After a while, Feng Jingchuan suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Grandpa, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Feng Yi was taken aback. He hoped his grandfather wasn't going crazy. Feng Jingchuan patted Feng Yi on the shoulder. Good boy. You truly are from my old Feng family. I can now confidently hand the Feng family over to you. At this point, Feng Jingchuan's expression became very serious. Remember, from today on, don't tell anyone your ability level. Anyone. Feng Yi nodded dumbly and asked, what about the 4 major academies? Leave that to me. You don't need to worry about it. After saying that, Feng Jingchuan asked Feng Yi to have a couple of drinks with him today and then went straight back to his room. At the Spring City Airport, Wang Qingfeng, Feng Jing, Zhuan, and Tian Hui had just gotten off the plane when their phones rang simultaneously. Hello, Principal. Okay, don't worry, I understand. This matter will stay with me. After hanging up the phone, the 4 of them exchanged glances without saying a word. In the following month, as the excitement of the college entrance examination gradually subsided, Feng Yi's name, like the top scores of previous years, was slowly forgotten by people. However, the only difference was that during Feng Yi's peak popularity, many people wanted to dig up more information about him. Yet in the end, nothing was uncovered, and so far, people only knew that Feng Yi was a student of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. As for Feng Yi's family background and his parents, none of that information was exposed to the public. Feng Yi was also known as the most mysterious top scorer of the college entrance examination. A month quickly passed, and Feng Yi was about to set off for Kyoto. Qingbei Academy was directly opposite Kyoto Academy, which led to frequent comparisons between the two top ancient martial arts academies. There were also frequent frictions between students from both academies. The four major academies of China are located in the east, west, and north of China, while the south still lacks a top ancient martial arts academy. Xiao Yi, have you packed your things? The car is almost here. Early in the morning. As soon as Feng Yi finished packing, Zhong Huilan urged from outside. Okay, I'll be out soon. After putting his suitcase into the space ring, Feng Yi stepped out of his room. But as soon as he stepped out, he was stunned. Grandpa, Grandma, what are you doing? In the living room, several large packages and suitcases were already arranged, making it look like they were moving. Zhong Huilan walked out of the room and explained with a smile. Your grandpa is going to the capital for a meeting again, and you're leaving too. It would be quite boring for me to stay in Rongqing alone, so I might as well go to the capital with your grandpa for a while. However, Feng Yi looked at the large and small bags and thought they didn't seem like they were just going for a short time. But it looks like you're about to move out of the house. Feng Yi observed around. Aside from tables, chairs, pots, and some large appliances, almost everything else was packed into suitcases. Even the calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls were packed away. If he said they weren't moving, no one would believe it. Sai, you know your grandpa. When does he ever attend a meeting for less than 10 days or half a month? Sometimes it can even be a month or two. If I miss home, I could just unpack these things to have a bit of a home feeling. In response, Feng Yi could only be skeptical. If you say that this large pile of luggage is not for a long-term stay in Kyoto, no one would believe it. At this moment, Feng Jingchuan led a person dressed in a Jinxing Division uniform into the room. Feng Yi looked over and recognized a familiar face. The middle-aged man following Feng Jingchuan was indeed the invigilator from the day of the college entrance examination, the man full of righteousness. Feng Yi, we meet again. The man from the Jinxing Division greeted Feng Yi with a smile as he entered. Feng Yi didn't know his name and could only respond, hello. It was then that Feng Jingchuan spoke up to introduce him. He is your father's classmate, the director of the Jinxing Division in Rongqing, Li Long. You can call him Uncle Li. Hello. Uncle Li, Feng Yi said obediently. Li Long looked at Feng Yi with admiration in his eyes. Seeing you is like seeing your father when we first met. You're simply a replica of him, though you are even a bit more handsome. As he said this, he seemed to recall something and sighed. It's a pity I haven't had a drink with your father in such a long time. Feng Yi could understand Li Long's feelings. After all, he hadn't seen his own parents for 5 years either. He didn't even know where they were now, and how long it would be until that secret mission ended. There will be opportunities. Perhaps my dad will complete his mission and return soon. Feng Yi was comforting Li Long, but he was also comforting himself. I hope so, Li Long said with a bitter smile, then changed the subject. All right, it's getting late. Let's talk while we walk. I'm specially here to see you off today. Hearing Li Long's words, Feng Yi finally understood his purpose for coming today. Feng Jingchuan walked over to the large pile of luggage, waved his hand, and all the luggage was stored in his spatial bracelet. Let's go. The group walked out together. Outside the door, a black SUV was parked by the roadside. Li Long ran to the car door, opened it, and let Feng Jingchuan and Zhong Huilan sit in the back seat. Then he turned to Feng Yi and said, Xiao Yi, you can sit in the front passenger seat. Okay. Feng Yi nodded and opened the passenger door to sit inside. After sending Feng Yi's family to the airport, Li Long helped them check in, running back and forth. Before going through security, Feng Jingchuan thanked Li Long. Xiao Li, I trouble you today, director. Li Long quickly stopped Feng Jingchuan. Uncle, you shouldn't say that. With Chehan not at home, it's only right for us friends to help him out a bit. Just treat me as your son. There's no need for thanks. He continued. Besides, with your status, so many people would love to send you off but don't have the chance. I'm honored to do this. Chehan is Feng Yi's father's name, Feng Chehan. Hearing Li Long's words, Feng Yi couldn't help but think, Dad, if you don't come back soon, the house will be stolen. You'll have to become someone else's dad. However, Li Long's compliments clearly had an effect, and Feng Jingchuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. After some more casual conversation, Li Long finally left. The three generations then passed through security and boarded the plane to Beijing. It was unclear whether Feng Jingchuan was low-key or just frugal. Being one of the 5 great families of Huaxia, they were still sitting in economy class on the plane. After so many years, couldn't they enjoy a little luxury? Beijing, the center of Huaxia. This wasn't Feng Yi's first time here. He had come with his family a few times when he was younger, but back then, he was too small to remember much. After growing up and being busy with studies, he hadn't come back to Beijing since. After many years, Feng Yi finally returned. Upon exiting the airport, Feng Yi intended to take a taxi, but was stopped by Feng Jingchuan, who said someone was there to pick them up. Feng Yi thought about it. After all, Feng Jingchuan was the head of the Feng family, so it was unlikely he wouldn't have a dedicated driver in Kyoto. Following Feng Jingchuan out of the airport, they walked towards a black Hongqi car parked by the roadside. A man in black stood by the Hongqi car, and upon seeing Feng Jingchuan, he promptly opened the car door and respectfully bowed as they reached the front of the car. Feng Lao, you've worked hard on the way. Feng Jingchuan maintained his calm demeanor, nodded slightly, and then got into the car. When it was Feng Yi's turn to get in, the man in black also respectfully bowed and held up his hand to shield Feng Yi from the car roof. Young Master Feng. The title caught Feng Yi off guard. It was the first time anyone had called him Young Master Feng, and being in Kyoto added to the feeling of being a young master in the circle. However, if one would say so, he indeed counted as a young master in the Kyoto circle, just relatively low-key. Perhaps this was what true privilege looked like. Seeing Feng Yi dazed, the man in black felt a bit awkward. This scene was noticed by Feng Jingchuan, who scolded him. They're calling you. What are you standing there for, young Master Feng? Hearing this, Feng Yi came back to his senses and got into the car. Thank you. It's nothing, young Master Feng. The man in black smiled. After getting in the car, he fell silent, driving quietly ahead. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, so Feng Yi took the initiative to speak. Grandma, where are you planning to stay in Beijing this time? Before Zhong Huilan could answer, Feng Jingchuan interjected, Why worry about that? Do you think I would let your grandma sleep on the street? Feng Yi pouted, already accustomed to Feng Jingchuan's temper. Zhong Huilan turned to glare at Feng Jingchuan before smiling at Feng Yi. Xiao Yi, do you remember the courtyard where you stayed when you were little? That's Sihiyuan? Upon hearing Zhong Huilan's words, some hazy images appeared in Feng Yi's mind. He only had memories of that Sihiyuan from his childhood visits to Beijing because he remembered the little girl next door often came to play with him and said she would marry him when they grew up. He just didn't know what that little girl looked like now or if he would have the chance to see her again. Zhong Huilan nodded and took Feng Yi's hand. Yes, we'll stay there again this time. If you're not used to staying at school, you can also go back there. Okay, Feng Yi agreed without hesitation, thinking about whether he would meet his childhood playmate again. However, before he could feel happy, he heard Feng Jingchuan say, What is there to be uncomfortable about at school? My Feng family's children aren't that spoiled. Other kids can adapt. Why can't he? Hey, you old man, can't I just want my grandson to spend more time with me? You always meddle in everything. Just take care of your work and stop pointing fingers. Seeing his grandmother stand up for him, Feng Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In this family, only his grandmother could handle Feng Jingchuan. The man in black took Feng Yi alone to the gate of Qingbei Academy before bringing Feng Jingchuan and Zhong Huilan to the Sihiyuan. The entrance of Qingbei Academy was not as grand as that of Kyoto Academy across the street, but it had a unique style, reminiscent of ancient designs, with the words Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy written above. The Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy is different from other ancient martial arts academies. As soon as you enter the academy gate, you can see the walls adorned with the academy's honors. However, inside the Qingbei Academy, it is very simple. There are no introductions about the academy and no dazzling honor walls. There are only rows of green plants by the roadside and ancient towering trees. The ancient and elegant architecture has been preserved since ancient times. There is no need for excessive elaboration. Everyone who steps into Qingbei Academy can feel its profound heritage. Feng Yi couldn't help but marvel that Qingbei Academy is indeed the oldest and most historically rich ancient martial arts academy in China, without exception. Nowadays, all ancient martial arts academies in China trace their roots back to Qingbei Academy. If one had to choose a top academy among the 4 major academies, the vast majority of Chinese people would choose Qingbei Academy. Just as Feng Yi was reflecting, a sweet female voice rang in his ear. Hello, classmate. Do you know how to get to the new student registration office? Feng Yi came back to his senses and saw that the speaker was a girl with a high ponytail, delicate features, and fair skin. She was wearing a short-sleeved sports shirt and shorts, her long legs catching the eye. The girl's beauty stunned Feng Yi in his 2 lifetimes. No celebrity or internet sensation could compare to her. Just a faint smile at the corner of her mouth almost melted his heart, making the afternoon sunlight seem pink. She was undoubtedly a sweet girl with a beauty that could be considered national level. I don't know either. I'm a new student just like you. Feng Yi replied honestly, unable to bring himself to lie to such a sweet girl. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were a senior, the girl said apologetically. Feng Yi waved his hand. It's fine. The girl always wore a sweet smile and took the initiative to invite Feng Yi. Since we are so fated, why don't we ask others where the new student registration office is? Feng Yi was taken aback. Wasn't that supposed to be his line? How did it get stolen? Of course, he wouldn't refuse the sweet girl's invitation and quickly agreed. But then he remembered something and said to her, wait for me to make a call. Maybe we won't need to ask anyone else. The girl stood on her tiptoes, nodded, looking adorably cute. Feng Yi took out his phone and dialed the number of his friend, Fatty. Because he teamed up with Feng Yi for the college entrance examination. Fatty scored an impressive 505, ranking 42nd in the country. Perhaps it was another special bond of fate. Fatty was also admitted to Qingbei Academy in advance. After 2 rings, the call was answered. Hey Fatty, where are you? I'm about to arrive at Qingbei Academy. Have you made it to Kyoto? I'm already at the gate of Qingbei Academy. Wow, did you fly here or what? So fast. Cut the crap. Do you know where the new student registration office is? Of course I do. I've been asking around clearly. All right, when will you get here? I'll wait for you at the gate. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right there. After hanging up, Feng Yi smiled at the girl. All set. Someone will come to guide us later. No need to ask around anymore, which saves you trouble. By the way, my name is Feng Yi. What's yours? It suddenly occurred to Feng Yi that he didn't know the sweet girl's name yet. The girl, however, innocently replied, I didn't say. Hearing this, Feng Yi was taken aback. His gaze toward the girl changed. He thought she was quite pretty, but unfortunately, she seemed a bit clueless. Seeing Feng Yi in a daze, the girl burst into laughter. Just kidding. My name is Jiang Liao. Nice to meet you, Feng Yi. Jiang Liao smiled and extended her delicate hand. Since the girl was being so proactive, Feng Yi couldn't be shy and shook her soft hand generously. A cool sensation came over him, dispelling some of the summer heat. I'm also very happy to meet you. After saying that, he reluctantly let go of Jiang Liao's hand. Fatty hadn't arrived yet, so the two chatted for a bit. A few minutes later, the roar of an engine sounded from a distance. Feng Yi and Jiang Liao looked towards the sound, curious about who was being so inconsiderate in broad daylight. They saw a supercar drifting and stopping right in front of Qingbei Academy. When Feng Yi recognized who was in the car, he sighed and covered his face. Bro, you've embarrassed me completely. Chapter 28, what a contrast. After a long time, Fatty, who was sitting in the car, took off his sunglasses and gave Feng Yi a very flashy expression. Feng Yi lowered his head, not wanting to acknowledge this embarrassing guy. He had just been wondering who was so inconsiderate, and he never expected it to be the Fatty he was waiting for. Get in, bro. Let me show you the speed and excitement. Feng Yi rolled his eyes at the car, which had only 2 seats. You only have 2 seats in this junk car. Don't you see there are 2 of us? Hearing this, Fatty finally noticed Jiang Liao behind Feng Yi. His eyes lit up when he saw the beauty, and he squinted playfully. Oh, what's up, little bro? It hasn't been long, and you've found romance again? I was wondering why you hadn't contacted me in a month. Turns out you had a lovely companion. Shut up, Feng, he said darkly. Then turned to Jiang Liao to apologize. I'm sorry. He is just like that, loves to talk nonsense. Don't mind him. Just treat what he says like hot air. Jiang Liao covered her mouth and chuckled. It's okay. That kind of personality is nice. At least it won't be boring to be friends with him. Seeing that Jiang Liao wasn't angry, Feng Yi urged Fatty to hurry up and find a place to park the car. After Fatty parked the car, before Feng Yi could introduce them, Fatty stepped in front of Jiang Liao and casually introduced himself. Hello, beautiful. My name is Li Sui, but you can call me Fatty. May I ask for your name? Fatty's enthusiasm left Jiang Liao a bit flustered, and she shyly shook his hand lightly. Hello, I'm Jiang Liao. So you're the younger sister of Liao. I've heard so much about you, Fatty said, but before he could finish, Feng Yi couldn't take it anymore and pulled him away. If he let Fatty keep talking, who knows what nonsense he would say next. Can you be quiet? She is also a new student reporting to Qingbei. We just met. Jiang Liao's face turned red upon hearing Fatty call her younger sister, her cheeks blooming like a flower. However, Fatty's expression showed disbelief at Feng Yi's explanation. He wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Feng Yi pulling him, the pain in his arm forcing him to change what he was about to say. I believe. Afterward, he felt the sharp pain in his arm vanish. Feng Yi patted Fatty with satisfaction and said, lead the way to the new student registration office. Fatty pouted in grievance, feeling somewhat shocked. How did this guy's strength increase again? Just now, when faced with the pain in his arm. Fatty wanted to resist, but found he couldn't fight back at all. A month ago, he was still one small realm higher than Feng Yi, but unexpectedly. Just a month later, Feng Yi's strength had risen to a level he could not resist. What the fat man didn't know was that Feng Yi had not been idle during this month. Under the supervision of Feng Jingchuan, he had been undergoing specialized training. Not only had his realm improved, but there were also significant enhancements in battle experience and awareness. If Feng Yi were to fight against his past self from a month ago, the outcome would only be a complete victory for him. If someone were to ask how much Feng Yi's strength had increased, he wouldn't be able to say. However, being personally and unreservedly taught by some of the top individuals in Huaxia, how many people in the entire Blue Star could have such treatment? Even if one were a pig, they would become the king of pigs, let alone Feng Yi, the world's first-grade talent. Even Feng Jingchuan was surprised by Feng Yi's rate of growth. Under the guidance of the fat man, the three of them entered Qingbei University, the highest institution of learning in Huaxia. After walking for about 20 minutes, they finally saw a sign in front of a building that looked quite old. It read New Student Registration Office. However, since the registration day was tomorrow, there weren't many people at this time. Just as they were about to enter the building, a few young people approached them. They seemed to be students of Qingbei Academy as well. One boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked delighted upon seeing Jiang Liao. Liao, you're here. Why didn't you call me? I could have come to pick you up. As he spoke, the boy with glasses completely ignored the fat man and Feng, walking directly up to Jiang Liao with a look of eagerness. Jiang Liao didn't seem to have any good feelings towards the boy with glasses. Hearing his overly familiar address, she felt a chill in her heart. Are we that familiar? After saying this, she directly bypassed the boy with glasses. Hearing Jiang Liao's dismissive words, the boy with glasses immediately felt embarrassed. He forced a smile and reached out to block Jiang Liao, who was trying to ignore him. Liao, are you going to register? Let me take you. Get out of the way. Jiang Liao's tone was icy, and there was already a hint of displeasure on her face. However, the boy with glasses did not step aside. Instead, he attempted to grab Jiang Liao's hand. Just as she was about to take action, a hand next to her grabbed the boy's outstretched hand. Can't you hear when someone tells you to get lost? Feng Yi's cold voice came from his side. The boy with glasses tried to break free from Feng Yi's grip, but he found that Feng Yi's hand was like an unfeeling iron claw. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Who the hell are you? The boy with glasses looked at Feng Yi with annoyance. Feng Yi coldly laughed and violently swung his hand, sending the boy with glasses stumbling to the side. With the help of the two people who had come out with him, he managed to stop himself. At this moment, Feng Yi smiled and said to him, I'm your father. This completely broke the boy with glasses, who had already lost face in front of Jiang Liao and now had the rest of his dignity trampled by this person who had appeared out of nowhere. You bastard. The boy with glasses exploded with a presence far beyond the initial stage of star casting. Jiang Liao and the fat man both changed their expressions, not expecting this boy with glasses to be so strong. He seemed to be at least at the 5th level of star casting. The fat man stood next to Feng Yi, staring heavily at the boy with glasses, but there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Jiang Liao stood directly in front of Feng Yi, questioning the boy with glasses. Kong Haoxiang, what do you want to do? At this moment, Kong Haoxiang was not blinded by anger. He wouldn't attack Jiang Liao, but he wouldn't let this Feng Yi, who had appeared out of nowhere, go either. His expression darkened. Liao, step aside. Jiang Liao was clear that this incident was caused by her, and Feng Yi was only getting in a conflict with Kong Haoxiang to help her. So, she did not step aside. Instead, she took out a battle scythe that was as long as her height from her spatial bracelet. Upon seeing Jiang Liao's weapon, Feng Yi's eyes narrowed. A girl with such a sweet appearance actually wielded a weapon identical to that of the Grim Reaper. What contrast! When Kong Haoxiang saw Jiang Liao take out her weapon, he understood her intentions, and his expression became extremely ugly. He could only look at Feng Yi behind Jiang Liao and mock, You motherfucker, do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Chapter 29, Taiji Divine Art. Third superpower. Provocation. Feng Yi sneered and directly stepped forward. It had indeed been a month since he had fought, and his hands were itching. Don't. Jiang Liao tried to reach out to stop Feng Yi. She didn't know Feng Yi's specific strength, but she knew that he was just a new student like herself, while Kong Haoxiang was an older student from the previous year. However, Feng Yi gently pushed her hand away and smiled. It's fine, don't worry. for some reason. Upon seeing the confident smile on Feng Yi's face, she chose to trust him unconditionally. Her previously anxious heart calmed down in that instant. Seeing that his provocation had worked, Kong Haoxiang's mouth curved up slightly. He was originally worried that Jiang Liao would stop Feng Yi, but now that Feng Yi seemed to want to seek death, he would have to accommodate him. Kid, today your senior will give you a lesson. In the future, keep a low profile. You should know that trouble comes from a mouth. As he spoke, Kong Haoxiang took out a pair of alloy gauntlets from his spatial bracelet and put them on. These gauntlets were made of a new type of alloy, and their weight was almost imperceptible, yet they were incredibly sturdy. Kong Haoxiang slowly walked toward Feng Yi, grinning as he clashed his fists together a few times. The metallic clinking sounds echoed. Feng Yi did not draw his Ningxue sword. Upon hearing the sound of the alloy gauntlets clashing, he thought to himself that these gauntlets looked pretty tough, but being hard is good. He just hoped they were hard enough. Seeing Feng Yi standing still without even using his weapon, Kong Haoxiang immediately felt that he was being silently insulted. Who does he think he is? Fighting me barehanded? He immediately decided that he would make Feng Yi truly feel the power of his punches today. He pulled back his right fist, gathering power, and the gauntlets began to emit brilliant starlight. The longer he gathered power, the brighter the starlight emitted from the gauntlets became, resembling a star. Star fist. With a roar, Kong Haoxiang swung his fist, transforming into a shooting star as he charged at Feng Yi. Facing this fierce punch, Feng Yi did not make any excessive movements. Instead, he closed his eyes. It seemed as if he was preparing to endure this punch with his body. The fat man beside him couldn't help but feel anxious, unable to understand what Feng Yi was doing. Has he become inflated? Or is he just trying to show off in front of a pretty girl? The two older students accompanying Kong Haoxiang were also perplexed upon seeing Feng Yi close his eyes. Is this new student crazy? He might know he isn't a match for Senior Kong and has resigned himself. Senior Kong's martial skill is a high-level technique. Even those at the same realm wouldn't dare to take it head-on. This new student is going to get beaten to the point of shitting himself. In the face of Feng Yi's unreasonable reaction, only Jiang Mengyao had confidence in him. Although she didn't know why Feng Yi didn't choose to defend, she believed in him deep down. In the blink of an eye, Kong Haoxiang had already reached Feng Yi, and his fist was aimed directly at Feng Yi's chest. Just as the alloy gauntlet was about to hit Feng Yi, he seemed to have opened his third eye, slightly tilting his body with a strange speed. Kong Haoxiang's punch grazed Feng Yi's chest and struck the air. What? Kong Haoxiang was startled, not understanding how Feng Yi had dodged. But before he could react, he felt a pair of hands grab his own. His heart trembled, and then he felt his feet uncontrollably leave the ground. Feng Yi had grabbed his hand and swung him around. After a spin, he felt an irresistible force pulling him back, and then he experienced a sharp pain in his chest. Using Kong Haoxiang's strength to swing him up, Feng Yi then kicked him in the chest. Kong Haoxiang was sent flying. In midair, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood mist. He then fell heavily to the ground. The intense pain in his chest made him lie there, groaning in agony. Throughout the process, Feng Yi had kept his eyes closed, and the entire sequence took only a few seconds. When Feng Yi opened his eyes, he saw the dazed expressions of others. He chuckled softly to himself. Surprised, right? That's the right reaction. When he first saw this martial art demonstrated by Feng Jingchuan, he was also astonished. Without using any star power, Feng Yi couldn't hurt him even if he tried his best. Moreover, Feng Jingchuan had used this martial art to dodge his void absolute sword formation. This martial art was also a closely guarded secret of the Feng family, originating from the ancient human emperor, the ancestor of the Feng family. The Tai Chi divine skill is not a single martial art, but encompasses various martial techniques, each belonging to a different level. It is the foundation that allows the Feng family to stand among the 5 great families of Huaxia. What Feng Yi had just used was the Tai Chi movement technique and Tai Chi fist technique from the Tai Chi divine skill. The reason Feng Yi could dodge Kong Haoxiang's attack with his eyes closed is due to his third supernatural ability, the divine eye of the god level. He only needs to close his eyes to use it, allowing him to clearly perceive everything around him. As his strength increases, the range of perception also expands. Indeed, Feng Yi's current realm has surpassed the human level and entered the earth level. He is now at the first stage of the earth level, the shaking light stage. There are 3 realms in the earth level: shaking light, opening sun, and jade balance. Feng Yi's rapid increase in realm is due to his innate talent. The enhancement from the Big Dipper space and the assistance of starstones. During this month, while cultivating, Feng Yi had been soaking in starstones. Feng Jingchuan generously threw 1,000 starstones to Feng Yi. In just a month, all the starstones were consumed. Feng Yi's realm rapidly improved, directly crossing a significant level from the first layer of star casting to the first layer of shaking light. Kong Haoxiang only had the strength of the 7th layer of star casting, so even if Feng Yi didn't use any martial techniques, he could easily defeat him. The reason he used 2 high-level martial techniques to crush a mosquito was that Feng Yi wanted to test the power of the martial techniques created by his ancestor. Otherwise, Kong Haoxiang was not worthy of him using such powerful martial arts. After regaining his senses from the shock, Kong Haoxiang's 2 senior classmates quickly rushed to his side to check on him. At this moment, Kong Haoxiang was continuously spitting blood, and his chest had collapsed, clearly indicating that his ribs had been broken. This was still under the condition that Feng Yi had held back. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just been a few broken ribs. Meanwhile, the commotion had also attracted the attention of the college mentors in the office. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle hurriedly came out of the office. What happened here? Feng Yi looked towards the voice and found that the person was a familiar face. It was Wang Qingfeng, the director of the admissions office from the first high school in Rongqing. As soon as Wang Qingfeng came out, he saw Kong Haoxiang lying on the ground, spitting blood, and a surge of anger rose in his heart. Fighting privately within the college is prohibited. This is a rule of Qingbei College, a red line that all students know. But now, a student had actually ignored the school rules and openly crossed the red line. He looked up, but the anger on his face instantly disappeared. Chapter 30. Taibai resident Wang Qingfeng ignored Kong Haoxiang lying on the ground and walked directly to Feng Yi, looking at him with concern. Feng Yi, are you all right? Puffed. Kong Haoxiang almost choked when he heard this. How could he be fine standing there? Instead, he was the one who was about to die. Didn't he see that? I'm fine. Feng Yi shook his head. Hearing that Feng Yi was okay, Wang Qingfeng finally felt relieved. If anything happened to Feng Yi at the college, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Not to mention Feng Yi's family background. Even the college wouldn't let him off. When did you arrive in Kyoto? Why didn't you tell me in advance so I could pick you up? Upon hearing Wang Qingfeng's words, Kong Haoxiang and the 2 senior classmates beside him were all stunned. The director of the admissions office personally came to pick him up. Who exactly was this new student? To have such a big face? The director of the admissions office of one of the 4 major colleges, Qingbei College, was so polite to him. Kong Haoxiang had probably kicked a steel plate this time. The 2 senior classmates were already considering whether they should directly distance themselves from Kong Haoxiang to avoid being implicated later, which would truly be an unwarranted disaster. At this time, Feng Yi remembered that when he was in Rongqing, Wang Qingfeng had indeed told him to let him know in advance when he came to Kyoto. However, Feng Yi had long forgotten about it. Mainly, his personality was not one to trouble others. I just arrived today, and my grandfather happened to be coming to Kyoto as well, so someone is picking him up. I thought I wouldn't trouble you. Feng Yi explained apologetically. Upon hearing Feng Yi mention his grandfather, Wang Qingfeng's heart tightened. A month ago, after getting off the plane in Spring City and receiving that phone call, he had already made a decision about Feng Yi's identity. And Feng Yi's grandfather was likely that person. Since Feng Yi had come with that person, it indeed wasn't necessary for him to pick him up. Wang Qingfeng nodded. So that is how it is. At this moment, he also caught sight of Jiang Liao, behind Feng Yi. Oh, Jiang's classmate is here too. It seemed that the 2 had already met. Jiang Liao politely bowed slightly. Hello, Director Wang. Seeing Jiang Liao being so polite, Wang Qingfeng was very pleased, and then remembered Kong Haoxiang lying on the ground. He turned his head, frowned, and looked at Kong Haoxiang, asking what happened. The 2 senior classmates knew he was asking them. They dared not hide anything and recounted the entire incident. After listening, Wang Qingfeng's gaze towards Kong Haoxiang turned very displeased. What a clueless fool. It's a good thing you didn't hurt Feng Yi and Jiang Liao. Otherwise, even if you bankrupted me, I wouldn't be able to compensate. Take this disgraceful thing to the infirmary. Wang Qingfeng's tone was full of disdain. The 2 senior classmates quickly carried Kong Haoxiang away. Wang Qingfeng turned around and performed a quick face-changing act, smiling at Feng Yi and the other 2. Come on, I'll help you with your enrollment procedures. After following Wang Qingfeng into an office, he took out a contract and handed it to Feng Yi. It listed all the promised benefits. Feng Yi glanced over it, confirmed there were no issues, and directly signed his name. Jiang Liao and the chubby guy also signed the contract. After completing the procedures, Wang Qingfeng assigned dormitories to the three of them. The dormitories at Qingbei Academy are all designed like courtyard houses, with 4 people sharing one courtyard. Each person has a separate room. Of course, for safety reasons, male and female dormitories are separated, so there won't be a situation where both genders share a courtyard. Upon hearing this, the chubby guy sighed in disappointment. He had hoped to encounter some special fate, but it seemed there was no chance now. However, the male and female dormitories were in the same direction. After reaching a fork in the path, Jiang Liao stopped. She looked apologetically at Feng Yi. I'm sorry, Feng Yi. I didn't expect to run into Kong Haoxiang and cause you trouble. Feng Yi had no intention of blaming Jiang Liao. He had just acted in defense of what he saw as injustice. Of course, if Kong Haoxiang continued to provoke him, that would be a matter between them, unrelated to Jiang Liao. Jiang Liao, if you consider me a friend, don't worry about it. I didn't take it to heart. After hearing this, Jiang Liao's pretty face returned to a smile. All right, let's exchange contact information. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Good. Feng Yi took out his phone and added Jiang Liao as a chat friend. The chubby guy piped up with a sour tone. How about adding me too? Feng Yi gave him a roll of his eyes and said to Jiang Liao, don't add him. His intentions aren't pure. The chubby guy became anxious upon hearing this. Feng Yi, you're being too unreasonable. When have I ever not invited you to dinner? Now that a girl is inviting you, you want to abandon me for a 2-person world, right? Fine, fine. To prevent the chubby guy from saying anything outrageous, Feng Yi hurriedly covered his mouth. What nonsense are you talking? Adding you is fine, but you pay for the meal. For the chubby guy, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem at all, and he nodded vigorously in agreement. Jiang Liao also smiled and added the chubby guy as a chat friend. After saying goodbye, Jiang Liao parted ways with Feng Yi and the chubby guy at the fork. After walking for a while, Feng Yi and the chubby guy finally found their dormitory, which was labeled Tai-Bai Residence. Along the way, Feng Yi noticed that all the courtyard names were based on star names, such as Yinghua Residence, Tianlang Residence, Qiming Residence, and Qianlu Residence. Upon entering the courtyard, they found that Feng Yi and the chubby guy had chosen 2 adjacent rooms. The other 2 rooms were tightly closed, indicating that their roommates had not yet arrived. Both were a bit excited about what their new roommates would be like, hoping they wouldn't be fools like Kong Haoxiang and Ding Jiejun. The rooms were fully furnished, with carpets on the floor for convenience during meditation and training. The decoration style was traditional, giving it a unique charm. After putting their luggage away, Feng Yi and the chubby guy left Tai-Bai Residence to grab a meal. Meanwhile, Kong Haoxiang, after receiving treatment for his injuries from the school nurse, quickly recovered. At this moment, he felt extremely humiliated and vowed to make Feng Yi pay. After leaving the infirmary, he made a phone call and then took a taxi away from the academy. In front of a high-end club in Kyoto, Kong Haoxiang got out of the car. Inside a private room of the club, a blonde youth was drinking and chatting with several peers of similar age, each of them holding a well-endowed and elegantly dressed young woman. Kong Haoxiang approached the door of the private room, knocked, and after receiving permission, cautiously entered. He respectfully approached the blonde youth. Ying Xiao, you have to help me. Chapter 31. 2 new roommates. Kong Haoxiang knelt on the ground, his tone humble. The blonde youth glanced at Kong Haoxiang, who was on the floor like a dog, and smiled. What's wrong, young Master Kong? Kong Haoxiang cried, snot and tears flowing. Ying Xiao, I ran into Liao today, and she was with 2 guys who seemed quite close. Knowing your brother's relationship with Liao, I intended to ask about their identities, but I ended up getting hit by one of them. Kong Haoxiang's voice was filled with grievance, like a wronged wife. However, the blonde youth sneered. Are you even worthy to call her Liao? Hearing the cold tone, Kong Haoxiang's heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, Ying Xiao. Before Kong Haoxiang could finish, the blonde youth coldly interrupted him. Slap yourself. Without any hesitation, Kong Haoxiang raised his hand and began to slap himself across the face. Smack, smack, smack. The sound of crisp slaps echoed in the private room. Everyone around watched with interest as Kong Haoxiang continued to slap himself until his face was swollen like a pig's head. Only then did the blonde youth satisfyingly allow him to stop. All right, what's that guy's name? Kong Haoxiang gratefully said thank you, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. I think his name is Feng Yi. I noticed Wang Qingfeng treated him with great respect. He might have some background. As soon as Feng Yi's name was mentioned, Kong Haoxiang gritted his teeth. Feng Yi, A glimmer of amusement flashed in the blonde youth's eyes. I see. You can go now. After saying that, he kicked the prostrate Kong Haoxiang out of the room. After Kong Haoxiang clumsily got up, he forced a smile and nodded at the blonde youth before carefully leaving the private room. Once Kong Haoxiang was gone, the blonde youth chuckled to himself. I didn't go looking for you, yet you came knocking on my door. He beckoned to a younger-looking guy nearby, who leaned in close. After whispering a few words in his ear, the guy nodded seriously, indicating he understood, and then left the private room. After completing all this, the blonde youth raised his glass with one hand, encouraging others to keep drinking, while his other hand slid into the neckline of the young woman beside him. Hearing her slightly pained moan, a sickly satisfaction appeared on his face. After Feng Yi and the chubby guy finished eating and returned to Tai Bai residence. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, they saw a boy who looked as thin as a monkey sweeping the yard with a broom. Hearing the noise behind him, he turned around and, upon seeing them, put on a courteous smile and jogged over. Hello, brothers. I'm new here. My name is Winsong, but you can call me Monkey. I hope to get along well in the future. Winsong wiped his hands on his clothes and extended his hand towards the two. Feng Yi and the chubby guy exchanged glances and shook hands with Winsong. Initially, they were worried that their new roommates might have a personality like Kong Haoxiang's, but it turned out that Winsong's personality was the complete opposite of Kong Haoxiang's. I still don't know your names, brothers. Winsong's attitude was respectful and his tone humble, which made Feng Yi and the feel a bit awkward. I'm Feng Yi, and he's Li Sui. Since we're all classmates, there's no need to call each other brother. Both Feng Yi and Li Sui were not fond of being flattered, especially in school where everyone was equal. Calling each other brother right off the bat made it seem like they were bullies. Winsong was taken aback by Feng Yi's words, but nodded nonetheless. Just then, the slightly ajar courtyard door was kicked open. With a loud bang, it startled Winsong. Feng Yi and the S expressions turned cold as they turned to look. The door was kicked out of shape. They initially thought it was Kong Haoxiang bringing trouble, but to their surprise, a big guy with a buzz cut, dark skin, and a simple smile walked in. The big guy was carrying a large red quilt in one hand and a big suitcase in the other, which explained why he had to kick the door open. When he saw the few people in the courtyard looking at him, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, Sorry, I didn't expect this door to be so weak. Feng Yi and were speechless. Dude, you could have put the suitcase down to open the door. Why did you have to kick it? After walking in, the big guy introduced himself with a silly grin. Hello, I'm Chunming from Quancheng. He then pulled out a bag of cured meat from his suitcase and stuffed it into his arms. This is a local specialty I brought from home. It's really delicious and goes great with rice. The Feng Yi chuckled to the side. Although this new roommate seemed a bit dim-witted, he should be a good person. After they got to know each other a bit, they learned more about the two roommates. Winsong was a local from Kyoto and was a level ability user. Chunming lived in the countryside of Quancheng and was also a level ability user. Feng Yi and they were quite satisfied with their roommates. They should be able to get along well in the future. It's just that Winsong was a bit softer and Chunming was a bit simple-minded. Luckily, they met Feng Yi and Nia's roommates. If they had encountered someone with a bad temper, their personalities would have been bullied every day. Over the next 2 days, most of the new students for this year had registered. Qingbei Academy officially started classes. On the first day of school, Feng Yi and the others rushed to the Academy's trial tower early. Today was the new student class division ceremony. The square in front of the trial tower was already filled with people. As soon as Feng Yi walked into the square, he noticed Jiang Liao sitting in the middle. There was no way around it. A beauty draws attention wherever she goes, and even in a sea of people, she could be spotted at a glance. Beside Jiang Liao sat 3 other girls. Apart from one well-dressed girl who could compete with Jiang Liao in looks, the other 2 seemed rather ordinary. But even they would be considered top beauties elsewhere. When Feng Yi looked at Jiang Liao, she seemed to sense it and looked over as well. Upon seeing Feng Yi, her beautiful eyes lit up and she waved at him. Feng Yi also raised his hand in response, but had no intention of going over to sit next to her. Mainly because all the spots around Jiang Liao were filled, most of them being boys. Feng Yi couldn't just ask someone to give up their seat for him. So after greeting her from afar, Feng Yi took the others to sit in a less crowded area at the back. The well-dressed girl next to Jiang Liao asked after seeing them greet each other from a distance, Liao, is that your new little boyfriend? He looks pretty handsome. Jiang Liao's pretty face flushed red, and she hurriedly denied it. No, we're just friends. The girl teased. Oh, look how red your face is, still saying no. I've never seen you take the initiative to greet any boy before. Jiang Liao's face was so red, it seemed like it could bleed. Oh, really? It's not like that. Stop saying random things. Seeing Jiang Liao's embarrassed and angry expression, the well-dressed girl laughed heartily, her chest bouncing, and her laughter was like a tinkling bell, drawing the attention of the surrounding boys, who couldn't tear their eyes away. Once everyone was seated, the academy's mentors and higher-ups also took their seats in front of the new students. There were many older students around the square watching the excitement. At this moment, an old man with white hair walked to the front. Chapter 32. Trial Tower. The white-haired old man looked like an ordinary old man, and one could not sense any cultivation from him. However, his eyes seemed to hold a vast, starry sky. Feng took just one glance and knew that the old man's strength was unfathomable. Dear students, welcome to Qingbei Ancient Martial Arts Academy. I am the dean of this academy, Ji Xing. The old man's voice was not loud, nor did he use any tools, but his voice still clearly reached everyone's ears. The square, which had been somewhat noisy just moments ago, instantly fell silent. Upon hearing the old man's name, Feng recognized his background. He was from the Ji family, one of the 5 great families of Huaxia. The 5 great families of Huaxia are the Ji family, Feng family, Zi family, Ying family, and Jiang family. Throughout the history of Huaxia, there have been 5 great emperors of the human race. The current 5 great families are descendants of these 5 emperors. However, ordinary people have no access to the 5 great families, so only a small portion of people know about their existence. Ji Xing then talked about the academy's history and welcomed the new students before mentioning the highly anticipated mentor allocation ceremony. Before allocating mentors, everyone must enter the trial tower for testing. After the test, based on the points scored, those below level will be automatically assigned a mentor, while those above level can choose their mentors freely. Next, the new students whose names are called should enter the trial tower in an orderly manner to start the challenge. After Ji Xing finished speaking, he walked down and took a seat among the academy's higher-ups. The announcement also rang out, calling out the names of new students one by one. At this time, the quietly said to the others, "Do you guys know who the 4 great mentors of Qingbei Academy are?" Feng and the others shook their heads, indicating they had not heard of them. They became animated and began to explain. Among the mentors at Qingbei Academy, 4 are the most famous, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men are Golden Mane Lion King Gu Xian, Jade-Faced Gentleman Xiao Ming, and White-Clothed Sword Immortal Xiao Yao. And the woman? Feng asked. The reply, dude, I advise you, if you have the opportunity to choose your mentor, don't ever choose that female mentor. Why? Wen Song and Chun Ming were also curious. They lowered his voice to explain, because that female mentor is known as the Extinction Master and Shudi Tyrannosaurus. Just by hearing her nicknames, you can tell her temper is not something ordinary people can handle. It's been many years since a new student dared to choose her on their own. So unless you have a masochistic tendency, don't choose her. Hearing this terrifying description, it seemed like this female mentor would eat people, and Feng Yi's curiosity was piqued. So what is that female mentor's name? They looked around as if afraid of the person in question hearing, and then whispered the name, Zihan Zhuang. Feng Yi was stunned upon hearing this name. Isn't that my aunt's name? He recalled his aunt's personality in his mind and realized that it indeed resembled what the had described. I didn't expect my aunt's temper to be famous to such an extent. When Wen Song and Chun Ming heard this name, they silently nodded and memorized it in their hearts. Fatty, how do you know so much information that we don't? Wen Song and Chun Ming looked at the fatty with a bit of admiration. Clearly, everyone is a newcomer, so how does Fatty know such detailed news? Fatty smiled proudly. You need to know that money is omnipotent. As long as you have enough money, I can even find out the color of the principal's underwear. Ahead, the principal Ji Xing, who was originally sitting, turned his head to take a glance. The proud Fatty instantly felt as if he were in a winter hell. His whole body froze, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Noticing Fatty's unusual behavior, Feng Yi quickly asked. And no, it's nothing, I just suddenly feel a bit cold. Feng Yi looked at the short-sleeved shirt he was wearing, thinking, no, in such hot weather, you're telling me you're cold? But looking at Fatty's appearance, it seemed he wasn't lying. Fortunately, Fatty's state didn't last long, and after a few breaths, he slowly returned to normal. Once he recovered, Fatty looked at Feng Yi with a wronged expression, almost in tears, repeatedly saying, so terrifying, so terrifying. What's wrong? But no matter how Feng Yi asked, Fatty refused to say anything, only repeating, so terrifying. This left Feng Yi even more puzzled. How could a perfectly normal person suddenly become like this? Just now, Feng Yi had been lost in thought about his aunt and hadn't paid attention to what Fatty had said. What has happened? Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of Fatty, Feng Yi turned to Winsong and Chengming. They were equally confused about how Fatty had ended up like this. Only Chengming honestly said, Fatty just said he could know what color the principal's underwear is. Hearing this, Feng Yi almost spat out his drink. Glancing at the somewhat aged but still upright figure ahead, and understood in his heart. He patted Fatty, who was gloating. Fatty, be careful next time you brag. At that moment, the broadcast announced Feng Yi's name. After entering the trial tower, the surroundings turned dark, followed by a brief sense of dizziness. Feng Yi didn't find it surprising. This is a normal phenomenon for first-time entrants to the trial tower. It is rumored that the trial tower was built by several big shots with spatial abilities, capable of accommodating hundreds of people entering at once. Moreover, each person has their own independent space upon entry. As the dizziness faded, Feng Yi's vision cleared up. It was a closed stone chamber, about the size of a basketball court. At this moment, a pleasant voice echoed in the void. The first challenge of the Star Trial Tower is about to begin. Please prepare. As the voice fell, a humanoid phantom appeared in front of Feng Yi, its features unclear. However, based on the aura emanating from the phantom, it was clear that its strength was only at the first level of star forging. The first level of star forging posed no challenge to Feng Yi. Begin the challenge. With a command from a void, the humanoid phantom charged at Feng Yi. The phantom threw a punch, carrying a strong wave of energy. Feng Yi did not dodge or evade, choosing to confront it head-on, and threw a punch back at the phantom. A wave of energy, several times stronger than that of the phantom, surged forth. The moment their fists collided, the phantom was directly shattered by Feng Yi's punch, turning into scattered starlight that dissipated into the air. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge. Enter the second level. Please prepare. Another humanoid phantom appeared before Feng Yi, but this time its strength had increased to the second level of star forging. However, anything below the level of radiant light posed no challenge for Feng Yi and was easily dealt with under his fists. Chapter 33. Feng Yi's changes outside the trial tower. There is a large screen displaying the names of the top 10 newcomers in the current challenge rankings. At the beginning, the rankings changed rapidly, almost every second. However, as the difficulty of the challenges increased, the rankings gradually stabilized. The newcomers whose names hadn't been called yet, and the senior students watching nearby, were all focused on the rankings, discussing animatedly. Who is this Feng Yi? His speed is too fast. He's already reached the 6th level, while the second place is only at the 2nd level. This name sounds familiar. Seems like I've heard it somewhere. Are you silly? The top scorer of this year's college entrance exam is named Feng Yi, right? So it's him. I didn't expect him to come to Qingbei. As expected of the top scorer, he's far ahead. Look, he's reached the 7th level. Doesn't that mean his strength has already reached the 7th level of star forging? Wow, this strength is comparable to most second-year seniors. All I can say is impressive. Among the newcomers, a pair of beautiful eyes was also fixed on Feng Yi's name. It was Jiang Liao in the crowd. At this moment, the exquisite girl beside her quietly leaned over and whispered in her ear, "So, have you seen your little lover's name?" "Oh, I told you not to say that." Jiang Liao pushed the exquisite girl away in embarrassment and anger. Okay, I won't say it. I'm just curious about his strength." The exquisite girl covered her mouth and chuckled, then leaned closer to hold Jiang Liao's arm. The two soft mounds pressed together, causing the lecherous boy lurking nearby to swallow hard. Jiang Liao pointed at the name at the top of the rankings. "He's the first." Her tone carried a hint of pride. The exquisite girl's eyes lit up, surprised. "So he is Feng Yi." After speaking, she turned to look at Jiang Liao's pretty face and said mischievously, "Looks like you're pretty quick to act." Seeing the exquisite girl talking nonsense again, Jiang Liao blushed and reached for the exquisite girl's waist. "You're talking nonsense again." The two stunningly beautiful girls began to playfully tussle, instantly attracting the attention of many gentlemen. As time passed, many newcomers had already completed their challenges and walked out of the trial tower. As each person exited, the broadcast would call out the next person's name. However, Feng Yi was still inside the trial tower. Inside the trial tower, a humanoid phantom at the 9th level of star forging appeared. Feng Yi still didn't take out his weapon, remaining barehanded. Even when faced with this 9th level star forging humanoid phantom, he didn't use his weapon, but but the fist technique he employed was the most advanced. The combination of radiant light level strength and top-tier fist techniques made it easy to deal with these phantoms that were below his level. In just 2 or 3 exchanges, he defeated the phantom. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge. Enter the 10th level. Please prepare. A humanoid phantom of the Earth-level radiant light appeared. Once a practitioner reaches the Earth level, they can begin training in body techniques, maximizing the development of the human body's limits. Training in body techniques and not training in them are 2 entirely different concepts. This is also why Earth-level practitioners can easily crush human-level practitioners. The radiant light phantom before Feng irradiated a faint blood-red light all over. This mimics the power of human vitality. The stronger the vitality power, the greater the qualitative improvement in attack and defense. Finally, this is getting interesting. Feng no longer held back and pulled out the Ningxue sword from his spatial bracelet. On the opposite side, the shadow figure also produced a light sword. This was one of the rules of the trial tower. If the challenger did not use a weapon, the humanoid shadow would not use one either, and vice versa. Clang! As Feng drew his sword, his aura instantly changed. A sharp breath radiated from him, making him appear like a drawn blade. The challenge began. This time, Feng took the initiative. A spatial teleportation brought him before the shadow figure, and he thrust his sword toward its chest. The shadow hurriedly turned and raised its sword to block. The tip of Feng Yi's sword struck the shadow's blade, causing it to uncontrollably retreat backward. As it struggled to stabilize itself, Feng Yi's sword was already upon it. This time, it had no chance to block. The Ningxue sword pierced through the shadow's body. The shadow dissipated. Congratulations on your successful challenge. You have entered the 11th level. Please prepare yourself. Without using martial skills, just relying on his spatial abilities, the shadow of the same realm was defeated in an instant. This was the result of Feng Yi's month-long special training. He could now effortlessly kill 1 person in 10 steps, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. The sword may not be the most powerful weapon, but it is definitely the best tool for killing. With the enhancement of his spatial abilities, Feng could transform into an unpredictable assassin at any moment. Over the past month, aside from cultivating his realm and practicing the Taiji divine skill, Feng Yi's greatest achievement was combining his abilities with swordsmanship, developing a unique sword technique of his own. The humanoid shadow at the 2nd level of the Radiant Realm emitted a stronger crimson light, indicating greater overall strength. Challenging an ordinary 1st-level Radiant Realm opponent might be somewhat difficult, and there was a high probability of stopping at the 11th level. But Feng Yi was not an ordinary person. He still had his trump cards. Under Feng Yi's elusive spatial abilities, the shadow could not defend against his sword. Not only was Feng Yi's ability strange, but his movement was equally uncanny. The shadow attempted to strike several times, but was easily evaded by Feng Yi's unusual movements. After a few missed strikes, it was Feng Yi's turn. A flash of cold light passed, and the Ningxue sword pierced the shadow's chest. If there had been spectators nearby, they would surely have exclaimed how fast the sword was. Outside the trial tower, the eyes of many new and old students were fixed on Feng Yi's name. They all wanted to see how strong this newly enrolled student was and how far he could challenge. Feng Yi's 12th level score was 780 points, rating not yet available. The 2nd place beneath Feng, he had only reached the 6th level and had already returned to the crowd after failing at the 7th level. Looking at Feng Yi, whose score was double his own, the 2nd place contestant wore a bitter smile. Perhaps this was what true genius looked like. It wasn't just the students discussing Feng Yi. Many instructors and academy leaders also took notice of his impressive achievements. Beside Dean Jixing, Wang Qingfeng smacked his lips, a hint of pride in his tone. Dean, the Feng Yi I brought back is quite impressive. ISNT, truly deserving of a hem. Dean Jixing interrupted, feigning a cough. Wang Qingfeng's expression changed as he suddenly recalled something, quickly changing his words. He truly is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination. He glanced nervously at Ji Xing after speaking. Yixing nodded expressionlessly. He is indeed impressive. Among the instructors, a short-haired woman wearing round glasses appeared very gentle and intellectual, though her expression seemed somewhat aloof. Unlike the other instructors whispering to each other while staring at the leaderboard, she sat alone, occasionally glancing at the rankings, seemingly uninterested in everything. However, when she looked at Feng Yi's name, a trace of imperceptible warmth flashed in her eyes. Chapter 34. raiding inside the trial tower. Facing the humanoid shadow at the third level of the Radiant Realm, Feng Yi chose to take the initiative again, with the help of spatial teleportation. He quickly approached the shadow and swung his sword. However, this strike was firmly blocked by the shadow. A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Yi's eyes. This was the first time a shadow had successfully blocked his attack since entering the trial tower. The shadow at the third level of the Radiant Realm not only caught Feng Yi's attack, but quickly retaliated. It swung its sword, deflecting the Ningxue's sword, and then thrust its sword towards Feng Yi. The speed of this attack was several times faster than that of the previous shadow. Fortunately, after a month of special training, Feng Yi's combat awareness had increased significantly. Just as the light sword was about to strike him, he used the Ningxue sword to block the blow. The force from the sword made Feng Yi take 2 steps back, and his expression grew serious. It seemed that the strength of the third level of the Radiant Realm should not be underestimated. The shadow did not give Feng Yi a chance to catch his breath and continued to attack. Feng Yi used a spatial teleportation to create distance from the shadow, then raised his hand to use his spatial binding ability on the shadow that was trying to pursue him. The shadow was instantly immobilized in place. Feng Yi ehalit, flipping the Ningxue sword twice to stand in front of him. He used his fingers to infuse pure star power into the sword, and with a stroke of the starry Ningxue sword, he shouted, "Void sword formation." Several sword energies fell around the shadow, and moments later, a magic circle illuminated beneath its feet. Dozens of illusory sword shadows appeared around the shadow. Slash! At Feng Yi's command, the sword shadows descended upon the shadow. The shadow attempted to raise its sword to block, but realized it could not move. The binding time had not yet ended. It could only watch helplessly as the sword shadows fell upon it. Congratulations on your successful challenge. You have entered the 13th level. Please prepare yourself. Feng Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air, and the star power within him quickly recovered. Thanks to the presence of the Big Dipper space within him, his recovery speed was also extraordinary. In the Big Dipper space, the fully charged Hidden Origin Star and Cave Star released a large amount of stellar power, quickly replenishing the star power Feng Yi had consumed. At the 4th level of the Radiant Realm, just the aura emitted by the shadow already put pressure on Feng Yi. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each small level. At the human level, some gifted practitioners could rely on their talents to defeat those of higher realms. However, as realms increase, even a prodigy finds it difficult to cross the gap between realms. Feng Yi could currently fight across 3 small realms, not only due to his high talent, but also because he had just stepped into the first stage of the Earth level. The shadow rushed towards Feng Yi quickly. The speed of the 4th level of the Radiant Realm was already difficult for him to keep up with. Fortunately, Feng Yi directly closed his eyes and activated his third ability, the Eye of God. With the enhancement of the Eye of God, the shadow's movements became clear to him. Now, in Feng Yi's eyes, the shadow's speed was comparable to that of a newly entered Radiant Realm practitioner. Every strike from the shadow was easily evaded by Feng Yi. It seems that the Phantom has also discovered this issue. In the next moment, the sword formed from starlight bursts with radiant brilliance. It appears that silver flames are burning on the. Accompanied by a piercing and passionate eagle cry, the Phantom swings the sword, and the silver sword energy transforms into a majestic eagle, fiercely pouncing towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi raised his eyebrows. This means he realized that physical attacks were ineffective and switched to magic attacks, right? However, the eagle formed from the sword energy indeed brought him a significant sense of pressure. Feng Yi decided not to hold back any longer. He took a small step back with his right foot, at the same time retracting his sword hand. He let out a low growl. Daiji Swort Technique. A huge phantom of a long sword appeared above Feng Yi's head, with a slowly rotating Taiji yin-yang diagram behind the sword's hilt. As the Taiji yin-yang diagram rotated, all the star power in the void was absorbed into it. The giant longsword phantom became even more solid. Feng Yi's eyes widened in anger as he watched the approaching silver eagle, and he thrust his sword forward. The massive longsword phantom also lunged toward the silver eagle. The silver eagle was obliterated the moment it encountered the longsword phantom, transforming into a stream of star power that was absorbed by the Taiji yin-yang diagram. The longsword phantom did not slow down and continued to fly towards the human-shaped phantom at the 4th level of the shaking light realm. Wherever the long sword passed, the space trembled slightly. If Feng Yi's realm were just a bit stronger, it might have shattered the space. under the long sword phantom. The human-shaped phantom had no strength to resist at all. It was also obliterated the moment it encountered the sword. Congratulations on successfully completing the challenge, entering the 14th level. Please be prepared. As the voice in the void fell, Feng, he felt his legs go weak and almost lost his balance. The Taiji sword technique truly lived up to its reputation as a high-level martial skill, completely draining the star power from Feng Yi's body. Now, he had not a drop of star power left. Looking at the human-shaped phantom that had just appeared at the 5th level of the Shaking Light Realm, Feng Yi knew he could only stop here today. If he were at full strength, he would still want to try the 5th level of the Shaking Light Realm. Unfortunately, his current state was not good. Although the star power in his body was rapidly recovering, he could not use the high-level sword technique for a short time. However, challenging 13 levels should be enough. Without waiting for the human-shaped phantom to make a move, Feng Yi directly called out to the void, "I admit defeat." In the next second, the human-shaped phantom dissipated. Challenge failed, about to be teleported away. Outside the trial tower, as Feng Yi slowly walked out, all eyes were on him. Feng Yi was the last newcomer to finish the test. Everyone was waiting for him. However, no one had any complaints, as they all wanted to see how far Feng Yi could challenge. As Feng Yi walked out of the trial tower, his rating also appeared on the leaderboard. Feng Yi, 13th level, 910 points, rating level. The newcomers looked at Feng Yi with a hint of admiration in their eyes. They had just personally challenged the trial tower and knew how impressive it was to clear the 13th level. Many girls are now looking at Feng Yi with fiery eyes. If it weren't for the Academy's mentors and higher-ups sitting there, they would have rushed up to ask for contact information long ago. The situation among the older students watching was similar. Compared to the reserved newcomers, the sophomore and junior girls were much less cautious. They kept throwing flirtatious glances at Feng Yi, hoping to attract his attention. Some bold ones had even started confessing loudly. This made those boys envious. However, Feng Yi remained oblivious, quickening his pace to return to the side of the fat guy and the others. Beauty is a disaster. Right now, Feng Yi's mind was solely on cultivation. Women would only affect his speed in drawing the sword. Of course, this excluded beauties of Jiang Liao as caliber. Chapter 35. Mentor selection not able to attract Feng Yi's attention. The eager senior girls did not get discouraged. They planned to wait and intercept him on the way. As soon as Feng Yi returned to the side of the fat guy and the others, the fat guy slapped Feng Yi on the shoulder excitedly and said, "Not bad. Buddy, you've made a name for yourself now. Didn't he embarrass our Tai-Bai residents?" Feng Yi rolled his eyes and asked the three about their ratings. All three had received level ratings. They all had the right to choose their mentors. Their rankings were also within the top 20. In this regard, the fat guy's comment about not embarrassing Tai-Bai residents was indeed not wrong. Only then did Feng Yi turn his attention to the leaderboard. After all the newcomers had finished testing, the leaderboard had changed. Of course, Feng Yi's first-place position was unshakable. The second place had now been taken by Jiang Liao. Jiang Liao, 8th level, 360 points, rating level. Below Jiang Liao were Ying Yufei, 8th level, 360 points, rating level. Shi Yuma, 7th level, 280 points, rating level. And Zhong Juanxi, 7th level, 280 points, rating level. The ratings are based on the challenger's overall strength. The challenger's own realm will also be taken into account. Therefore, if a person at the 7th or 8th level of the Shaking Light Realm challenges to the 13th level, their rating would not be higher than Feng Yi's. Now that the testing was over, Dean Jixing returned to the stage. All newcomers had completed their tests, and next, all newcomers who received a rating above level would choose their mentors. Please be prepared and think carefully about which mentor to choose. Remember, choosing a mentor who suits you is more important than choosing a famous one. After speaking, he walked down. The broadcast announced the name of the first newcomer to choose a mentor. Wang Chong. Rating level, please come up to choose a mentor. A dark-skinned boy stepped out from the newcomers. His face showed excitement, looking very thrilled. After stepping onto the stage, his gaze fixed directly on a middle-aged man with long golden hair among the mentors. "I choose Mentor Gu Xian." His choice wasn't too surprising. Anyone familiar with Qingbei Academy would know the names of the four great mentors. Although Dean Jixing had just mentioned that one should choose a mentor who suits them, not necessarily a famous one, for all newcomers, it would indeed be foolish not to choose from the four great mentors. The mentor selection process in previous years had been similar. Only a very few newcomers would choose mentors outside the four great ones. However, Zihan Huang was an exception. No one dared to choose her actively. After all, no one wanted to seek out suffering for no reason. After hearing Wang Chang's choice, Gu Xian smiled faintly and nodded. There was no fluctuation in his heart. His thoughts were entirely on the three newcomers above level, especially the only one rated level, Feng Yi. However, he felt uncertain. After Wang Chang finished choosing, the broadcast called out the next newcomer's name. This year, there were about over 1,000 newcomers, but only a little over 100 received ratings above level. There were 20 people rated above level. The newcomers made their choices quickly. Within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, half of them had completed their selections. This was similar to previous years, with most choosing 3 of the male mentors among the 4 great mentors. Only a few chose mentors outside the 4 great ones. Now, only Zihan Huang had not been chosen by anyone. Among the group of mentors, a chubby woman with a face full of flesh smiled at a short-haired woman with glasses. However, her smile was full of sarcasm. Master Han Shuang, why didn't any new students choose you? After all, you are one of the 4 great mentors in the eyes of these students. Look, that little boy just now chose me instead of you. What are you still doing here? Facing the fat woman's mockery, Zihan Huang remained expressionless, not even raising an eyelid. It seemed as if the fat woman was merely talking nonsense. Seeing that Zihan Huang ignored her, the fat woman's expression darkened, and she snorted coldly. The other mentors, witnessing this, were unfazed and pretended not to see. Although some mentors felt that the fat woman's words were a bit excessive, none of them stepped in to stop her. After all, Zihan Huang's relationship with them wasn't great, and there was no need to offend one person for someone they were only mildly acquainted with. At that moment, the broadcast also called out Wen Song's name. Go ahead, Feng Yi, and the others patted his shoulder. Wen Song nervously walked onto the stage. As soon as he stepped on stage, he felt thousands of gazes focused on him. Already a bit anxious and stage-frightened, his heart raced even faster now. His mind went blank, and he stood there in a daze. After waiting 2 minutes without Wen Song making a choice, the head teacher directly asked Wen Song, "Which mentor do you choose?" The head teacher's words brought Wen Song back to his senses. However, at that moment, he had nearly forgotten the names of the mentors. He began to recall the names of the 4 great mentors mentioned by the fat guy earlier. The fat guy said not to choose Master Mi Ju. Just then, seeing that Wen Song still hadn't reacted, the head teacher couldn't help but urge him. Wen Song, which mentor do you choose? Wen Song was startled and blurted out 3 words. Zihan Xuan. After saying it, he was stunned. The head teacher was also clearly taken aback. Choosing Zihan Huang was such an uncommon choice. Nevertheless, he respected Wen Song's decision and nodded slightly. All right, Wen Song has chosen Zihan Huang. Zihan Huang snapped back to reality and glanced at Wen Song on stage, then drifted off again. Now, not only was Wen Song stunned, but all the new and old students were also dumbfounded. This guy was so brave, daring to choose Master Mi Ju Zihan Huang. He seemed so timid when he walked onto the stage, yet he turned out to be a warrior. A record was broken. This was the only new student in recent years who dared to actively choose Master Mi Ju. No more words needed, just respect. After hearing Wen Song's choice, the fat guy couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. As expected of Song Ge, knowing there are tigers in the mountains, yet still daring to venture into the tiger's den, admirable. Feng Yi was also somewhat surprised by Wen Song's choice. When Wen Song came down, the fat guy gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Impressive, Song Ge." Wen Song could only manage a smile that looked worse than crying. The next person after Wen Song was Chun Ming. Chun Ming wasn't as shy as Wen Song. He just felt a bit bashful under the gaze of 4,000 people, his dark face turning slightly red. After stepping onto the stage, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I choose Master Zihan Huang." After he finished speaking, the new and old students were once again stunned. What was going on today? 2 new students in a row had actively chosen the feared Master Mi Ju, someone no one dared to choose in previous years. One could say it was a coincidence, but 2 in a row? What was happening? Fortunately, the following new students returned to normal, and no one else chose Zihan Huang. The next new student was Jiang Liao. Chapter 36. Competition. Jiang Liao wore a white long dress today, which couldn't conceal her impressive figure. Instead, it made her look like a celestial being descended to earth. Jiang Liao walked slowly onto the stage, a faint smile on her face, her gaze calm and unperturbed. All the boys in the audience followed her with their eyes. Sunlight shone on her dress, creating a hazy halo around her. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think of a phrase. This woman exists in heaven. How many times can one encounter her on earth? After stepping onto the stage, Jiang Liao, seemed to have made her decision, and her gaze fell on a young man among the many mentors who had an ethereal aura reminiscent of a classical beauty. I choose Master Xiao Yao. Without any hesitation, she stated her choice. That classical young man was none other than one of the four great mentors, the white-clad sword immortal Xiao Yao. The mentors who weren't chosen all showed a hint of regret. One of the two top-tier positions was already gone. At this moment, Xiao Yao was particularly pleased. He looked down on new students of lower tiers, but a top-tier student was enough to impress him. He smiled kindly at Jiang Liao on stage. Jiang Liao walked down the stage under everyone's gaze, and the broadcast announced the next new student's name, Ying Yufei. The exquisitely dressed girl with a great figure who had been beside Jiang Liao stepped onto the stage. Feng, he recognized her as well. Ying Yufei. It seems she is from the Ying family. Jiang Liao's Jiang must also be from one of the 5 major families. Earlier, when he heard Jiang Liao's name, Feng, he had wondered if she was from one of the 5 major families. However, the surname Jiang is not particularly rare in Huaxia. People with that surname can be found almost everywhere. So he wasn't sure. Now, seeing the girl beside her with the surname Ying, Feng, he was certain. Jiang Liao was indeed from one of the 5 major families. Feng, look at this. Just as Feng, he was lost in thought. The fat guy suddenly tugged at his clothes. Coming back to his senses, he saw the fat guy pointing at Ying Yufei on stage, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I really like her. I want to pursue her. Feng, he rolled his eyes and disdainfully said, Pursue? What are you going to use to pursue her? That 300 pounds of fat on you? The fat guy wasn't angry. He turned around with a grin. Money. I'll use money to win her over. I don't believe that with my financial power, I can't pursue her. Feng, he shook his head, not wanting to discourage him. Although he wasn't very clear about the current strength of the Ying family, how could someone from one of the 5 major families be swayed by money? An ancient family that had been around for thousands of years wouldn't lack a few pennies. Then good luck. Feng, he solemnly patted the fat guy on the back. Some things can only be understood through personal experience. Ying Yufei's beauty naturally received the same treatment as Jiang Liao. Moreover, due to certain aspects being even more outstanding, the gazes from the boys in the audience towards her were even more fervent. Like Jiang Liao, she had already made up her mind and directly stated her choice after stepping onto the stage. I choose Master Qiao Ming, the jade-faced gentleman Qiao Ming, one of the 4 great mentors. It must be said that Qiao Ming indeed had a handsome face, with deep-set eyes and a well-defined nose. Combined with his gentle and jade-like aura, very few girls could resist his looks. Among the students choosing him, more than half were girls. At this moment, Gu Xian, also one of the 4 great mentors, felt quite anxious. Seeing Xiao Yao and Xiao Ming both receive an exceptionally talented student, and he had none, he was worried. Now, there was only one coveted top-tier student left. He had already made up his mind that no matter the cost, he would make Feng Yi choose him as a mentor. After only a few students were left without a choice, the broadcast finally announced Feng Yi's name. Next, Feng Yi. The broadcast did not mention the rating Feng Yi received, but everyone knew. He was also the only boy who received the same treatment as Jiang Liao and Ying Yufei. All eyes were on him the moment he stood up. Everyone wanted to know how he would choose. Feng Yi strolled confidently onto the stage. Before he could say anything, a blond man among the many mentors spoke up first. Feng Yi, my name is Gu Xian. My realm is Sky Level 2nd Stage, Tianji Realm. If you choose me as your mentor, I will take you as my sole disciple and wholeheartedly guide you, providing you with all kinds of training resources. Hearing Gu Xian's words, the other students were stunned. One of the 4 major mentors, Gu Xian, was actually promising benefits to get Feng Yi to choose him. Is this the treatment for this year's college entrance examination top scorer, the only student with a rating in the freshman test? Everyone could only express their admiration. And it wasn't over yet. After Gu Xian finished speaking, Qiao Ming immediately followed up. Feng Yi, my name is Qiao Ming, and I also have the strength of Sky Level 2nd Stage. What Gu Xian can offer you, I can offer too. Moreover, if you come to me, I guarantee you won't lack female classmates to get to know. After speaking, Qiao Ming even winked at Feng Yi, giving him a look that only men would understand. The students present were dumbfounded. What are the morals of the 4 major mentors? To compete for Feng Yi, they were even using their female students as bait. However, what was surprising was that the girls who had chosen Qiao Ming earlier now all looked expectantly, showing no signs of reluctance. The white-clad sword fairy, Xiao Yao, was the last to speak. However, unlike Gu Xian and Xiao Ming, he didn't promise various benefits right away, but instead stared seriously at Feng Yi. Feng Yi, may I ask what weapon you use? Feng Yi nodded and replied, a sword. Upon hearing Feng Yi's answer, Xiao Yao's lips curled slightly, and he continued, good. My name is Xiao Yao. In Qingbei Academy, if my swordsmanship isn't ranked first, no one dares to claim the top spot. If you wish to go further on the path of swordsmanship, then come to me. At this moment, Feng Yi was also a bit stunned. He might inadvertently offend 3 of the 4 major mentors. He pondered how to refuse them. Meanwhile, the students below began to whisper among themselves. Who do you think Feng Yi will choose? Hard to say, but I think he is most likely to choose the white-clad sword fairy, Xiao Yao. After all, he also uses a sword. I remember Master Mieju also uses a sword, right? Ha ha ha. She still has self-awareness, knowing that even if she spoke up, no one would choose her. Exactly. Who would voluntarily choose Master Mieju for suffering unless they were out of their mind? Among the mentors, the overweight woman who had previously mocked Zihan Shuang looked at the dazed Zihan Shuang and then at Feng Yi, a malicious smile flashing across her face. Feng Yi. She suddenly spoke up, catching all the mentors and students off guard. Was she also going to compete for Feng Yi? Chapter 37. You made me choose. Feng Yi turned to look at the overweight woman, who said, actually, we have another mentor at Qingbei Academy who is also very strong, and she doesn't have many students. She just has a bit of a fiery temper, but as the saying goes, a strict teacher produces outstanding students. Her name is Zihan Shuang. You might consider her. The overweight woman wore a smile, but anyone with eyes could see that her smile was malicious. The name of Master Mieju was known even among the mentors. Few students were unaware, and her pushing Zihan Shuang out at this moment was clearly meant to embarrass her. Even the director of education felt the overweight woman had gone too far and quietly reprimanded her. Director Zhou, please have some self-respect. The overweight woman still wore that smile, pretending not to hear. After all, her goal had been achieved. Now, she just had to wait for Feng Yi to make a choice and let Zihan Shuang be embarrassed. Zihan Shuang also withdrew her dazed gaze and calmly looked at Feng Yi on stage. Feeling Zihan Shuang's calm, yet somewhat eerie gaze, Feng Yi understood his aunt's meaning. That meant if he didn't choose her, he would be in for a beating. However, Feng Yi was somewhat grateful to the overweight woman targeting his aunt. He was unsure how to refuse the other mentors and then choose his aunt, but unexpectedly, she provided a divine assist. Now, it was perfectly fine for him to choose his aunt directly. The other mentors could blame the overweight woman. It was her suggestion that made him consider. I've made my decision. Feng Yi's voice rang out, and everyone perked up, eager to hear his choice. Gu Xian, Xiao Ming, and Xiao Yao all stared intently at Feng Yi, hoping he would choose them. However, they all believed Zihan Shuang was not in the running for Feng Yi's choice. They thought Feng Yi could only choose one of the 3 of them. Not only the mentors thought this way, but the students present also shared the same sentiment. I choose Mentor Zihan Shuang. As Feng Yi's words fell, the entire square fell into silence. Everyone doubted whether their ears were malfunctioning. Who did Feng Yi choose? The overweight woman's smile also froze on her face. She looked up at Feng Yi in disbelief and asked, Student, which mentor did you just say you choose? Her question was what others wanted to ask at this moment. Feng Yi cleared his throat and loudly reiterated, I said I choose Mentor Zihan Shuang. Why? The overweight woman was unwilling to accept reality and immediately pressed for a reason. She simply couldn't understand why Feng Yi would choose Zihan Shuang. Didn't he know the names of the 4 major mentors? Feng Yi blinked a couple of times, looking innocently at her. Didn't you make me choose? The overweight woman felt like she could die at this moment. Her original intention was to embarrass Zihan Shuang in public, but unexpectedly, it led to Zihan Shuang gaining the new student that all the mentors wanted. The other 3 of the 4 major mentors were now glaring at her with murderous intent. If it weren't for her loose lips, how could Feng Yi possibly choose Zihan Shuang? The most critical point was that Zihan Shuang actually smiled lightly at the overweight woman and said, Thank you. The overweight woman felt dizzy, collapsing into her chair. Feng Yi had already walked off the stage. Now, it was the overweight woman's turn. However, she looked bitter and reluctantly stated her choice. My choice is Mentor Zihan Shuang. Another choice for Zihan Shuang, but for everyone, it was no longer surprising. After all, even the top-ranked new student in the test chose Zihan Shuang. It was normal for others to choose her as well. After all the new students had made their choices, Principal Ji Xing walked onto the stage. After casually saying a few words, he announced the end of the mentor allocation ceremony. Those new students who did not have the right to choose a mentor would be assigned a mentor automatically. Everyone can log in to view the information from Qingbei Academy. What surprised everyone at this mentor allocation ceremony was that Zihan Shuang, who no one dared to choose in previous years, actually became the biggest winner. 3 new students with test ratings plus 1 evaluation. This year's college entrance examination champion. It can be said that she won big. In the afternoon, on the way to the training room, Feng Yi curiously asked, "Fatty, didn't you say not to choose Zihan Shuang? Why did you choose her?" The fatty looked resentful, staring at Feng Yi like a disgruntled wife. "You all chose her. If I don't choose her, wouldn't that make me seem out of place?" Seeing Fatty's expression, Feng Yi laughed and comforted him. "It's okay. She's not as bad-tempered as you think." Fatty was somewhat skeptical. "How do you know?" Feng Yi smiled mysteriously, not explaining, but said, "You'll find out later." Qingbei Academy does not have traditional classrooms. The teaching areas are divided into training rooms and combat training rooms. The combat training room is similar to the private training rooms in the Xingchen Martial Arts Hall. Inside, various martial skills can be practiced, and one can also choose to spar with combat robots. Now, Feng Yi and the others were going to the ordinary training room. Upon arriving at the training room, those new students automatically assigned to Zihan Shuang were already waiting inside. However, their expressions looked somewhat despondent when they saw Feng Yi and the others walk in. They put away their expressions and smiled kindly at Feng Yi. The only benefit of being assigned to Zihan Shuang might be that they became classmates with the college entrance examination champion. In fact, they were all very curious about why Feng Yi was looking for Zihan Shuang. A few more outgoing new students immediately decided to come over and ask Feng Yi. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed. Everyone turned to look, and Zihan Shuang walked in from outside. The new students were so frightened that they hurriedly stood at attention, not daring to breathe. Following Zihan Shuang was a short-haired man carrying a long spear. The man had a warm smile on his face and nodded at each new student. Zihan Shuang maintained her cold demeanor. After entering, the new students all bowed to her and respectfully said, "Good day, mentor." Feng Yi also bowed, but when he raised his head, he found Zihan Shuang staring coldly at him. Auntie," Feng Yi said, not knowing why, and had to change his words. Only then did Zihan Shuang nod slightly in satisfaction. The others were all stunned when they heard Feng Yi call Zihan Shuang that. The fatty beside him also asked in surprise, "What did you just call her?" "Auntie, what's wrong?" The fatty took a sharp breath. He finally understood why Feng Yi had said that on the way here. The others finally figured out why Feng Yi chose Zihan Shuang instead of the other 3 mentors. Chapter 38. The stranger before Tai Bai at this time. Zihan Shuang also introduced the boy who had come in with her. "His name is Lin Dong, and he is your senior. Before you reach the Earth level, he will be responsible for guiding your training." Facing the infamous extermination master, no one dared to voice any objections. Moreover, compared to facing Zihan Shuang all day, they prefer to have this seemingly kind Lin Dong to guide them. After finishing, Zihan Shuang looked at Feng Yi and said, "Come with me." After saying that, she directly walked out of the training room. Feng Yi obediently followed her out. Everyone knew that Zihan Shuang calling Feng Yi meant she was going to give him special training, but no one had any objections, regardless of their relationship. Just considering Feng Yi's talent, no one dared to object, as the first new student fiercely sought after by the 4 major mentors. Even if the principal personally gave him special training, no one would object. They would only feel envy. If anyone wanted to object, they should first think about their own talents. Moreover, judging from Feng Yi's performance during the morning test, it was clear that his realm had already surpassed the human level. Naturally, he couldn't attend classes with them. After Zihan Shuang left, the atmosphere in the training room noticeably relaxed. Everyone felt an invisible pressure lift. Some even sighed in relief. Chen Yao, as a senior, could understand why these juniors would feel this way. Junior brothers and sisters. Actually, Mentor Shuang is a very good person. You'll know this after spending more time together. There's no need to be so afraid of her. She won't eat people. Senior Chun, we don't want to be, but we just can't help it. Chen Yao could only shake his head helplessly. He understood. After all, the preconceived notions were too deep, and it wasn't something he could change with just one phrase. They could only wait for the juniors to change their mindset after spending more time together. Outside the training room, Zihan Shuang looked at Feng Yi, who was a head taller than her. and the long-standing coldness on her face was finally replaced by a hint of tenderness. Not bad, you've grown taller. Feng Yi calculated the time. It had been almost 3 years since he last saw Zihan Shuang. Auntie, why? Before he could finish his sentence, Zihan Shuang interrupted him with a smile. You want to ask why I brought you to Qingbei, right? Feng Yi nodded. He indeed had many questions. Zihan Shuang affectionately ruffled Feng Yi's hair, but she had to tiptoe to reach him. This is your grandfather's arrangement. My grandfather? Feng Yi was somewhat surprised. He had originally thought it was Wang Qingfeng who knew his aunt, which was why she helped him send a message to choose Qingbei Academy. He didn't expect that it was all arranged by Feng Jingxuan. However, he didn't understand why he had to choose Qingbei Academy. Why did my grandfather want me to come to Qingbei? Zihan Shuang said she didn't know either and then changed the topic. Your grandfather should have passed down the Feng family's legacy to you by now. Yeah, Feng Yi nodded. Zihan Shuang pondered for a moment and then said, since that's the case, I don't have any good martial skills to teach you. For the next week, you should practice martial skills on your own, and after a week, I'll help you refine your body. Help me refine my body? Feng Yi was a bit confused about what that meant. Zihan Shuang smiled, but her smile held some deep meaning. You'll know when the time comes. Okay. For some reason, looking at Zihan Shuang's smile, Feng Yi felt a bit flustered. After they finished talking, Feng Yi did not return to the training room, but went to the individual combat training room. Upon arriving at the training room, Feng Yi directly entered the Beidou space. The doming star and the Yuan star above his head had already lit up, with the progress reaching 100. The progress under the Yaowang star was now at 8. Beside the Beidou Jiuxing, a sword of light formed by converging starlight had also reached 99 in progress. It was just a little bit away from being able to conduct a martial skill lottery. Next to the sword of light was a fist formed by starlight, with a progress of 30. This appeared after he learned the Taiji boxing from the Taiji divine skill. Today, Feng Yi planned to practice swordsmanship to fill the progress of the sword of light and see what kind of swordsmanship he could draw. Currently, the martial skills he knew were still too few. He only had 2 sword skills, the level 1 Kongju sword array and the level 1 Taiji swordsmanship. The means of combat are still a bit monotonous. After making a plan, Feng Yi directly began practicing Taiji swordsmanship in the Beidou space. Time quietly passed. The fat guy and his companions had already finished a day of training and were walking back to Taibai residence. Strange, where did Feng Yi go? He didn't answer his phone or reply to messages. The fat guy put down his phone, feeling quite puzzled. Since noon, when Feng Yi was called away by Zihan Shuang, there had been no news. Several hours had passed, and there was no reply to the messages sent. Perhaps Mentor Han Shuang is giving Feng Gu special training and doesn't have time to answer calls, when Song speculated. At that moment, the fat guy, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. In front of Taibai residence stood 6 or 7 boys. What were these people doing? Looking at the indifferent expressions on their faces. They didn't seem like visitors, and when Song asked the fat guy nervously, the fat guy shrugged. Although he was also a bit confused, he wasn't worried about these people. After all, this was Qingbei Academy, and fighting among students was prohibited. The fat guy strode directly towards the group. Chunming also followed the fat guy without hesitation, leaving only when Song, who hesitated for a while, but ultimately gritted his teeth and quickly caught up. Hey guys, what are you doing here? The fat guy asked directly as he approached the group. The boys exchanged glances, and one with a crew cut looked up and down at the fat guy before squinting and asking, do you live here? What's up? The fat guy didn't deny it. A smirk appeared on the crew cut boy's lips. Who among you is Feng Yi? Looking for Feng Yi? The fat guy also sized up the group, and seeing the cold smirk on the crew cut boy's face, he knew they were not looking for Feng Yi for a good reason. So he decided to first find out what these people wanted from Feng Yi. I am Feng Yi, what is the matter? Upon hearing the fat guy's words, the crew cut boy's smile widened, clearly pleased that he found Feng Yi so easily. Of course, there is something. Come with us for a bit. After saying that, the crew cut boy reached out to grab the fat guy, and his aura was revealed. A shaking light realm cultivator. The fat guy was shocked. He didn't expect this person to be so arrogant, daring to act in the academy in broad daylight. He knew he was no match for this person and immediately retreated. But the others standing nearby clearly would not give the fat guy a chance to escape. The moment the fat guy stepped back, they moved, and 6 people quickly surrounded him. Chapter 39. Fight to the end with nowhere to retreat. The fat guy gritted his teeth and took out an ancient broadsword from his spatial ring. Drawing the sword, he shouted. The fat guy roared, veins bulging on his hands, and a white blade light erupted from the broadsword, slashing towards the crew-cut boy. The crew-cut boy revealed a disdainful smile, his hands shimmering with light, and he managed to block the blade light with just his hands. Then, without losing speed, one hand reached for the fat guy's neck. The fat guy's pupils dilated, his heart filled with shock. Is the gap between the casting star realm and the shaking light realm really that big? As he watched the crew-cut boy getting closer, the fat guy could only give a bitter smile and gave up resisting. He realized he was no match for the crew-cut boy. Just then, a frail figure appeared in front of the fat guy, blocking the crew-cut boy. When the fat guy recognized the person in front of him, he was also shocked. It was the small and thin Winsong. Winsong raised his hands, holding a golden light shield, blocking the crew-cut boy outside. A hint of surprise flashed in the crew-cut boy's eyes. He could feel that this thin boy was also just at the third level of the casting star realm. Yet his light shield could actually block him. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and instinctively retreated. Just as he moved away from his original spot, a huge foot came crashing down, shattering the concrete ground. Everyone looked up to see Chen Ming had suddenly grown several times larger, his body covered in shimmering runes, transforming into a 5-meter-tall giant. The crew-cut boy licked his lips, watching Winsong and Chen Ming with interest. Abilities? Interesting. He then turned to the 6 people surrounding the fat guy and scolded, "What are you waiting for? Get on it." Upon hearing this, the 6 people no longer stood by and unleashed their shaking light realm auras. The faces of the fat guy and his companions turned pale. They might not even be able to defeat one shaking light realm cultivator, and now facing 7. It was clearly bullying. Winsong's voice trembled as he turned to ask, "Fat bro, what do we do now?" The fat guy's eyes flashed with determination as he said fiercely, "What else can we do? We fight. I don't believe they dare to kill. As long as we stall for some time, a mentor will eventually notice the situation here." Winsong swallowed hard, but he knew there was no other option now. "Kill." The fat guy leaped up, flames igniting on the ancient broadsword, his face appearing particularly red in the firelight. Accompanied by the fat guy's slash, a red flame dragon coiled and charged at the crew-cut boy. Winsong's golden light shield dissipated, and he took out a black staff from his spatial bracelet. After swinging it a couple of times, he followed the fire dragon towards the crew-cut boy. The crew-cut boy sneered, his hands shimmering with light as he punched the red flame dragon. Boom! With a loud bang, the red flame dragon was shattered by the crew-cut boy's punch. And before he could retract his fist, a black staff came crashing down. Earth-shaking, a fierce look flashed across Winsong's face. The staff was enveloped in black mist, resembling demonic flames, with an astonishing momentum and howling staff wind. The crew-cut boy did not dare to take it head-on. He crossed his arms, and a light flashed across his arms. Bang! The force from the impact caused one of the crew-cut boy's legs to kneel on the ground. His eyes filled with rage. A shaking light realm cultivator was being forced to kneel by 2 third-level casting star realm cultivators. What a disgrace to be spread around. But before he could catch his breath, a fist the size of half his body swung in from the side. Without any obstruction, it slammed into him. The crew-cut boy was sent flying, crashing into a wall and rolling down. He awkwardly got up, a trace of blood already at the corner of his mouth. This was an utter humiliation for him. "Kill those 3 for me." Without needing the crew-cut boy to give the order, the 6 around him were already prepared to attack. However, everything had happened too quickly for them to react in time. They never expected that just 3 third-level casting star realm cultivators could make the crew-cut boy spit blood. Under the hands of the 6 shaking light realm cultivators, the fat guy and his friends had no power to resist, struggling for a moment before being subdued. Chen Ming was also knocked back to his original form. The 3 were pinned down and unable to move, with the fat guy's eyes turning red, still cursing. The crew-cut boy approached with a cold smile, squatting down in front of the fat guy and spitting a mouthful of blood onto his face. "You love to talk trash, and you're still the top scorer in the college entrance examination? I see you're just a waste." The fat guy laughed upon hearing his words. "Idiot, who told you I am foamy?" The crew-cut man was momentarily stunned as he grabbed the fat guy's collar and pulled him up. "Did you not say you were foam, E?" The fat guy replied with a smile, "I'm your dad. Do you believe me just because I say so?" At this moment, the crew-cut man realized he had been played by the fat guy, and a wave of anger surged in his heart. "Damn you," he shouted, swinging a fist aimed at the fat guy's face. This punch was thrown with no restraint, stars appearing around his fist. If it hit the fat guy's head, he would either die or get severely injured. The other 6 people realized the gravity of the situation and thought to themselves that it would be bad if someone actually died. If a freshman from Qingbei Academy was killed on the first day of school, it would create a huge uproar throughout China. It would be akin to rubbing Qingbei Academy's face in the dirt. However, the crew-cut man's punch was too fast, and they couldn't stop it in time. Just as the punch was about to hit the fat guy's face, his fist strangely stopped. Not only that, the crew-cut man discovered that not only could he not move his fist, but even his body was immobilized. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a slow footstep was heard. Except for the crew-cut man, everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. The fat guy and his two companions felt relieved upon seeing the newcomer, a smile appearing on their faces. It was Feng Yi. Feng Yi slowly walked up to the crew-cut man, grabbing his fingers that were clutching the fat guy. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, followed by the crew-cut man's anguished screams. And this was just the beginning. One by one, the crew-cut man's fingers were broken. His painful cries attracted nearby students. Wow, these people are really bold, daring to fight in the academy. Isn't that Feng Yi? He's here too. Who are the others? I've never seen them before. I don't know, they don't seem like they're from our academy. If Feng Yi dares to provoke them, you can tell they aren't from our academy. Damn, these people are so arrogant, coming to the academy to cause trouble for Feng Yi. Let us go ask them. If they're really not from our academy, we'll deal with them. The onlooking students began to gather around. Feng Yi, where did these people come from? Chapter 40. Surrounding and beating. Happy New Year. Feng Yi had just broken all of the crew-cut man's fingers and let go of the fat guy when he noticed that the students who had come to watch were now surrounding them, trapping the aggressors in the middle to prevent their escape. The few aggressors broke out in a cold sweat, realizing there were at least dozens of people around them. Not only were there freshmen, but there were also many upperclassmen, some of whom were not weaker than them. Moreover, more and more people were arriving, completely surrounding the entrance to Taibai residence. As for Wen Song and Chun Ming, they have long since been let go. Feng Yi, where did these people come from? Leading the group was a strong male student who was not a freshman, but had seen the commotion in front of the trial tower that morning. So he recognized Feng Yi. Feng Yi also did not know where the people who attacked the fat guy and his companions came from. He had just come out of the training room and saw several missed calls from the fat guy. He called back, but no one answered. By the time he arrived here, he witnessed the earlier scene. Feng Yi shook his head, indicating he didn't know, and then looked at the fat guy. Fat guy, where did these people come from? How did you get into a fight? The fat guy also shook his head and quickly recounted the events. They were looking for me. Feng Yi was somewhat surprised, as he didn't know them. Moreover, based on what the fat guy said, they didn't know him either. So why were they looking for him? Feng Yi walked over to the platform where the crew-cut man was immobilized, grabbed his collar, and forcefully slammed him to the ground. The impact caused fine cracks to form on the ground. The crew-cut man spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers gasped, shocked by how ruthless this was. Feng Yi gripped the crew-cut man's other hand's fingers, his voice cold. You answer my questions, or I'll break one of your fingers. The words fell on the crew-cut man's ears like a devil's whisper, making his soul tremble. He now realized that this seemingly sunny boy was indeed the target of their mission. If he had known Feng Yi was so strange and ruthless, he wouldn't have dared to come. But now it was too late. The 5 broken fingers on his left hand made his face turn pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He trembled and quickly nodded. Seeing this, Feng Yi finally asked, "Who are you?" The crew-cut man, fearing that his response would be too slow, immediately answered as soon as Feng Yi finished speaking. "My name is Zhou Yuan, a junior at Kyoto Academy." Upon hearing the crew-cut man's identity, Feng Yi frowned slightly. He had just arrived in Kyoto and had not interacted with anyone from Kyoto Academy, nor could he possibly have any enemies. So why were they looking for him? "What do you want from me?" Feng Yi asked the second question. A flash of struggle crossed Zhou Yuan's eyes, but he ultimately chose to seek survival first. He noticed that the expressions of the Qingbei students around him turned cold when they heard he was from Kyoto Academy. Students from Qingbei Academy and Kyoto Academy were usually at odds, often getting into arguments or fights when they crossed paths. Now he, a student from Kyoto Academy, had come to Qingbei Academy and beaten one of their own. If they managed to escape, that would be one thing, but now that he was surrounded, he could very well be beaten to death. He could only pin his hopes of leaving safely on Feng Yi in front of him. "If I tell you, can you guarantee my safety?" Zhou Yuan's voice trembled. But soon, there was a sharp crack of breaking bones, followed by Zhou Yuan's scream. One of his fingers had already been bent back against his hand. "I said, you answer my questions, don't make demands." The intense pain caused tears to flow uncontrollably from Zhou Yuan's eyes. In his heart, Feng Yi was now a true demon. He dared not entertain any other thoughts and nodded while biting his lip. Then, with a sobbing tone, he said, "Wang Daoyuan sent me to capture you. But I don't know why. He didn't say." Before Feng Yi could respond, the strong male student beside him spoke up, repeating the name. Wang Daoyuan. Feng Yi and the fat guy turned to him and asked, "Senior, do you know this person?" The strong male student's expression grew serious as he nodded and said, "Wang Daoyuan has some background and is quite powerful. He has a reputation at Kyoto Academy, and most people don't want to provoke him." Feng Yi's frown deepened. He didn't know Wang Daoyuan, so why would he want to capture him? The only person he had a conflict with since arriving in Kyoto was Kong Haoxiang. Thinking of Kong Haoxiang, a hint of understanding flashed through Feng Yi's mind. Although it could not be confirmed yet, today, this incident would definitely be related to Kong Haoxiang. At that moment, Zhou Yuan humbly pleaded, "Brother, I've said everything I know. Can you let me go?" "Huh," Feng Yi sneered. "You, a student from Kyoto Academy, dare to come to Qingbei Academy in broad daylight to catch someone and think you can leave without paying a price? Senior, what do you think?" Feng Yi turned to ask. The burly man grinned maliciously, flexing his wrist, making cracking sounds. Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Classmates, let them from Kyoto Academy know that we in Qingbei aren't the kind of people who can come and go as they please." After saying that, the burly man charged forward and kicked Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan spat blood from his mouth and nose, his body flying towards the 6 people who had come with him. With the burly man's command, the students who had gathered to watch rushed towards these people. The few of them turned pale, unable to resist, and were overwhelmed by the crowd. Meanwhile, Feng Yi dragged the 3 fat ones to the back of the crowd. At this point, having one more person or one less didn't matter. A few minutes later, a furious roar came from a distance. The voice rolled like thunder, making everyone's ears tingle. "Everyone, stop!" The figure of the director of education flew in from afar. The students involved in the beating immediately stopped. Zhou Yuan and the others, who had been beaten in the middle, looked almost unrecognizable. Each of their faces was swollen like a pig's head, and they were on the verge of losing their teeth. They looked utterly miserable. Hearing the director's voice, they felt a deep sense of familiarity. If they could move, they would definitely get up and bow to him. The director approached, his aura as a heavenly-level expert unabashed, causing everyone to stand obediently in place, not daring to meet his gaze. "Can someone explain to me what you are doing? Is this a blatant violation of school rules?" The director's voice was cold, his authoritative gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. At this moment, Feng Yi walked over. "Director, let me explain." The director was momentarily stunned when he saw Feng Yi. The anger that had just been on his face disappeared in an instant. Chapter 41. The ruthless youth. The director's face was now filled with smiles, and his tone had lost any trace of anger. The speed of his change was astonishing. "Feng Yi, you're here too?" "Yes," Feng Yi nodded, then recounted the events to the director. After finishing, he called the fat ones over to show the director the various shoe prints on them. After listening, the director's face turned grim. He had initially thought it was just a conflict between students of the academy, but it turned out that people from Kyoto Academy had come to Qingbei to stir up trouble. Normally, the students from both academies would have their playful scuffles outside the school, and the higher-ups would turn a blind eye. A little friction among the youth is normal. However, for a third-year student at the Radiant Light stage to come into the academy to catch a first-year student and beat up a student from his own academy who was at the Star Forging stage was a bit excessive. Moreover, the person they were trying to catch was a key figure being cultivated by the academy's higher-ups. In ancient times, their corpses would have been hung at the gate for public display. "All right, I've understood the situation. Everyone disperse," the director said. Upon hearing that, everyone knew they were off the hook and obediently left the entrance of Tai-Bai Pavilion. After everyone had left, the director spoke to Feng Yi and the others. "This incident is a failure of the academy's security. I will report this and strengthen the inspection of people entering the school. The follow-up matters will be handled by me, but you all need to be cautious when you leave the school." Feng Yi and the others nodded and thanked the director. After the director called people to carry the already unconscious Zhou Yuan and the others away, he immediately rushed to the principal's office. Inside the principal's office, Ji Xing listened to the whole story. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After pondering for a moment, he instructed, "Just throw them at the academy's gate and then call their Kyoto Academy." The director nodded and immediately called to have Zhou Yuan and the others tossed onto the road in front of the academy, then called the director of Kyoto Academy. After doing all this, he curiously asked, "Principal, is that it?" Ji Xing shot him a glance, exasperated. They've been beaten to such a state, and you still want to gain something from it? The director, having had his little scheme exposed, awkwardly chuckled. But this matter can't just end like this. If word gets out, others will think Qingbei Academy is easy to bully. Ji Xing pondered, tapping his fingers on the table. After a long while, he sighed helplessly. To put it bluntly, this is still a conflict between students from both academies. If it gets too big, it won't be easy to settle. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to intervene directly. After Ji Xing finished speaking, he gave the director a meaningful glance. The latter was taken aback, then nodded with a smile before leaving. Outside the academy, Zhou Yuan and the others were thrown out like dead dogs, lying motionless on the road. Those who didn't know would think they were already dead. However, they drew the attention of passing pedestrians and students. People gathered around, gasping at their miserable state. Then, many began to take out their phones, some taking pictures, others recording videos, all of which were posted on various social media platforms. As the topic included both Qingbei Academy and Kyoto Academy, it quickly surged to the trending searches. The identities of the individuals were soon exposed. The students from Qingbei Academy who had participated in the beating also posted videos explaining the events in detail. The topic of third-year students from Kyoto Academy bullying freshmen in broad daylight at Qingbei Academy went viral online. The principal and senior officials of Kyoto Academy held an emergency meeting. That evening, Kyoto Academy issued a notice stating that Zhou Yuan and the others had seriously violated the academy's rules and were expelled, along with an apology to the students of Qingbei Academy. The matter settled down a bit here. However, the students from both academies were not willing to let go, engaging in heated online disputes. After a few days, under the influence of some mysterious force, the matter slowly lost its heat online. Only the students from the two academies continued to argue on social media. In a private club in Kyoto, the crisp sound of slaps echoed. Zhou Yuan and the others were all kneeling on the ground, having just recovered their faces only to be slapped back to a pig's head. The yellow-haired youth sat on the sofa, watching quietly. Zhou Yuan trembled all over, more terrified than when he was surrounded by dozens of people at Qingbei Academy. Tears and mucus mixed with blood flowed down his face. When he opened his mouth to speak, saliva kept flowing uncontrollably. "Young Master Wang, spare me. I didn't mean to expose you." Beside the yellow-haired youth was a bespectacled boy who looked like a cultured scoundrel. He sneered and walked up to Zhou Yuan, kicking him to the ground. "Useless, I sent you to catch Feng Yi, and you didn't even recognize him." After being kicked down, Zhou Yuan immediately crawled up, kneeling on the ground and continuously banging his head. "I'm sorry, young Master Wang." The boy named Wang Xiao turned to look at the seated Huang Mao. "Ying Xiao, how should we deal with these useless ones?" The boy with yellow hair casually dug at his ear and replied indifferently, "Let them stay useless." Wang Xiao nodded, a cold expression on his face, and said to the black-clad men beside him, "Drag them away, disable them, and then throw them far away." Hearing his words, Zhou Yuan and the others began to wail and begged this seemingly cultured boy to spare them. However, Wang Xiao didn't even lift his eyelids. Zhou Yuan and the others were forcibly dragged away by the black-clad men. "Ying Xiao, what should we do next?" The yellow-haired boy sneered. "I underestimated him. Since we can't get into Qingbei Academy now, let's have someone guard the entrance. They will eventually come out. As long as we catch one, we don't have to worry about him not showing up." A week quickly passed. During these days, Feng Yi and the others spent all their time either training or staying in the dormitory without stepping out of the school gate even once. Feng Yi himself wasn't scared. He was just worried that the fat guy and the others would be targeted. That Wang Daoyuan wouldn't let them off easily. To eliminate future troubles, Feng Yi decided to personally meet this person after today to see what his true intentions were. However, the most important thing today was that Zihan Huang said she would help him refine his body. Early in the morning, Feng Yi arrived at Zihan Huang's private office. He knocked on the door, found it not closed, and heard Zihan Huang's cold voice coming from inside. When Feng Yi pushed the door open, a huge wooden tub came into view. The tub was filled with a red, unknown liquid, and a strong medicinal smell emanated from it. Feng Yi's heart trembled. This thing couldn't be prepared for him, could it? Chapter 42. Medicinal bath. Looking at Zihan Huang, who was leaning back in her chair with her eyes closed, Feng Yi cautiously asked, "Aunt, what is this?" Zihan Huang didn't even raise her eyelids and replied indifferently, "Take off your clothes and get in." "Huh? All of it?" Feng Yi was stunned and stammered. What, huh? I've seen you in every way possible. What's there to be shy about? Zihan Zhuang opened her eyes, her tone slightly impatient. Feng Yi shrank his head back and weakly said, That was when I was a kid. I'm grown up now. Upon hearing this, Zihan Zhuang closed her eyes with annoyance. I won't look if you close your eyes, so stop stalling. Seeing that Zihan Zhuang closed her eyes, Feng Yi could only brace himself and start undressing. After taking off all his clothes, he supported himself on the wooden tub and jumped in. Splash! He submerged his body in the red liquid, leaving only his head above the surface. As soon as he entered, Feng Yi smelled a strong medicinal scent mixed with a faint bloody odor. Aunt, is there blood in here? At this moment, Zihan Zhuang opened her eyes and walked over. She held 2 glass bottles, one containing a dark red liquid and the other filled with black powder. Neither looked like normal substances. Yes, there is the true blood of a strange beast in it. Zihan Zhuang nodded and poured the dark red liquid into the wooden tub. And this is heaven-grade strange beast true blood. As she spoke, Zihan Zhuang poured the black powder into the tub as well, then stirred it with her hand. As the black powder dissolved, Feng Yi immediately felt the temperature of the red liquid rise rapidly. White mist began to rise from the tub, and the red liquid started to boil. Feng Yi felt as if he was about to be cooked alive. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Zihan Zhuang's cold voice operate the body refining technique and absorb the medicinal properties. Feng Yi exhaled a hot breath and hurriedly complied. As the body refining technique operated, Feng Yi felt the heat permeate his skin, enveloping his meridians and then penetrating deep into his bones. Sweat poured down his face, and his complexion turned as red as if he had put on makeup. The heat that penetrated his bones made Feng Yi feel extremely uncomfortable. However, he knew it was for his own good, so he could only grit his teeth and endure. Zihan Zhuang watched Feng, who was in pain yet didn't utter a sound, with a gaze full of pity. She softly murmured, The suffering you endure now is all for becoming stronger in the future. However, at that moment, Feng Yi was entirely focused on resisting the unbearable pain and didn't hear what Zihan Zhuang said. Time slowly passed, and the blood-red liquid in the tub gradually lightened. Eventually, it became a tub of clear, transparent water. The temperature returned to that of normal cold water. Feng Yi's skin regained its color, appearing even shinier than before. Like a humanoid treasure, Feng Yi opened his eyes and was pleasantly surprised to find that his cultivation had broken through to the 3rd layer of the radiant light realm. In just one morning, he had broken through 2 layers. If relying solely on his own cultivation, it would have taken at least a month. The most crucial part was that his physical body had improved significantly. It was no exaggeration to say that Feng Yi felt he could now catch a blade barehanded and was impervious to knives and guns. Moreover, his strength had also increased greatly, and he felt an endless power coursing through him. And is this enough? Feng Yi looked up at Zihan Zhuang, only to find her staring at him. He looked down and instantly turned red, quickly covering himself with both hands. No, Aunt, you pfft. Zihan Zhuang was amused by Feng Yi's embarrassed appearance. All right, it's not like I haven't seen it before. What are you hiding for? But you have indeed grown up. Get dressed and come out. After speaking, she glanced at Feng Yi, whose face was as red as it was when he was refining his body earlier, and then she left the office. Once Zihan Zhuang left, Feng Yi jumped out of the tub, shaking off the steam, and quickly got dressed before walking out. When he emerged, Zihan Zhuang had returned to her usual cold demeanor. The medicinal effects from that tub of liquid are now in your body. It will take about 2 or 3 days for you to fully absorb it. Come find me again next week. Huh? I have to come again? Feng Yi's face contorted. He really didn't want to experience that unbearable pain a second time. The most critical part was that he would have to strip in front of his aunt again, which was truly embarrassing. Seeing Feng Yi's unwilling expression, Zihan Zhuang scolded him. You're reluctant? Do you know how much that tub of medicinal liquid costs? How much? Feng Yi asked curiously. It's just a tub of medicinal liquid. How expensive could it be? Zihan Zhuang held up 3 fingers. 3 million. What? Feng Yi's voice suddenly rose, his face filled with disbelief. That tub of medicinal liquid actually cost 3 million? This was no medicine, it was liquid gold. Zihan Zhuang looked at Feng Yi disdainfully. Look at that clueless face of yours. Get lost. After leaving the office, Feng Yi dove straight into the training room. He needed to quickly absorb the remaining medicinal properties in his body, because there was an important task waiting for him to do next. 2 days later, in the training room, Feng Yi opened his eyes. The residual medicinal properties in his body had been completely absorbed. The progress under the radiant light star in the Big Dipper space had also reached 38. Just a little more, and I could break through to the fourth layer of the shaking light realm. If I were to share my cultivation speed, it would surely astonish everyone. Of course, all of this is thanks to those 300,000 medicinal liquids. After leaving the training room, Feng Yi didn't return to his dormitory, but instead walked straight out of Qingbei Academy. The moment he stepped out of Qingbei Academy, he felt several pairs of eyes watching him from the shadows. A slight smile appeared on Feng Yi's lips, and without pausing, he crossed the road and entered the gates of the Kyoto Ancient Martial Arts Academy. The students standing in front of the Kyoto Academy watched in astonishment as Feng Yi walked out of Qingbei Academy and directly entered their own school. They couldn't quite grasp the situation. Have the students of Qingbei Academy become this arrogant? A few hot-tempered ones immediately chased after him, blocking his path. Stop! Which academy are you from? Feng Yi looked at the people blocking his way, not feeling angry at all. He actually wanted to ask someone where Wang Daoyuan was. Hello, I'm from Qingbei Academy. I'm looking for someone, and I wonder if you know him. Feng Yi politely extended his hand. This took the few of them by surprise. But adhering to the principle of not hitting someone who extends a hand in goodwill, they put away their anger and shook hands with Feng Yi. Classmate, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Wang Daoyuan. Do you know him? Chapter 43. Arrogant Feng Yi with a smile on his face and his naturally sunny appearance. The group in front of him relaxed their guard. They thought Feng Yi was just here to find someone and not to cause trouble. So, they also showed him friendly smiles. Of course we know him. Senior Wang is quite the prominent figure at our Kyoto Academy. How could we not know him? Could you please take me to find him? Feng Yi took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed one to each of them. Seeing Feng Yi being so considerate, they lit up as well, making it hard to refuse. They quickly agreed, but one of them said, however, Senior Wang is often not in the academy. Let me call and ask if he is around. Feng Yi smiled and nodded, indicating it was fine. While that person was on the phone, Feng Yi pondered. He didn't expect Wang Daoyuan to be so famous at Kyoto Academy that anyone could recognize him. But that was good. It saved him time. At that moment, after finishing the call, the person smiled and said, Classmate, you came at just the right time. I just asked my friend, and they saw Senior Wang at the basketball court. I'll take you to find him. Thank you. Feng Yi expressed his gratitude politely. Then, under the guidance of the group, they arrived at an indoor basketball court at Kyoto Academy. As soon as he entered, without needing an introduction, Feng Yi's gaze was immediately drawn to a scholarly-looking boy wearing glasses sitting by the court. The people around him were all smiling and flattering him while talking. Sure enough, the group pointed to the bespectacled boy and said, Classmate, Senior Wang is over there. Thanks, I can go find him myself. Feng Yi patted one of the group's shoulders and walked towards Wang Daoyuan. At that moment, Wang Daoyuan was too busy talking to a tall, attractive girl to notice Feng Yi. Feng Yi walked over and sat down next to the alluring girl dressed in black. Everyone around looked on in shock. After all, that was Wang Daoyuan's girl. Who dared to sit next to her? After Feng Yi sat down, Wang Daoyuan turned to look over, and Feng Yi directly took the girl's hand from Wang Daoyuan's grasp, caressing it a few times, then commented sincerely, Not bad, very smooth. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Wang Daoyuan was stunned for a moment before he laughed in anger. The girl looked at Feng Yi, then back at Wang Daoyuan, completely confused about the situation. Was this person not afraid of death? To so openly snatch a girl from Wang Daoyuan? Kid, do you know who I am? Wang Daoyuan found Feng Yi very interesting. If nothing else, at least he was bold. Feng Yi continued to play with the girl's delicate hand, without lifting his head, and said, If you were Wang Daoyuan, then I think I haven't found the wrong person. Hearing Feng Yi's words, a playful expression appeared on Wang Daoyuan's face. The meaning behind Feng Yi's words was very clear. He had come for him. Looking for me? Is there something you need? Wang Daoyuan had never seen a photo of Feng Yi, and the people in front of Qingbei Academy were all arranged by the blonde-haired boy. So, he didn't know that the person speaking to him was the Feng Yi he had been looking for. He thought Feng Yi had deliberately created a different entrance to follow him. Aren't you looking for me? Now that I'm here. Only then did Feng Yi release the girl's hand and raise his head to lock eyes with Wang Daoyuan. Just as Wang Daoyuan was confused, his phone rang. He took out his phone, answered it, and his expression visibly changed. After hanging up, he realized who the person in front of him was. You have quite the nerve. Coming here alone. Wang Daoyuan's voice had grown cold. They were not friends. When he sent someone to Qingbei to catch Feng Yi, it had already set them on opposing sides. So, He would think that Feng Yi had come to chat. Feng Yi, however, scoffed dismissively. So what if I came alone? Do you dare to kill me? Wang Daoyuan's fist tightened into a ball. Feng Yi's words struck a chord with him. As a member of the Wang family in Kyoto, and someone who hung out with the blonde-haired boy, he certainly knew about the 5 major families and Feng Yi's true identity. So even if he had 100 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to kill Feng Yi. Playful scuffles among juniors wouldn't be questioned by the higher-ups, and even if Feng Yi got beaten, he could only blame himself for being inferior. But if Feng Yi died, that would be a different matter. He could not bear the consequences of that. The only one who could dare to kill Feng Yi and bear the consequences might be that blonde-haired boy. Noticing Wang Daoyuan's increasingly pale face, Feng Yi laughed arrogantly, pulling the girl into his embrace. He provocatively looked at Wang Daoyuan. Weren't you looking for me? Now that I'm here, why aren't you saying anything? Do you want to fight or what? Speak up. Wang Daoyuan's forehead bulged with veins, his teeth clenching audibly. If you can walk out of Kyoto Academy today, I'll call you dad. With that, Wang Daoyuan stood up, pointing at Feng Yi and shouting, just don't kill him. The people around all rolled up their sleeves and slowly approached Feng Yi. The girl being held by Feng Yi stared at his face, realizing that even Wang Daoyuan didn't dare to kill him, which was enough to show that Feng Yi's background was not weak. Moreover, Feng Yi dared to come alone to find Wang Daoyuan, and now facing a dozen people surrounding him, he showed no fear, his face completely devoid of any sign of dread. She developed a strong interest in Feng Yi, feeling a sense of security being held by him. However, the next moment, Feng Yi directly pushed her away and stood up. The girl felt no hint of resentment towards Feng Yi for being unkind, but instead thought that Feng Yi was quite good at this moment. Watching more than 10 people approaching her, Feng Yi was not nervous at all, only feeling a strong sense of battle within him. Finally, he had the opportunity to test his second superpower. Feng Yi possessed 3 superpowers: spatial power, War God. In God's eye, he had already used the first and third powers, but had yet to use the second power, War God. The opponents he had faced so far had never been able to force him to reveal all his cards. And this second power, War God, was a definite divine skill when facing a group attack. The more enemies he faced, the greater the enhancement. And Feng Yi was eager to see how much his strength could increase with more than 10 people. He silently chanted in his heart, War God. In an instant, Feng Yi's strength soared, and his overall abilities were enhanced. The battle intent in his heart grew stronger, almost becoming tangible. Chapter 44. Are you here to make a joke? At the moment Feng Yi silently chanted War God, his aura suddenly changed, and a powerful presence erupted from his body. The more than 10 people surrounding him suddenly changed their expressions under this aura. Wang Daoyuan's eyes flashed with shock. He knew that Feng Yi was a freshman who had just enrolled in the Ancient Martial Arts Academy this year. But he did not expect Feng Yi to be so strong that his mere aura could instill fear in him. However, there was no way out for him now, and he sternly shouted, all of you go. As soon as he finished speaking, the more than 10 people surrounding Feng Yi rushed forward together. Feng Yi slightly sidestepped to avoid a punch, then kicked out, sending a second-layer student from the Shaking Light realm flying. He then flashed and dodged 2 boys who tried to sneak attack him from behind. When he reappeared, he was already behind the 2 boys. Like to sneak attack? Feng Yi grabbed the necks of the 2 and forcefully slammed them together, causing them to be dazed. He then lifted them as human weapons and swung them towards the others. Seeing Feng Yi's ferocity and how he could counterattack against the assault of more than 10 people, those individuals began to feel a sense of retreat. They only chose to be Wang Daoyuan's lackeys because of his good family background, but no one wanted to risk their lives. However, Feng Yi would not let them off easily. He threw the 2 he was holding towards the crowd, and they tried to catch them with their hands. But the moment they made contact, they felt a powerful force coming from the bodies of the 2. A group of people was instantly knocked down to the ground. With every strike Feng Yi made, someone fell and could no longer get up. A few minutes later, the ground was filled with people groaning in pain, and Wang Daoyuan watched this scene, struggling to swallow. Just as he was about to run, he found that Feng Yi had somehow appeared in front of him. How are you planning to run? Feng Yi tilted his head, mockingly looking at the panicked Wang Daoyuan. Feng Yi, this is Kyoto Academy, not your Qingbei Academy. If this escalates, let's see how you get out. Wang Daoyuan knew he was no match for Feng Yi and could only threaten him with a fierce facade. You don't need to worry about that. Feng Yi sneered and reached for Wang Daoyuan's neck. Wang Daoyuan reacted quickly, retreating rapidly. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun Feng Yi. Before he could reach the wall, he was grabbed by the neck by Feng Yi. In an instant, he felt a choking sensation, and then he was violently slammed to the ground. The entire indoor basketball court trembled. Wang Daoyuan spat out several bloodied teeth, his eyes filled with pain and humiliation. Under absolute dominance, he could not resist at all. Feng Yi placed a foot on Wang Daoyuan's head, coldly demanding, "Speak. Didn't you want to find me? Now that I'm here, what do you want?" Wang Daoyuan gritted his teeth. No one dared to treat him this way in the past. But now he was pinned down and unable to move. This was a humiliation for him. Seeing that Wang Daoyuan was silent, Feng Yi began to apply pressure with his foot. Wang Daoyuan let out a painful grunt, feeling as if his head was about to explode. But years of pride wouldn't allow him to bow his head to Feng Yi. He still refused to speak. "Didn't he expect you to be tough?" Feng Yi sneered and was about to change his method of torment when his expression suddenly changed, and he instantly vanished from spot. The next second, a cold gleam swept past. Feng Yi's face darkened as he stared at the blonde boy in front of him. If he had been even a second slower, that sword would have struck his head. He had no intention of using weapons from the start, not wanting to escalate the situation. Even if there were injuries, relying on healing-type superpower practitioners wouldn't be a big deal. As long as no one died in student fights, the academy's higher-ups wouldn't pursue it. But this blonde clearly aimed to kill. Feng Yi looked at the blonde, who was also staring at him, but the blonde's eyes were filled with mockery and anticipation. "Finally met you, Feng Yi." Feng Yi's eyes flickered with confusion. This blonde actually knew him, but he did not recognize him from his memories. "Who are you?" Feng Yi asked coldly. The blonde licked his lips and smiled sickly. "You don't need to worry about who I am. Just know that today I will trample you. The heir of the Feng family, underfoot. Isn't that interesting?" After saying that, the blonde let out a sinister laugh. Feng Yi said nothing and silently drew out the sword. Since this lunatic knew his identity and dared to be so arrogant, he must be from one of the 5 major families. He hadn't planned on using weapons. But since this madman had, he had no reservations now. When the blonde saw Feng Yi take out the sword, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Wang Daoyuan, lying on the ground, seemed to have grasped a lifeline upon seeing the blonde. He crawled to the blonde's feet, filled with hatred, pointing at Feng Yi. "Ying Xiao, help me take revenge. Kill him." Being trampled underfoot was the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered. He didn't dare to kill Feng Yi himself, and could only hope that the blonde would help him. But the blonde merely sneered, kicking Wang Daoyuan away, watching his body crash against the basketball pole, then spitting out a mouthful of blood, falling silent. What a waste. At this moment, many students from Kyoto Academy had gathered outside the gym, drawn by the noise to watch the commotion. Most of them knew Wang Daoyuan and the blonde, aware that the two often hung out together. But seeing the blonde kick Wang Daoyuan unconscious left everyone stunned. What's going on? Not only were they confused, but even Feng Yi frowned. This blonde was indeed a lunatic, even attacking his own people. He also had some guesses about the blonde's identity. Just now, Wang Daoyuan had called him Ying Xiao, the Ying family, one of the 5 major families. He couldn't help but wonder how the Ying family had raised such a lunatic. After knocking Wang Daoyuan unconscious, the blonde's face returned to that mocking expression as he spoke in a sharp voice. "Next, it's just the 2 of us." After speaking, the yellow-haired boy transformed into a shadow and charged towards Feng Yi. A faint red glow appeared around him, and his aura was revealed. 8th layer of the star-forging realm? Feng Yi was somewhat dumbfounded. He thought the yellow-haired boy was powerful, but it turned out he was just a personal-level cultivator. At this moment, he wanted to ask the guy, "Are you here to be funny?" The yellow-haired boy quickly reached Feng Yi's front and swept his sword horizontally. However, Feng Yi didn't even draw his sword. He merely used the sheath to block the yellow-haired boy's strike. Nevertheless, Feng Yi could also sense that the yellow-haired boy's strength was stronger than that of an average Radiant Realm cultivator. Chapter 45, Great Battle. If an ordinary Radiant Realm cultivator encountered the yellow-haired boy, they might not necessarily be his opponent. But the yellow-haired boy was not facing an ordinary Radiant Realm cultivator. He was facing Feng Yi. Moreover, even if they were at the same realm, the yellow-haired boy might not be able to defeat Feng Yi. Not to mention that Feng Yi currently surpassed him by a significant realm. Seeing that Feng Yi didn't even draw his sword, he was instantly enraged. "Draw your sword. You're too weak. You don't deserve me to draw my sword." Feng Yi shook his head and said calmly. That calm tone felt like a sharp knife, deeply piercing into the yellow-haired boy's heart. He was arrogant and believed that no one among his peers was stronger than him. After learning that he was not the top scorer in the college entrance examination, he thought Feng Yi had stolen his position. However, he didn't feel weaker than Feng Yi. He just thought Feng Yi was lucky. Since then, the yellow-haired boy had planned to step on Feng Yi in front of everyone and prove to the world that he was the strongest. But now, during their duel, not only did Feng Yi not draw his sword, but he also said he was not worthy of drawing it. His eyes instantly turned blood red. The rationality in his mind vanished in that moment. The red glow around the yellow-haired boy intensified, and Feng Yi vaguely saw waves of black mist rising from him. His aura became incredibly strange, and his strength increased significantly. In just a moment, the yellow-haired boy's strength reached the radiant realm, and it continued to grow. What the hell? Just as Feng Yi felt curious, the yellow-haired boy suddenly looked up. His pupils turned blood red, and his face was covered with visible veins. At that moment, the yellow-haired boy resembled a monster rather than a human. Faced with such a bizarre yellow-haired boy, Feng Yi didn't dare to be careless. After forcing the yellow-haired boy back with a kick, he drew the congealed snow sword. At that moment, his aura transformed as if a divine sword had been drawn, and those around him felt a sharp pain. My goodness, these two are too strong. What happened to Yin Yaoyang? Why does he look like this? I heard that seems to be his ability. What kind of ability turns someone into a non-human, non-ghost? If no one said anything, one might think he was a shape-shifting beast. The person opposite him is also very strong. Even from that far away, I can feel the sword intent emanating from him. Could he be a student of the Qingbei, white-clad sword immortal? It's possible. After all, he can't be from our Kyoto Academy. With such strength, he can't be a nameless nobody. After being forced back, the yellow-haired boy's expression gradually became frenzied. Ah! He howled to the sky, emitting a piercing scream that rippled outward. The glass in the basketball gym shattered at that moment. Everyone outside felt like their eardrums were about to burst and quickly covered their ears. Some weaker freshmen even had blood flowing from their ears. As the closest to the yellow-haired boy, Feng Yi also felt a sharp pain in his ears. If he hadn't practiced the body refinement technique to a minor success and his body was different from before, he probably would have been like those around him. In the office of the Kyoto Academy's principal, a middle-aged man suddenly raised his head. His expression changed, and he rushed out of the office while dialing a phone number. As soon as the call connected, he anxiously said, "Quickly inform Ying's people. That little madman has gone crazy." After speaking, he hurried towards the indoor basketball gym. After the yellow-haired boy stopped screaming, he began to laugh sinisterly. Then his figure vanished from a spot. Feng Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, surprised. So fast. Just as he finished speaking, a sword with an eerie red light descended from the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Feng Yi was already prepared. He slightly sidestepped to evade the sword. The sword struck the ground, instantly carving a deep sword mark into it. After missing with the first strike, the yellow-haired boy slashed upwards towards Feng Yi again. Yet, he still failed to hit due to Feng Yi's strange movement technique. Instead, he was forced back several dozen steps by Feng Yi's sword. The yellow-haired boy's blood-red eyes fixated on Feng Yi, and then he wiped his hand across the blade. Blood flowed out and smeared onto the sword. The sword in his hand was now completely covered in a blood-red glow. But the yellow-haired boy's face turned incredibly pale at that moment. Using blood to nourish the sword? This was the first time Feng Yi encountered such a situation. It was clear that the yellow-haired boy was about to unleash a powerful move. The yellow-haired boy released his grip on the sword. Yet the sword covered in blood-red light floated steadily in midair. He extended his index and middle fingers, bringing them together, and began to murmur something softly. The voice was eerie, like the whispers of an evil spirit, as if chanting a spell. The crowd wanted to listen, but found it impossible to hear clearly. As the incantation was recited, the sword in front of him erupted with a dazzling and enchanting blood-red light. A strange aura began to rise from the sword. Although Feng Yi couldn't understand what kind of ultimate move the yellow-haired boy was using, he could now sense the dangerous aura coming from that sword. He trusted his sixth sense, so he was not prepared to sit idly by. Slowly closing his eyes, he emptied his mind. Then he retracted his sword and gathered power. Taiji swordsmanship. A longsword phantom appeared above Feng Yi's head, and the Taiji yin-yang symbol at the hilt began to rotate slowly. The star power within 100 meters around him gathered into the long sword phantom as the Taiji yin-yang symbol turned. Meanwhile, The star power within Feng Yi's body was also frantically infused into the congealed snow sword. The phantom became increasingly solid, almost transforming into a real sword. Now, both the yellow-haired boy's blood-red longsword and Feng Yi's longsword phantom emitted powerful auras. All the onlookers instinctively stepped back, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, the mentors of the Kyoto Academy also arrived upon hearing the news. Looking at the two boys in the basketball gym, they all wore expressions of shock. They sensed an aura from both of them that far exceeded their own. At this moment, they forgot to stop the two and were instead curious to see which one was stronger. Soul Devour, accompanied by the yellow-haired boy's hoarse yet sharp voice. The blood-red longsword shot towards Feng Yi. The surrounding space warped, as if it couldn't bear the energy from the blood-red longsword. Feng Yi's eyes showed no signs of tension. He was as calm as water. Slash! Feng Yi thrust his sword forward, and the longsword phantom above him followed suit. As the longsword phantom moved, the surrounding space even began to collapse. However, it was quickly restored. The tips of the two swords collided with each other. A strong surge of energy erupted from the tips of two swords, and dazzling light instantly engulfed the indoor basketball court. The academy instructors outside all secretly thought something was wrong and quickly set up a barrier to contain the residual force of the explosion within it. At that moment, the middle-aged man finally arrived. Chapter 46. The winner approaches. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the instructors from the Kyoto Academy all respectfully bowed. Dean. The middle-aged man ignored the crowd of instructors and instead focused on the basketball court covered in blinding white light. His expression was grim as he darted directly into the basketball court, leaving everyone else exchanging glances in confusion. Moments later, a loud rumble echoed from within the white light, as if something had collapsed. Then, the blinding white light dissipated, revealing the indoor basketball court reduced to ruins. In the center of the ruins, the middle-aged man floated in midair, his palm glowing with flickering blue starlight, forming a protective shield that safeguarded Feng Yi, Wang Daoyuan, and the others. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired boy was grasped in his hand, his clothes tattered, blood occasionally oozing from his mouth and nose, uncertain if he was alive or dead. The instructors from the Kyoto Academy rushed over to check on Wang Daoyuan and the other 10 or so individuals who had been knocked down. After confirming that they were mostly unharmed, they finally felt relieved. They then turned their unfriendly gazes towards Feng Yi. Anyone who could serve as an instructor in the 4 major academies was at least at the peak of the Earth realm. Instantly being stared at by over a dozen peak Earth realm and Celestial realm experts would likely make an ordinary person tremble in fear. However, Feng Yi remained indifferent, sheathing his Ningxue sword and preparing to leave. Just as Feng Yi took a couple of steps, he was stopped by 2 Celestial realm instructors. Step aside. Even though he knew the other party was an instructor and a Celestial realm cultivator, Feng Yi had no intention of giving them face, coldly responding. You think you can just cause trouble and walk away? What do you think this is? The Kyoto Academy instructor blocking Feng Yi glared at him menacingly. A powerful aura emanated from him, directly suppressing Feng Yi in place. Faced with a Celestial realm cultivator, Feng Yi had no way to resist. However, he still managed to mockingly say, "So this is the style of the Kyoto Academy? A third-year student bullies a first-year student just starting at Qinbei, and now a Celestial realm instructor shamelessly attacks a newly arrived Earth realm student." Hearing Feng Yi's words, the Kyoto Academy instructor became enraged and was about to teach the disrespectful Feng Yi a lesson when he heard the middle-aged man shout, "Stop!" The instructor, unwilling, lowered his hand and then heard the middle-aged man say, "Let him go." He turned to the middle-aged man in disbelief. "Dean, just let him go. Do you want the Kyoto Academy to become a laughingstock?" The middle-aged man's cold voice replied, "This is the Kyoto Academy." The instructor had no choice but to retract his Celestial realm aura and step aside for Feng Yi. Feng Yi took a deep look at the instructor, memorizing his face. He had always been someone who repaid grievances, and since this old man had bullied him due to his higher realm, he would make him taste the bitterness of being bullied in return. Just as Feng Yi was about to leave, a group of people rushed over, their voices arriving before their bodies. "Don't let him go." Feng Yi looked up to see a woman accompanied by a group of bodyguards in black suits marching towards him. The woman glared fiercely at him as she passed by, then quickly ran to the side of the Kyoto Academy's dean, taking the yellow-haired boy from his hands. The bodyguards she brought surrounded Feng Yi. The woman looked at the yellow-haired boy's terrible condition, her eyes filled with pain as she trembled and touched his face. Her voice tinged with tears. "Ying Yaoyang, Auntie is here. Don't worry, Auntie will take care of this. I won't let anyone who harmed you go unpunished." At this moment, Feng Yi learned the yellow-haired boy's name, Ying Yaoyang. He initially thought the woman was his mother, but it turned out to be his aunt. The dean of the Kyoto Academy spoke up to advise her. "Ms. Ying, it's normal for kids to roughhouse. We adults shouldn't get involved. Otherwise, it will be easy for others to laugh at us." However, the woman was now blinded by anger and completely disregarded his words. "Who dares to laugh? This bastard hurt my Yaoyang like this. I won't rest until I ruin him." After saying that, the woman immediately ordered her group of bodyguards. "Break his hands and feet first." Upon hearing this, the bodyguards prepared to strike, each exuding a powerful aura. The lowest among them was at the second level of the Earth realm, and several were at the J-balance realm, with none weaker than Feng Yi. "Wait." The dean of the Kyoto Academy hurriedly signaled to a few instructors, who then blocked the bodyguards ready to act. He was mentally cursing the woman and her ancestors. Of all people to come, why must it be a reckless and unreasonable madwoman? Seeing that the dean of the Kyoto Academy had stopped her bodyguards, the woman glared at him coldly, asking, "What? Dean Liu, do you want to protect this bastard and make enemies with the Ying family?" The dean of the Kyoto Academy shook his head and leaned closer to the woman, whispering something. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman suddenly raised her head, staring intently at Feng Yi. With gritted teeth, she asked, "Are you the bastard born of that shameless Xinixu?" After being called a bastard repeatedly by the woman, Feng Yi was already on the verge of exploding. Hearing her insult his mother, he could no longer hold back. "Bitch, I see your entire Ying family as bastards and shameless scum. If your ancestor knew that his descendants had such foul mouths, would he crawl out of his grave to slap you?" Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, the woman was instantly infuriated. "You little bastard. If I don't tear your mouth apart today, I won't carry your surname." "Huh." Feng Yi disdainfully spat on the ground and raised his middle finger at the woman. "Get lost. You think you can still carry my surname? Dream on. If you have the guts, come and kill your father today." The woman was livid, her hair standing on end as she shouted recklessly, "Kill him." Her bodyguards, disregarding the Kyoto Academy instructors' attempts to stop them, charged towards Feng Yi. The instructors from the Kyoto Academy were at a loss, trying to block them while looking towards the dean. The dean was also very anxious. Both sides were significant figures, and he couldn't afford to offend either. He could only keep trying to persuade the woman. "Ms. Ying, don't be impulsive. This matter could become very serious. Let us sit down and discuss it." But the woman, filled with murderous intent, would not listen. He could only grit his teeth and roar, "Everyone stop." An unparalleled aura erupted from him, suppressing everyone present in place. Everyone felt a sense of oppression descending from above. Chapter 47. Zihan Zhuang arrives. An unparalleled aura erupted from his body, suppressing everyone present in place. At that moment, everyone felt an overwhelming pressure descending from the sky, as if a pair of giant hands were pressing down on their shoulders, rendering them unable to move. The sudden intervention of the president of the Kyoto Academy made the woman's expression turn extremely ugly. "Director Liu, are you sure you want to stop me?" As the president of one of the 4 top academies, even though his status was not as high as that of the 5 great families, people from the 5 families usually treated him with at least a modicum of respect. Now, this woman repeatedly disregarded his authority, causing the president of the Shindu Academy to feel a surge of anger. "Ms. Ying, this is Kyoto Academy, not your Ying family. You cannot act recklessly here." The woman gritted her silver teeth and ultimately nodded. "Fine, I'll give you face and 1T act in Kyoto Academy." With that, she turned her gaze to Feng Yi and said resentfully, "I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of Kyoto Academy. If you have the guts, don't ever come out." After saying that, she picked up Ying Yaoyang and walked out with a group of bodyguards in black. She knew that with the power of the Kyoto Academy's president, as long as he disagreed, they would not be able to harm Feng Yi. It was better to give him some face. After all, Feng Yi would eventually have to leave Kyoto Academy. She did not believe that the president of Kyoto Academy would risk offending the Ying family to protect Feng Yi, who was not even a student of the academy. Once the woman and her group left, the president of Kyoto Academy sighed and said to Feng Yi, "You'd better wait for your Feng family members to arrive before going out." Feng Yi nodded. He wasn't foolish enough to seek death when he knew he couldn't win. So after the woman left, he sent a message to Zihan Zhuang. At that moment, Zihan Zhuang also called him. After connecting, He briefly explained what had happened and then hung up. He slightly bowed to the president of Kyoto Academy and turned to walk outside. Regardless of the president's intentions, he had indeed helped him just now. As he slowly walked out of the main gate of Kyoto Academy, the Ing family woman was indeed waiting for him. Upon seeing Feng Yi come out, she coldly sneered, "No wonder you are the spawn of that cheap woman, Zining Xue. I admire your courage, but that's all. Soon, I'll chop off your limbs and send them to that cheap woman Zining Xue." Hearing the woman repeatedly refer to his mother as a cheap woman, Feng Yi silently vowed that no matter how long it took, he would make sure to cut out her tongue when he had the chance. After the woman finished speaking, she lightly instructed the bodyguards beside her, "Go, chop off his limbs." A group of bodyguards immediately charged toward Feng Yi. Passers-by and students at the academy's entrance all turned to look at this scene. Students from Qingbei Academy recognized Feng Yi and quickly called to notify their instructor. If the attackers were students from their own academy, they would not intervene, merely watching the excitement from the sidelines. However, it was clear that those attacking Feng Yi were not students, so, as alumni, they naturally wanted to find a way to help. If it weren't for the overwhelming aura emanating from the group of black-clad bodyguards, they would have rushed in by now. Watching the group of black-clad bodyguards charge at him, Feng Yi's expression remained unchanged. He neither fled nor resisted, standing there in a daze. The woman, seeing this, assumed Feng Yi had resigned himself to his fate and wore a smug smile. What does it matter if he is the heir of the Feng family? Today, I'll make him a useless person. She didn't believe that the Feng family would completely sever ties with the Ing family over a useless person. And even if they did, the Ing family feared no one. The students from Qingbei Academy, seeing that Feng Yi was not resisting, felt anxious. As long as Feng Yi could hold on for a little while, their instructor would arrive. But now, with Feng Yi not even putting up a fight, he would likely be finished before the instructor could get there. Just as the group of black-clad bodyguards was about to grab Feng Yi, they suddenly felt a chilling sensation rising from their feet, spreading throughout their bodies within a breath, freezing them in place. "What are you doing?" The woman, witnessing this scene and still not understanding what was happening, questioned unhappily. A group of second and third tier practitioners should have no trouble dealing with a mere ant who just entered the second tier. Hearing the woman's question, the bodyguards were at a loss for words. They couldn't even move their mouths to respond. At this moment, the woman sensed something was wrong. She seemed to have an inkling and turned to look behind her. Her expression suddenly turned extremely ugly, a look of hatred appearing in her eyes. The onlookers also followed her gaze. A short-haired woman, radiating an aura of frost, slowly walked out from Qingbei Academy. Whether they knew her or not, everyone couldn't help but shudder. It was as if they were not looking at a person, but rather a glacier that had never melted for thousands of years. Even though the short-haired woman did not attack them, they could still feel the cold emanating from her. The woman glared at the short-haired figure with hatred, gently placing Ing Yaoyang on the ground, and then produced a dark green whip in her hand. Her aura climbed steadily until it reached the second tier of the heavenly realm, the Tianji realm. The onlookers felt her aura and instinctively stepped back a few paces. A heavenly-level practitioner, even a casual attack would unleash tremendous destructive power. It was better for them, mere spectators, to keep their distance. Otherwise, if a fight truly broke out, even the residual force of the battle would be beyond their ability to withstand. At this moment, the woman's voice filled with hatred rang out, "Zihan Huang, you and your sister, that cheap woman, should both die." Zihan Huang's expression did not change. She didn't even furrow her brow nor respond to the woman, but instead expressed her intent through action. With a flick of her hand, a long sword emanating cold air appeared in her grasp. Clang! With a crisp sound of unsheathing, the long sword was instantly drawn. Zihan Huang slashed out, and a massive sword chi filled with chilling air rushed toward the woman. Wherever the sword chi passed, the ground froze over with a layer of frost. As Zihan Huang unleashed this sword strike, the surrounding people instantly felt the temperature drop significantly. Even though the sun was shining brightly, everyone felt as if they were in the depths of winter. This was the might of a heavenly-level practitioner. The woman, however, was clearly not to be underestimated. She spun around in place, wielding the dark green whip in a sweeping motion. Then she lashed out at Zihan Huang with the whip. Chapter 48. 3,000 thunder movements. The dark green whip struck the ground, instantly cracking it open with a massive fissure. The fissure surged toward Zihan Huang. The two forces collided, generating a tremendous energy that caused the ground to tremble violently. Some weaker onlookers fell to the ground, unable to maintain their balance. Feng Yi also reached out to steady himself against a nearby wall, his eyes blazing as he looked at his aunt. Is this the power of a heavenly-level practitioner? Compared to her, my own fighting seems like child's play. At this moment, Feng Yi's heart was filled with an intense desire for power. He also wanted to possess strength like his aunt. That way, who would dare bully him just because of their own strength? If that woman dared to insult his mother, he would have rushed up and smashed her mouth long ago. The attacks from Zihan Zhuang and the Yinger woman dissipated in the middle, but neither of them intended to back down. Zihan Zhuang's figure flashed and appeared in midair, her eyes devoid of any emotion, her face cold as ice, and she raised her 3-foot green sword above her head. Thunder rumbled. Just moments ago, the sun was blazing, and in an instant, dark clouds gathered, with a bolt of lightning striking her sword. The flickering lightning wrapped around the sore body, but did not harm Zihan Zhuang. She parted her red lips and spoke in a cold voice, 3,000 thunders. With a swing of her sword, the lightning on the sword suddenly magnified dozens of times, transforming into countless deep blue bolts of lightning that shot towards the Yinger woman on the ground. A trace of panic appeared in the Yinger woman's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. It was evident that Zihan Zhuang's strength exceeded her expectations. However, this was not the time to think about that. Watching the countless bolts of lightning descending rapidly towards her, the woman gritted her teeth and formed a spell with her left hand. The whip in her hand instantly transformed into a dark green giant python. Go! The dark green giant python opened its bloody mouth and charged skyward. But soon, the giant python was overwhelmed by countless bolts of lightning. It struggled in the sea of lightning, creating a fierce wind that shook the trees on both sides of the road and in the Kyoto Academy, with leaves flying everywhere. However, strangely, the ancient trees in Qingbei Academy remained completely still, as if a barrier was blocking the fierce winds. Nevertheless, the commotion still alarmed many people. The principal of Kyoto Academy, along with several instructors, rushed to the academy entrance, looking up at the sea of lightning in the sky. While the principal's expression remained largely unchanged, the other instructors were all shocked. From that sea of lightning, they felt a tremendous threat. Even if they faced this attack, they would most likely be helpless. The principal of Qingbei Academy, Ji Xing, and several instructors from the academy also arrived. In the distance, dozens of powerful auras were rapidly approaching. This was the capital of China, with many strong individuals, and such a huge commotion naturally alarmed many. Under the broad daylight, a duel between two heavenly-level powerhouses could easily lead to casualties if not stopped in time. Thus, those rushing toward this direction were all heavenly-level powerhouses. Those with weaker strength did not dare to come close. The dark green giant snake was ultimately reduced to ashes in the sea of lightning. With her weapon destroyed, the Yinger woman spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. However, the countless bolts of lightning in the sky did not disappear and continued to descend toward the woman below with a destructive momentum. The principals of Qingbei Academy and Kyoto Academy exchanged a glance from afar and acted to help the Yinger woman block the numerous bolts of lightning. Ji Xing softly said to Zihan Zhuang in midair, "All right, Mr. Han Zhuang, if she dies today, it will undoubtedly trigger infighting among the 5 great families." Zihan Zhuang naturally understood this logic, but she did not want to easily let the Yinger woman go. A look of struggle appeared on her face. Seeing the 2 academy principals intervening to block her attack, the Yinger woman provocatively looked up at Zihan Zhuang and sneered, "What if you were stronger than me? You still can't kill me. But be careful. I can find an opportunity to kill that bastard anytime." The woman pointed at Feng Yi and laughed arrogantly. She wanted to see Zihan Zhuang's anger, but found herself unable to do anything about it. "If you dare to touch him, I will kill all of Yinger's young people." When Zihan Zhuang said this, her cold voice was filled with killing intent. No one thought she was joking, nor did anyone doubt her ability to do it. Unless the young people of the Yinger family never stepped out of the Yinger house in their lifetime, otherwise, it would be as easy as pie for a heavenly-level second-realm powerhouse to kill a human or earth-level cultivator. However, the Yinger woman laughed and carelessly replied, "I don't care. I don't have children. I just want that bastard dead. As for whether you kill Yinger's young people, it has nothing to do with me." After saying that, she continued to laugh. Everyone present frowned upon hearing her words. This woman was truly insane. One does not fear offending a petty person, but one should fear offending a madwoman who cares for nothing and acts without considering the consequences. Then you can die here today. Zihan Zhuang could no longer tolerate it, and her aura suddenly surged dramatically. At this moment, even Ji Xing and the principal of Kyoto Academy could not remain calm, staring at the graceful figure in the air. Murmuring, heavenly level, third realm, Tianxian realm. Zihan Zhuang's aura had actually reached the Tianxian realm, and it seemed she had not just recently broken through. She had been at this level for some time. The younger woman's eyes finally lost their recklessness and were filled with deep fear. It is important to note that the principals of both academies were also only at the Tianxian realm. Zihan Zhuang had not revealed her full strength from the beginning. However, she glanced at the two academy principals standing beside her and calmed herself down again. Even if Zihan Zhuang was at the Tianxian realm, could she really kill her at the hands of the other two Tianxian realm powerhouses? Just as it seemed Zihan Zhuang was about to make a move, Ji Xing's voice thundered, "Minter Han Zhuang, calm down." At that moment, over a dozen powerful auras arrived from the distance. These more than 10 people were all above the heavenly level, with the leading man wearing a golden mask being the most notable. He also possessed the strength of the heavenly level third realm, Tianxian realm. The moment they saw the masked man appear, the two academy principals breathed a sigh of relief. Since this person had arrived, it was likely that nothing serious would happen. The two principals slightly cupped their hands toward the masked man. "Commander." Upon hearing the two principals address the masked man, everyone guessed his identity. He was the most mysterious figure of the Star Suppression Division. The commander of the Star Suppression Division. Rumor has it that no one has seen his true face, nor does anyone know his name. He appeared suddenly and directly became the commander of the Star Suppression Division in China. The Star Suppression Division was not only responsible for dealing with the hidden cults, but also for maintaining order across China. Many factions wanted to win him over, but facing someone with an unknown background made it difficult for them to take action. Under his leadership, the Star Suppression Division became a sword of the Chinese government, a sword hanging over the heads of various factions. It was because of his existence that there was the current stable social order. Feng Yi's gaze also fell on this most mysterious man of the Star Suppression Division, wanting to see through the true face beneath his mask. The moment he saw him, he felt that the man's eyes were familiar, as if he had seen them before, but he couldn't recall who it was at that moment. "Stop." The commander of the Star Suppression Division spoke lightly, his voice processed to be hoarse and devoid of any emotion. Zihan Zhuang slowly shook her head, stubbornly saying, "She cannot live." "The reason?" The commander of the Jinxing Division turned to look at Zihan Zhuang. "She wants to kill Feng Yi." Zihan Zhuang's gaze met his without showing any weakness. Upon hearing Zihan Zhuang's words, the commander of the Jinxing Division fell silent for a moment. Then his eyes lightly swept over Feng Yi. "I understand." After he finished speaking, Zihan Zhuang, who had been stubborn just a moment ago, surprisingly sheathed her sword, swiftly moving to Feng Yi's side, softly saying, "Let's go." "Huh?" Feng Yi was taken aback just like that. The conclusion of this matter felt somewhat inexplicable. However, he knew there were too many people here, and even if he had doubts, it wouldn't be appropriate to voice them. So he followed behind Zihan Zhuang into Qingbei Academy. It wasn't just Feng Yi who was puzzled. Everyone present was somewhat confused. Moreover, reflecting on the conversation between Zihan Zhuang and the commander of the Jinxing Division, everyone found it strange, as if the two knew each other. As Zihan Zhuang and Feng Yi passed by the Ying family woman, she was still worried that Zihan Zhuang might suddenly attack her. But the facts proved she was overthinking. Zihan Zhuang didn't even glance at her again. When she saw Zihan Zhuang's figure enter Qingbei Academy, her heart finally settled down. A proud smile reappeared on her face. Where she was at the third level of the heavenly class. She was from the Ying family. Even the commander of the Jinxing Division had to step in to protect her life. However, her smile only lingered on her face for a few seconds before she heard the cold voice of the commander of the Jinxing Division. "Take her back." Among those who came with him, two stepped forward and unleashed 2 law chains to bind the Ying family woman. Then, as if she were trash, they lifted her up. The Ying family woman's expression changed drastically. She tried to resist, but found that she couldn't mobilize any of her star power, sealed by the law chains. Panic spread across her face as she shouted, "Let me go." "What do you want?" "I'm from the Ying family. My father is the head of the Ying family." "Are you looking to die?" "Why only capture me and let that bitch Zihan Zhuang go?" The turn of events exceeded everyone's expectations. They thought this matter would end here. But unexpectedly, The commander of the Jinxing division directly captured the Ying family woman. No one understood why. Was it just because she said she wanted to kill Feng Yi? Everyone was puzzled, but no one spoke up to ask why. In the end, the Ying family woman was taken away by the commander of the Jinxing division. After they left, the Ying family's bodyguards dared to come forward to carry Ying Yaoyang away. The deans and mentors from both academies also organized the students to disperse. As for the aftermath left by the battle between Zihan Shuang and the Ying family woman, naturally, someone would come to handle it. Inside Qingbei Academy, Feng Yi looked at Zihan Shuang, who was silently walking ahead, wanting to ask about his doubts. But he was also worried she would hold him accountable for making a scene at the Kyoto Academy today. Just then, Zihan Shuang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Feng Yi. Under Zihan Shuang's intense gaze, Feng Yi felt a bit guilty and didn't dare to meet her eyes. He thought, oh no, is she going to settle the score with me? However, there was no hint of blame in Zihan Shuang's eyes. Are you hurt? Hearing Zihan Shuang's unusually gentle tone, Feng Yi was stunned and raised his head. This was different from what he had imagined. Her gentle tone made him feel somewhat guilty, thinking that he had caused trouble and now had to trouble his little aunt to clean it up. He shook his head and replied no. Upon hearing that Feng Yi wasn't hurt, Zihan Shuang smiled and waved at him. Feng Yi walked up to her, just about to speak when Zihan Shuang, who had just looked so gentle, suddenly changed her expression and grabbed Feng Yi's ear. You've grown bold, daring to run off and cause trouble without discussing it with me. Do you think you have wings now? Aunt, I was wrong. It hurts. Feng Yi hurriedly begged for mercy. Oh, you still no pain? If it weren't for your good luck today, you have lost your hands and feet. Zihan Shuang twisted Feng Yi's ear almost 180 degrees, making him nearly cry from the pain. I really know I was wrong. I promise next time I will definitely tell you in advance before doing something like this. Want a next time? Just as Zihan Shuang was about to let go, she heard Feng Yi's words and pulled it back again. No, there won't be a next time. In front of his little aunt, Feng Yi didn't dare to show any temper. What use was it to resist against a super strong person at the third level of the heavenly class? You better remember this. After a cold snort, Zihan Shuang finally released Feng Yi's ear. Feng Yi rubbed his burning earlobe, constantly sucking in cold air. He suddenly regretted coming to Qingbei Academy. Other students faced reprimands for their mistakes, but when Feng Yi made a mistake, Zihan Shuang really acted without mercy, leaving no face at all. Seeing that Zihan Shuang's anger had subsided, Feng Yi finally dared to ask about his doubts. Aunt, what kind of person is that commander of the Jinxing division? Why do I feel like his eyes are somewhat familiar? A flash of surprise quickly crossed Zihan Shuang's eyes. But Feng Yi didn't see it. How would I know? I don't know him. Zihan Shuang turned around and continued walking ahead. Feng Yi hurriedly caught up and continued to ask, so is this matter just over? I feel like you and he know each other. Hearing Feng Yi's question, Zihan Shuang waved her hand impatiently. I don't know, don't buzz around my ear like a fly. Go where it's cooler. But without getting an answer, Feng Yi felt like a little cat was scratching at his heart, making him very uncomfortable. He directly grabbed Zihan Shuang's hand and acted spoiled-like when he was a child. However, what awaited him was Zihan Shuang's reply. I'm going to shoot down mountain. Chapter 50. Conversations between big shots in a somewhat aged house on the outskirts of Kyoto. More than a dozen men in black were kneeling on the ground, and lying in front of them was a blonde teenager, Ying Yaoyang. Step, step, step. A clear sound of footsteps approached slowly. An old man dressed in a black long robe walked over from the side. He reached Ying Yaoyang's side, his brows slightly furrowed. What happened? One of the black-clad bodyguards immediately recounted the events of the day in detail. After listening to the bodyguard's account, the old man coldly snorted, "What a disgrace." The group of black-clad bodyguards dared not respond, all prostrating on the ground. The old man then pointed his hand at Ying Yaoyang, unleashing a surge of star power. The powerful star power enveloped Ying Yaoyang's entire body, and after a while, he withdrew his hand. The visible blood vessels on Ying Yaoyang's face had disappeared, but his complexion was still extremely pale. Take him away. The old man's icy voice rang out. A group of men in black hurriedly lifted Ying Yaoyang and exited the courtyard. At that moment, a middle-aged man walked out from the side. He bowed respectfully to the old man and asked, "Master, what about the Jinxing division?" The old man's expression fluctuated, making it hard to discern his thoughts at that moment. After a moment, he stood up and said, "I'll go myself." With that, He strode towards the door with a strong gait. The middle-aged man hurriedly followed behind him. In the center of Kyoto, there stood a unique building, its overall layout resembling a Taiji-Bawa diagram. This was the headquarters of the Jinxing Division. In front of the Jinxing Division's entrance stood a bronze statue of its first commander, Yi Tiandi, a powerful figure known as the one most likely to achieve the title of emperor. Unfortunately, he had gone missing. A black sedan parked in front of the Jinxing Division, and the old man in a black robe stepped out of the car, accompanied by the middle-aged man. The old man looked up at a certain spot on the building and then walked into the headquarters. Behind the glass of the place, he was looking at stood a man wearing a golden mask. After a short while, a knock sounded at the door. He said lightly, "Come in." The old man in the black robe and the middle-aged man entered, guided by a staff member wearing a Jinxing Division uniform. The old man sat expressionlessly in front of the commander of the Jinxing Division. "I heard the commander has detained my daughter." The commander did not deny it, but instead took out a sealed envelope and placed it in front of the old man. The old man stared at the envelope, then took out the documents inside. After reading them, he fixed a fierce gaze on the commander of the Jinxing Division and, gritting his teeth, asked, "I want to know what crime my daughter committed to be classified as a 4-star dangerous individual." 4-star dangerous individuals are a classification used by the Jinxing Division for practitioners. If a practitioner is targeted by the Jinxing Division, an investigation begins, followed by a rating. A 1-star or 2-star dangerous individual will be monitored by dedicated personnel. A 3-star dangerous individual will be restricted from leaving the city and must report to the nearest Jinxing Division weekly. A 4-star dangerous individual will be detained for observation. If classified as 5-star, they will be confined in a special prison. As the daughter of the head of the Ying family, being labeled a 4-star dangerous individual was a direct slap in the face to Ying Jintian. How could he show his face after this? Facing Ying Jintian's fury, the commander of the Jinxing Division explained calmly, "Your daughter, as a heavenly level practitioner, attacked a student from Qingbei Academy and threatened to kill him. According to Article 10 of the Huaxia Practitioner Management Law, anyone who attacks a student will be classified as a dangerous individual. Given your daughter's strength, it is entirely reasonable and legal for me to classify her as a 4-star dangerous individual." Upon hearing the commander's words, Ying Jintian slammed his fist on the table, shattering it instantly. The document was also crushed by the force. She is a member of the Ying family. The commander of the Jinxing Division did not get angry, but met Ying Jintian's furious gaze and stated word by word, "I am the commander of the Jinxing Division." In the office, only Ying Jintian's heavy breathing could be heard. His eyes widened in anger, as if he were about to strike. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open. An elderly voice chuckled, "Oh, what's going on here? Old Ying, are you planning to tear down the Jinxing Division?" Ying Jintian took a deep breath and turned to look at the person who had entered. "Old madman, what are you doing here?" Hearing the questioning tone in Ying Jintian's voice, the newcomer sneered. "I heard someone was bullying my grandson because of their higher realm, so I came to see who is so shameless. 2 kids fighting, and the adults have to meddle." The newcomer was Feng Yi's grandfather, Feng Jingchuan. Realizing he was in the wrong, Ying Jintian couldn't find a way to refute him. If the 2 kids were fighting and no one got killed, it would be fine. But having an adult from your family involved was where the fault lay. Ying Jintian sighed, as if coming to a decision. "I admit this matter is our Ying family's fault. You can say what kind of apology or compensation you want, but you must release my daughter." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingchuan burst into laughter. "Old Ying, it's not easy to see you bow your head. I can let your daughter go. But how can you guarantee that once she's released, she won't attack my grandson?" Ying Jintian pondered for a moment and replied, "Don't worry. I will keep her under house arrest and will not let her out." Since Ying Jintian had said it this way, Feng Jingchuan turned to the commander of the Jinxing Division. "Commander, please do us old men a favor and release her." The commander of the Jinxing Division thought for a moment before agreeing. For several days after this incident, students from both academies were still discussing it fervently. Those who had not witnessed it in person were regretting their missed opportunity. When would there ever be a chance to see 2 heavenly-level powerhouses face off? Moreover, even the commander of the Jinxing Division had appeared. Just thinking about the scene at that time was enough to excite people. However, videos and news from that day did not spread. Some who had secretly recorded videos from a distance were found by the higher-ups of the academy and forced to delete all the footage on the spot. Thus, only students from the 2 academies knew about the incident. Meanwhile, Feng Yi's name spread throughout both academies. A single person had stormed into Kyoto Academy, fought against over 10 people, and emerged unscathed. In contrast, the previous incident where Zhou Yuan from Kyoto Academy had gone to Qingbei to bully a freshman and ended up beaten half to death made many students view Feng Yi with awe. Feng Yi quickly became a well-known figure in both academies, with few people unaware of his name. Chapter 51, The Little Girl from Back Then. These past few days, Feng Yi had been feeling a bit troubled, because no matter where he went, as long as he encountered someone, they would enthusiastically come up to greet him, asking for photos and contact information. If he didn't provide it, they wouldn't let him leave. As soon as he opened his phone, it was bombarded with incessant messages. Now he suddenly regretted being so high-profile when looking for Wang Daoyuan. It was himself who ended up suffering. Today was the weekend, and it was rare for him to sleep until noon. At that moment, Feng Yi's phone rang. He initially thought it was yet another nuisance call from those overly enthusiastic senior sisters. However, when he picked up his phone, he saw that it was a call from Jiang Liao. As soon as the call connected, Jiang Liao's soft and sweet voice came through. "Big celebrity, what are you doing?" "I'm in the dormitory. Do you need something?" Feng Yi was a bit puzzled about why she was looking for him, although he did have feelings for her. They hadn't been in contact since the mentor assignment ceremony, nor had they seen each other. "Isn't it okay to look for you, the big celebrity, for no reason?" For some reason, Feng Yi sensed a hint of unhappiness in Jiang Liao's tone. He quickly explained, "Of course it's not that. I'm just a bit curious." "Umph." A delicate hum came from the other end of the line, followed by Jiang Liao, continuing, "Didn't I say I would treat you all to a meal? Today is the weekend, and everyone happens to be free, so I wanted to ask if you have time." "Yes, I'm free, extremely free." The chubby guy, who didn't know when he had sneaked up beside Feng Yi, chimed in. Feng Yi glanced at him. He hadn't even spoken yet, but it seemed the fat guy was more excited than he was. However, since the fat guy said they had time, he couldn't say he was busy. Moreover, being invited to dinner by the newly recognized campus flower of Qingbei Academy was probably something all the boys dreamed of. If he refused, it would seem a bit pretentious. "We have time. Just send us the time and address. Then, come out now. We're at the entrance of Tai Bai restaurant." After saying this, Jiang Liao hung up the phone. "We?" Feng Yi wondered. Could be that Ing Yufei was also there? The expression on his face suddenly became interesting. His relationship with the Ing family was not exactly good. Plus, he was unclear about the relationship between Ing Yufei and Ing Yaoyang. He didn't know if it would be awkward when they met later. After quickly changing his clothes, Feng Yi and the fat guy walked out together. As soon as they opened the door, they saw two beautiful figures at the entrance. Jiang Liao was wearing a pink spaghetti strap top and a short skirt, and her long legs attracted the attention of all the passing boys. Beside her, Ing Yufei was also in a dress, but it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. In just over 10 days since school started, both of them had been selected as the new campus flowers of Qingbei Academy, with countless admirers. The appearance of the two in the boys' dormitory area puzzled many boys, wondering which brother was so capable as to have the two campus flowers come looking for him. But when they saw Feng Yi standing in front of the two campus flowers, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces filled with envy. "Long time no see." Feng Yi smiled and greeted Jiang Liao as he walked up to her. "It really has been a while. Feng Yi, you're a big shot now. It's hard to even see you," Jiang Liao teased. Mentioning the word big shot made Feng Yi a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Ing Yufei. However, that glance was noticed by Ing Yufei. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Feng Yi, although I'm also from the Ing family, I don't have a good relationship with that lunatic Ing Yaoyang, so you don't need to worry about me." After hearing Ing Yufei's explanation, Feng Yi felt relieved. Otherwise, the dinner wouldn't be too comfortable. As Feng Yi's close friend, the fat guy naturally knew about his current grievances with the Ing family. Seeing that Ing Yufei had said so, he also stepped in to smooth things over. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Li Sui. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Whatever you want to eat later, it's on me." Ing Yufei didn't refuse the fat guy's kindness and responded readily. "Okay, but don't regret it later." With the fat guy's easygoing nature joining in, the atmosphere among the four became lively. The four of them left the academy together and took a taxi to a restaurant that Jiang Liao had already booked. Although it was lunchtime, the restaurant was quite quiet. The overall decoration was very elegant, and the hostess at the entrance was a woman in a qipao with a graceful figure and decent looks. Jiang Liao and Ing Yufei were clearly not first-time visitors. When the woman in the qipao saw them, she quickly ran over. "Miss Jiang, Miss Ing, the private room is ready. Please follow me." The two nodded slightly and followed the woman in the qipao into the private room. What Feng Yi didn't expect was that there was already a young man in the private room, about the same age as them, with features somewhat similar to Jiang Liao. As soon as Jiang Liao entered, she affectionately called out, "Brother." Hearing Jiang Liao's address, Feng Yi realized that this person was her brother. No wonder he looked somewhat alike. The man had his gaze fixed on Feng Yi as soon as he entered. He stood up and greeted Feng Yi. "Feng classmate, long time no see. I wonder if you remember me." Feng Yi was a bit confused. He recalled his early life, but couldn't remember where he had seen this person before. Seeing Feng Yi's bewildered expression, the man chuckled. "I remember you used to come looking for my sister to play every day when you were little." Feng Yi's mind momentarily froze. Then it seemed he remembered something. He looked at the man with shock, and then at Jiang Liao beside him, stammering, "Why, you were that little girl with 2 ponytails?" When he first arrived in Kyoto, he had been wondering what the little girl he used to play with looked like, and whether she still lived in that courtyard. He didn't expect that little girl to be the first person he met at Qingbei, Jiang Liao. Perhaps this was fate. At this moment, Jiang Liao's cheeks were a bit flushed. When she realized Feng Yi's name, she guessed his identity. She also knew that Feng Yi was her playmate from childhood. However, she was worried that Feng Yi might not remember their childhood, so she didn't mention it. It seemed that Feng Yi hadn't forgotten her after all. "Ha ha ha. Remembered?" The man laughed heartily. Feng Yi nodded awkwardly. He indeed had played with this man when they were young. The man then extended his hand. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. I'm Jiang Lianchun, Liao's brother and your senior, currently in my 3rd year." "Hello, Senior Jiang. I'm Feng Yi." Feng Yi shook hands with Jiang Lianchun. After everyone was seated, Jiang Lianchun stated his purpose for coming. "I'm sorry. I took the liberty of coming along after learning that Liao invited you to dinner. I mainly wanted to discuss something with you." Feng Yi was puzzled. Jiang Lianchun continued, "Your cultivation level should have reached the shaking light realm, right?" Feng Yi nodded. "There was no need to hide this. Then I wonder if you have learned about the various clubs in our academy?" Feng Yi hadn't really looked into it, mainly because he hadn't had time. The fat guy beside him started explaining. Clubs are organizations formed freely by students, mainly for the convenience of taking on various tasks issued by the academy together. Completing tasks can earn cultivation resources and credits. Jiang Lianshan nodded with a smile and continued from the fat guy's words. "That's right. The primary requirement for graduating from the academy is to accumulate enough credits. Besides the annual academy competitions, the only way to earn credits is by completing the tasks issued by the academy." With the explanations from both, Feng Yi finally understood what the clubs were about. Once Feng Yi grasped the concept of the clubs, Jiang Lianshan continued. "So the purpose of my visit today is to invite you to join our Qianlong Club, of which I am the president." Feng Yi had never considered this matter, so he didn't agree immediately. Jiang Lianshan then took the opportunity to introduce their Qianlong Club. "Our Qianlong Club has consistently ranked in the top 3 on the points leaderboard among all clubs in Qingbei Academy. We currently don't have many members, but each member is extremely strong. The name of our club comes from the saying, 'The dragon hides in the depths, and when it rises, it will soar to the heavens.' Jiang, I want to ask why you would invite me to join?" Feng Yi expressed his doubts. Since everyone in the Qianlong society is strong, there is no need to specifically invite him to join, right? Jiang Lianshan smiled, seemingly guessing that Feng Yi would have such a question. "The first reason is because of your strength and potential. I believe that in a few days, other societies will also extend invitations to you. The second reason is that Lu Yao wanted me to invite you to join." Upon hearing this, Feng Yi looked at Jiang Lu Yao. Her face was flushed, clearly unhappy that Jiang Lianchun had exposed her intentions. She shot him a glare, full of charm, but didn't dare to meet Feng Yi's eyes directly. "All right, I will join the Qianlong Society, but I would like Senior Jiang to help me with something. I don't want other societies to bother me anymore." Feng Yi was not someone who liked trouble. He thought that since major societies would come looking for him in a few days, it would be better to join Jiang Lianchun's society since they were already acquainted, and with Jiang Lu Yao there, they could rekindle their friendship. No problem. Upon hearing that Feng Yi accepted his invitation, Jiang Lianchun was very pleased. After chatting for a while and exchanging contact information with Feng Yi, the dishes were served. Being young people, and with Jiang Lianchun being talkative, the atmosphere in the private room was very harmonious. After dinner, Jiang Lianchun drove everyone back to the academy. The next day, Feng Yi woke up early. He had agreed with Jiang Lianchun the day before to show up at the society today and get to know the other members. Feng Yi initially wanted to invite the fatty to join as well, but since fatty hadn't reached the Yao Guang realm yet, He wouldn't be qualified to accept tasks even if he joined, so this matter could only wait until Fatty S' realm improved. Even Jiang Lu didn't have the qualification to join the society yet. She also had to wait until her realm reached the Yaoguang realm before she could officially join. According to the location Jiang Liangshan sent, Feng Yi quickly arrived at the entrance of the Qianlong Society. Jiang Liangshan had already been waiting outside for a long time. When he saw Feng Yi, he warmly walked over. "Feng, how did you sleep last night?" Pretty good." Feng Yi nodded and smiled in response. Following Jiang Liangshan into the society, he saw 2 boys and 2 girls already sitting inside, chatting with each other. Upon seeing Jiang Liangshan and Feng Yi enter, they all turned their attention to Feng Yi. Sizing up this recently popular freshman, Jiang Liangshan took the initiative to introduce Feng Yi to the others. "This is Feng Yi, our new member of the Qianlong Society." He then introduced Feng Yi to the other members of the Qianlong Society. One of the boys, who was a bit dark and strong, was named Yu Hui, at the 7th level of Yaoguang, a junior. Another boy, with a fair appearance, was named El Yang, also at the 7th level of Yaoguang, a junior. Among the 2 girls, one wore black-rimmed glasses and looked ordinary, named Feng Muxue, a sophomore at the 5th level of Yaoguang. The other girl, a voluptuous black-haired beauty, was named Shui Ruyan, at the 8th level of Yaoguang, a junior. Jiang Liangshan also mentioned his own realm. "I'm at the 9th level of Yaoguang." From Jiang Liangshan, Feng Yi learned that there were a total of 12 members in the society, including himself. However, the others were currently out on missions and were not in the academy. "Hey, handsome, the sisters are planning to take on a high-level task. Are you interested in joining?" The alluring Shui Ruyan looked at Feng Yi with seductive eyes. The tasks released by the academy are categorized by difficulty from low to high. Level. And level. The higher the difficulty, the better the rewards upon completion. Tasks below level generally pose little danger, but those above level can genuinely lead to injury or death. Therefore, tasks above level are rare, and few people dare to take them on unless they are very confident in their abilities. Basically, those who dare to take on tasks above level are the outstanding among the outstanding. Feng Yi was somewhat interested in the high-level task that Shui Ruyan mentioned, and he locked eyes with her, asking, "What's the task?" "Come into my arms, and I'll tell you," Shui Ruyan teased, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Jiang Liangshan, aware of Shui Ruyan's personality, reprimanded her. "All right, be serious. If there's a task, say it. If not, keep quiet." Pouting her sexy red lips in dissatisfaction, Shui Ruyan finally said in her alluring voice, "This task is in the Anqing Mountains within the He province. There are reports of traces of the cult found there. The local Jinxing division wants to search the mountains but lacks manpower, so they've issued a task to various academies. This task has a certain level of danger, but if you're lucky, it can be quite easy." Feng Yi understood what Shui Ruyan meant. As long as they didn't actually encounter cult members, the task would indeed be very easy, like a group going on a leisurely trip. However, if they did meet cult members, it could genuinely lead to death. Cult members wouldn't show mercy just because you were a student. In their eyes, regardless of age or gender, anyone who wasn't part of the cult had to die. "What are the rewards for the task?" Jiang Liangshan asked. "If all goes well, it's essentially free rewards for the task. Each person gets a share of level body, refining resources, and 100 credits." After saying this, Shui Ruyan stared intently at Jiang Liangshan. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Liangshan turned to Feng Yi. "Feng, are you interested? This task is considered relatively simple among high-level tasks, and the rewards are quite good." Feng Yi thought that since he had nothing else to do, he might as well go have some fun. However, before making a decision, he needed to ask Zihan Shuang for her opinion. He didn't want to torture his ears again. "Let me make a call first." Feng Yi stepped out of the room and dialed Zihan Shuang's number. After explaining the situation, Zihan Shuang didn't refuse. She just asked Feng Yi to pay attention to his safety. With Zihan Shuang's consent, Feng Yi returned to the room and agreed. Jiang Liangshan took the task from the academy, filled out the list of participants, and went to prepare for the departure. 3 days later, Feng Yi and several members of the Qianlong Society boarded a plane to the He province. Most of the Anqing Mountains are located in the He province, with only a small part in the neighboring province. This mission was organized jointly by the He province and the Jinxing division. After arriving at the nearest small city to the Anqing Mountains, the Jinxing division personnel took them to the foot of the mountains. After getting off the vehicle, Feng Yi stretched while looking at the continuous majestic mountains before him, cracking his joints. After sitting for several hours, his limbs felt sore. The weather today was not great. The entire Anqing Mountains were shrouded in thick fog. At the foot of the mountain, the Jinxing Division had already set up a temporary camp, where besides their personnel, there were many young faces that looked similar to Feng Yi and his group, gathered in small groups chatting. Feng Yi observed that there were about 700 to 800 people in the camp, combining the Jinxing Division personnel and students from various academies. There are quite a few people here, but not a single one would dare to venture into the Anqing Mountains. However, this is already the maximum manpower that the Star Settling Division can mobilize. After all, the responsibilities of the Star Settling Division are not only to deal with the Church of God, but also to maintain order in various places in the Black Province. And for the students, not everyone has the courage to take on-level tasks. Even the 4 top academies are like this, let alone the clubs from ordinary academies. The others were also observing the clubs from other academies in the camp. At this moment, Lu Yang looked at a few people not far away and said, "Captain, that must be the Hunter Club." Hearing the words Hunter Club, Jiang Liangshan narrowed his eyes and followed Lu Yang's gaze. The others also looked towards the group of people not far away. It really is them. What a coincidence. Yu Hui, who is stout and dark, sneered. At this time, the members of the Qianlong Club looked a bit unsightly. Feng Yi curiously asked, "Do you have a grudge against them?" Jiang Liangshan shook his head and said, "It's not exactly a grudge, but this Hunter Club belongs to the Magic Capital Academy, and their reputation isn't particularly good. I heard that a previous club was tricked by them, resulting in a boy losing both his legs." Feng Yi frowned slightly, puzzled. Did the academy higher-ups not intervene? Jiang Liangshan sneered. That incident caused quite a stir, but in the end, they only punished the Hunter Club with a reprimand, citing a lack of substantial evidence. Poor boy, he will spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. I hope they don't come to provoke us, otherwise. Our Qianlong Club is not easy to bully. Yu Hui glared coldly at the Hunter Club in the distance. Feng Yi merely observed the attire of the Hunter Club members for a moment before retracting his gaze. To him, as long as the Hunter Club members didn't provoke him, that was enough. After spending a few days together, Feng Yi had a certain understanding of the personalities of the few people in the club. Among them, the most hot-tempered was undoubtedly the stout Yu Hui, who would rush into fight at the slightest disagreement. Lu Yang was a very calm person, and his personality complemented Yu Hui's perfectly. Feng Muxue, on the other hand, spoke very little and had almost no presence in the club. However, she was the only one among them with healing abilities. As for Shui Ruyan, she was like a living fairy, with every word and action captivating the boys. Lastly, Jiang Liangshan was strong, had leadership skills, and handled matters with composure. He was a very good leader. It was evident that everyone in the club trusted him a lot. After waiting for more than 10 minutes in the camp, personnel from the Star Settling Division came to gather everyone. Once all the students who had come to take on tasks lined up, a middle-aged man with his hands behind his back walked to the front of everyone. The middle-aged man's expression was serious, and an invisible aura radiated from him. This was not only because of his formidable strength, but also due to the imposing presence he had developed from being in high positions for a long time. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming from various places in China to assist our Star Settling Division in the Black Province. However, I must say this up front. This time, the task you are facing is with the ruthless Church of God. We do not know their realm or numbers. Therefore, once we enter the Anqing Mountains, everyone must be extremely careful. Follow the personnel from our Star Settling Division and do not act independently. If you notice any abnormalities, be sure to call out immediately. Do you understand? The middle-aged man's voice was strong and resonant, making everyone's ears ache. Understood. The students who came to take on level tasks were basically not new to assisting the Star Settling Division, so they naturally understood what the middle-aged man was saying. Everyone was not foolish. At such a time, no one would recklessly put their lives at risk. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, they entered the Anqing Mountains in a grand procession, led by personnel from the Star Settling Division. Each student club had 3 personnel from the Star Settling Division leading them. The distance between each club was about 100 meters, which not only expanded the search range, but also allowed for mutual assistance. Moreover, in front of everyone, many drones were paving the way. When the drones detected any anomalies, the command personnel in the camp would promptly inform everyone to prepare. Additionally, there were personnel from the Star Settling Division searching from other directions in the Anqing Mountains as well. The direction where the students from various academies were located had already been searched roughly once by the Star Settling Division personnel, making it relatively safe. Among the personnel, leading Feng, Yi, and the others was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a righteous demeanor. His name was Zhang Yu. Chapter 54. An unexpected incident. Zhang Yu was a talkative person, chatting with Feng, Yi, and the others along the way, sharing stories about his past exploits. He had once served in the Starry Battlefield, where he found love. After retiring from the Starry Battlefield and returning to Blue Star, he joined the local Star Settling Division, while his wife became a full-time homemaker. Now he had a lovely daughter and even showed Feng, Yi, and the others pictures of her. Looking at the happy smile on his face, one could tell he loved his family very much. The Anqing Mountains were vast, filled with dense underbrush, yet eerily quiet. There was not a hint of wind or movement. After entering the Anqing Mountains for a while, white mist gradually began to drift through the dense forest. Everyone's line of sight was compressed by the mist. Just a moment ago, Zhang Yu had been smiling as he shared anecdotes about his adorable wife. But now he had put away his smile and said very seriously, "Kids, you need to be alert from here on." The other two personnel from the Star Settling Division flanked Feng, Yi, and the others, their expressions also turning serious as they paid attention to the movements on both sides. As everyone ventured deeper, the white mist thickened, and now even the figures of those nearby were becoming difficult to see. A sudden sense of tension rose in Feng Yi's heart. After all, they were all cultivators, yet they were still affected by this white mist. This mist seemed to be anything but simple. If one wasn't careful, it would be easy to get lost and separated from the others. Feng Yi closed his eyes and activated his divine eye. He wanted to see if the divine eye would be affected and found that the white mist did not impact it. What had been a white blur now became clear. He could see the people around him very clearly, and with the enhancement of the divine eye, he could even see a wider range than before. However, the others did not have his ability, so considering the other members of the club, Feng Yi slowed his pace and moved to the back of the group. This way, he could keep track of everyone's figures. Time slowly passed, and they had no idea how long they had been walking. Aside from the sound of stepping on branches and fallen leaves, there was no sound in the entire mountain range. Even the usual bird calls were absent. Zhang Yu, who was at the front, took out a walkie-talkie and said, "Xiao Xie, do you have any discoveries over there?" Soon, a response came from the walkie-talkie. "No discoveries, Brother Zhang. It's all just white mist. Not even a ghost can be seen. All right, be careful over there. I have a feeling something is off." Feng Yi, you're overthinking it. In my opinion, it's uncertain whether the news from above is true or false. Why would those from the cult come to this desolate place if they have nothing better to do? All right, enough complaining. Let us be serious. It doesn't matter if the news is true or false. Sai, I got it. Before the voice in the intercom could finish, there was a commotion, as if something had been discovered, and then there was no further response. Let us pause for a moment, Zhang Yu said to Feng Yi and the others. He wanted to wait and see what the personnel named Xiao Xie from the Town Star Division had discovered. However, after waiting for several minutes, there was still no voice from Xiao Xie in the intercom. Zhang Yu suddenly felt uneasy. He picked up the intercom and called out, Xiao Xie. Did you discover anything over there? Please respond if you hear me. A few more minutes passed, and Xiao Xie still hadn't replied. At this moment, a voice came through the intercom, but it was from another Town Star Division personnel. Zhang Gu, is there something wrong with Xiao Xie? Zhang Yu exhaled, forcibly dispelling some of his anxiety. I don't know. Who is closest to Xiao Xie? It seems to be Lao Wang. Zhang Yu began calling out to the personnel named Lao Wang. Lao Wang, can you hear me? But there was no response from the intercom. After calling a few more times, there was still no reply. Everyone felt a sense of dread, hoping nothing had happened. At this point, Zhang Yu's expression had turned serious. Not being able to contact one person could be an accident, but now two people were unreachable. There was a high possibility that something had gone wrong. So, Zhang Yu directly contacted the command center at the foot of the mountain. All Town Star Division personnel wore earpieces to communicate with the command center. After informing them of the situation here, a middle-aged man's command quickly came through. Zhang Yu turned to Feng Yi and the others and said seriously, there may be danger ahead. You must stick close to me, and if you really encounter something you can't handle, run back immediately. Feng Yi and the others understood that this was not the time for jokes, and even Shui Ruyan, who usually didn't take things seriously, nodded gravely. After speaking to the group, Zhang Yu turned and walked towards the direction where the Town Star personnel were unreachable. At this moment, everyone felt a bit tense. If they were really facing off against the cult, everyone would be unafraid. But now they were dealing with the unknown, and visibility was obstructed. Who wouldn't he be nervous? Jiang Liangshan patted Feng Yi on the shoulder and joked, "Looks like you're really lucky. Your first mission is so thrilling." Feng Yi knew Jiang Liangshan was worried he was too tense, so he made a joke to help him relax. But little did he know, with his divine eye, Feng Yi was unaffected by the oppressive white mist surrounding them. After walking about 100 meters with Zhang Yu, they should have encountered another team, but there was no sign of movement around. One of the Town Star personnel asked uneasily, "Zhang Gu, what now?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Let us spread out a bit and see if there are any clues left behind. If you find anything, call out loudly." Feng Yi and the others understood that the second half of the sentence was directed at them. They nodded and then dispersed to search the surroundings. With the enhancement of his divine eye, Feng Yi could see the environment clearly. Soon, he noticed what seemed to be a sword mark on a tree. So he called out behind him, "Uncle Zhang, I found something." Soon, everyone rushed over to where the voice came from. "There's a sword mark here, and it was left not long ago." Hearing this, Zhang Yu touched the sword mark with his hand and found a trace of residual star power within it. It seemed that something indeed happened to the people here. A shadow of gloom fell over everyone's hearts. What kind of accident could cause so many people to disappear without a trace? After reporting the situation to the command center, Zhang Yu led everyone forward slowly. Not long after, Feng Yi made a new discovery. Chapter 55. The man in the white mask. There's a walkie-talkie here. In the bushes, Feng Yi found a walkie-talkie. Zhang Yu hurried over, took the walkie-talkie in hand, and examined it closely. "This is Monkey's walkie-talkie." Zhang Yu frowned and said, "They even left the walkie-talkie here. It's very likely that they are in serious trouble." However, Zhang Yu still held onto a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Yu Hui suddenly shouted, "There is someone over there." Everyone was startled and looked in the direction Yu Hui was pointing. In the thick white mist, a black figure stood there, motionless. Feng Yi also used his divine eye to look at the figure, but only saw the back of a person wearing a Town Star Division uniform. He then relayed what he saw to Zhang Yu. "It's a person in a Town Star Division uniform, but they're facing away from us." Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, everyone looked at him in surprise. Feng Yi shrugged and smiled as he explained, "I can see what is going on in the white mist." The others finally understood after hearing Feng Yi's explanation. No wonder he could see the walkie-talkie lying in the grass while they struggled to walk normally. However, they didn't ask any further questions. Everyone had their own secrets. And since Feng Yi didn't intend to share, they wouldn't pry. Zhang Yu called out to the figure in the mist, "Monkey, is that you?" The figure in the white mist didn't respond and remained standing still. Zhang Yu exchanged glances with the other two Town Star personnel, drew their weapons, and then turned to Feng Yi and the others, saying, "Something's not right. Everyone be careful." Feng Yi and the others took out their weapons and nodded solemnly. They weren't foolish. The sudden appearance of a figure in this eerie white mist, with no reaction at all, was clearly abnormal. Zhang Yu and the two Town Star personnel took the lead, cautiously moving towards the figure. Meanwhile, Feng Yi, whose vision was unaffected, observed the surroundings to prevent any enemies from launching a surprise attack from the side. After walking for a few minutes, everyone could see that the figure was indeed a person wearing a Town Star Division uniform. However, he was facing away from them, making it impossible to see his face. Zhang Yu called out to the figure again, "Monkey?" The figure still did not respond. Zhang Yu took a deep breath, slowly walked behind the figure, and gently poked him with his knife. The next second, the figure fell forward. Zhang Yu hurriedly stepped forward to turn the figure over, and upon seeing his face, Zhang Yu's eyes turned red, choking back tears as he said, "Monkey." Feng Yi and the others also gathered around, and upon seeing the person lying on the ground, they all felt uneasy. It was a young man who appeared to be under 30, with a somewhat gaunt face. As soon as they left the camp, this person greeted Zhang Yu from afar, and Feng Yi glanced at him. Little did they know, that glance would be the last. This person was already lifeless, with a bloody hole in his left chest, his heart pierced by a sharp weapon. His eyes were wide open, seemingly filled with disbelief. Zhang Yu took the insignia from his uniform and placed it in his spatial ring, then gently closed his eyes with his hand. "Rest assured, Monkey, I will definitely avenge you." After saying this, Zhang Yu reported the situation to the command center and continued to move forward. However, just as everyone took a step forward, they felt a wave of dizziness in their brains, and the surrounding white mist suddenly disappeared. The sudden change made everyone's hearts sink. Although the white mist was gone, Everyone felt something was off. Everything around them was eerily quiet, without even a whisper of wind. The world they saw now resembled a painting. Feng Yi quickly used his divine eye to look around, but under the divine eye, he saw nothing but darkness, as if he were in a special dark space. At that moment, Feng Yi sensed a wave of disturbance in the space ahead. He quickly warned, "Uncle Zhang, be careful, there's movement up ahead." Just as his voice fell, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of Zhang Yu. Fortunately, Feng Yi's warning came in time, and Zhang Yu instinctively dodged to the side. A man holding a silver spear, wearing a white mask, appeared before them. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhang Yu to evade his attack. Zhang Yu's expression was also grim. If it weren't for Feng Yi's warning, he would have met the same fate as Monkey. Looking at the silver spear in a man's hand, he already understood how Monkey had died. His eyes were filled with killing intent, exuding a chilling aura. Even Feng Yi and the others behind him felt a sense of dread. No wonder he was a veteran who had been on the starry battlefield. If one were to say he didn't have dozens of lives in his hands, no one would believe it. The man with the silver spear also sensed that Zhang Yu was not to be trifled with. He raised his head and shouted into the void, "It's a bit tough. Come help me." As soon as he finished speaking, over 10 disturbances in the surrounding space emerged. Feng Yi drew his snow condensation sword and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, be careful, we're surrounded." In the next second, over 10 figures appeared around Feng Yi and his group. These individuals all wore white masks, making it impossible to see their true faces. Upon appearing, without any nonsense, they all charged towards Feng Yi and his group. The aura emanating from these people was very strange, clearly at the realm of shaking light, but they unleashed a power far beyond that level. There were also 2 masked individuals at the J-Balance realm, who were currently exuding an aura at the peak of the Earth level. As soon as they engaged, Feng Yi and the others were severely suppressed. Faced with such an overwhelming power disparity, they could only struggle to resist. If this continued, they would eventually all perish here. Feng Yi dared not hold back any longer and directly activated his second ability, War God. With the enhancement of over 10 people, his strength multiplied. However, even so, he could only deal with the weaker masked individuals. He had no way to confront the 2 masked individuals whose auras had reached the Earth-level peak, nor the man with the silver spear. These 3 were left to Zhang Yu and the other 2 members of the Star-Settling Division. However, among the 3, only Zhang Yu's realm was Jade Balance, allowing him to contend with the man wielding the silver spear. The other 2 were merely at the opening Yang realm, and had already sustained injuries in just a short time. These people were abnormal. Something was secretly providing them with enhancements. Luyan also noticed the anomaly and shouted loudly. The others reacted as well, but were at a loss for what to do. Feng Yi squinted his eyes and simultaneously dealt with 3 masked individuals while his mind raced. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Then, his figure mysteriously vanished. Chapter 56. Slaying Immortals. When Feng Yi's figure reappeared, he found that everyone around him had disappeared. He was the only one left in this place. The previously invisible white mist reappeared. "Looks like I guessed right," Feng Yi murmured to himself. He had sensed the spatial disturbance when those white-masked individuals appeared, leading him to formulate a bold hypothesis. They had been trapped in a special space. Within that space, the strength of those white-masked individuals had been enhanced. Feng Yi had used his spatial ability, spatial teleportation, to return from that special space to the real world. The urgent task now was to find a way to break that special space or locate the person controlling it. If the person manipulating the space wasn't particularly strong, they might be nearby. Feng Yi closed his eyes and activated his divine eye, sensing everything around him. 2 minutes later, his eyes suddenly opened, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Found you." Not far ahead, on a tree, sat a masked man in a black robe. At that moment, he was holding a small tower that was emitting hazy starlight. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he jumped down from the tree. A sword light passed through the spot where he had just sat, instantly cutting down the thick branches. Once he landed on the ground, he cautiously scanned his surroundings but saw no one. Just as he felt puzzled, a chill of deathly fear surged through him, causing his hair to stand on end. He instinctively threw a punch forward. At that moment, a figure holding a long sword suddenly appeared before him. It was Feng Yi. Feng Yi thrust his sword, colliding with the man's fist. The sword tip pierced the skin but was blocked. As if it had struck iron, it couldn't penetrate any further. The black-robed man's strength was formidable, having reached the third level of the Earth level, Jade Balance. If it weren't for Feng Yi's War God ability enhancement, he wouldn't even qualify to ambush him. Yet, no matter how strong the enemy was, Feng Yi had no way out. He could only kill this black-robed man to save Zhang Yu and the members of the Qianlong Society. If he delayed even a minute in rescuing them, they might die inside. Seeing that his sword had not caused much damage to the black-robed man, a hint of regret flashed in Feng Yi's eyes. He had thought to ambush him with his spatial ability, hoping to catch him off guard, but he hadn't expected the black-robed man to react so quickly. With one failed strike, Feng Yi quickly retreated, not giving the black-robed man a chance to get close. Meanwhile, upon seeing Feng Yi, the black-robed man felt that Feng Yi's realm was merely at the shaking light level. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Soon after, he became somewhat angry, realizing he had almost been killed by a shaking light realm individual. "You don't know life from death," he coldly said to Feng Yi. After finishing, he transformed into a shadow and charged straight at Feng Yi. The speed was extremely fast, and a sound of breaking air rang out. In the blink of an eye, it reached Feng Yi's front, and from beneath the large black robe of the black-clad figure, an iron claw emerged. Feng Yi reacted quickly, using his sword to block the claw. However, he still felt the immense power from the iron claw. Taking advantage of this force, Feng Yi again increased the distance between himself and the black-clad figure. He took a deep breath, knowing that he couldn't kill the figure in front of him without using his strongest strike. The black-clad figure charged towards Feng Yi once more. Space confinement. As the words fell, the black-clad figure stopped. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Feng Yi to be able to confine him. However, he was not the least bit flustered. He didn't believe Feng Yi could hold him for long. Any confinement-type ability has a certain duration, and his strength was far greater than Feng Yi's. His guess was not wrong. Feng Yi also knew he couldn't hold him for long. However, the confinement was merely to set up for the next strike. Feng Yi closed his eyes, exhaled a breath of turbid air, emptied his mind, and adjusted his state to the best. Then he opened his eyes, and everything around seemed to pause at that moment. Leaves falling from the trees in midair hung, suspended, and the white mist floating in the air ceased to move. Feng Yi's gaze was sharp, his expression calm, and he casually swung his sword forward, then growled. One sword transforms into the Milky Way, cutting down all immortals, slaying immortals. A massive sword energy surged forth from the Ningxue sword. It was as if a true Milky Way was rushing towards the black-clad figure. The black-clad figure's pupils instantly dilated, and a white light appeared in his black pupils. Then the white light gradually expanded, filling his entire pupil. Where the sword energy passed, everything fell silent. Even the ancient tree that had stood for 1,000 years disappeared beneath the giant sword energy. Not far from where Feng Yi was battling the black-clad figure, several teams of the Star Suppression Division personnel were with students from other academies and clubs. At the moment Feng Yi unleashed this massive sword energy, they all turned their gazes towards Feng Yi. "What strong aura," one man from the Star Suppression Division murmured. After saying this, he gestured to those behind him, and they quickly headed towards the source of the enormous energy fluctuation. On Feng Yi's side, just as the sword energy was about to strike the black-clad figure, the time for the space confinement ended. The first thing he did upon regaining movement was to turn and flee. His heart was filled with terror. Facing this sword, he felt no sense of resistance. It was as if a voice inside him was telling him that this sword could not be blocked, nor should it be. Whoever blocks it will die. At this moment, he was truly afraid. He couldn't understand how Feng Yi, a mere person in the shaking light realm, could strike such a terrifying sword that he could easily crush like ants without using any weapons. Even a top-level martial technique shouldn't make him feel the threat of death just by looking at it. His guess was not wrong. Feng Yi's sword was neither a top-level martial technique nor a high-level martial skill, but rather a conceptual-level martial technique. On the day Yuan Shou from the Kyoto Academy fought with the Fatty and others in front of Tai Bai, he drew this conceptual-level martial technique in the Big Dipper space. This was also the first time he used it, back when he caused chaos in the Kyoto Academy. He had no chance to test this sword because he feared that Yaoyang might die if he used it. Now he finally had the opportunity. Facing the people of the divine cult, he didn't need to hold back and didn't have to worry about killing him. After unleashing this sword, Feng Yi's legs went weak, almost causing him to fall. Fortunately, he managed to support himself with his sword in time. The black-clad figure fled madly, having never run so fast in his life. Under the threat of death, he unleashed potential he never knew he had. But it was all in vain. No matter how fast he was, he could not outrun the sword energy. Soon, his figure disappeared beneath the sword energy. The massive sword energy did not stop, but continued like a rushing river towards the distance. After a while, the sword energy finally dissipated, revealing a wide passageway in front of Feng Yi. Chapter 57. Live Capture. All the trees and underbrush in this passage had been annihilated under the sword energy. The entire ground looked as if it had been plowed, and even the white mist had been cleaved apart. In the special space, at the moment Feng Yi disappeared, everyone else changed their expressions. They thought something had happened to Feng Yi. But before they could worry about him, the white-masked figures attacked. Without Feng Yi's support, the pressure on the remaining members of the Qianlong Society suddenly increased. Several masked figures charged towards the three from the Star Suppression Division. The weakest member of the Star Suppression Division could only struggle against one peak Earth-level opponent, and now, with two more masked figures in front of him, he quickly showed a flaw, and a masked figure seized the opportunity to stab a sword into his chest. Zhang Yu caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye. He let out a furious roar. Lao Yao. He wanted to rush over, but was blocked by a masked figure wielding a silver spear, leaving him no time to attend to the slowly collapsing Lao Yao. After falling to the ground, Lao Yao looked in Zhang Yu's direction, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Jiang Liangshun and the others also noticed the fallen member of the Star Suppression Division, and their hearts were filled with bitterness and sorrow. The person they had been chatting with earlier was now dead before their eyes, and they had no way to help. Moreover, they would soon follow in the footsteps of this Star Suppression Division member. Just then, all the masked figures trembled, and the mysterious power that had been enhancing them vanished. All the masked figures returned to their original strength. Zhang Yu and the others also noticed that the strength of the masked figures had suddenly dropped significantly. The pressure on everyone lessened greatly, rekindling hope in their hearts. The more than 10 masked figures surrounding Jiang Liangshun also returned to the shaking light realm, putting them back on equal footing with the members of the Qianlong Society. Now that everyone was in the shaking light realm, the roles of attack and defense were reversed. Because of Lao Yao's death, everyone felt a pent-up breath inside them, and now it was time to release it. Each person unleashed their strongest abilities. Jiang Liangshun took the lead, wielding a dark battle scythe. At that moment, he transformed into a reaper from hell, reaping the lives of the masked figures. He was already at the 9th level of the shaking light realm, a top-tier existence in the gathering of talents at the Qingbei Academy. At this moment, he could say without exaggeration that he was invincible within the shaking light realm. No masked figure in the shaking light realm could withstand his attacks. Soon, 5 or 6 black-clad figures' corpses lay around him. Yu Hui, El Yang, and Shui Ruyan were equally fierce. Yu Hui's weapon was made of a special alloy, and with one punch, a masked figure's chest instantly caved in, blood spewing from its mouth and nose. El Yang wielded a 3-foot green peak, fighting against 3 without losing ground. Shui Ruyan wielded a red whip, which struck the masked figures like a fire dragon, instantly tearing their skin. Meanwhile, the weakest and least noticeable Feng Muxue had green light emanating from her palms, healing the injuries and restoring the star power of the others. Without the gap in realms, the group of masked figures in the shaking light realm was quickly annihilated. Just then, everyone felt the space tremble, and then they all returned to the real space, looking around in confusion. After seeing the wide passage cut by the sword energy, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. It was evident that a battle had taken place here just moments ago. Soon, everyone noticed Feng Yi, who was supporting himself with a sword. Jiang Liangshun and the others let out a long sigh of relief, having worried that Feng Yi might have encountered some mishap, but it seemed he was fine. Moreover, it was clear that Feng Yi was the victor of the battle outside, and they were likely able to emerge from that special space thanks to him. At that moment, a noisy sound of footsteps echoed around them, and many figures appeared in the white mist. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, thinking that reinforcements from the Church of the Gods had arrived. However, when these figures emerged from the mist, they relaxed. It was the people from the Star Guarding Division and various college associations. In contrast, the 3 remaining masked members of the Church of the Gods felt a wave of despair. Just as they were about to escape, Zhang Yu noticed them. Capture them alive. The numerous personnel from the Star Guarding Division responded quickly to Zhang Yu's shout, surrounding the three masked members of the Church of the Gods. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the Star Guarding Division, the three masked members only put up a brief resistance before being subdued. Although Zhang Yu was itching to skin these masked members of the Church of the Gods alive to avenge his fallen brothers, he still remembered the purpose of their mission and could only allow these individuals to live a little longer. Among the arriving personnel from the Star Guarding Division was a middle-aged man. Zhang Yu brought the three masked members before him, then bowed and said, "Director, Monkey and Old Yao have sacrificed." By the end, Zhang Yu's eyes were red, and his voice choked with emotion. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, then slowly nodded. Although his expression remained unchanged, his fists were tightly clenched. The man was Wang Fuyang, the director of the Star Guarding Division in Ice City of the Black Province. Most of the personnel from the Star Guarding Division here, including Zhang Yu and others, were from Ice City. Wang Fuyang looked down coldly at the three masked members pressed to the ground and said, "Speak. Where's your church's hideout? If you cooperate, it might be a little easier for you to die." The three masked members remained silent. Seeing this, Wang Fuyang snorted coldly, "Take off their masks." Once the masks were removed, everyone could see their true faces. They all looked very ordinary, the kind of faces that could easily be lost in a crowd. However, now the three of them were expressionless, heads down, neither speaking nor resisting. "No tears until you see the coffin," Wang Fuyang said coldly, then gestured to two people beside him. Soon, horrifying screams echoed in the area. Even Jiang Liangchun couldn't help but shiver at the sound. However, there was no trace of sympathy in his eyes. These members of the Church of the Gods had betrayed Huaxia and the human race, and he didn't know how many innocent lives were on their hands. Their current fate was well-deserved. The screams continued for more than half an hour before finally stopping. The three members of the Church of the Gods had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. In the end, they couldn't hold out any longer and revealed the location of the church in the Anqing mountain range. Wang Fuyang reported the information he obtained to the command post at the foot of the mountain. The command post then sent the location to everyone in the mountain. Those waiting for reinforcements at the foot of the mountain quickly gathered their things and headed for the obtained location. With a confirmed location, there was no need to slowly search through the vast mountains. Everyone was now heading toward the church's main base. Chapter 58. Contrast Feng Yi and his group were also following Wang Fuyang to the location they had learned from the three members of the Church of the Gods. With a celestial-level powerhouse in the team, their travel speed increased significantly. After all, the perception of a celestial-level powerhouse was not comparable to that of Earth-level cultivators. They didn't have to worry about members of the church hiding in the shadows, plotting any tricks. After traveling for about an hour, the white mist in the dense forest began to thin. Everyone's vision gradually improved. Everyone felt a surge of joy, as it seemed they were not far from their destination. However, Feng Yi, who was walking at the back, furrowed his brow. He sensed that something was amiss. There was a lingering feeling of ominous premonition in his heart. He turned to tell Jiang Liangchun, only to find that Jiang Liangchun had disappeared without him noticing. He was startled and looked at the others, only to discover that they had also vanished. Only Wang Fuyang and the personnel from the Star Guarding Division continued to march forward. Feng Yi shouted at Zhang Yu's back, "Uncle Zhang, something's wrong." But Zhang Yu and the others from the Star Guarding Division acted as if they hadn't heard, not even turning their heads. Feng Yi grew anxious and quickly ran to Zhang Yu's side, trying to grab him. However, his hand passed right through Zhang Yu's body. Feng Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his hand. Then he suddenly looked up and saw that Jiang Liangchun and the others, who had just disappeared, were now appearing behind him, chatting and laughing as they walked toward him. Just as Feng Yi was unsure whether this was an illusion, Jiang Liangchun walked straight through him as if he couldn't see him. Feng Yi hurriedly chased after Jiang Liangchun, frantically calling out to him from behind. But Jiang Liangchun completely ignored him. "Something's wrong." Feng Yi took a deep breath to calm himself. There must be something unusual going on. He looked around, seemingly finding nothing different. Reflecting on everything that had just happened, it felt as if he was in a different space from the others. Feng Yi slowly closed his eyes and used his divine eye to look around. But to his surprise, the surrounding white mist had not dissipated. It was still a vast expanse of white. It was even thicker than before, and now even Feng Yi's divine eye was affected, unable to see through the white mist. Moreover, the others had long since disappeared. Now he was the only one left. Is this an illusion? Feng, he didn't know what situation they were in, but it resembled the illusions described in legends. This meant that from a moment the white mist began to thin, they had already fallen into an illusion. Even Wang Fuyang, who had reached celestial level, hadn't noticed. One could only imagine how powerful the person who set up the illusion was, at least a celestial level powerhouse. It was possible that all of them had now fallen into the illusion, but fortunately, Feng Yi had the divine eye to see through it. He turned around and walked back the way he came, uncertain of what he might encounter ahead. Now he could only see if he could navigate through this illusion and find a way to contact the command post at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, it would be impossible to break the illusion set up by a celestial level powerhouse. Feng Yi walked slowly, as even with the divine eye, his vision was still filled with white mist, making it impossible to see clearly. As he walked, Feng Yi suddenly saw a figure appear ahead. Not knowing the identity of the figure, he drew his frostblade and slowly moved toward it. When Feng Yi finally saw who the figure was, he let out a sigh of relief. It was Shui Ruyan. However, at that moment, Shui Ruyan stood there in a daze, her eyes vacant and expressionless. Feng Yi walked up to her and gently shook her delicate shoulder. However, Shui Ruyan still did not respond. So, Feng Yi directly pinched her tender little face. But Shui Ruyan remained unresponsive. This left Feng Yi in a dilemma. It was clear that Shui Ruyan was trapped in an illusion. How could he wake her up? As he pondered and surveyed Shui Ruyan, he couldn't help but notice her devilish figure, and his thoughts began to stray. He slapped himself in the face, shaking his head to dispel those impure thoughts. No, I am a gentleman, unable to think of a good solution. He worried about what would happen if the people from the cult arrived while he left Shui Ruyan here. With her looks and figure, if she fell into the hands of the sun god cult, it would be like a sheep falling into a wolf pack. She would probably be devoured without a trace. Feng Yi had no choice but to carry Shui Ruyan on his back and continue in the direction he had come from. The ground was uneven, and feeling the softness on his back caused blood to surge in Feng Yi's body. Which man could withstand such a test? Although Shui Ruyan was not heavy and Feng Yi could easily carry her with his current strength, after only a few steps, he felt dry and parched. A surge of wicked fire shot up within him. Feng Yi began to complain in his heart about why the space ring couldn't hold living people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to suffer like this. There was also a tempting fragrance wafting from Shui Ruyan's body, directly invading Feng Yi's brain. At this moment, he could only forcibly think of other things to distract himself. Otherwise, he might really be unable to resist, even without moving or speaking. This enchanting Shui Ruyan made one feel an impulse to commit a crime. What was worse was that Shui Ruyan suddenly let out a strange sound from his back. Feng Yi felt a rush of blood to his head and immediately set Shui Ruyan down. At that moment, her body was trembling slightly, as if she were struggling with something. Feng Yi hurriedly patted her face and shouted, "Shui Ruyan, wake up!" As soon as Feng Yi's voice fell, Shui Ruyan's body trembled even more violently. Feng Yi's eyes brightened. A change was a good sign. He quickly continued to shake Shui Ruyan and kept shouting in her ear, "Shui Ruyan, wake up quickly!" After a while, Shui Ruyan's body stopped shaking, and her vacant gaze slowly regained its sparkle. When she saw Feng Yi in front of her, her pretty face immediately flushed, and she stammered, "What are you doing here?" Feng Yi was speechless, recalling the torment he had just endured on the way, and said with a hint of annoyance, "What do you mean? What am I doing here? You were hit by an illusion and fell into a dream. I carried you all the way here, and you didn't even say thank you. If I had known, I would have left you there. So that is how it is. Thank you," Shui Ruyan said shyly like a little girl, which made Feng Yi feel somewhat unaccustomed. He didn't expect Shui Ruyan to have such a side. He even doubted whether the Shui Ruyan in front of him was the same one he knew. Why was her personality so drastically different? Reflecting on the strange sound she made earlier, Feng Yi curiously asked, "What did you see in the illusion?" Chapter 59. The ghostly demon snake. Upon hearing Feng Yi's question, Shui Ruyan's already rosy face flushed even more, as if she were about to bleed. Looking stunningly beautiful. "I can't remember." Shui Ruyan's gaze darted away, unable to meet Feng Yi's eyes. Seeing her like this, Feng Yi was even more puzzled. Why was she blushing if she couldn't remember? However, he didn't think too much about it. If she couldn't remember, then she couldn't remember. Right now, the urgent matter was to find a way out of this ghostly place. The cult members could appear at any moment, and with their current strength, they would have trouble dealing with even a Jade Balance Realm cultivator. With the War God ability in cooldown without its enhancement, Feng Yi's current strength could only handle cultivators below the Opening Sun Realm. Even with Shui Ruyan, they could only deal with one Opening Sun Realm cultivator, and not a very strong one at that. Let us hurry and find a way out of here. Seeing that Feng Yi didn't T-press on the previous question, Shui Ruyan let out a long sigh of relief and followed Feng Yi as they slowly walked forward. She didn't have the Eye of God, and if she were alone, she might not even be able to tell the direction. All the way, Feng Yi was very careful and didn't encounter anyone else. Gradually, the surrounding white mist began to thin out, returning to its previous state. Now, Feng Yi could basically ignore the mist with the Eye of God. He knew they had walked out of the area of the illusion. Feng Yi, what should we do now? Now that Shui Ruyan had returned to her previous self, she began to lose her composure again while speaking. They had no walkie-talkies or headphones, so they couldn't contact the command post at the foot of the mountain. For this, Feng Yi could only shake his head helplessly. The only way was to go down the mountain to get help, but I worry that by the time we go down and come back up, it will be too late. Huh? What should we do? A hint of bitterness appeared on Shui Ruyan's delicate face. Feng Yi pondered for a moment and then said, "You go down the mountain to get help, and I'll go in to find someone. If I can save one person, that's one." With no better option, Shui Ruyan could only nod. "Be careful." After saying that, Shui Ruyan headed back in the direction they had come from. Feng Yi took a deep breath and plunged back into the eerie white mist. He could only hope for good luck to find Wang Fuyang. Having a heavenly level powerhouse by his side would make him worry less even if he encountered members of the cult. Moreover, perhaps Wang Fuyang could break this illusion. Feng Yi slowly groped forward, and after a long time, he finally saw a figure ahead. His heart leapt with joy, and he quickened his pace. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped again. The figure ahead was different from when he first spotted Shui Ruyan. This person was also walking in his direction. Feng Yi quickly found a tree to hide behind and drew out the snow condensing sword. He couldn't see the figure's true appearance or clothing, and he couldn't be sure whether the figure was friend or foe. The figure moved slowly, taking several minutes to cover a distance that should have only taken a few breaths. Relying on the Eye of God, Feng Yi saw the true face of the figure. Uncle Zhang. It was actually Zhang Yu. Feng Yi shouted from behind the tree to test his identity. After all, the cult was full of tricks. If this Zhang Yu wasn't the real one, but a fake sent by the cult, and the real Zhang Yu had already been harmed, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Upon hearing Feng Yi's call, Zhang Yu immediately stopped, a look of joy appearing on his face. "Feng Yi, is that you?" Hearing Zhang Yu call out his name, Feng Yi finally relaxed. He stepped out from behind the tree and walked up to Zhang Yu. "Uncle Zhang, is it just you?" "Yes, this place is strange. I don't know when I got caught in their trap, but luckily I noticed something was off and reacted in time. Those bastards from the cult love to engage in these underhanded tactics." Zhang Yu angrily cursed, then looked up at Feng Yi. "What about you? Have you encountered anyone else?" Feng Yi told Zhang Yu about Shui Ruyan going down the mountain to get help. Zhang Yu nodded and said, "All right, let's quickly look for the others. If we wait until the people from the cult strike, it will be over." The two changed directions. Zhang Yu had already passed this way and found no traces of anyone else. They still didn't encounter anyone on the road. Just as they were about to change direction again, Feng Yi noticed that the white mist ahead seemed to have thickened. He informed Zhang Yu of his discovery, and they decided to move forward to take a look. After a while, Feng Yi found a cave where the white mist was even denser, almost taking on a tangible form. The two exchanged glances and quietly entered the cave. Both of them were tense, fearing that this cave might be a hideout for the cult. If it was filled with cult members, it would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. The cave was deep, and even Feng Yi couldn't see the way clearly at this moment, so they could only feel their way along the stone walls. Fortunately, the passage in this cave was not rugged, and the ground was very flat. After walking for a while, a sudden sound came from ahead, startling both of them. "Zhang Yu?" Feng Yi thought the voice sounded somewhat familiar, and Zhang Yu joyfully responded, "Director, is that you?" As soon as Zhang Yu finished speaking, a figure walked out from the front. It was Wang Fuyang. His eyes shone like two bright suns, radiating a golden light. "What are you two doing here?" Wang Fuyang was somewhat surprised that the two could find this place. Zhang Yu told him that Feng Yi had discovered the very dense white mist here. Wang Fuyang turned and looked at Feng Yi deeply, nodding slightly in praise. Not bad. By the way, director, what's in this cave? Zhang Yu asked. Wang Fuyang replied that he had just discovered this place and had come out to check after hearing some noise. There were many passages in this cave, and the path Feng Yi and Zhang Yu took was not the same as the one Wang Fuyang had taken. Now the three continued deeper into the cave. The golden light emanating from Wang Fuyang's eyes caused some of the white mist to dissipate, which surprised Feng Yi. He didn't know whether it was a special ability or some martial skill, but seemed even more powerful than his divine eye. After walking for a while, Wang Fuyang at the front suddenly stopped and whispered, "We've arrived." Feng Yi and Zhang Yu moved to the front. Zhang Yu couldn't see anything, but Feng Yi noticed that there seemed to be a huge space ahead, with a large dark shadow in the center. "What is that ahead?" Feng Yi asked Wang Fuyang. He knew Wang Fuyang must have seen the dark shadow clearly, which was why he said they had arrived. Wang Fuyang stared at the dark shadow in front with a serious expression. The Nether Demon Snake. Chapter 60. The Golden War God, the Nether Demon Snake? Feng Yi was puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. Zhang Yu's expression changed upon hearing the name. And then he explained to Feng Yi in a very serious tone. The Nether Demon Snake is a very ancient species among exotic beasts, and it is now nearly extinct. Its strength is extremely powerful. An adult Nether Demon Snake can rival a heavenly level powerhouse, and this creature has a special ability to spit out a large amount of mist, creating illusions that can mesmerize the mind. After hearing the explanation, Feng Yi finally understood that the illusion and white mist outside were the work of a Nether Demon Snake. Then he heard Zhang Yu sigh and say, "I didn't expect there to be such a powerful Nether Demon Snake on Blue Star. From the vast mist outside, this creature's strength is at least heavenly level. A heavenly level exotic beast, and now they could only place all their hopes on Wang Fuyang." But he wondered what level of heavenly power the Nether Demon Snake had, and whether Wang Fuyang could handle it. At this moment, Wang Fuyang calmly said, "You two should go out. I'll deal with this creature." Zhang Yu looked worried. "Director, can you handle it alone?" Wang Fuyang scolded him impatiently. "Get out quickly. If I can't handle it, can you? Don't distract me here." Feng Yi and Zhang Yu both knew that they would not be of any help here and would only be a burden to Wang Fuyang. They had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Just as they stepped out of the cave, they felt the ground shake violently, and a huge commotion came from deep within the cave. They knew Wang Fuyang had made his move. Inside the cave, the previously sleeping Nether Demon Snake had now awakened. Its vertical pupils emitted a strange red light. It angrily stared at the human who disturbed its sleep and spat out a scarlet tongue. A terrifying aura radiated from its body. The Nether Demon Snake already had a wound on its head from Wang Fuyang's sneak attack. Its body was very strong, and the strike only broke the skin slightly. However, it was still very angry that a tiny human dared to disturb it. It opened its massive mouth and exhaled a cloud of black mist. The black mist contained deadly poison, and Wang Fuyang did not dare to take it head-on and quickly dodged. The black mist landed on the stone wall, instantly turning it pitch black. Having missed its attack, the Nether Demon Snake immediately opened its gaping mouth and lunged at Wang Fuyang in midair, bringing with it a gust of foul wind. Seeing the Nether Demon Snake charging at him, Wang Fuyang roared, "Dragon Soul Fist." A golden light radiated from him as he threw a punch, shattering the void. Accompanied by an impassioned dragon roar, a massive golden dragon materialized. The Nether Demon Snake sensed the true dragon aura emanating from the golden dragon, and its eyes flashed with ferocity. The golden dragon collided with the head of the Nether Demon Snake, producing a tremendous sound. The demon snake was also knocked back, crashing against the stone wall and shattering large sections of it. The entire space in the cave began to shake and tremble. Wang Fuyang stepped forward, and behind him appeared the phantom of a golden giant. At this moment, he looked like a golden war god. The golden light shooting from his eyes seemed to penetrate everything. "Kill!" Wang Fuyang charged forward, battling the Nether Demon Snake with his physical body, while the phantom behind him followed his movements and delivered a powerful punch. This punch caused the Nether Demon Snake to let out a mournful cry. And then Wang Fuyang grabbed the snake's tail with both hands, the veins on his arms bulging, and his face contorted with effort. He swung the Nether Demon Snake directly, throwing it out. This time, it crashed into a large section of the stone wall, causing the already shaky space to begin collapsing entirely. Outside the cave, because the Nether Demon Snake no longer sprayed mist, the surrounding white mist began to slowly dissipate. Feng Yi and Zhang Yu stood at a distance, watching the cave. As they saw the entire mountain collapse, their hearts tightened. They couldn't help but worry for Wang Fuyang, but there was nothing they could do, so they could only watch from afar. The collapsing mountain kicked up a large cloud of dust. After a long while, as the dust settled, the entire mountain had turned into flat ground, strewn with rubble and dirt. Just as Feng Yi and Zhang Yu were feeling anxious, the rubble on the ground suddenly exploded. A dark green giant snake flew out, with a small golden figure following behind it. Director. Upon seeing the golden figure, Zhang Yu shouted excitedly. Wang Fuyang followed closely as the nether demon serpent burst out from the ruins. Without the constraints of space, the nether demon serpent gained confidence, turning its body in the air and whipping its black tail towards Wang Fuyang behind it. Wang Fuyang quickly formed a golden light shield in front of him with his hands. The black tail struck the shield, but shattered in an instant. The tail continued to hit Wang Fuyang's body, sending him flying, his blood surging and crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. The reason he could suppress the nether demon serpent in the cave was that the narrow space limited the serpent's physical advantages. Now, without the terrain advantage, the true strength of the nether demon serpent began to manifest. Seeing Wang Fuyang being sent flying, the nether demon serpent displayed a proud expression in its vertical pupils. It had been humiliated moments ago. A tiny human had actually grabbed it like a long worm and thrown it away. This was intolerable for its noble bloodline. After tumbling twice in the air, it lunged at Wang Fuyang again. At this moment, the golden giant behind Wang Fuyang dimmed significantly. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and shouted, "Soul fusion." As soon as he spoke, the golden giant behind him transformed into a ray of golden light and merged into his body. When he opened his eyes again, they had turned golden, and his body emanated golden light. From a distance, it looked as if he was wearing golden armor. Zhang Yu, seeing this, said gravely, "This is the strongest move of the director. It will surely deal with this beast." His tone was filled with determination, and his gaze towards Wang Fuyang was full of trust. Given the current situation, there was no choice but to believe. Feng Yi also watched Wang Fuyang from afar. Contemplating something, Wang Fuyang faced the charging nether demon serpent, advancing instead of retreating. The man and the serpent engaged in battle. At this moment, Wang Fuyang's body defense had significantly increased, allowing him to contend with the nether demon serpent with just his physical body. With every punch he threw, golden light radiated, striking the nether demon serpent and producing dull thuds. The nether demon serpent coughed up blood from the hits, which enraged it. It opened its bloody mouth, intending to swallow Wang Fuyang whole. Wang Fuyang, caught off guard, changed his expression. Zhang Yu trembled in fear at the sight. However, Feng Yi instantly teleported closer to the nether demon serpent and shouted, "Space lock." The nether demon serpent's movements halted for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. However, it was this crucial second that allowed Wang Fuyang to escape from the serpent's mouth. The nether demon serpent swallowed nothing but air. Feng Yi's forehead broke out in fine sweat, and his face turned pale. To lock down a beast of celestial level for just 1 second had nearly drained all his star power. If this were to be known, how many would be shocked that a first-level Earth Realm practitioner managed to bind a celestial-level beast, even if only for a brief moment? For celestial-level experts, a single second could determine victory or defeat. Wang Fuyang directly mounted the head of the nether demon serpent, his glowing fists raining down blow after blow. The nether demon serpent writhed in pain, struggling in the air, trying to shake Wang Fuyang off. But Wang Fuyang seemed to have become one with the nether demon serpent, firmly holding on to its head without moving an inch. The sky echoed with thunderous booms. Dark, ink-like blood began to flow from the serpent's vertical pupils. At this point, it had been beaten into a daze, crashing to the ground and thrashing its body, creating a cloud of dust. Feng Yi, meanwhile, retreated to a safe position with Zhang Yu's assistance, sitting on the ground to recover his nearly exhausted star power. In the Anqing mountain range, the white mist slowly dissipated, and those trapped in illusions began to awaken. Hearing the enormous commotion from afar, they all rushed towards that direction. In the distance, several figures were flying swiftly, celestial-level experts entering the Anqing mountain range from other directions. Shui Rian ran without daring to delay, finally arriving at the command center at the foot of the mountain. Upon learning of Wang Fuyang's situation, the command center immediately notified other celestial-level experts from the Town Star Division searching the mountain to provide support. Additionally, to be cautious, the middle-aged man from the Town Star Division who had spoken at the foot of the mountain was also led by Shui Rian to the depths of the mountain for assistance. Just as Feng Yi was meditating to recover his star power, 3 figures descended from the sky. Zhang Yu stood up and saluted upon seeing the newcomers. Team Leader Wu, Team Leader Li, Team Leader Zhao. The 3 focused on the dust-covered area in the distance and asked, "What happened up ahead?" Zhang Yu quickly replied, "The director is battling an adult nether demon serpent." Nether demon serpent. The 3 were astonished. Nowadays, even in the starry battlefield, sightings of adult nether demon serpents were rare. Yet one had appeared in the Anqing mountain range. They immediately decided to go support Wang Fuyang. Although their strength was only at the first level of celestial tier, they were still celestial-level experts. The 3 took to the air and flew into the dust cloud. With their addition, the noise in the dust cloud intensified. Waves of violent energy fluctuations emanated from within, gradually calming down. By this time, many personnel from the Town Star Division and students from various organizations had arrived. Drawn by the commotion, as the dust settled, everyone saw a disfigured serpent head and a severed serpent body. Wang Fuyang stood together with the 3 celestial-level experts from the Town Star Division. His alloy gauntlets were smeared with black blood, his face slightly flushed, and his chest heaving. It was evident that slaying the nether demon serpent was no easy feat, even he had exerted great effort and almost got swallowed by the serpent. Fortunately, Feng Yi had timely locked down the nether demon serpent, giving him a precious second. Wang Fuyang took a jar from his spatial ring and handed it to a nearby man, saying, "Go extract this beast's true blood." The man took the jar, approached the serpent's body, and made a precise cut. Ink-like blood flowed out, and the man hurriedly collected it in the jar. The jar seemed like a bottomless pit, as a large quantity of blood flowed inside, but still did not fill it up. After a few minutes, when no more blood flowed out, the man walked back to Wang Fuyang with the jar. Wang Fuyang took the jar and emitted a hazy starlight from his hands. After a while, he poured the true blood from the jar into a transparent, small vial. After his refinement, that vast amount of true blood was reduced to just this small vial. However, even this small vial, if sold, would start at a minimum of 10 million Huaxia coins. True blood from a nether demon serpent was not something that could be easily purchased. The true blood of such an ancient bloodline beast was extremely valuable and had excellent effect for body refinement. After completing all this, he led the way back towards the crowd. At this moment, Feng Yi had also fully recovered and watched Wang Fuyang walk towards him without thinking much. Wang Fuyang walked over to Feng Yi and directly threw the bottle of nether demon serpent's true blood to him. Feng Yi hurriedly caught it with both hands, looking at Wang Fuyang in confusion, unsure of his intentions. "Is this for me?" Wang Fuyang smiled and said, "If it weren't for you back then, I might have been swallowed by that beast already. Consider this bottle of true blood as a token of gratitude." "Thank you, Director." Feng Yi wasn't one to be overly sentimental, since Wang Fuyang had given him the true blood in front of so many people. Refusing it would have seemed ungrateful. The onlookers were filled with envy, while a bottle of true blood was a small matter. Earning the appreciation of a heavenly-level powerhouse was what truly mattered. At the same time, they were also curious about what Feng Yi had done to gain the favor of such a strong figure. Seeing Feng Yi accept the true blood, Wang Fuyang smiled with satisfaction. After counting the number of people, the sky had already darkened. He had planned to rest for a bit, but was worried that the commotion earlier might have allowed the members of the cult to escape. So he only took a short break and continued on under the cover of night. Along the way, Jiang Liangshun and others caught up with him. "Feng Yi, have you seen Shui Rian?" They had searched around but could not find her, making them feel anxious. It was then that Feng Yi remembered he hadn't told them about Shui Rian going down the mountain to get reinforcements. So he explained the situation. After hearing this, they felt relieved. Under the cover of night, the group gradually approached the cult's hideout. It was a valley with a series of wooden houses hidden within the dense forest. If someone who was unaware stumbled in here, they might think it was a paradise. However, it was puzzling that the sky had completely darkened. Yet there was no light coming from the wooden houses, nor were there any signs of the cult members. It was eerily quiet. As soon as the group arrived, they sensed something was off. If this was indeed the cult's hideout, it shouldn't be this quiet. The only explanation was that the cult members had already discovered their presence and either fled in advance or were lying in ambush. Chapter 62. Underground City. Knowing that there might be an ambush inside, the Jinxing Division personnel still had to enter. For the safety of the students, Wang Fuyang ordered all the students from the various clubs to stay in place, ready to leave if the situation turned bad. After all, the students' task was to assist the Jinxing Division in searching the mountains for the cult's hideout. Now that they had located the hideout, the students had essentially completed their mission. What followed was no longer something the students could assist with. If there were indeed an ambush in the cult's hideout, Feng, Yi, and the others would only be walking into a death trap. The battles between heavenly-level powerhouses were not something these students could participate in. Of course, someone like Feng Yi was an exception, as not everyone possessed such extraordinary abilities. Under Wang Fuyang's lead, all the Jinxing Division personnel cautiously made their way into the valley. Feng Yi looked at Zhang Yu's back in the crowd and silently wished him luck. Good luck, Uncle Zhang. For this talkative middle-aged man, Feng Yi hoped he could return safely. The Jinxing Division personnel carefully entered the valley, which was eerily silent, with all the doors of the wooden houses tightly shut. Wang Fuyang signaled to those around him and then waved his hand. A few Jinxing Division personnel slowly approached the door of a wooden house, exchanged glances, kicked the door open, and two others rushed inside. Soon, the two had gone and came back out, shaking their heads at Wang Fuyang, indicating there was no one inside. Wang Fuyang frowned. Could it be that the cult members really fled ahead of time? His gaze swept over the wooden houses before him, and even with his perception as a heavenly-level powerhouse, he couldn't sense any living presence. He then quietly said, "Search." Upon hearing this, the Jinxing Division personnel immediately rushed towards the wooden houses in the valley. At this moment, they stopped trying to keep quiet. Doors were kicked open one after another, and the valley grew increasingly noisy. All the Jinxing Division personnel who rushed into the wooden houses emerged, shaking their heads in disappointment. They found nothing, not even signs that anyone had lived there. Listening to the repeated reports of nothing found echoing in the valley, Wang Fuyang's expression darkened. After all the effort to find the cult's hideout, yet they didn't find a single trace of the cult. How could he accept that? Just then, he heard a different sound coming from ahead. Report, we found a secret passage here. Wang Fuyang immediately went over to investigate. In a small wooden house, the Jinxing Division discovered a secret passage under the bed. However, the passage was very narrow, accommodating only one person at a time. Who wants to go down and take a look? Wang Fuyang scanned a few people in the room, including Zhang Yu. If the cult members were hiding in this secret passage, the first person to go down would have no way out and would definitely die. That's why he asked, wanting to see who would be willing to volunteer. They were all his subordinates, and he couldn't just point someone out to go down and die. Just after he finished speaking, everyone in the room took a step forward. Despite knowing that going down might lead to death, they weren't afraid. From a moment they joined the Jinxing Division, they were prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time. Seeing that no one was backing down, Wang Fuyang's eyes turned slightly red, and he felt conflicted. Ultimately, the decision still fell to him. At that moment, a rough-looking man with a stubbly face laughed. "Director, let me go down. I'm all alone, with nothing to worry about." The others wanted to speak up, but were forcibly interrupted by him. "All right, guys, don't argue with me. There will be plenty of opportunities later. I'll go first." Without waiting for Wang Fuyang's approval, he jumped straight into the secret passage. The others could only pray for him in their hearts, hoping that the cult members were not hiding in that passage. As time passed slowly, half an hour later, there was still no sound from the passage. The rough man had not returned. Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, "Director, it's been a long time with no news. Let me go down and take a look." Wang Fuyang pondered for a moment and was just about to agree when a hand reached out from the passage. The rough man had returned. Zhang Yu and the others quickly helped pull him out of the passage. Once he emerged, the rough man immediately said excitedly, "Director, the space down there is very large. I didn't explore it all, but I feel like the cult members are hiding inside." Upon hearing this, Wang Fuyang immediately called everyone to gather and enter the secret passage. But he instructed Zhang Yu and a few others to stay behind. "Zhang Yu, you take a few people to guard up here, just in case." "Okay." Although Zhang Yu wanted to go down, he dared not disobey the order. Soon, the other Jinxing Division personnel descended into the secret passage. After passing through the dark and narrow passage, their vision finally opened up. This underground area resembled an underground city. The first thing that caught their eye was a huge square, surrounded by many doors leading to unknown places. When the members of the Town Star Division came down, they were all momentarily shocked. Wang Fuyang touched the stone wall, feeling the marks of time on it. This place had been built for at least several decades. No wonder they had been unable to find the headquarters of the cult. It turned out to be underground. Looking at the more than 10 doors around him, he decided to split into 4 teams, with each heavenly level expert leading a group. After dividing the teams, they randomly chose 4 doors to enter. Wang Fuyang's team had the fewest members, as he only selected 30 people to follow him, while the other 3 teams had at least 50 members each. After passing through a dark passage, they appeared in a huge square again. If it weren't for the absence of the descending dark passage, everyone would have thought they had returned to the previous square. Director, which way now? Wang Fuyang looked at the more than 10 doors in front of him. His brow slightly furrowed. The underground city was probably vast, and they couldn't split up any further, or they would easily be picked off one by one. Give me the sword, Wang Fuyang said to a nearby Town Star Division member holding a sword. The person immediately handed over the sword with both hands. After receiving the sword, Wang Fuyang carved the character Wang on the stone wall. Then he said retreat. Wang Fuyang led his team back to the original square and chose another door to enter. However, shortly after they left, a team emerged from one of the doors. It was another team from the Town Star Division. The leading heavenly level expert also frowned. They had already passed through 3 squares and still had not encountered any members of the cult. Now they could only brace themselves and continue onward. Based on his instincts, he selected a door and led his team inside, not noticing the mark left by Wang Fuyang. Chapter 63. Cult Sneak Attack in a Dim Room. A man wearing a silver mask was staring at a row of screens in front of him. The screens displayed scenes from the underground city in the valley. A couple of screens also showed scenes from within the valley. The movements of the Town Star Division were all under the watchful eye of this silver-masked man. At this moment, the silver-masked man spoke. The main force of the Town Star Division has been wandering around in the maze. Send people to clean up those small fry outside. The voice of the silver-masked man was ethereal and ambiguous, neither distinctly male nor female, making it impossible to guess his identity based solely on his voice. In the woods outside the valley, as time passed, students from various academies were quietly discussing among themselves. Yui was also chatting with Jiang Liangchen beside him. Boss, what do you think the Town Star Division found? Why has everyone entered that small wooden house and not come out? Before Jiang Liangchen could respond, Lu Yang mocked, are you stupid? How big can that wooden house be to hold so many people? There must be some hidden passage inside. Even a fool can figure that out. And you still need to ask. Yui, feeling embarrassed and angry, retorted, how would I know? I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Do you really need to see it with your own eyes? Just use your brain. Lu Yang continued his merciless taunts. All right, stop arguing. It's not the time to bicker. We might attract the cult members over, Jiang Liangchen said, lightly scolding the two to stop their quarrel. Yu Hui pouted and mumbled, there's not even a ghost here. How could there be cult members? As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and growled, don't talk. His sharp gaze turned toward a small wooden house at the edge of the valley, which had not been searched by the Town Star Division before. At this moment, the door of the small wooden house had been opened, and a group of people wearing white masks walked out quietly without making a sound. Jiang Liangchen and the others were surprised and were about to ask Feng Yi what was wrong, wondering if their noise had disturbed his rest. However, even if it had disturbed him, there was no need for him to get so angry. But when they saw Feng Yi's gaze fixed on the valley, they followed his line of sight and looked over. Those are cult members, Yu Yi exclaimed. The surrounding students, who had been quietly discussing, turned to look into the valley at Yu Hui's shout. The cult members were dressed in black robes, and if it weren't for the white masks on their faces, they would be hard to spot. This is bad. They want to go to the house that the Town Star Division entered. Are they trying to flank them for both sides? We have to do something, otherwise the Town Star Division members will be in danger, Jiang Liangchen whispered anxiously. Hearing this, Yu Hui immediately stood up and was ready to rush down. Fortunately, Feng Yi was quick and stopped him. Why are you holding me back? Yu Hui pushed him irritably. In this situation, Feng Yi showed no mercy and scolded. Do you even know the strength of these cult members? Are you going to go down there and die? At this moment, not to mention whether Yu Hui alone would make a difference if there was even one heavenly level expert among those cult members. It would be useless for all of them to go down. Yu Hui wanted to argue, but was stopped by Jiang Liangchen. Yu, shut up. Then Jiang Liangchen turned to Feng Yi and asked, Feng Yi, do you have any ideas? Feng Yi shook his head. In the face of absolute power disparity, He had no solution. However, just sitting here and watching wouldn't work either. He didn't know if there were still members of the Town Star Division inside that wooden house. If there were, it would be much easier. They just needed to find a way to draw the attention of the Town Star Division inside the house. Stay here and don't move. I'll give it a try. After saying that, Feng Yi stood up and ran towards a valley. But he didn't enter the cluster of wooden houses. Instead, he stopped near the small wooden house that the Town Star Division had entered. Everyone was watching him, curious about what he was going to do. Feng Yi hid behind a tree, gathering a black moon in his hand, and waved it at the small wooden house, shouting, "Blade of Space." The black blade of space flew extremely fast and soon struck the window of the small wooden house, instantly creating a hole. Inside, Zhang Yu and several members of the Town Star Division immediately became alert. Zhang Yu tilted his head to look out through the hole in the window. He quickly spotted Feng Yi hiding behind the tree and was puzzled about what Feng Yi was trying to do. However, he soon realized that although they had not known each other for long, he understood Feng Yi's stable character. He would not act this way without reason. Feng Yi was trying to remind them of something in this way. He made a hand gesture at the hole in the window and then turned to the others, saying solemnly, "Get ready. There are probably cult members outside." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly and prepared for battle. Feng Yi also saw the hand at the broken window, and he sighed in relief. It seemed that the Town Star Division had indeed left a backup plan. Before long, a group of white-masked cult members had arrived outside the small wooden house. They still did not realize they had been exposed. One of the leaders waved his hand, and the other masked members immediately surrounded the small wooden house. Following his command, all the masked members began to attack the small wooden house. Just as they launched their attack, Zhang Yu and the others inside the house rushed out simultaneously. The leading person in the white mask showed a hint of shock in his eyes. He had intended to catch the Town Star Division off guard and resolve the situation quickly. Unexpectedly, their movements had already been exposed, but there was no trace of worry on his face. They had the advantage in numbers, and dealing with a few members of the Town Star Division was not an issue. It was just a matter of time. After Zhang Yu and the others rushed out, they immediately engaged in battle with the members of the cult. These cult members were all of Earth-level strength, and there were no Heaven-level experts involved. Although Zhang Yu and his group were at a disadvantage, it was not easy for the cult members to kill them. The chaotic battle below was clearly visible to the students from the society who were hiding in the woods. At this moment, Feng Yi returned to Jiang Liangshun and the others. The highest level among the cult members below was only peak Earth level. We should go help Uncle Jiang and the others. Plus our numbers are more than enough. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liangshun and the others expressed their support. However, when they turned to look at the others, they found many were showing conflicted expressions and had no intention of moving. At this time, a boy spoke up softly, "But our task is already completed. Going down now won't bring any benefits." After the boy finished speaking, many nodded in agreement. For them, they had come here just to complete the task and earn credit rewards. Now that the task was completed, few were willing to engage in something dangerous. After hearing the boy's words, Feng Yi and the others understood. Jiang Liangshun sneered and scanned the faces of those unwilling to help. Some felt ashamed under Jiang Liangshun's gaze and lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Others, however, looked indifferent and even glared back at him. It's fine. If they don't want to help, then let those who are willing go. The rest can stay here. At this moment, Feng Yi felt a chill in his heart. But they had no way to force those who were unwilling to help. After speaking, he grabbed Jiang Liangshun and prepared to go down, aside from their small group. There were still a few people willing to assist. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yi and the others, blocking their way. This person wore square-framed glasses, had fair skin, and looked like a young master from a wealthy family. With a proud look in his eyes, he spoke to Feng Yi and the others in an unyielding tone. "Director Wang ordered us to stay here, so you cannot go down." Feng Yi and the others recognized him as a member of the Hunter Society. Yu Hui, who had a fiery temper, couldn't stand the Hunter Society members, and when they dared to step out and block them, his anger flared up uncontrollably. "You little white face, get the hell out of my way." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hui moved to push the person aside, but unexpectedly, the individual directly retaliated with a punch to Yu Hui's chest. Yu Hui was caught off guard by the sudden attack and stumbled backward uncontrollably for more than 10 steps. Seeing Yu Hui being hit, Feng Yi and Jiang Liangshun naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. But just as they prepared to take action, 6 members of the Hunter Society surrounded them in an instant. The little white face continued, "Without Director Wang's orders, no one can go down." Hearing this, even Feng Yi couldn't hold back, looking at the Hunter Society members with disdain. They were afraid to go down themselves and wanted to find a lofty excuse for it. It was like being a prostitute and still wanting to erect a signboard. The little white face's expression darkened. Feng Yi slightly turned his head to glance at the battle below. The delay caused by these people had already resulted in injuries among the Town Star Division. If they continued to be entangled here, they would only end up collecting corpses for the Town Star Division later. Thus, he stopped being polite and instantaneously teleported behind the little white face, grabbing his hair before forcefully slamming him down onto the ground. The little white face had not anticipated that Feng Yi had such a skill and was completely unprepared. He only saw Feng Yi's figure suddenly disappear, and then his hair was grabbed, causing his body to uncontrollably fall toward the ground. Bang! The ground emitted a muffled sound, and the little white face's forehead immediately became red and swollen. At this moment, he felt dizzy and disoriented. Feng Yi tossed him aside like garbage, then drew out the snow-condensing sword, pointing it at the other members of the Hunter Society and declaring, "Whoever blocks me dies. Feel free to try if you don't believe me." All of this happened too quickly. Everyone was stunned by Feng Yi's strange speed. If Feng Yi had been holding the sword earlier, the little white face might have already been lying on the ground, unable to get up. Therefore, when Feng Yi uttered the words, "Whoever blocks me dies," the members of the Hunter Society turned pale but did not dare to step forward to obstruct him again. Seeing that no one dared to stop them, Feng Yi said to those willing to help, "Let's go." After finishing, he charged ahead into the valley. After the little white face was helped up, he glared at Feng Yi's back with a look full of resentment. However, his expression quickly returned to normal, and he said, "We should also go help." The other members of the Hunter Society clearly did not react in time, looking at the little white face with confusion. Why the sudden change of heart? Facing the puzzled gazes of the others, he explained, "If we don't go, others will really think we're afraid to die." After saying this, he didn't give anyone a chance to respond and took the lead toward the valley. Although the members of the Hunter Society were confused about why he changed his attitude so quickly, they had no choice but to follow suit. The students who had initially been unwilling to go down, seeing that the Hunter Society members had also joined in to help, gradually stood up one by one, choosing to go down and assist. Now, those who did not go down to help had become the minority. In the valley, Zhang Yu and the others were currently struggling to resist the cult members, who outnumbered them 2-1. At this moment, they felt a sense of despair, but they still hoped to break out and find a way to inform Wang Fuyong that there were cult members outside. "Luo Bing, you are fast. Later, we will fight to create a path for you. You go into the secret passage and tell the director that there are cult members outside and to be careful not to be surrounded by them." Zhang Yu's eyes revealed a hint of determination, and the others felt the same. They had already prepared for death. The man named Luo Bing grimaced and nodded. There were no other options left. If they all died here, the main force entering the secret passage would be in great danger. Their deaths would also become meaningless. Only by informing the main force below about the situation could Zhang Yu and the others' deaths hold any significance. Just as they were preparing for a desperate fight, they heard a chorus of battle cries. They looked up to see Feng Yi leading a group of students rushing over. The faces of these people were all filled with urgency, and their anxious gazes were tinged with a touch of emotion. They were anxious, fearing that their coming down would only lead to death, but they were also touched that even knowing there was a life-threatening risk, they still came down. In Huaxia, there are such young people. Even if they die today, they will protect their safety. Only such young talents are the future and hope of Huaxia. When a youth is strong, Huaxia is strong. Zhang Yu pushed back a cult member with a single shot and then shouted, "Brothers, let's fight out and protect the children." The cult members were frightened by the shouting from behind them, thinking that reinforcement from the Startown Division had arrived. However, sensing that the newcomers were all cultivators no stronger than the first realm of the Earth level, they felt much more relaxed. A group of kids who hadn't even grown all their hair. What could they possibly do? The leading masked man immediately ordered, "Send a few people to deal with these little brats." 5 of the masked cult members immediately withdrew from the assault on the Startown Division and charged towards Feng Yi and the others. The leading masked man thought that dealing with a bunch of kids of the Radiant Realm would require only a few people. However, he didn't realize that Feng Yi and his companions were all geniuses from various academies, not ordinary Radiant Realm cultivators. Chapter 65. killing the peak of the Earth level. Seeing that the cult had casually sent 5 people to deal with them, the students felt belittled. Although the 5 cult members were at a higher realm, they still had a significant number of people on their side. Sending only 5, all of whom were at the opening sun realm, seemed a bit disrespectful. At that moment, everyone felt a surge of anger, determined to make the cult members feel the consequences of underestimating them. As the two sides clashed, the cult members immediately sensed something was off. The group of students divided the 5 of them among themselves, coordinating seamlessly in both offense and defense. The one-sided situation they expected did not materialize. As soon as they engaged, the cult members felt immense pressure, especially against the masked cult member from the Qianlong Society. Feng Yi's spatial confinement technique rendered him unable to retaliate at all. Following that, the attacks from Jiang Liangshun, Yu Hui, and LV Yang came in succession, leading to a quick defeat. Feng Yi and his group did not stop there. They turned to help other societies. With their strength, unless a celestial realm cultivator came, no one could stop them. Soon, all 5 masked cult members were dealt with. They shouted and charged towards the remaining cult members, attacking the Startown division. The leading cult member heard the commotion, turned his head, and was struck with terror upon seeing the 5 corpses on the ground. In less than 5 minutes, the people he sent to kill these students had been killed in return. The besieged Zhang Yu and his group naturally noticed the situation and burst into laughter. "Brothers, we can't be outdone by these kids. Let's kill all the cult scum." The group felt a surge of strength, and their offensive grew stronger. The cult members who had been suppressing them suddenly felt as if Zhang Yu and his companions had been revived, and the pressure began to lift. This prompted the leading cult member to abandon his plan of sending more people to hinder Feng Yi and the others. "You all hold them off. I'll deal with these little brats," he ordered before charging towards Feng Yi and the others. He believed that the reason Feng Yi's group had killed his 5 subordinates in such a short time was simply that they were too weak. After all, he was a peak Earth-level cultivator, just 1 step away from reaching the celestial level. How could he not deal with a group of Radiant Realm kids? Did he really think that a swarm of ants could kill an elephant? From a distance, Feng Yi and his group felt the powerful aura emanating from the approaching figure. However, they showed no fear or retreat in their eyes. On the contrary, there was a hint of anticipation. So what if he was stronger? He was still just at the Earth level. For them, who had grown accustomed to celestial-level cultivators in the Academy, the peak Earth level still felt lacking. The leading masked cult member had a ferocious expression, and as soon as he struck, he unleashed a deadly attack. A terrifying blade of energy surged towards Feng Yi and the others. Jiang Liangchun shouted angrily, "Yu Hui, block this blade." Yu Hui stepped forward, rushing to the front, and at the same time, another boy from a different academy charged up beside him. They exchanged a glance and smiled. Then, a golden Buddhist bell appeared around Yu Hui, covered with countless Sanskrit characters that enveloped his body. The other boy also produced a tall black shield of unknown material, marked with various weapon scars. The terrifying blade of energy struck the golden bell and black shield, causing the Sanskrit characters to flicker and a deafening chime to resonate. The black shield also bore blood-red runes, and a battle intent that transcended time and space emerged on the shield, wildly absorbing the energy from the blade. However, a crack soon appeared on the golden bell, spreading across it. With a soft sound, the bell shattered into countless golden lights, sending Yu Hui flying back, coughing up large amounts of blood mist. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. With Yu Hui down, the blood-red runes on the black shield were also completely depleted. But the terrifying blade was blocked. A new blade mark appeared on the black shield, which seemed insignificant compared to the numerous existing scars. The boy could no longer support himself, his face pale, his star power exhausted, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing his blade blocked, the masked cult member was quite shaken. Even opponents of the same realm found it difficult to block his strike. Yet now it had been blocked by 2 Radiant Realm kids. His eyes flashed with malice. If one blade didn't work, then he would strike again. He refused to believe it could be blocked again. However, Feng Yi would not give him a second chance. The moment he raised his hand, Feng Yi used spatial confinement. Although he knew it wouldn't hold him for long, even a few seconds would be enough. Once the masked cult member was confined in place, a trace of fear finally arose in his heart as dozens of powerful attacks overwhelmed him. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated this group of Radiant Realm students. A swarm of ants could indeed kill an elephant. Dozens of attacks struck the masked cult member, with energy colliding and exploding, raising clouds of dust from the ground. As the dust settled, the masked cult member knelt on the ground, his mask shattered in many places. His body was covered in wounds, yet he was still alive. He coldly looked up, about to say something fierce, but felt a chill in his chest. Slowly looking down, he saw a sword tip, exuding cold air, piercing through his body from behind. Those fierce words would have to wait for the next life. Feng, he pulled out the blood flowing down the sword tip, but the blade remained spotless. The death of the leading masked cult member sent a tremor through the remaining cult members, instantly extinguishing their fighting spirit and leaving them with numerous openings. Zhang Yu and his companions seized these openings, swiftly killing several cult members and breaking the cult's formation, successfully charging out of the encirclement. Now it was the cult members who were surrounded. Feng Yi and his group easily teamed up with the members of the Star Town division to clean up the remaining cult remnants. Good kid. I was ready to fight to the death, but you ended up saving me. Zhang Yu laughed as he walked over to Feng Yi and patted him on the shoulder. They were able to survive today thanks to Feng Yi's efforts. Otherwise, they would have been caught off guard by the cult earlier. Of course, the other students were also crucial. Where did this group of cultists come from? A man from the Star Town division raised the question. Hearing this, Feng Yi informed Zhang Yu of the location where the cult appeared. They quickly discovered a secret passage in that wooden house. It seems that the cult has more than one secret passage, and this information needs to be reported to the director promptly. Chapter 66. Assassination of Feng Yi. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he looked at a gaunt man. The man understood Zhang Yu's intention, nodded, and returned to the previous wooden house to enter the secret passage. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled, and the entire valley shook violently. Rocks continuously fell from the surrounding mountains, and the ground cracked open with narrow fissures. Some wooden houses fell directly into the cracks. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Everyone was puzzled. How could there be an earthquake out of nowhere? Zhang Yu, however, kept staring at the ground, sensing something. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he grabbed Feng Yi and Jiang Lianshun, then shouted at the others, "Quick, disperse!" After shouting, he took off running towards the dense forest on the mountain. The others weren't foolish. They quickly realized something was wrong and hurriedly followed Zhang Yu. In the next moment, the entire valley collapsed with a thunderous roar, and several slower students fell directly into the deep pit created by the collapse. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, a loud boom came from the pit, and two figures flew out. Both were heavenly level experts, engaged in combat, with waves of suffocating energy radiating from midair. Is that Director Wang? Some sharp-eyed students immediately recognized one of the heavenly level experts as Wang Fuyang. The other combatant was a black-robed figure wearing a silver mask, the same one who was the great protector of the cult in the dark room earlier. Soon, everyone's expressions turned extremely serious as they realized that Wang Fuyang was being suppressed and beaten by the silver-masked man. It was obvious that the silver-masked man was stronger than Wang Fuyang. At this moment, several more figures flew out of the pit, all of them heavenly level experts. However, compared to Wang Fuyang and the silver-masked man in the sky, the auras of these figures were much weaker. Among the heavenly level experts that appeared later, 3 were from the Star Town division, while 4 were cult experts wearing silver masks. The situation for the Star Town division was not optimistic. The 3 were also being suppressed by the cult. If this continued, the Star Town division would eventually be defeated. Everyone knew that if the heavenly level experts from the Star Town division were defeated, they would all face certain death, while they could still resist against Earth-level peak experts. Facing a heavenly level expert, even together, they wouldn't be able to fend off their attacks. Just then, everyone's expression changed. Wang Fuyang was struck down to the ground by the silver-masked man. His metallic gauntlets were shattered, the golden light on his body gradually extinguished, and his face turned pale, blood spilling from his mouth and staining his chest red. The silver-masked man clearly intended to take advantage of his condition to finish him off, raising his sword to pursue. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Could they really be defeated like this? At that moment, a furious roar echoed from afar, like thunder from the heavens. "You dare! You brat!" The silver-masked man paused, turning his gaze towards the source of the voice. In the blink of an eye, a middle-aged man appeared above the valley, waving his hand to let a girl he was holding drop in front of Feng Yi and the others. This girl was Shui Ruyan, who had gone to fetch reinforcements. The middle-aged man was the one who had spoken at the camp earlier. "Uncle G, who is he?" Feng, you didn't know the identity of this middle-aged man. But from his aura, he seemed even stronger than Wang Fuyang. Zhang Yu lowered his voice to reply. His name is Ji Chun, Deputy Commander of the Star Town Division of Huaxia, a heavenly level 3rd realm Tianxian expert, and the person in charge of this operation. Yi Chen, he must be from the Ji family. Feng, he speculated in his heart. With Ji Chen's arrival, everyone's anxiety finally eased. The situation had taken a turn for the better. After Ji Chen arrived, he wasted no time and immediately took action. Although the Silver Masked Man had severely injured Wang Fuyang, he had also consumed a lot of energy. Ji Chun didn't want to give him a chance to recover, and the 3 team leaders from the Star Town Division were in a bad situation as well. Only by quickly dealing with the Silver Masked Man in front of him could they go support them. Ji Chen's strength was terrifying. With a single strike, he could unleash devastating power. He used his fist techniques without wearing metallic gauntlets, relying purely on the strength of his body. Though his physique didn't appear robust, he unleashed immense power. The Silver Masked Man had earlier been relentless in his attempt to kill Wang Fuyang, not holding back at all, and now his internal star energy had been depleted by more than half. Faced with Ji Chun, who was slightly stronger than him, he felt significant pressure. He was already contemplating retreat, but the thought of what was hidden underground made him reluctant. He knew that if he fled, the hidden things would surely be discovered by the Star Town Division. At that time, punishment from the cult would await him. But if he didn't leave, he might die here. For a moment, he found himself in a dilemma, his fighting spirit gradually fading. The situation had reversed. The one being suppressed was now the Silver Masked Man of the cult. Everyone below was watching, their hearts racing. The duel of 2 top experts was nothing short of spectacular. No one noticed that in the Hunter Association, an inconspicuous boy was slowly approaching Feng Yi. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the 2 powerful figures in midair. Even Feng Yi didn't notice this boy at all. The boy worried that his actions would attract attention, so he moved slowly. His gaze was fixed on Feng Yi's back, and a cold glint flashed beneath his sleeve. It was a very sharp dagger. However, behind this boy, there was someone watching him. This person was a member of the same association, the young man who had earlier clashed with Feng Yi and the others. He saw the dagger in the boy's hand, but said nothing, a strange smile appearing on his lips. At this moment, the boy was less than a meter away from Feng Yi. Sweat poured down his forehead, and his body trembled slightly, showing his nervousness. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. Then, as if he had made a decision, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. The dagger extended from his sleeve, stabbing fiercely towards Feng Yi's neck. At such a close distance, Feng Yi would have no chance to dodge. Feng Yi instantly felt a chill run down his back. Before he could react, Zhang Yu swiftly moved to block behind Feng Yi. When Feng Yi turned around, he happened to lock eyes with Zhang Yu, who smiled and said, "Damn it, after so many years in the starry battlefield, my instinct to protect my comrades has not faded." Chapter 67, Jumping into the Deep Pit. Speaking of which, Zhang Yu's face suddenly turned pale, and his body leaned towards Feng Yi. Looking at the dagger embedded in Zhang Yu's back and the uniform stained with large patches of blood, Feng Yi was stunned. In that moment, all the memories of the time he had known Zhang Yu flashed through his mind, every word they had exchanged. The ordinary-looking boy, realizing he had not killed Feng Yi but instead had killed a member of the Starry Command, looked panicked. He wanted to escape, but then saw Feng Yi frozen in place, and a hint of ruthlessness appeared in his frantic eyes. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the dagger out of Zhang Yu's back and viciously lunged at Feng Yi. But at that moment, Jiang Liangshun and the others had already noticed what was happening beside them, and they would not give him a chance to continue his attack. Jiang Liangshun kicked out and instantly sent the boy flying. Realizing he no longer had a chance to kill Feng Yi, the boy scrambled to his feet and fled in a panic. "Catch him!" Jiang Liangshun shouted loudly. The students nearby were still confused about what had happened, and upon hearing Jiang Liangshun shout, they did not rush to help catch the escaping boy. "Damn it!" Jiang Liangshun cursed, then chased after him. But just as he ran out, the pretty boy from the Hunter Society blocked his way. "Classmate, what do you want?" The pretty boy's expression was calm, showing no signs of concern, as if he had no idea what was happening. At that moment, Jiang Liangshun just wanted to catch the attacker and didn't want to get entangled with them. "Get lost." After saying that, Jiang Liangshun charged forward. But he was just one person and could not break through the combined obstruction of several opponents. Shui Rian and Yu Hui, seeing this, said to Liu Yang, "You watch over Feng Yi. We'll help the boss." After saying that, the two rushed up to assist Jiang Liangshan. Lu Yang anxiously shouted to the surrounding students. Who has healing abilities? Come help save him. Two girls stepped out from the crowd, and with Lu Yang's help, they laid Zhang Yu on the ground and began to treat him. Looking at Feng Yi, who was still frozen in place, Lu Yang comforted him. Feng Yi, it's okay. There are healing abilities here. They can definitely save Uncle Zhang. But just as he finished speaking, a girl's anxious voice interrupted. No, the dagger is poisoned. Healing abilities won't work. We need the antidote. What? Lu Yang did not expect that the attacker had been so vicious as to poison the dagger. But Jiang Liangshan and the others were still blocked by the Hunter Society members, and he could only watch Feng Yi without being able to help. How could they catch that boy now? Just as he was anxiously wondering what to do, Feng Yi's eyes gradually regained clarity. However, his gaze was extremely cold, exuding a murderous intent. Even Lu Yang beside him could feel the overwhelming, killing intent. Feng Yi. Lu Yang's words were not finished when Feng Yi's figure disappeared from the spot. He reappeared behind the Hunter Society members, and then his figure vanished again. Now less than 10 meters away from the fleeing boy. The boy glanced back and nearly lost his soul out of fear. How long had it been? Feng Yi had already caught up. Gritting his teeth, he looked towards the deep pit in the valley. In the moment Feng Yi disappeared again, the boy resolutely jumped down. Feng Yi reached out, but grasped nothing. However, his expression remained unchanged as he followed and jumped into the deep pit. Don't go, Feng Yi, Shui Ruyan and the others, witnessing this scene, wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The members of the Hunter Society, seeing this, no longer obstructed them. Shui Ruyan and the others ran to the edge of the deep pit, looking into the dark abyss with anxious hearts. Boss, what should we do? Jiang Liangshan pondered for a moment, and then said, First, go back and watch over Uncle Zhang and the Hunter Society members. This matter is definitely related to them. Shui Ruyan asked, What about Feng Yi? Are we just going to leave him? Jiang Liangshan shook his head. We have to trust him. Hearing this, Shui Ruyan turned back to glance worriedly at the deep pit, then could only follow Jiang Liangshan and the others back to Zhang Yu's side. The two girls with healing abilities were still trying their best to stabilize Zhang Yu's condition. At this moment, Zhang Yu's face was devoid of color, and he had fallen into a coma. Several other members of the Starry Command rushed over after hearing the commotion and stood guard beside him. After listening to Jiang Liangshan recount the events, several members of the Starry Command glared deeply at the members of the Hunter Society. The members of the Hunter Society felt their gaze and showed no fear, instead smiling at the Starry Command members. Currently, there was no evidence to prove their involvement in the incident, so even the Starry Command members could do nothing against them. At most, they could detain them for 24 hours, but without evidence, they would still have to release them. Watching the confident expressions of the others, the Starry Command members were furious. One burly man punched a tree, which was as thick as a bucket, causing it to break instantly. If I find out they're involved in this, I'll chop these little bastards into pieces and feed them to the dogs. The expressions of the other Starry Command members were also grim. At this moment, they could only pin their hopes on Feng Yi. In the deep pit, it was pitch black, but for Feng Yi, this was not a problem. He possessed the eye of the god and could see everything clearly around him, even in complete darkness. Feng Yi scanned his surroundings and saw many corpses buried under rubble. Judging by the clothing, some were from the Starry Command and some were from the God sect. However, the boy was nowhere to be found. Soon, Feng discovered a door at the edge of the deep pit that was not completely buried. He quickly approached it and found a clear footprint, most likely belonging to the boy. He bent down and crawled through the door. After passing through a narrow passage, Feng Yi arrived in a large square. In the square lay several corpses, mostly from the God sect, along with a few from the Starry Command. The stone walls surrounding the square were filled with cracks and marks left by various weapons, indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here. However, the boy was still missing, and there were many doors around, making it impossible to know which door the boy had taken. Feng Yi's gaze swept through the square and noticed a few drops of fresh blood outside a door on the left. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and walked in. After passing through another passage, Feng Yi immediately spotted the boy. At this moment, the boy had one arm hanging down, and blood was occasionally trickling down his arm. It seemed to have been injured when he jumped into the deep pit. Chapter 68, Mysterious Paper. The boy heard the movement behind him, turned his head, and saw Feng Yi had caught up, his face filled with terror as he frantically fled forward. But how could Feng Yi give him a chance to escape? Zhang Yu was in critical danger. He did not have time to waste. If there was time, Feng Yi would follow behind the boy, slowly tormenting him, and only end his life when he could no longer run. Feng Yi's figure vanished from the spot, and then appeared directly behind the boy, kicking him with one foot, sending him flying and crashing to the ground. Just as he was trying to get up, he felt a chill at his neck. The sword was already pressed against it. He could even feel the coldness emanating from the sword, and a shallow line of blood appeared on his neck. At that moment, he didn't dare to move at all. "Hand over the antidote, and I can make your death a little easier." Feng Yi's voice came, cold and devoid of any emotion. The boy trembled slightly, his voice shaking with fear. "I don't have the antidote. That dagger isn't mine. Please spare me." "Who gave you the dagger?" Feng Yi's voice remained icy. The boy seemed to have some unspeakable secret and stammered. "I can't say. If I do, my family won't survive. My mom is still in the hospital waiting for medical expenses. I beg you, let me go." "Huh." Feng Yi let out a cold laugh. "If you know you've done wrong, then what's the point of the Star Suppression Division? We're all adults here. If you make a mistake, you have to bear the consequences." With a movement in his hand, blood began to flow slowly from the sword, and he harshly demanded, "Tell me, who sent you to kill me? And who gave you the dagger?" The pain at his neck and the fear of death completely shattered the boy's psychological defenses. He could feel that if he didn't speak, Feng Yi would kill him the next second. At this moment, he no longer cared about the consequences of speaking. He just wanted to live. "I'll tell you, but you have to promise not to kill me after I do. Otherwise, I won't tell you even if I die." "All right." Feng Yi nodded and then removed the sword from the boy's neck. With Feng Yi's assurance, the boy let out a long sigh of relief, swallowing hard before saying, "It was Qin Xiang who gave me the dagger, telling me to kill you. He said if I killed you, he'd give me a large sum of money, and then my mom's illness would be cured." "Who is Qin Xiang?" Feng Yi frowned, having never heard of this person. The boy replied, "He's the guy who stopped you before." After hearing the boy's words, Feng Yi realized that Qin Xiang was the pretty boy from the Hunter Society. He silently vowed that if anything happened to Zhang Yu, he would make Qin Xiang pay with blood for it. "I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" At this moment, the boy's pitiful voice came through, and he looked as humble as could be. If Feng Yi told him to eat shit right now, he would do it without any hesitation. His only thought was to survive. "You can go," Feng Yi said softly. The boy, hearing this, felt a great sense of relief and crawled quickly towards a distant door, fearing that Feng Yi would change his mind at any second. Just as he was about to push the door open and enter, he felt a chill down his back, and his body froze in place. He struggled to turn his head, his face filled with confusion. "But you said you would let me go." Suddenly, Feng Yi pulled out the sword, and the boy's body felt as if all strength had been drained from it, collapsing to the ground. The boy's body convulsed on the ground, blood staining the floor. His eyes widened, staring straight at Feng Yi, as if seeking an answer. Feng Yi, however, did not look at him at all, stepping over him and pushing the door open to enter. As Feng Yi's figure disappeared in that instant, his voice slowly echoed back, "Sorry, I lied to you." The boy seemed to have heard it, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Gradually, his body stopped convulsing, and he breathed his last. After passing through the corridor, Feng Yi arrived at another identical square. He did not choose to turn back because the pit was too deep, and as a non-heaven level expert, he couldn't fly. He could only find another exit. Time was running out for Zhang Yu. He had to return quickly and find Qin Xiang to get the antidote. Looking at the more than 10 doors in front of him, Feng Yi could only randomly choose one based on his instincts. After passing through 9 identical squares, Feng discovered a different door. Unlike the other doors, which had no special markings, this one had blood-red runes on it. As soon as Feng Yi placed his hand on the door, he immediately felt a cold sensation, causing pain in his hand. This made him even more curious about what was behind the door. Enduring the cold sting, Feng Yi pushed against the door with all his strength, but found it wouldn't budge at all. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Yi gathered his star power in his palm and placed his hand on the door. In an instant, he felt the star power being absorbed by the door, and the blood-red runes on the door began to emit a seductive red light. Seeing this, Feng Yi increased the star power in his palm, and the door greedily absorbed the star power from his body like a bottomless pit. Fortunately, with the existence of the Big Dipper space, the power of the stars from the stars of the doming star and the hidden origin star quickly replenished the star power in Feng Yi's body. If it were anyone else, they would have been drained by this door long ago. Even a heaven-level expert might not be able to satisfy this door. Only Feng Yi could be said to possess infinite star power. Time slowly passed, and the blood-red light on the door grew brighter. With a click, the sound of a door lock being unlocked was heard, and the door stopped absorbing Feng Yi's star power. With a strong push, Feng Yi easily opened the door this time. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. Behind the door was not a corridor, but a stone chamber. What left Feng Yi in a daze was that in the center of the stone chamber stood a stone platform, on top of which floated a yellowed piece of paper. It looked like it had been there for quite some time. The paper was densely filled with text, but Feng Yi couldn't understand a single word. It wasn't written in the characters of Huaxia, nor in the existing characters of the Blue Star. These characters were obscure and difficult to understand. Feng Yi cautiously reached out his hand, wanting to take the yellowed paper down to study it carefully. But as soon as his hand touched the paper, it instantly transformed into specks of starlight and floated into his body. This left Feng Yi dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, he felt an unbearable pain in his head. It was as if someone was chanting scriptures in his brain, but he couldn't understand a word. His head felt like it was about to explode. Feng Yi couldn't bear the pain and cried out. Then he hugged his head with both hands and knelt on the ground, madly banging his head against the stone platform, hoping to relieve the pain. Slowly, Feng Yi lost consciousness from the pain. Chapter 69. Even the King of Heaven can't do it. Feng Yi felt his consciousness plunge into an endless darkness. He didn't know how long it had been, but when his consciousness finally returned, he found himself in the Big Dipper space. As soon as he appeared, he noticed a yellowed piece of paper floating beside the 9 stars of the Big Dipper. It was the same paper he had found in the stone chamber, filled with unfamiliar text. He never expected that this paper would transform into starlight and enter his body, only to end up in the Big Dipper space. A progress bar also appeared at the bottom of the paper, currently showing a progress of 0. Feng Yi wanted to further study the text on this paper to see what it recorded. However, when he carefully observed the words on the paper, the intense headache and soul-stretching sensation returned. Feng Yi could only stop. Perhaps it was because my current realm is too low, so I can't research it? After pondering for a while, he couldn't come up with a reason. Since he couldn't study it now, he decided to leave the paper here and wait until his realm improved before trying to see if he could understand the text on it. With this thought, Feng Yi prepared to leave the Big Dipper space, but found he couldn't. Am I trapped? Feng Yi began to panic. He couldn't be stuck here, as Zhang Yu was still waiting for him outside. He needed to find Qin Ziong to obtain the antidote. If he continued to be trapped here, it would be too late by the time he got out. In the past, he could leave the Big Dipper space with just a thought, but this time, no matter what he did, he couldn't escape. After multiple attempts, Feng Yi felt hopeless. He collapsed to the ground, as if losing his spirit, staring at the Big Dipper stars above and murmuring to himself, I am Sode Ankezank. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Yi, in a daze, heard someone calling his name. The Big Dipper space began to blur, and Feng Yi felt a glimmer of hope, knowing this was a sign of leaving the Big Dipper space. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face. Grandfather, how are you here? After saying this, Feng Yi looked around in confusion and realized he was now lying in a hospital room. The air in the room was still filled with the distinctive smell of hospital disinfectant. Besides his grandfather Feng Jingchuan, there was also Zihan Zhuang in the room. How do you feel? At this moment, Feng Jingchuan gently asked, his eyes filled with concern. Feng Yi moved his body and found nothing wrong with it. I feel fine. By the way, how did you and my aunt get here? Did I return to Kyoto? After hearing that, Feng Yi was all right. The stone that had been hanging in Feng Jingchuan's heart finally fell, and he explained. This is Ice City. The Town Star Division notified the Academy, and your aunt informed me after she found out. So that's how it is. Feng Yi finally understood how Feng Jingchuan and Zihan Zhuang ended up here. Suddenly, Feng Yi thought of something and hurriedly asked, Grandfather, how long have I been unconscious? Given that even Feng Jingchuan and Zihan Zhuang, who were far away in Kyoto, had arrived in Ice City, it meant he had been unconscious for at least 2 or 3 days. In those 2 or 3 days, Zhang Yu, he didn't dare to think any further. After all, Feng Jingchuan was quite old, and seeing the anxious expression on Feng Yi's face, he understood what he was thinking. He sighed and said, a week. Hearing this, Feng Yi was stunned, but a glimmer of hope still remained in his heart. Is Uncle Zhang all right? After asking this question, Feng Yi fell into a conflict within himself. He wanted to know the answer, but feared it would differ from the hope in his heart. Sigh. Feng Jingchuan sighed again. Upon hearing this sigh, the last bit of hope in Feng Yi's heart shattered. His eyes turned red, and his hands clenched tightly together. Seeing Feng Yi like this, Feng Jingchuan gently patted his shoulder and said, Zhang Yu's funeral arrangements have been taken care of. I personally arranged everything for his family. Feng Yi remained silent, biting his lip hard, replaying in his mind what Zhang Yu had said before about taking Feng Yi and the others home to see his son and daughter after this mission. Those words echoed in Feng Yi's mind, turning into sharp blades that deeply pierced his heart. Grandfather, I want to take revenge for him. Feng Jingchuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Feng Yi's serious expression, he ultimately held back. Feng Yi continued, if I fail and can't come back alive, just consider that you don't have this grandson anymore. It's my unfilial behavior, but I must go. He didn't know Qin Xiang's background, but he assumed it should be strong, so he wasn't sure if he could come back alive after going. Yet, even so, he still had to go. Don't say something like a gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late. In his dictionary, if there's a grudge, it must be avenged immediately. Zhang Yu is already dead. Why should the culprit continue to live? Feng Jingchuan affectionately ruffled Feng Yi's hair. Silly child, remember, you are from the Feng family. If the sky falls, your grandfather will support you. As long as you don't want to die, no one can kill you, not even the king of hell. By the end, an unmatched aura suddenly surged from Feng Jingchuan's aging body. Even Zihan's Wang, who was nearby, felt a chill. She knew that some people's lives had reached their end. Feng Yi was the only heir of the Feng family. Anyone who dared to harm him should be prepared to face the Feng family's wrath. Grandfather. Feng Yi felt a surge of emotion, but he was also worried that using the Feng family's power would bring criticism. Feng Jingchuan saw the doubts in Feng Yi's heart and said sternly, the Feng family has been too low-key for too long, so much so that some people don't know their own weight. Since that's the case, let the world know why the Feng family has stood among the 5 great families of Huaxia for thousands of years. After speaking, Feng Jingchuan took out a black object from his spatial ring and handed it to Feng Yi. With this token, someone will naturally contact you in Magic City. Feng Yi nodded, examining the black token in his hand. He couldn't tell what material it was made of, but it was heavy, and he could feel a chilling aura from it. The token had the ancient character for Feng on it, and the back was adorned with a Tai Chi Bagua pattern. At this moment, Zihan's Wang spoke up, I will go with you. Feng Yi looked up, confused, at Zihan's Wang. Zihan's Wang smiled gently and said, on the public side, you are a student of Qingbei Academy, and I am your mentor. On a personal level, you are my nephew, and half of the blood flowing in you is from the Z family. So, for both public and private reasons, I should go. Thank you, Aunt. Feng Yi understood that Zihan's reason for choosing to go was more personal. He felt very fortunate to have such a protective grandfather and aunt. All right, I will return to Kyoto to handle some matters first. That little brat from the Jiang family and your other classmates have been waiting outside. Once you sort things out here, you can head to Magic City. After Feng Jingchuan finished speaking, he left the hospital room. Zihan's Wang also gave a few reminders and then left to help with the discharge procedures. Just as they left, Jiang Liangchun and the others walked into the hospital room. Chapter 70. Love Hotel. After Feng Jingchuan left the hospital, he directly got into a black sedan. His face was dark, and, after getting in the car, he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. Anyone familiar with him would know that he was very angry at this moment. In the passenger seat sat a person completely shrouded in a black robe. I'm sorry, head of the family. This time it was my dereliction of duty. The robed figure bowed his head, his voice trembling slightly. Feng Jingchuan did not open his eyes and coldly said, this is the first and last time. When I return from Magic City, I will accept punishment myself, and then I will arrange for others to follow him. After a pause, Feng Jingchuan suddenly opened his eyes. This time when he goes to the Magic City, if he loses even a single hair, you can bring his head back to see me. Yes, master. The man in the black robe dared not voice any dissent. Sweat beaded on his forehead beneath the black robe, and his back was drenched. Feng Jingchuan waved his hand and stopped speaking. The car slowly started to leave, and the man in the black robe in the passenger seat had vanished without anyone noticing. In the hospital room, Jiang Liangchun and the others smiled upon seeing that Feng Yi was not seriously harmed. However, beneath the smiles, everyone felt a bit melancholic. From Jiang Liangchun, Feng Yi learned all about what had happened after he jumped into the deep pit. After Feng Yi jumped, Ji Chun severely injured the silver-masked man from the divine sect, but he could not kill him, as a mysterious strongman from the sect appeared and rescued the masked man. However, several other weaker masked men from the divine sect were killed. After the battle, Jichen learned about what happened with Zhang Yu, and soon after, he went into the deep pit and brought Feng Yi up. However, Zhang Yu fell during the journey back to Ice City. At this point, Jiang Liangshan's eyes turned red. Feng Yi did not mention that he had killed that boy, not because he did not trust Jiang Liangshan and the others, but because it was better for fewer people to know about such matters. Although Feng Yi was not afraid of being found out, it could still lead to some trouble if someone with ulterior motives learned of it. After Jiang Liangshan finished speaking, he asked Feng Yi what his plans were next and whether he wanted to return to Kyoto together. Feng Yi casually found a reason to refuse, telling them to go back first as he still had matters to attend to. Jiang Liangshan could only nod in response and did not ask what Feng Yi needed to deal with. With Zihan Zhuang here, they were not worried about Feng Yi's safety. After bidding farewell to Feng Yi, the group left the hospital together. Before leaving, Feng Yi inquired where Zhang Yu was buried, wanting to pay a visit. After Zihan Zhuang completed the discharge procedures, she accompanied Feng Yi to the hero's tomb in Ice City. Here lie the buried heroes of the Town Star Division and the Allied forces. Looking at the black and white photo on the tombstone, Feng Yi felt as if he were in another world, and Zhang Yu's bright smile resurfaced in his mind. He looked at the tombstone and softly said, "Uncle Zhang, don't worry, I will avenge you." Feng Yi's voice was very serious. It seemed that upon hearing Feng Yi's promise, Zhang Yu's smile in the black and white photo appeared even more vibrant. Magic City, the eastern gate of China, and also the most prosperous city in China. At the airport in Magic City, Feng Yi walked out alongside Han Zhuang. He was still holding the black token given to him by Feng Jingchuan. At that moment, a man wearing a black mask and hat slowly approached Feng Yi. Zihan Zhuang immediately noticed but did not act rashly. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the man. As long as the man dared to make any harmful move towards Feng Yi, she could strike in an instant. However, the man did not show any signs of threatening Feng Yi. After getting close, he quietly asked, "Are you Feng Yi?" Feng Yi turned his head and looked the strange man up and down before nodding. He thought to himself that this man might be the one Feng Jingchuan mentioned would contact him. The man's gaze remained fixed on the token in Feng Yi's hand. After hearing Feng Yi confirm his identity, he averted his gaze and said, "Please follow me." Feng Yi turned to look at Zihan Zhuang, and after seeing her slight nod, he followed the man into a business car. The man sat in the driver's seat and removed his mask. Feng Yi then saw his face clearly. He looked very young, probably only in his 20s. He did not ask the man where they were headed, as he felt no concern. After all, Zihan Zhuang was sitting right beside him. With a heaven-level third realm expert by his side, he was not afraid at all. The man drove them to a hotel and said, "Room 301. After getting out of the car, Feng Yi looked up at the hotel name, and his expression became somewhat strange. Desire and Passion Hotel. This place seemed rather unorthodox. Zihan Zhuang remained unchanged, her expression showing no signs of discomfort. However, when the two entered the hotel, the couples waiting at the front desk to check out looked at them with knowing smiles. Feng Yi could clearly feel Zihan Zhuang's breathing had noticeably quickened, clearly on the brink of exploding. Feng Yi couldn't help but curse inwardly. Is this crazy? Who meets here? The two ignored the peculiar looks around them, and once they stepped into the elevator, they felt a sense of relief. Arriving in front of room 301, Feng Yi knocked on the door, and a rough voice soon sounded from inside. "The door's not locked, come in." Pushing the door open, a scruffy middle-aged man sat in front of a computer, playing a game. He held a half-burned cigarette in his hand, the ash precariously close to falling. The man paid no attention to Feng Yi and Zihan Zhuang, engrossed in his game, continuously cursing. "Damn it, why are you all hiding behind me? If you're that bad, just go in and screw around." The room was filled with the man's shouting and the clicking of the keyboard. Feng Yi felt as though the keyboard might catch fire from the man's furious typing. As the man's computer screen turned gray, he slammed the mouse down on the table, sending a cloud of ash from the nearly full ashtray scattering across the table. Feng Yi stole a glance at the middle-aged man's game stats. 080. After finishing the game, the middle-aged man finally turned around to glance at Feng Yi. Then his gaze fixed on Zihan Zhuang, his eyes narrowing slightly. He picked up a cigarette box from the table and introduced himself. "My name is Feng Siyuan. You should call me Uncle Air. It's our first meeting. Would you like to smoke?" Looking at the cigarette offered by the man and his fingers, which were yellowed from years of smoke, Feng Yi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head slightly. "No, thank you. I don't smoke." Feng Siyuan was not bothered, naturally retracting his hand, placing the cigarette in his mouth, and continuing, The master has already contacted me. I have a general understanding of the situation. So who do you want to kill? Chapter 71. Let him rebirth. Feng Xiyuan's tone was extremely calm, as if killing someone were merely a trivial matter for him. Feng Yi's gaze shifted slightly as he said, Qin Xiang. Upon hearing the name of the person Feng Yi wanted to kill, Feng Xiyuan made a hand gesture and then turned back to operate on the computer. After a while, Feng Xiyuan handed Feng Yi a stack of freshly printed documents. This is the information on Qin Xiang and his family. Feng Yi flipped through the warm documents in his hand. It showed Qin Xiang, son of the current head of the Qin family, 21 years old, 8th level of the Kaiyang realm, and his ability level. In addition to Qin Xiang's personal information, there are also detailed records of where he usually went and what he liked to eat. Moreover, there was information about the Qin family. The Qin family, a top-tier family in Magic City, has influence across various industries, and even within the Town Star division, there is a presence of the Qin family. The current head of the family, Qin Shou, is at the 2nd level of Heaven level and the 4th layer of the Tianji realm. At the end of the document, there was a sentence. The Qin family is suspected of having ties to a cult. Upon reading this, Feng Yi's pupils constricted. The document was incredibly detailed, even recording matters that should be secrets of the Qin family, such as their alleged connections to a cult. This made Feng Yi re-evaluate the unkempt and seemingly disheveled internet addict man before him. Feng Xiyuan should belong to a hidden branch of the Feng family. It seemed that the power behind the Feng family was even more terrifying than Feng Yi had imagined. If the incident with Zhang Yu hadn't occurred, these hidden forces might have remained unknown until Feng Yi took over the entire Feng family. Now, being able to catch a glimpse of this tip of the iceberg was thanks to Qin Xiang. After reading the document, Feng Yi obtained the information he wanted. There were indeed people secretly protecting Qin Xiang, but their strength was not very strong, only at the 1st level of the celestial realm. Feng Xiyuan wouldn't need help. Just he and Zihanzhuang together would be enough to kill Qin Xiang. The only concern was the revenge from the Qin family after killing Qin Xiang and the presence of the Demon City's Town Star division. After all, the Qin family was a local power in Demon City, and Feng Yi was unsure if Feng Xiyuan had the strength to deal with them. Can you handle the Qin family? Feng Yi asked. Hearing Feng Yi's question, Feng Xiyuan scoffed. Are you questioning the strength of the Feng family or my ability? It's just the Qin family. What kind of storm can they stir up? Seeing Feng Xiyuan's confident demeanor, Feng Yi felt reassured. All right, then I'll handle Qin Xiang, and you take care of the Qin family. However, Feng Xiyuan waved his hand and said, no need to be so troublesome. What do you mean? Feng Yi was puzzled. Feng Xiyuan didn't explain, but took out his phone and made a call. Go capture that Qin Xiang from the Qin family, and by the way, inform the Qin family to have their head of the family give birth again. We're going to kill him later. His tone was devoid of any fluctuation, as if he were discussing something very ordinary. It showed no regard for the Qin family at all. After speaking, he hung up without waiting for a response, and then looked at Feng Yi. Want to play games? Huh? Feng Yi didn't expect Feng Xiyuan to jump from discussing killing the son of a top family in Demon City to asking if he wanted to play games. Feng Yi only wanted to avenge Zhang Yu as soon as possible and had no interest in anything else. He felt that allowing Qin Xiang to live even one more second was disrespectful to Zhang Yu. So he shook his head and declined Feng Xiyuan. After being rejected, Feng Xiyuan didn't get angry, but opened the game himself, then took out 2 room cards from his bag. If you're not going to play, don't stand behind me. It affects my performance. Rooms 302 and 303 are ready. Go rest for a bit. I'll let you know when the people arrive. Feng Yi's mouth twitched. He wanted to say how could his skills possibly affect anything, but thought better of it. After taking the room cards, he left the room with Zihanzhuang. Aunt, do you think he is reliable? Feng Yi always felt that Feng Xiyuan wavered between being reliable and unreliable, so he wanted to hear Zihanzhuang's opinion. However, Zihanzhuang rolled her eyes and said irritably, You're from the Feng family. Why are you asking me? Feng Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Although she said that, he indeed knew little about his own family. Mainly, it was due to the original owner's incompetence. He had been filled with useless thoughts, only thinking about how to be a sycophant, and had shown no concern for his family. A typical waste. If he hadn't crossed into the original owner's body, perhaps the Feng family would have started to decline from him. I just feel that what he said seems a bit off. The Qin family is, after all, a top family in Demon City. Can they really be so easily manipulated? Zihanzhuang shot him a scornful look. This left Feng Yi a bit confused. Why was she looking at him like that? Did he say something wrong? Zihans Huang said lightly, "Do you know why only the 5 great families have stood strong throughout the thousands of years of Chinese history?" Feng, he shook his head in confusion. He really didn't know. He only knew that the 5 great families were very powerful, but to what extent, he was unclear. Zihans Huang simply said, because throughout history, the only opponents the 5 great families faced were outsiders. After saying this, she left Feng Yi, who was still in a daze, and walked into room 302. What does that mean? Feng Yi stood there muttering to himself. How does having only outsiders as opponents relate to his question? Feng Yi sat in the room and practiced until the afternoon when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. After opening the door, Feng Xiyuan was standing outside. Yawning, looking at his sleepy eyes, Feng Yi knew he had just woken up. Let us go. The person has already been caught. Feng Yi nodded, took the room card, and was about to call Zihans Huang when she walked out on her own. After the 3 of them went downstairs, a cute girl with twin ponytails sitting at the front desk, wearing black stockings, sweetly called out to Feng Xiyuan, "Boss, are you going out?" Feng Xiyuan slightly nodded. "Yeah. Take care of the shop. I'll bring you back some good food." "Okay," the cute girl replied expectantly. Feng Yi didn't expect Feng Xiyuan to be the seemingly unserious hotel owner. After leaving the hotel, Feng Xiyuan led Feng Yi and Zihans Huang to a pink car shaped like a chopped pepper fish head, which had 2 cat ears on the roof. Once inside the car, Feng Yi curiously asked, "Hey uncle, is this car yours?" Feng Xiyuan, skillfully driving, turned his head back and asked, "Is it yours instead?" Feng Yi pouted and remained silent, increasingly unable to understand the man before him. At this moment, he just wanted to say, "I can't believe there are really such oddballs in the world." Chapter 72. A big bullseye becomes honest. The pink little car drove into an underground parking lot. After getting out, Feng Xiyuan led the 2 into a basement. In the center of the room, a boy was tied to a chair, his eyes covered with a black cloth and his mouth stuffed. Behind him stood a tall woman with a ponytail. Upon seeing Feng Xiyuan, she immediately placed her hands on her chest and bowed. "Why did you gag him?" Looking at the continually muttering Qin Xiang, Feng Xiyuan walked over and asked. The ponytail woman didn't speak, but pointed at Qin Xiang's mouth. "Talks too much? Why not just cut off his tongue? Stuffing a rag in someone's mouth is so unhygienic." Saying this, Feng Xiyuan tore the rag out of Qin Xiang's mouth. As soon as it was removed, Qin Xiang immediately spat on the ground and shouted, "Do you know who I am? I advise you to let me go immediately, or even the King of Heaven 1T be able to save you. If you want money, let us sit down and talk about it. The Qin family has plenty of money. Just tell me how much you want, and I'll have someone deliver it in minutes." Looking at the chattering Qin Xiang, Feng Xiyuan smiled. "He really talks too much. Let us just cut off his tongue." Qin Xiang's words abruptly stopped, but after just a few seconds of silence, he continued to curse loudly. "You dare touch me? I'll take your entire family's life. How dare you lay a hand on me in this city?" Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud slap echoed in the basement. The entire basement fell silent. At that moment, half of Qin Xiang's face was already swollen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He was completely stunned by the beating. He had never been hit like this before in his life. Feng Xiyuan clapped his hands and said to the woman with the ponytail, "See, some people are like dogs. If you don't hit them, they keep barking. Give him a good slap and he'll behave." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and turned to Feng Yi with a smile. "I almost forgot. Today's main character is my nephew here, so I'll leave the next part to you." Feng Xiyuan walked to the side and sat down, took out his phone, and opened a certain tower defense game, playing by himself. Feng Yi then walked in front of Qin Xiang and ripped off the black cloth covering his eyes. Having been blindfolded for so long, Qin Xiang was momentarily blinded by the sudden light and squinted. It took him a while to regain his vision and see the person in front of him. The moment he recognized Feng Yi, his pupils constricted slightly, and he exclaimed, "It's you. You dare to kidnap me? Do you know who I am?" Due to the swelling on half of his face, his speech was somewhat unclear. Feng Yi did not respond, but instead spoke to the woman with the ponytail, "Untie him." The woman did not act immediately. She did not know Feng Yi and turned to look at Feng Xiyuan. Feng Xiyuan seemed to sense this and said without looking up, "Do as he says. This person will be my superior in the future." After hearing this, the ponytailed woman looked at Feng Yi in shock, then bowed to him but still did not speak. However, she began to untie Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang thought that Feng Yi must have learned of his identity and was afraid, so he was preparing to let him go. A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it pulled at his swollen face, causing him to gasp in pain. Now you know fear? Were you before? I'm telling you, hand over the idiot who just hit me, and I might consider not holding this against you. Feng Yi gave him a cold glance and ignored him. Once the ponytailed woman had untied him, Feng Yi took out a dagger from his spatial wristband and threw it in front of him. It was the same dagger that had killed Zhang Yu. Qin Zong recognized the dagger, as he had personally handed it to the boy back then. What does this mean? Qin Xiang's expression changed. Feng Yi also drew out the Ningxue sword. Clang! After drawing the sword, he pointed it at Qin Xiang and said, "Weren't you going to kill me? Come on, kill me, and you can walk out." Qin Xiang's face turned ugly. He still vividly remembered Feng Yi's strange speed from back then. He had no confidence in being able to kill Feng Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone to ambush him. Qin Xiang now realized that Feng Yi knew he had sent someone to kill him. He reached down to pick up the dagger on the ground, glaring at Feng Yi, still trying to use his family background to threaten him. "Are you sure you want to tear the face? Even if you kill me, don't think you can leave this city. Soon you will join me down here. You know nothing about the power of the Qin family." In response, Feng Yi swung his sword. Seeing Feng Yi act without hesitation, Qin Xiang's face changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated, shouting in panic, "Wait, let us talk. I'll give you anything you want. Just don't rush to attack." Feng Yi remained unmoved by his words, exuding a murderous intent. After being suppressed for so many days, it all erupted at once. Qin Xiang retreated to the wall, with no way to escape. He could only raise the dagger to fight back. However, as soon as the dagger made contact with the Ningxue sword, it was knocked away. Now he was unarmed. Even if he wanted to take a weapon from his spatial wristband, he had no chance because Feng Yi's sword Wu Ti gave him the opportunity. A spray of blood erupted as Qin Zong fell to the ground. Feng Yi's sword had severed his Achilles tendon. Then, Feng Yi struck 3 times in quick succession. Each strike drew blood and elicited Qin Xiang's screams. With his hands and feet both incapacitated by Feng Yi, he lay on the ground like a dead dog. In that moment, Qin Xiang finally felt fear. His once invincible family background was of no use in front of Feng Yi. It was as if Feng Yi didn't care about his background at all. Now, apart from the fear of death, he felt an endless amount of regret. If he had known it would come to this, he never would have provoked Feng Yi in the first place. But it was too late to say anything now. Feng Yi chose not to kill him with an Ningxue sword. Instead, he walked to the side and picked up the dagger that was laced with some kind of poison, then slowly walked towards Qin Xiang. Hearing the footsteps approaching, it felt like a countdown to death. Qin Xiang's lower body released a puddle of liquid, clearly frightened to the point of losing control. He cried and begged, "Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. Just don't kill me." Feng Yi looked down at Qin Xiang's pitiful state, and the image of the boy begging him back then flashed in his mind. It was almost identical. Regardless of identity or background, everyone is the same in the face of death. Just as Feng Yi was about to stab the dagger into his back, making him experience the same pain Zhang Yu felt, a thought suddenly struck him. "I can let you go, but you have to tell me if your Qin family is colluding with the cult." To Qin Xiang, Feng Yi's words were like a lifeline. He nodded frantically, "Yes. If you let me go, I'll tell you." Chapter 73. Revenge. Feng Yi retracted the dagger and said, "Speak. What kind of collusion exists between your Qin family and the cult?" Feeling the cold glimmer on his back disappear, Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had survived a disaster. He swallowed hard, struggling to speak. "Only my dad and a few high-ranking members of the family know the specifics. I don't know much, but I've heard my dad say that there are high-ranking figures in the cult collaborating with our family." Collaborating on what? At this moment, Feng Xiyuan, who had been playing on his phone, also put it away and walked over to ask. He was interested since it involved the cult. Qin Xiang shook his head slightly and said, "I don't know. I just know there is collaboration. I'm not clear on the details." Feng Yi sneered upon hearing this. "You think this is enough to save your life?" After speaking, he waved the dagger in front of Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang hurriedly added, "I also know that the high-ranking figure from the cult meets my dad almost every month, and one more thing, that high-ranking figure is a woman." Now, Qin Xiang only wanted to survive. As soon as he felt a little pressure, his mental defenses crumbled, and he spilled all the information he knew. Hearing this, Feng Xiyuan suddenly chuckled. "A woman? Meeting your dad every month? Your dad wouldn't he be having an affair with someone from the cult? Would he? Under normal circumstances, who would dare to joke about Qin Xiang's father in front of him?" But now, Qin Xiang could only laugh along, not daring to breathe. "Is there more?" Feng Yi continued to ask. Qin Xiang shook his head, his voice humble. This is all the information I have. If I find out anything else later, I will definitely tell you first, okay? Seeing that he really didn't know more about the Qin family and the cult. Feng, he handed the dagger to the woman with the ponytail. Stab it into his back. Hearing Feng Yi's words, Qin Zong immediately struggled on the ground. However, since his Achilles tendons and hand tendons have been severed, he could only wriggle in place. You said you wouldn't kill me. You would let me go. How can you not keep your word? Feng Yi shrugged and spoke calmly. I didn't kill you. I just had her stab the dagger into your back. Later, I'll have someone carry you back home. Isn't that letting you go? Qin Zong was stunned for a moment, then realized that Feng Yi never intended to let him go. Those words were just to extract information about the Qin family and the cult from him. Upon realizing he had been deceived, he completely broke down. The dagger is poisoned. You never intended to spare me. Damn it. May your whole family suffer a terrible death. Feng Yi feigned innocence. Poisoned? What does that have to do with me? I didn't poison it. Do you know who did? I can help you get revenge. Just as Qin Zong was about to continue speaking, the woman with the ponytail had already driven the dagger hard into his back. He let out a scream and fainted immediately. But Feng Yi did not feel relieved. He turned to Feng Siyuan and asked, Is there any way to wake him up? I feel it's too cheap to let him die like this. Feng Siyuan looked at Feng Yi in surprise. You're too ruthless. Although he said that, his body was very honest. He walked in front of Qin Zong and shot out a star power with 2 fingers. Qin Zong, who had fainted, instantly woke up. Feeling the pain in his back and the fear of death approaching, he groaned in agony. His eyes were filled with terror, tears streaming down uncontrollably. His body trembled slightly from fear. Watching him, Feng Yi felt no pity. He deserved all of this. Zhang Yi could finally rest in peace. Feng Yi turned around, slightly raised his head, and thought to himself, Uncle Zhang, I've avenged you. You can rest now, and I will take good care of your children. After saying that, Feng Yi opened his eyes. At this point, Qin Zong was already too weak to speak, his face pale without a trace of blood, his eyes lifeless, clearly nearing death. Don't worry, I keep my word. If I say I'll let you go, then I will. Feng Yi looked at Feng Siyuan and said, Second uncle, please help me throw him out. Feng Siyuan gave the woman with the ponytail a look, then said, Even if he didn't say so, I would have thrown him out. I can't let him stink up my place. With revenge accomplished, Feng Yi finally relaxed. He thought it would take some effort, but it turned out to be that easy. However, the matter was not over. With the Qin family's influence in Magic City, they would soon trace it back to Feng Siyuan. Since it was caused by himself, he had to resolve it thoroughly before leaving. He couldn't just throw the mess to Feng Siyuan and return to Kyoto without caring. That is not Feng Yi's character. So, Feng Yi curiously asked, Second uncle, how do you plan to deal with the Qin family, the local tyrants of Magic City? Feng Siyuan smiled mysteriously and said, You'll know soon. Let's go. After saying that, he led the way out of the basement. Feng Yi asked in confusion, Where to? Delivering a gift. Feng Yi and Zihan Zhuang followed Feng Siyuan back into his pink fishhead car. Zihan Zhuang had been silent. She was only following Feng Yi to ensure his safety. As long as there was no threat to Feng Yi, she wouldn't interfere with whatever he wanted to do. This time, Feng Siyuan drove directly out of the city to a mountain on the outskirts of Magic City. Feng Yi was a bit curious about where they were going up the mountain and what Feng Siyuan meant by delivering a gift. However, when the car reached the top of the mountain, he understood. The gift was the corpse of Qin Zong. On the mountaintop stood a magnificent manor, with Qin family written on a boulder beside the grand entrance. This was where the Qin family of Magic City was located. At this moment, more than 10 cars were parked in front of the Qin family, each with 5 masked men in black standing beside them. When Feng Siyuan and the others reached the mountaintop, one of the black-clad men immediately ran over to open the car door for Feng Siyuan. From his figure, Feng Yi recognized that this black-clad man was the woman with the ponytail from the basement. It seemed that these dozens of black-clad men were all Feng Siyuan's people. Knock on the door. Since we're here to deliver a gift, we should be a bit polite. The woman with the ponytail nodded and walked to the Qin family's gate. Kicking it out. Boom! With a loud crash, the grand red door of the Qin family was kicked off its hinges. Feng Yi raised his eyebrows, surprised at the strength of the woman with the ponytail. Was this her idea of knocking? Chapter 74. The father's fault for not teaching. The huge commotion quickly alerted the people of the Qin family. Dozens of Qin family members rushed to the entrance. Looking at the door lying on the ground, everyone's eyes turned fierce, filled with rage. It had been many years, And this was the first time someone dared to come to the Qin family and cause trouble. To start by tearing down the door like this clearly showed they had no regard for the Qin family. It was simply audacious. One middle-aged man, looking at the dozens of masked black-clad men outside, shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you come to my Qin family to cause trouble? Are you tired of living?" The group of black-clad men ignored him, and Feng Siyuan slowly stepped forward. He cleared his throat and said, "Let Qin Shou come out. I have a gift to deliver to him." As soon as Feng Siyuan's words fell, a bright light shot out from deep within the Qin family's manor. Soon, a man landed in front of all the Qin family members. He was a slightly plump, middle-aged man who immediately fixed his gaze on Feng Siyuan, his expression growing serious. He realized he could not see through the realm of the man before him. He was Qin Shou, the head of the Qin family. It should be known that he was at the second level of the celestial realm, the Tianji realm, in Magic City. The only ones stronger than him were the director of the Star Suppression Division and people from the Magic City Academy. But he knew all of them. Feng Siyuan was not one of them. He was also puzzled as to why Feng Siyuan would come to the Qin family to make trouble when he clearly hadn't offended him. "Who are you?" Qin Shou asked, staring at Feng Siyuan. Seeing the main character arrive, Feng Siyuan finally said, "I'm here to deliver a gift." After saying that, he clapped his hands, and the two black-clad men behind him immediately opened the trunk and lifted out a corpse, throwing it in front of Qin Shou. Qin Shou looked at the corpse in front of him. Initially, he was puzzled about the meaning of throwing a corpse over, but when he saw the face of the body, his expression instantly turned ashen. The other members of the Qin family also froze when they saw the face of the corpse. The aura of the Tianji realm spread from Qin Shou, and with red-rimmed eyes, he slowly raised his head, staring fiercely at Feng Siyuan, gritting his teeth and asking, "Was it you?" Feng, he nodded lightly and smiled, "Pretty much. It was my Feng family's young master who ordered it." Behind him, Feng, he felt speechless. What a good second uncle, selling himself out like this. When Qin Shou heard the words Feng family, his eyes narrowed. He understood why these people dared to be so rampant, not only killing his son, but also brazenly delivering the body. Others truly did not regard the Qin family with any respect. He suppressed the rage in his heart and asked, "I don't know how my son offended your Feng family's young master to be killed so cruelly by you." Qin Shou noticed that all of Qin Xiang's limbs had been severed, and a dagger was stabbed into his back. Moreover, Qin Xiang's lips were purple, clearly indicating he had been poisoned. Even now, Qin Xiang's eyes were wide open, and there was still a hint of terror in his gaze. One can imagine what inhumane torture he had endured before dying. Thinking of this, Qin Shou felt a suffocating sensation in his heart, as if his heart were bleeding. This was his most cherished son, who had been lively just days ago, coming home to ask him for money, but now they were forever separated by life and death. At this moment, he thought that if Feng Siyuan did not give him a reasonable explanation, he would seek justice for his son, even against the Feng family. Feng Siyuan sneered and said, "Your son sent someone to kill my family's young master. If it weren't for someone blocking a fatal blow for my young master, the Qin family would have been wiped out by now." Hearing this, Qin Shou's heart shook. He clenched his fists, and his body trembled. After a long time, his fists finally relaxed. He glared fiercely at Feng Siyuan and said, "Isn't your young master still alive? Do you have to kill my son like this?" Feng Siyuan coldly laughed and slowly said, "Your son's life is worth less than a single hair of my family's young master. Today, besides delivering this grand gift to you, I have one more thing to do." "What is it?" Qin Shou asked, suppressing the anger that was about to erupt. Feng Siyuan took out a tang knife and swung it at Qin Shou. "As a father, you failed to teach your son well. Your son cannot walk the path of Huangquan alone. You should accompany him." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Siyuan drew his knife. "Draw the knife and slash," he shouted, and a terrifying blade energy instantly slashed toward Qin Shou. A crack appeared on the ground. Qin Shou's eyes narrowed, and a cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The pain of losing his son caused by overwhelming rage dissipated significantly under this terrifying blade energy. At that moment, he realized he was facing one of the 5 great families of China that had stood for thousands of years. Even if it was because his son was at fault, what could he do if the Feng family wanted to kill him? The other Qin family members, feeling the destructive aura from this blade energy, changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly retreated. This strike was not something they could withstand. In an instant, only Qin Shou remained. If he could run, he would want to, but this strike was aimed directly at him. He couldn't escape and could only brace himself. He extended his hand, and a whip made of what seemed to be what appeared in his hand. The wooden whip was carved with many runes. The moment the wooden whip appeared, the sky suddenly changed color, and a lightning bolt descended from the void, directly extinguishing the terrifying blade energy. Feng Siyuan squinted his eyes, staring at the wooden whip in Qin Shou's hand, and said, "Is this the pseudo-emperor weapon of the Qin family's ancestors, the god-slaying whip?" Qin Shou snorted coldly, but did not answer. However, he did not deny it either. Feng Siyuan shook his head and sighed, alas. The ancestors of the Qin family were also a big deal back then. The god-slaying whip has reached your hands. What a pity. After speaking, Feng Siyuan's expression became serious. An aura several times stronger than Qin Shou's rose from him. Even Feng Yi and Zi Hanchuang's expressions changed. They did not expect that this seemingly unreliable internet-addicted uncle had such strength. Feng Yi even felt that the aura of Zi Hanchuang beside him and that of the previous deputy commander Ji Chun of the Jinqing division were inferior to Feng Siyuan's. It seemed he had underestimated him too much. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. Feeling the aura from Feng Siyuan, Qin Shou's gaze became extremely grave. Even holding the pseudo-emperor weapon left by his ancestors did not bring him a sense of security. After all, a pseudo-emperor weapon was just a pseudo-emperor weapon. Qin Shou sighed in his heart. If he were holding a real emperor weapon, let alone the third level of the Tianji realm, he would have the confidence to challenge even the fourth level. Chapter 75. Slashing the Emperor's Shadow. What is an emperor weapon? It is the weapon used by the great emperor in life, imbued with imperial energy, and has completed its evolution. Any strike can cause a phenomenon in the world, which is known as an emperor weapon. A pseudo-emperor weapon is merely a weapon that has been nurtured by imperial energy for a period of time by the great emperor. The weapon retains some imperial energy, but compared to a true emperor weapon, it is insignificant. Currently, there are only 5 true emperor weapons in China, each held by one of the 5 great families, and they would only be used in life and death situations. The reason Feng Siyuan does not take Qin Shou, who is holding a pseudo-emperor weapon, seriously is that he has seen the true emperor weapons of the Feng family, which far surpass the Qin family pseudo-emperor weapon, the god-slaying whip. Having seen a true dragon, why fear a flood dragon? Feng Siyuan stepped forward with his blade, and Qin Shou felt a muffled sound resonate in his heart, giving him a sense of oppression. Then Feng Siyuan took another step forward, and once again, a muffled sound echoed in Qin Shou's heart, causing his face to turn pale. Feng Siyuan did not stop and continued to step forward. With each step he took, his momentum grew stronger, and both Qin Shou and the other members of the Qin family felt a muffled sound in their hearts, as if Feng Siyuan's every step was stepping on their hearts. Some members of the Qin family with weaker realms even felt pain in their internal organs, spitting out a mouthful of blood mist, sustaining serious injuries. After Feng Siyuan took 7 steps, his aura reached its peak, and a massive vortex appeared in the sky above him. Almost all cultivators above the Tianji realm in Modu felt this overwhelming aura and the phenomenon in the sky immediately. At Modu University, several figures flew into the air simultaneously, their expressions serious as they stared at the distant phenomenon. One of them murmured, "That direction seems to be the Qin family. Should we go join the fun?" The leading elder shook his head and said, "A powerful being of this level must have a significant background. It's better not to get involved in this mess." Another person hesitated and said, "What if it's the people from the Divine Church?" The leading elder chuckled lightly. "Do you think the people from the Jinqing division are just eating dry rice?" As the elder spoke these words, 3 figures from the Jinqing division in Modu flew towards the direction of the Qin family simultaneously. Meanwhile, more than a dozen vehicles from the Jinqing division were also rapidly heading towards the Qin family. Not only that, but the experts outside the Qin family also rushed towards the Qin residents from all directions after seeing the strange phenomenon in the sky. Inside the Qin family manor, Qin Shou was already drenched in sweat while holding the god-slaying whip. Only by facing Feng Siyuan directly could one sense his terrifying presence. Feng Siyuan's clothes moved without wind, and his gaze was particularly serious. He raised the Tang Dao above his head and looked at Qin Shou, saying, "I will only strike once. If you can block it, you will live. If you cannot, you will die." Feng Siyuan spoke with extreme confidence, as if he did not believe Qin Shou could withstand his blow. Qin Shou did not respond, only took a deep breath and adjusted his condition to the best state. At the same time, he recklessly channeled star power into the god-slaying whip. a faint imperial might began to spread from the god-slaying whip. The members of the Qin family all knelt on the ground, trembling under the might of the imperial power. However, Feng Yi and the others were unaffected. As Feng Xiyuan held the imperial might at bay, a jade pendant around Feng Xiyuan's neck was glowing slightly, blocking the imperial might. Seeing that Feng Xiyuan was completely unaffected by the imperial power, Qin Shou's expression darkened. Feng Xiyuan grinned, but the smile quickly vanished. Slash. With a low roar, a blinding light erupted from the Tang Dao. This dazzling light was so intense that even Feng Yi could not see clearly with the eye of God. At that moment, the entire world was illuminated. Night turned to day. The blinding light shone on everyone's faces. Countless people in the Magic City took out their phones to capture this phenomenon. Soon, this event quickly trended on social media, skyrocketing to the top of the hot search list. Qin Shou's legs trembled, but he still wanted to fight to the death. He did not want to sit and wait for death. He stepped on the ground and leaped into the air, the golden light of the god-slaying whip soaring. Behind Qin Shou appeared an ancient phantom, its face unclear but radiating imperial might. Although the face was indistinct, everyone, especially Zihan Huang, recognized the identity of the phantom at a glance. This was the fourth emperor born in the history of China, the Emperor of Humanity, DXN, who was also the ancestor of the Z family. The ancestor of the Qin family was a contemporary of the Emperor of Humanity, DXN, and was considered one of his subordinates. This is why the god-slaying whip had become a pseudo-imperial artifact. The god-slaying whip was now infused with vast star power, activating all the imperial energy stored within it, which summoned the phantom of the Emperor of Humanity, DXN. Although the phantom of DXIN was now on the opposing side, Zihan Huang still bowed respectfully to the phantom. Feng Yi followed suit and also bowed to the phantom. To be fair, he could also be considered a half-descendant of the Emperor of Humanity. The bow was merely a sign of respect for the emperor, with no other meaning. Qin Shou swung the god-slaying whip, and the phantom behind him extended a hand to suppress Feng Xiyuan. The heavens and the earth changed color, as a single strike from the emperor could move mountains and calm seas. Even the space began to tremble, on the verge of collapsing under the pressure of the imperial might. However, Feng Xiyuan showed no fear in his eyes. What was a phantom of the emperor? It was merely a shadow formed from the residual imperial energy of a pseudo-imperial weapon. The blood of the emperor flowed within him as well. He was a descendant of the first great emperor of China, Tianhuang. Even if the Emperor of Humanity were to return, he would not bow. The blinding light collided with the emperor's phantom. The two terrifying attacks were at a standstill, with explosions of energy occurring intermittently. It sounded like rolling thunder, shaking the hearts of all who heard it. Feng Xiyuan widened his eyes in anger and shouted, "Break!" The blinding light engulfed the emperor's phantom and then consumed the astonished Qin Shou. The members of the Qin family watched this scene in despair and grief. No, the head of the family. All the members of the Qin family fell helplessly to the ground. They dared not approach. Even Qin Shou, at the Tianji level, could not withstand this blow, so their approach would only lead to death. After a long time, the blinding light finally faded. A broken body fell from the air. It was Qin Shou. The Qin family members hurriedly surrounded him. They saw that Qin Shou's body was now only half intact, covered in wounds, and he was continuously coughing up blood. Feng Xiyuan slowly walked up to Qin Shou, while the Qin family members were tense, staring at Feng Xiyuan with apprehension. However, Feng Xiyuan was indifferent. They were just a group of ants. Chapter 76, Qin Shou's Death. Blood tears flowed from Qin Shou's eyes, which were now blind. However, at the moment Feng Xiyuan approached, he sensed Feng Xiyuan's aura. Coughing up blood intermittently, he asked why. "Why are you not afraid of imperial might?" At this point, the outcome was decided. The victor and the vanquished were clear. Since he had lost, there was nothing more to say. But he still wanted to know why Feng Xiyuan could withstand the imperial might. The imperial might exerted pressure on all those below the imperial realm. And if Feng Xiyuan were holding the Feng family's imperial artifact, he could understand. Yet, Feng Xiyuan showed no signs of being affected, and he did not see any imperial artifact in his hand. Feng Xiyuan looked at Qin Shou's condition and knew his time was short. Even a deity would find it hard to save him now. The only reason he could still speak was that he was clinging to the last breath of life. Therefore, Feng Xiyuan did not rush to deliver the final blow, but instead took out a jade pendant from his chest and smiled. "Just a pseudo-imperial artifact. My Feng family has plenty." Hearing Feng Siyuan's words, Qin Shou gave a self-deprecating smile and could not help but cough up a few more mouthfuls of blood. The pseudo-imperial artifact that his family regarded as a treasure and would not use until the moment of extinction was something that could be carried by members of real imperial families. This was the gap in their foundations. At this moment, he finally understood why the 5 great families of China could stand strong. He also regretted not teaching his son properly, allowing him to cause such a disaster that cost him his life. Fortunately, this incident did not implicate the family. Just then, a young member of the Qin family suddenly glared at Feng Siyuan and shouted, "Put down my Qin family's god-slaying whip." Everyone followed his gaze and saw Zihan Zhuang and Feng Yi standing not far behind Feng Siyuan, with Zihan Zhuang holding the god-slaying whip. However, the runes on the god-slaying whip had vanished, and its surface had lost its luster, becoming quite ordinary. Even if it were thrown on the street, no one would pick it up. At most, a beggar might take it to rummage through the trash. Zihan Zhuang did not speak. She merely glanced at the young Qin family member. The latter immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. All the Qin family members changed their expressions, realizing there was still a powerful expert. Zihan Zhuang looked at the god-slaying whip in her hand and shook her head slightly before tossing it to the Qin family members. She just wanted to see if there was still any residual imperial energy left by their ancestor. Qin Shou also sensed the auras of Zihan Zhuang and Feng, and he weakly asked, "Is the newcomer the young master of the Feng family?" "Yes," Feng Yi replied softly, not denying it. With Zihan Zhuang and Feng Siyuan present, even if his identity was exposed, what did it matter? Could Qin Shou still rise to kill him? Qin Shou coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, his breath growing increasingly weak. "My son's trouble has cost both of us our lives. Are you satisfied now?" Qin Shou asked this because he was worried that Feng Yi would continue to target the Qin family. He didn't want the Qin family to be destroyed because of him. Although he was dead, the foundation of the Qin family had not wavered and would not decline. But if Feng Yi continued to attack the Qin family, even 10 Qin families would not be a match for the Feng family, not to mention anything else. Just the people Feng Siyuan had brought along were enough to wipe out the Qin family. He wanted to get an answer from Feng Yi. Otherwise, he would not be able to rest in peace. Feng Yi sneered and said, "Your death and your son's death are both self-inflicted. You deserve it. As for what you're worried about, I can tell you that once your Qin family walked down that path, the outcome was already determined." Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's heart trembled. Others might not understand what Feng Yi meant, but he certainly did. Had their family's secret been discovered, not only was he shocked, but so were the 2 core senior members of the Qin family, their expressions changing rapidly. However, they dared not make any moves. The other Qin family members, who were unaware of the situation, thought that Feng Yi's implication was that he would not let them go. One of them immediately pointed at Feng Yi and shouted, "You are just relying on the Feng family's power to act arrogantly. Without the Feng family, you are nothing." Feng Yi smiled faintly and replied, "Without the Qin family, were you?" The person was immediately rendered speechless, unable to find a retort. At this moment, a Qin family member suddenly cried out, "Patriarch!" Everyone looked at Qin Shou, who had finally drawn his last breath. However, his previously closed eyes were now wide open, filled with unwillingness. He still died with his eyes open because he knew that the Qin family was truly going to be destroyed because of him. With Qin Shou dead, Feng Yi and the others turned to leave the Qin family estate. Feng Siyuan, however, leisurely called out to Feng Yi and Zihan Zhuang, who were walking quickly, saying, "Slow down, the matter isn't over yet." Feng Yi was a bit curious about what the matter isn't over yet meant. Did he want to kill all the Qin family members right now? Thinking about it, that was unrealistic. There was no substantial evidence of the Qin family's collusion with the cult. Feng Siyuan smiled, but did not speak, instead pointing towards the distance. Feng Yi looked in the direction he was pointing, and 3 figures quickly flew over. Moments later, they landed in front of Feng Yi and the others, blocking their path. The 3 immediately revealed their identities. "The Star Controlling Division of Magic City is here. Everyone, stop and cooperate with the investigation." Feng Siyuan smiled at Feng Yi but remained silent. Feng Yi was taken aback, wondering why they were looking at him. Seeing that Feng Yi had no reaction, Feng Siyuan sighed and said, "Show him your token." Feng Yi was speechless, thinking that if he wanted him to show the token, he should have said so earlier. Feng Yi took out the black token given to him by Feng Jingchuan from his spatial bracelet. The strongest of the 3 from the Star Controlling Division immediately took the token in hand. Upon seeing the words on the token, his expression changed. He then respectfully returned the token to Feng Yi and said, "I'm sorry. Is there anything we can assist you with?" Feng Yi was somewhat shocked. A single token made a heavenly level expert from the Star Controlling Division treat him with such respect. He replied indifferently, "Clear the way." Understood. The three heavenly level experts from the Star Controlling Division simultaneously bowed to Feng Yi. They then cleared the way, while one of them took out a phone and dialed a number. After the call was connected, he immediately said, "Let everyone go back. No need to come." At the foot of the mountain, more than a dozen vehicles from the Star Controlling Division all turned around and returned to the urban area of Magic City. After Feng Yi and his group got in the car, they also headed down the mountain. After descending, the car following Feng Siyuan's pink chopped pepper fish head also drove off in different directions, quickly disappearing from sight. After Feng Yi and his group left, the three members of the Star Controlling Division walked towards the Qin family estate. Upon entering, they immediately saw a corpse, and they recognized the identity of the body. It was the youngest son of the Qin family patriarch, Qin Xiang. Then the three noticed a crowd of Qin family members kneeling and crying. When they walked in to take a closer look, they were shocked. The Qin family patriarch, Qin Shou, was dead. Chapter 77. Fishing on the way back, Feng Siyuan looked at Feng Yi through the rearview mirror and asked with a smile, "Did you deliberately reveal the Qin family's collusion with the cult earlier to fish for information?" Feng Yi smiled slightly and did not deny it. The reason he told the Qin family members that he knew about their collusion with the cult was to draw out the cult members. The senior members of the Qin family would not sit idly by, since the matter had been exposed, if they didn't want to die or have the Qin family exterminated. The only way to protect themselves was to find cult members to assassinate Feng Yi. Moreover, they had to act before Feng Yi returned to Kyoto. Otherwise, once Feng Yi returned to Kyoto and informed the headquarters of the Star Controlling Division, it would be too late. So he wanted to take a gamble. He was betting that the Qin family would be desperate enough to join forces with the cult to kill him. Once they took action, they would undoubtedly leave evidence. At that time, he could uproot the Qin family completely. Seeing the smile on Feng Yi's face, Feng Siyuan knew he had guessed correctly and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Since they were all on the same side in the car, Feng Yi directly revealed his plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Zihan Shuang frowned and rejected it. "No, it's too dangerous." Feng Siyuan also joked, "A strategist enters the fray. Half a son of heaven. What courage." Feng Yi ignored Feng Siyuan and seriously looked at Zihan Shuang and said, "Annie, now the Qin family already knows that I am aware of their secret. If I don't give them a chance to kill me in Magic City, they will likely run away. At that time, if they hide in the dark, it will be even more dangerous for me." Zihan Shuang's gaze flickered, feeling conflicted. Deep down, she also thought Feng Yi's words made sense. However, she was still worried about unforeseen circumstances. Seeing Zihan Shuang's hesitant expression, Feng Yi continued, "There's no such thing as a thief for 1,000 days. It's better to resolve it completely now to eliminate future troubles." Feng Siyuan chimed in, "Indeed, that's the case. It's not scary to face a gentleman head-on. It's scary to have a villain stab you in the back. It's best to resolve the Qin family issue now." With Feng Yi and Feng Siyuan both saying it, Zihan Shuang had no choice but to agree. However, she also had a requirement. She had to stay by Feng Yi's side. Feng Yi naturally agreed, as Zihan Shuang indeed needed to follow him in his plan. Otherwise, it would seem too fake. The Qin family and cult members were not fools. Anyone with eyes could see the trap and still jump in. The next day, news of the Qin family patriarch Qin Shou dying at his own doorstep quickly spread among the upper echelons of Magic City. Almost everyone knew that the one who killed Qin Shou was the Feng family, one of the 5 major families of China. Everyone was shocked and curious. What had the Qin family done to provoke the Feng family, which usually kept a low profile and didn't share any news? However, the Qin family naturally would not choose to disclose this matter. Other forces could only speculate on their own. Inside the Qin family manor, white silk was everywhere, and the sound of weeping filled the air. Almost all the members of the Qin family had returned. However, there were no visitors from other families to offer their condolences. Even those families and forces that usually had close ties with the Qin family did not send anyone. Now everyone knew that the Qin family had offended the Feng family and were busy distancing themselves from the Qin family, fearing they would be implicated. Some were even preparing to quickly swallow up the Qin family's assets once they fell. At the back of the morning hall, several senior members of the Qin family gathered together, whispering, "Now that the head of the family is dead, Our collaboration with the cult has also been exposed. I think we should just run away. One person frowned and said, where can we run? With so many people in the Qin family, we can't just abandon them. That would bring divine retribution, another said, scoffing. So what do you suggest? Just wait here to die? Someone else interjected. I say we should just go all out and kill that Feng family's little dog. That way, no one will know about that incident. Someone coldly laughed. It's easy to say, but how do you know he hasn't told others? Besides, how can we possibly kill that Feng family's little dog under the protection of two super strong beings at the Tianxian level? The person who suggested killing Feng smiled and replied, of course, we can't do it ourselves, but that doesn't mean the cult can't. After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. They all understood that choosing this path meant there would be no turning back. If the news leaked, not only would they be unable to kill Feng but it would also accelerate the Qin family's demise. After a long while, a man who seemed quite authoritative made a decision. Damn it, let's do it. Contact the people over there immediately. We can't let that Feng family's little dog leave Modu alive. In the next 2 days, Feng did not rush to leave Modu, but instead strolled around the city with Zihan Zhuang. He couldn't help but marvel that Modu was indeed the most prosperous city in Huaxia, with the scent of money wafting everywhere. However, he still did not wait for the Qin family to make a move. He even purposely chose a few less crowded places. Yet the Qin family and the cult still did not act. However, Zihan Zhuang sensed that someone was following them the entire way. So, Feng decided to provoke them the next day. Early the next morning, Feng packed his things and called Zihan Zhuang to take a taxi and leave the hotel. After getting in the car, Zihan Zhuang asked, where's Feng Siyuan? Feng smiled and said, he said he had something to do today and wouldn't see us off. Zihan Zhuang frowned slightly, but did not say anything more. The taxi driver, however, showed a slight change in his expression. If one paid attention to his hands, they would notice that the sweat was dampening the steering wheel. The taxi drove towards Modu Airport. Halfway there, for some unknown reason, the road ahead was completely blocked. The taxi driver then said, hey buddy, it's blocked ahead. How about I take a different route? Otherwise, I don't know when I can get you to the airport. Sure. Feng nodded, but a hint of meaning flashed in his eyes. The driver turned around and took a different road. Gradually, Feng realized that the taxi was moving away from the city center. However, he said nothing until the driver brought the car to an intersection. He turned his head and said apologetically, oh, I'm sorry. I can't remember which direction to go. Please wait a moment. I'll go check. Okay, go ahead. Feng said with a faint smile. After the driver got out of the car, he quickly disappeared. Then several vehicles approached from different directions, blocking the taxi in the middle. Feng and Zihan Zhuang calmly got out of the car, seemingly having anticipated everything. Chapter 78. The protectors, each vehicle had a masked person get out. 4 masked individuals surrounded Feng and Zihan Zhuang. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Feng turned to ask, Annie, what level are these people? Zihan Zhuang coldly scanned the masked individuals and replied, 1 at the Tianxian level and 3 at the Tianji level. Upon hearing this, Feng clicked his tongue to kill him. The Qin family and the cult really spent a lot of resources. He was just at the Kaiyang level, yet they dispatched 4 Tian level experts, the weakest being at the Tianji 2nd level, and 1 at the Tianxian level who was not weaker than Zihan Zhuang. If one didn't know better, they would think they wanted to kill the commander of the Starsian division. After the 4 men got out of the car, they exchanged glances, and then the Tianquan level masked person shouted, attack. The 4 Tian level experts erupted simultaneously, surrounding and attacking Feng and Zihan Zhuang. Their strikes were lethal, showing no mercy. Attacks that blotted out the sun came crashing down on the two. Zihan Zhuang drew her sword, protecting Feng behind her, and single-handedly resisted the onslaught of the 4 masked individuals. At that moment, a terrifying blade energy sliced toward one of the Tianji-level masked men from a distance. The masked man's face changed, and he hurriedly turned to defend himself. However, he was still knocked back several hundred meters by the blade energy, and when he stabilized himself, his entire arm trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, figures began to fly in from all directions. These people wore black masks, obscuring their faces. But Feng recognized one of them. It was the woman with the ponytail from that day. He didn't expect she was also a Tian-level expert. The other masked individuals' pupils all shrank. It was only now that they realized they had been tricked. The one surrounded had become them. Among the reinforcements, were at the Tianji level, and 6 were at the Tianquan level, coupled with Feng Xiyuan and Zihan Huang, both at the Tianxian level. The 4 masked individuals felt a bitter taste in their mouths. They had really fallen today. The strongest masked individual shouted, split up, and escape. Then the 4 of them fled in different directions, having given up on the plan to kill Feng Yi and only wanting to survive. Watching the fleeing 4, Feng Xiyuan sneered, "Want to escape? Dream on." After saying that, he chased after the Tianquan level masked individual with his knife. The other masked individuals were also being blocked. Feng Yi turned to Zihan Huang and asked with concern, "Andy, are you okay?" He was worried that she might have been injured since she had just single-handedly blocked the attacks of the 4 masked individuals. Zihan Huang shook her head, indicating that she was fine. Feng Yi didn't notice anything wrong with her expression, so he felt relieved. Just then, Zihan Huang suddenly changed her expression and pulled Feng Yi behind her. The next second, a cold light struck Feng Yi's afterimage. Feng Yi was still in shock when Zihan Huang raised her sword and charged at the attacker. The person who attempted to assassinate Feng Yi was none other than the taxi driver from earlier. He had initially seemed like a minor character, but it turned out he was hiding his strength, which was not much weaker than Zihan Huang. Facing an equally matched opponent, Zihan Huang did not dare to be careless. In the sky above, a sea of thunder filled with raging lightning surged toward the taxi driver. The taxi driver's eyes narrowed, and his body suddenly exploded, turning into a rain of blood that filled the sky. Wherever the blood rain fell on the ground, dark smoke began to rise. Before long, the cement floor was corroded with pits and hollows. The trees on both sides of the road also withered instantly. The battle of the Tianxian realm expert was too terrifying. Feng Yi could only hide in the distance, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, thinking that the people from the divine sect and the Qin family were truly insidious. On the surface, there was 1 Tianxian realm expert, and 3 from the Tianji realm weren't enough. Secretly, there was actually another Tianxian realm expert. If it weren't for Zihan Huang's quick reaction, they might have succeeded. He didn't know if the divine sect and the Qin family had any backup. In the sky, Zihan Huang, who was entangled with the taxi driver, suddenly sensed something, her expression changing drastically as she warned Feng Yi, "Be careful." Just as she intended to fly toward him, she was stopped by the taxi driver. At that moment, her face was filled with anxiety, and she was determined to break free from the taxi driver, unleashing a fierce assault. Upon hearing Zihan Huang's warning, Feng Yi also felt the threat of death. He turned to look, and a masked woman was charging at him with a sword. Just as the woman's cold, gleaming sword was about to pierce Feng Yi's body, the space in front of him rippled, and a figure cloaked in black appeared before him, effortlessly pinching the woman's sword with 2 fingers. The masked woman's eyes flashed with fear as she tried to retract her sword, only to find it utterly immovable despite her efforts. The figure in the black robe slowly raised its head, revealing a pair of emotionless eyes that stared at the masked woman like a waking venomous snake. Then, with a slight pressure from his fingers, the sword shattered into countless fragments, and the woman's fair hand exploded, blood mist spraying everywhere. The sudden appearance of the black-robed figure made both Zihan Huang and the taxi driver stop in their tracks, as they felt a pressure emanating from him. The black-robed figure felt like an abyss, giving a sense of unfathomability. However, Feng Yi, shielded behind the black-robed figure, showed no change in expression. He had long known that a powerful space-type ability user was following him. After obtaining the space power, he realized someone had been hiding in another space, following him. It should be his guardian. He just didn't know how strong this person was, only guessing it to be above the celestial level, judging by the strength displayed. It was far beyond that. If Zhang Yu hadn't blocked that knife for him in the Anqing mountain range, he wouldn't have died. However, Zhang Yu was too fast. Seeing someone blocking the knife, the black-robed figure chose to continue hiding in the shadows to avoid revealing himself. For him, unless Feng Yi's life was in danger, he would not intervene. Of course, as a powerful space-type ability user, he had enough confidence that Feng Yi wouldn't die, unless he stepped over his corpse. After losing a hand, the masked woman instantly turned pale and turned to flee. The black-robed figure remained calm, slowly extending his hand into the dark space. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space in front of the masked woman, and a thin, withered arm reached out, grabbing her by the neck and pulling her into the spatial rift. When the woman reappeared, she had crossed through space and stood before the black-robed figure. Her face, hidden beneath the mask, was flushed red as she struggled desperately. At this moment, Feng Yi spoke up. Take off her mask. Chapter 79. The destruction of the Qin family. The black-robed figure waved his hand, and her mask fell to the ground. Her face was revealed to everyone. The woman appeared to be around 40 years old, with signs of age on her features. However, it was evident that she had been quite beautiful in her youth. Upon seeing her face, Feng Yi noticed a resemblance to Qin Ziong. A bold thought crossed his mind. So he directly asked, Qin Ziong is your son, isn't he? The woman did not respond, but the venomous look in her eyes towards Feng Yi spoke volumes. Feng Yi finally understood why the Qin family colluded with the divine sect. Who would have thought that the head of the Qin family's wife was a member of the divine sect? Moreover, they had a child together. And now, both her child and husband had been killed by Feng Yi, which explained why so many from the divine sect were sent to kill him. This was all likely because of this woman in front of him. Now, all he needed was to find someone from the Qin family among those sent to kill him. And the collusion between the Qin family and the divine sect would be undeniable. Feng Yi turned to the black-robed figure and said, Senior, don't kill her yet. Just don't let her escape. The black-robed figure nodded slightly without saying a word. Then, Feng Yi looked up at the taxi driver in the sky. The taxi driver was entirely focused on the black-robed figure, and upon sensing Feng Yi's gaze, he was startled and began to flee madly without a second thought. Zhihan struck him with her sword on his back, causing him to stagger a couple of steps, but his speed hardly diminished. In the blink of an eye, he had run hundreds of meters. At this point, the black-robed figure made his move, reaching into the dark space again. A crack suddenly appeared in front of the taxi driver, and a hand reached out to grab him. However, as it touched his body, he suddenly exploded into a rain of blood, leaving the black-robed figure empty-handed. The black-robed figure expressed mild surprise, and then withdrew his hand, respectfully saying to Feng Yi, His escape technique is rather strange. I couldn't catch him. Feng Yi waved his hand dismissively. If you can't catch him, then so be it. That man dared to reveal his face and transform into a taxi driver, indicating he couldn't possibly be from the Qin family. Moreover, it was highly likely he was using a disguise. Just after Feng Yi finished speaking, in a forest thousands of meters away, the blood rain converged and ultimately transformed into a woman with a pockmarked face. The woman's complexion was extremely pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath weakening. She turned her gaze toward Feng Yi and the others, still filled with trepidation. Not daring to delay for a moment, she staggered away in the distance. Meanwhile, the battle on Feng Yi's side quickly came to an end. 2 of the 3 Tianji realm experts were dead, with only a senior from the Qin family captured alive. The masked Tianxian realm expert also had his head severed by Feng Siyuan. As Feng Siyuan approached, holding the head, he noticed the woman being pinned down by Zhihan Huang, while the black-robed figure faded back into the darkness. The situation seemed to have become interesting. He also noted the resemblance between the woman from the divine sect and Qin Ziong. Among those who had attempted to assassinate Feng Yi, 2 were connected to the Qin family, making it impossible for the Qin family to deny their collusion with the divine sect this time. Zhihan Huang handed the captured woman over to Feng Siyuan. After a while, the people from the Star Control Bureau of Magic City arrived after Feng Yi's notification. At this point, Feng Yi and Zhihan Huang had already arrived at the Magic City airport. He did not intend to participate in the upcoming events. His purpose for coming to Magic City had been achieved, and it was time to return to Kyoto. Feng Siyuan did not waste any words and directly handed both individuals over to the Star Controlling Division, providing a detailed account of what had happened here. He wasn't afraid that the people from the Star Controlling Division in the Magic City would dare to pull any tricks behind his back. Colluding with the cult of the gods and attempting to assassinate an heir from one of the 5 great families, the evidence was conclusive. This incident was shocking enough to alarm the entire China. Even the headquarters of the Star Controlling Division would send people specifically to handle this matter. The people from the Star Controlling Division in the Magic City wouldn't dare to make a mistake at such a critical moment unless they were tired of living. Furthermore, the Qin family, as the local emperor of the Magic City, had been operating there for many years, and countless people would be implicated. Now, who wouldn't be eager to distance themselves from the Qin family? As night fell, all the high-ranking members of the Qin family gathered at the family estate, anxiously waiting for news. However, half a day had passed, and those sent out had not returned with any information. No, we can't wait any longer. We need to notify everyone to pack up and leave the Magic City immediately, one of the seemingly authoritative members of the Qin family declared. He felt uneasy and was already preparing for the worst. The other high-ranking members of the Qin family did not object, understanding that if the assassination of Feng Yi failed, they would face catastrophe. If they didn't leave soon, it might be too late. At that moment, someone burst in from outside. His face was filled with panic, and his voice trembled as he spoke. There are many people from the Star Controlling Division outside. Upon hearing his words, everyone's face turned pale. They knew the Qin family was finished. The authoritative member of the Qin family collapsed into his chair, eyes vacant and pale. In one night, everyone in the Qin family estate was taken away. Strangely enough, there was no news leaked about this incident. The upper families of the Magic City who caught wind of the situation could only discuss it privately, as if they had received some notice, afraid to speak about it openly. For the ordinary people, the Qin family had no connection with them, so they naturally felt no change. Upon returning to Qingbei Academy, Feng Yi felt a surge of emotions. It seemed that the moment he returned to the academy, his heart became incredibly at ease. The events in the Anqing mountain range, the assassination by the cult of the gods, and the Qin family felt like a dream. But he understood that there was no such thing as peaceful times. It was merely that someone was quietly bearing the burden. If it was like this on Blue Star, it was needless to say how much more dangerous and bloody the battlefield of the stars was. Previously, Feng Yi had a low sense of belonging to this world, always thinking of himself as a traveler, an outsider, and he only wanted to protect those he cared about. But after so many events, especially after Zhang Yu died saving him, he suddenly felt a much stronger sense of belonging to this world. At this moment, he was eager to enhance his strength, not only to protect those he cared about, but also to safeguard this world for Zhang Yu. After parting ways with Zi Hanzhuang at the academy, Feng Yi went straight back to Taibai residence. As soon as he entered, he heard a sarcastic voice say, "Oh, a rare guest. Feng Xiao, after being away for so many days, are you finally willing to come back and take a look?" Looking at the chubby guy's resentful little eyes, like a jilted wife guarding an empty house, Feng Yi couldn't help but laugh. His heart finally relaxed. In the following days, Feng Yi returned to the monotonous routine of running between the dormitory and the training room. He had given the bottle of Netherworld Demon Snake's true blood to Zi Hanzhuang, who then prepared several buckets of medicinal baths for him to enhance his physique. Feng Yi had now become accustomed to the pain of the medicinal baths, feeling completely numb. It was no different from soaking in a bath. 3 months passed in a flash. Feng Yi's realm had now reached the 9th level of the Shaking Light realm, just one step away from reaching the 2nd level of the Earth realm, the Kaiyang realm. The rapid speed of his cultivation was not only due to his innate talent and the Big Dipper space, but also related to the medicinal baths prepared by Zi Hanzhuang. The value of so many rare herbs and the true blood of exotic beasts was incalculable. If his cultivation speed didn't increase even more, it would truly be unacceptable. On this day, Qingbei Academy officially announced a major notification. The annual academy competition was about to begin. This year's competition was divided into 2 parts. The first part was based on grades, with freshmen competing against freshmen and sophomores against sophomores, with winners advancing to the next round to ultimately determine the top 3. The higher the rank, the greater the rewards. The main event was the second part, which allowed free registration regardless of grade or realm. The top 10 would represent Qingbei Academy in the great competition of the 100 academies of China, competing alongside geniuses from various academies across China. The top few from the 100 academies would then represent China in competitions against students from other countries on Blue Star, bringing glory to China. The results of these competitions were not just a personal honor. After graduation, whether entering the Star Controlling Division or the Alliance Army, they would serve as a crucial basis for how much attention higher-ups would pay to you. The more honors one received, the more training and opportunities they would get upon entering the Star Controlling Division or the Alliance Army. Of course, the reward for these competitions were also quite substantial, making it hard for anyone to refuse. In the training room of Qingbei Academy, Feng Yi's consciousness had entered the Big Dipper space. Before him appeared a row of words formed by gathered starlight. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chance to draw a martial skill. Would you like to proceed with the draw? After working hard for months, the progress bar under the starry fist finally filled up. Draw. Feng Yi was excited to see what level of fist technique he would draw. The Taiji divine skill from the Feng family's heritage emphasized overcoming rigidity with softness, which Feng Yi didn't particularly like. He preferred more aggressive fist techniques. The words before him slowly faded, and a new row of text appeared. Drawing martial skill. Congratulations. You have drawn the intermediate martial skill, God-slaying fist. As the text faded, the scene before Feng shifted, and he did not find it strange, as it had also happened when he drew the intermediate martial skill, celestial slashing. At this moment, a figure formed from starlight appeared before Feng, with a tall deity in front of it. The figure seemed tiny like an ant in front of the deity. A gigantic hand of the deity slowly descended to suppress the figure's head. Feng felt a suffocating sensation just watching. However, the figure did not sit idly by, but instead drew back its right fist, gathering countless starlights onto its fist, which slowly began to shine like the blazing sun. As the figure spoke the words God-slaying, a massive fist shadow formed from starlight rushed towards the deity's hand. With a loud bang, the fist pierced through the deity's hand and continued unabated towards the deity. When the fist shadow collided with the deity's body, the deity cracked like a glass doll, its exterior shattering into countless pieces. One punch shook the mountains and rivers, exterminating the gods of the world. Now, Feng possessed two intermediate martial skills, celestial slashing and God-slaying fist. Feng had to admit that after acquiring more intermediate martial skills, he had become somewhat disinterested in them. If this thought were known to others, Feng would probably be criticized, not to mention intermediate martial skills. Even high-level martial skills were something countless people dreamed of obtaining. After finishing his martial arts training, Feng directly exited the Beidou space. As soon as he picked up his phone, he saw a message from Today, they were going to register for the first round of the big competition and sign up for the second round. His group were aware of their own strength, so they didn't plan to sign up for the second round. They asked Feng if he wanted to register, as Feng Yi's current level was higher than many third-year students. If Feng Yi participated, he had a high probability of making it into the top 10. After leaving the training room, Feng Yi went straight to the location sent by At this point, the area was already crowded with students, many of whom were eager to see who was signing up for the second round. Those who dared to sign up for the second round were confident in their own abilities. They wanted to know in advance who would be participating in the second round for betting purposes later. His group quickly noticed Feng Yi and, looking at the crowd, directly forced his way through, clearing a path for Feng Yi. Some people were about to get angry, but upon seeing Feng Yi, they held back. Although Feng Yi had only been in school for half a year, his reputation was significant. Most people recognized him. He was the only one who had single-handedly made a scene at the Kyoto Academy and came out unscathed after all those years. It was hard not to be famous. Feng classmate, are you planning to sign up for the second round? Someone in the crowd asked. Feng Yi smiled and nodded. Upon hearing his response, the crowd erupted with excitement. A first-year student participating in the second round was unheard of in previous years. Everyone knew Feng Yi's name, but they were unaware of how strong he really was or what level he had reached. The crowd automatically parted to make way for Feng Yi as he slowly walked to the registration point for the second round. The instructor in charge of registering smiled kindly and then asked, "Please state your name, instructor's name, and level." Although this registration was open to all grades and levels, if students with too low a level wanted to sign up, the instructor would advise against it. After all, the competition was about hard strength, not luck. Name: Feng Yi. Instructor: Zihan Zhuang. Level: 9th layer of the Yaoguang realm. Hearing Feng Yi state his level, everyone around was shocked. A first-year student at the 9th layer of the Yaoguang realm? Was this even human? The senior students present felt a hot flush on their faces. How embarrassing. It's one thing to be outclassed by peers, but now even a first-year student's level was far beyond theirs. Not only the students were shocked, but even the instructor in charge of registration was stunned for a few seconds. However, at that moment, a disdainful voice came from the back of the crowd. Just the 9th layer of the Yaoguang realm? I really don't know what's so surprising about it. Chapter 81. Academy Competition. Upon hearing the dismissive taunt, the previously noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone turned around to see who was so bold as to look down on the 9th layer of the Yaoguang realm. Standing outside the crowd was a flamboyantly dressed young man. As everyone's gaze turned to him, he maintained a calm demeanor, even displaying a hint of superiority. Seemingly enjoying the attention, he slowly made his way through the crowd towards the second round registration point. When everyone clearly saw his face, most displayed expressions of realization, except for a few first-year students who did not recognize him. Whispers circulated through the crowd. Who is this guy? He is Luo Tian, hailed as the #1 genius of the third year. He was the first in his grade in the last 2 academy competitions. So impressive? Has he already broken through to the Kaiyang realm? I don't know, but he probably has. Otherwise, he would look down on the 9th layer of the Yaoguang realm. Luo Tian reached the registration point, casting a proud glance at Feng Yi with the corner of his eye before slowly speaking. Luo Tian, instructor, Xiao Ming, 1st layer of the Kaiyang realm. When he mentioned his level, Luo Tian's tone was filled with pride, his eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. Feng Yi rolled his eyes in disbelief, thinking he was so impressive, but he was only 1 small level higher than himself. Shaking his head in boredom, Feng Yi turned to leave. Just then, Luo Tian's sarcastic voice came from behind again. Some people just don't know their place. They dare to participate in the competition at the 9th layer of the Yaoguang realm. Aren't you just here to make up the numbers? I advise you to withdraw early. Otherwise, you'll be beaten so badly you won't recognize your own mother. Hearing this repeated mockery, even Feng Yi's good temper couldn't hold up. He slowly turned around, locking eyes with Luo Tian. Then Feng Yi coldly smiled and asked, I don't know what level this senior was at when he was a 1st year. I'm 19 this year. May I ask if you were already at the Kaiyang realm when you were 19? Luo Tian huffed, unwilling to answer Feng Yi's question directly, instead threatening him. Young man, it's best to be a bit low-key. You should know there are always people better than you. Don't think that just because you have a bit of strength and fame that you're impressive in front of real strong people. What you're proud of isn't worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi laughed. He didn't know where this idiot came from. If one didn't know better, they would think he was at the Tianshu realm. Come, let me experience how strong real strong people are. Feng Yi didn't want to argue with someone like this. He beckoned with his hand towards Luo Tian, provocatively staring into his eyes. Luo Tian was about to agree when he heard the instructor in charge of registration cough lightly from behind. Remembering the academy rules, he could only snort and say, Since you don't listen, we'll meet on the competition field. The surrounding students were eager for a spectacle, hearing Feng Yi's words. They thought they would witness a good show. However, they didn't expect Luo Tian to not agree. A few bold individuals hidden in the crowd let out a series of boos, including and his friends. Hearing the boos, Luo Tian felt as if he had been slapped in the face. He glared fiercely at the crowd before fleeing the scene. However, in his heart, he secretly vowed to make Feng Yi pay when the competition began, showing everyone that Feng Yi was no match for him. A week passed quickly. The eagerly anticipated Qingbei Academy competition finally began. First was the first round. The competition venues for several grades were not together. After all, there were thousands of students combined from 1st to 4th year at Qingbei Academy. One playground simply couldn't accommodate so many people competing at once. The 1st year competition venue was in front of the Trial Tower Square. When Feng Yi and his 3 friends arrived here, there were only a few minutes left until the competition started. From a distance, they saw 5 huge competition platforms set up in the middle of the square. In front of the platforms sat several instructors and higher-ups from the academy. They were there to observe the 1st year students' competition. They wanted to see how much the 1st year student strength had grown after a few months of study. This would also reflect the students' talent, their effort, and the quality of the instructor's teaching. Before the competition officially began, each student received group information from the academy. When the time reached 9 o'clock, a mentor announced to everyone that the academy competition officially began. Everyone found their corresponding fighting stage according to their groups. And when they saw their names displayed on the screen, they went up to start the competition. It was then that everyone noticed there was a screen behind each fighting stage. As the mentor's voice fell, the list of the first match quickly appeared on the screen. The bond between Feng Yi and the fat guy activated again, and both were assigned to the same group, while Song and Chengming were in different groups. Watching the 2 freshmen on the fighting stage enjoying themselves, Feng Yi felt a bit bored. Most of the freshmen were still at the star casting realm, with only a few talented ones reaching the shaking light realm. After seeing the battles between heavenly level experts, watching these 1st and 2nd layer students from the star casting and shaking light realms felt like watching children fight, lacking much appeal. At this moment, the fat guy said with a grin, Feng Yi, it seems like our group members aren't very happy. Feng Yi glanced around at the students in their group, and indeed, as the fat guy said, almost everyone wore a frown. The fat guy continued to ask, do you know why? Feng Yi shook his head and replied irritably, I can't read minds, how would I know? The fat guy chuckled and then lowered his voice to Feng Yi's ear, saying, "Who could be happy being in a group with you?" Feng Yi was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. It sounded as if he was some kind of disaster star. However, the fact was indeed that when the students assigned to the group saw Feng Yi was also in their group, their spirits dropped significantly. How could a freak play around? Feng Yi's strength was evident, and anyone who encountered him would be eliminated. So now every student in the group was praying to encounter Feng Yi later, which would give them a slightly better ranking. The competition progressed quickly, and the fat guy was up for his match before Feng Yi. His opponent was a boy at the 8th layer of the star casting realm, while the fat guy was already at the 1st layer of the shaking light realm. So there was no suspense. The fat guy easily won and successfully advanced to the next round. After waiting for a long time, Feng Yi finally welcomed his first opponent. Feng Yi versus Li Tianlei. Feng Yi walked onto the fighting stage calmly, while his opponent wore a face full of despair. At this moment, Li Tianlei wanted to complain about the competition system and his luck. Among so many people, why did he have to draw Feng Yi? His journey in the academy competition was about to end before it even began. However, once he stood on the fighting stage, he quickly gathered his emotions. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. He first bowed to Feng Yi, which left Feng Yi baffled. "Do you usually behave so politely?" Then Li Tianlei said, "Feng bro, can you go easy on me? I'm afraid of pain." Feng Yi felt something was off about this statement, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He could only nod silently. Li Tianlei took out his spear and shouted at Feng Yi, "Come on, Feng bro, I'm ready." Feng Yi originally didn't plan to use his sword, but upon hearing this, his hand shook and the Ningxue sword instantly appeared in his hand. Li Tianlei felt like he blinked and a cold, sharp pain came from his neck. Feng Yi's was already resting against his neck, with just a slight movement. He could completely say goodbye to this world. Li Tianlei struggled to swallow, a bead of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Then he trembled and exclaimed, "Feng bro, you're so fast, I surrender." As soon as Li Tianlei said the word surrender, a spatial fluctuation appeared around him, and then he was teleported off the fighting stage. Everyone below stared blankly at Feng Yi. They knew Feng Yi was strong, but they didn't expect him to be that strong. This wasn't a competition. It was a one-sided massacre. They wondered if they were in Li Tianlei's place, they too would not be a match for Feng Yi. Looking at Li Tianlei, who had already come to terms with his elimination, everyone cast sympathetic glances at him. The first round of the competition quickly ended, with half of the students being eliminated. However, the fat guy, Wen Song, and Chengming all successfully advanced. What surprised Feng Yi and the fat guy was that Jiang Liao's close friend in Yufei was also assigned to the same group. The expressions on everyone's faces varied. Those who advanced mostly wore happy smiles, except for the group, because the group would soon enter another random draw for a lucky one to be eliminated by Feng Yi. In this second round, Feng Yi's name appeared again. This time, his opponent was a pure-looking little girl. After Feng Yi took the stage and looked at the little girl's pitiful appearance, he felt troubled, thinking, if I eliminate her, will she try to trick me? However, the embarrassing scene he expected did not occur. When the little girl stepped onto the fighting stage, she timidly said, "I concede." Hearing this, Feng Yi felt relieved. The awkward scenario he anticipated did not happen. A wave of disappointed sighs arose from the audience. Those watching were now greatly disappointed. They wanted to see how Feng Yi would handle a pure girl like this. Unfortunately, they couldn't see it. After Feng Yi stepped down from the fighting stage, he heard a soft voice calling him, "Feng Yi classmate." He turned around to find it was the little girl who had just conceded. "What is up?" Feng Yi asked, somewhat surprised. Why was she looking for him after conceding? The little girl approached Feng Yi, lowered her head, and tightly clutched the corners of her clothes. After a long pause, she finally said, "Can I add you as a friend?" Her voice trembled slightly, and after speaking, she blushed and looked up at Feng Yi defiantly. Feng Yi could clearly see that the little girl's big eyes were already misty. This made him, who initially wanted to politely refuse, change his mind. Sure, after all, with so many people around, if he rejected her publicly, she might cry the next second. Watching this scene, students, regardless of gender, looked on with envy. Boys envied Feng Yi, while girls envied the little girl who was about to become Feng Yi's friend. After taking out their phones to add each other as friends, the little girl blushed and skipped away. As soon as she returned to the fat guy's side, she saw his jealous gaze. Feng Yi classmate is really lucky, advancing without any effort and even adding a beautiful girl's friend. What a double harvest. Feng He rolled his eyes at him. Are you jealous? This single sentence broke the fat guy's defense, and stars seemed to pop out of his mouth. The fat guy had good luck too. He faced another student whose realm was lower than his and easily advanced again. However, when he stepped down, he looked dejected. Feng, he couldn't help but ask, why aren't you happy even though you won? Did you hit a morale sapping point? Why can't I meet a girl? After the fight, we could add each other as friends and start a special connection. The fat guy sighed, looking up at the sky, his face full of despair. The fat guy didn't know that his wish was about to come true. The third round began. The first group revealed the fat guy's name, but he was dumbfounded when he saw his opponent. Ying Yufei, watching the fat guy freeze in place, Feng Yi gleefully urged, what are you doing, fat guy? Hurry up and get up there. Don't keep the girl waiting too long. Didn't you say you wanted to conquer her? Now is your chance. The fat guy walked on the competition stage with heavy steps, while Ying Yufei was already smiling and waiting for him on stage. After stepping on stage, the fat guy fumbled with his fingers and stammered, long time no see. Didn't we just see each other last week? Ying Yufei giggled, covering her mouth, causing her soft curves to quiver, making the boys in the audience beam with excitement. The fat guy, on the other hand, was struggling, with a stream of bright red blood flowing from his nose. Seeing his buddy's awkwardness, Feng Yi covered his eyes, unable to watch. However, he found a key piece of information in Ying Yufei's words. They had seen each other just last week. It seemed there was a story between the fat guy and Ying Yufei that he didn't know about. After wiping his nosebleed, the fat guy tried not to look at Ying Yufei and turned his head to the side, saying, can I forfeit? As soon as he finished speaking, Ying Yufei's expression changed instantly, and a Fong Tianhua Ji appeared in her hand. The audience erupted when they saw Ying Yufei's weapon. What a contrast! She's really going to stab him with that Fong Tianhua Ji. Bang! The Fong Tianhua Ji slammed heavily onto the ground. What do you mean by forfeiting without a fight? Do you look down on me? The fat guy's plump body trembled, and he quickly pointed at his nose, saying no, I know my limits, and I'm not in good shape right now. Ying Yufei, however, huffed, stop talking nonsense. Fight first, and if you win, I'll agree to what you said last time. After saying that, she raised the Fong Tianhua Ji and swung it fiercely at the fat guy, showing no mercy. What? Are you serious? The fat guy's eyes bulged, and he quickly backed away. The Fong Tianhua Ji grazed his round belly and smashed into the ground, instantly shattering it and sending stones flying. However, it quickly returned to normal under the formation's repair on the competition stage. The fat guy broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. He was almost cut open, but before he could think much, Ying Yufei's Fong Tianhua Ji lunged at him again. The fat guy rolled awkwardly to the side, barely dodging the attack. Seeing that the fat guy was only dodging and not willing to confront her head-on, Ying Yufei shouted, can you fight like a man and bring out your weapon? The fat guy brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up, saying, I don't hit women. Facing the stubborn fat guy, Ying Yufei's face darkened, her chest heaving up and down. The gaze of a group of gentlemen in the audience also fluctuated. Then, Ying Yufei raised the Fong Tianhua Ji above her head with one hand, swinging it, creating gusts of wind. As she swung the Fong Tianhua Ji faster, a tornado appeared. The wind blew her clothes tightly against her impressive figure. The fat guy, standing opposite her, also felt a pull from the tornado. If he weren't so heavy, he might have been swept away by it. On the competition stage, the wind howled, making it hard for the fat guy to keep his eyes open. He knew that Ying Yufei was serious now. There was no way to dodge this. A hazy light curtain lit up around the competition stage, isolating the energy of the battle. Therefore, the students watching below felt no discomfort. However, seeing Ying Yufei's movements, it was clear she was about to unleash a big move. Feng Yi couldn't help but sweat for the fat guy. At the same time, he couldn't help but ridicule. The fat guy used to say all sorts of things next to him, thinking he was tough. But now, he looked no different from a sycophant. Not even fighting back when someone hit him, and it seemed he was enjoying it. If the fat guy knew what Feng Yi was thinking, he would probably spit out blood. He wasn't enjoying it. He just wanted to forfeit. But the wind on the competition stage was too strong. The moment he opened his mouth, countless winds rushed in, preventing him from speaking. Looking at the growing tornado above Ying Yufei, the fat guy's face turned the color of liver. He couldn't forfeit now, and he had just said he wouldn't hit a woman. He couldn't go back on his word immediately. He could only pray that his body could withstand Ying Yufei's attack and not die. Ying Yufei had been watching the fat guy, intending to force him to fight back, but she didn't expect that even when she was ready to strike. The fat guy still looked indifferent and unwilling to resist. A fierce look flashed across her face, and she directly threw the rapidly spinning Fong Tianhua Ji at him. The huge tornado above her also spun towards the fat guy. The ground of the competition stage was continuously destroyed and shattered, then repaired by the formation. However, the shattered stones were sucked into the tornado, spinning rapidly along the airflow. If an ordinary person were hit by those stones, they wouldn't die, but would be severely injured. Watching the Fong Tianhua Ji spinning in conjunction with the tornado, the fat guy's face changed drastically. He cursed inwardly. This woman is ruthless. If I get hit by the Fong Tianhua Ji, I'll be black and blue. So, the fat guy quickly took out a silver metal sphere from his space ring. He looked at the sphere in his hand, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes, before smashing it hard onto the ground. The metal sphere shattered, emitting a strong light that formed a half-spherical shield covering the fat guy. The next second, the rapidly spinning Fong Tianhua Ji and the tornado collided with the half-spherical light. Clang, clang, clang. A series of dense and sharp collision sounds rang out. The tornado kept crashing into the half-spherical shield, and the Fong Tianhua Ji also circled around, striking the shield. However, there was no way to break through. Soon, the energy in the tornado dissipated into the air, and the Fong Tianhua Ji returned to Ying Yufei's hand. The half-spherical shield remained firmly in place. Ying Yufei, not willing to admit defeat, took a deep breath. And then the Fong Tianhua Ji thrust out suddenly, followed by a dragon's roar that echoed across the entire square. The Fong Tianhua Ji transformed into a giant black dragon, crashing into the half-spherical shield. The collision produced shockwaves that rippled outward. Ying Yufei felt as if her strike had hit a steel plate. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push any further. Gritting her silver teeth, her delicate face flushed from exertion, adding to her charm. A drop of fragrant sweat rolled down her cheek, and finally, she gave up. She had no way to deal with the fat guy's half-spherical shield. In frustration, Ying Yufei kicked the shield and cursed, "If you have the ability, just hide in this turtle shell for the rest of your life." As Ying Yufei's voice fell, the half-circle of light disappeared, transforming into a silver metal sphere. However, two cracks appeared on the surface of the silver metal sphere. The chubby guy picked up the metal sphere with a pained expression, wiped the cracks with his sleeve, and after realizing it had no effect, he put the sphere back into his spatial ring. Seeing the chubby guy come out from the turtle shell, Ying Yufei raised her Fong Tianhua halberd and was about to rush over. However, the chubby guy shouted first, "I admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, he was teleported out of the combat arena. Ying Yufei glared at the chubby guy below the stage with resentment after he missed his chance. The chubby guy also felt the murderous gaze from the stage. He shrank his neck and replied reluctantly, "I already said I don't hit women. Congratulations on your victory." After saying this, he hurriedly ran towards Feng Yi and hid behind him. Ying Yufei snorted coldly and mouthed to the chubby guy, "You wait for me." After that, she stepped down from the combat stage and walked to the two girls' side. Seeing that Ying Yufei didn't chase after him, the chubby guy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yi's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "What did she mean by what she said earlier? When did you two meet alone? And what was she planning to agree to with you? Spill it out." Upon hearing Feng Yi mention this topic, the chubby guy's gaze flickered, and he stammered for a long time without saying anything useful. Feng Yi, feeling impatient, threatened, "If you keep dodging, I'll tie you up and drag you over." Just as the chubby guy was preparing to speak with a bitter expression, his eyes lit up as he pointed to the combat stage and said, "It's your turn. After you come down, I'll tell you in detail. You should focus on the main event first." Feng Yi turned around and found that his name was indeed displayed on the screen. Feng Yi Deng Zixuan. Chapter 84, Giant Baby. Feng Yi nodded, and just as he took a step forward, he turned back and pointed at the chubby guy, saying, "Spatial confinement." The chubby guy instantly felt himself being immobilized. He tried to speak, but found that he couldn't even open his mouth or blink. He could only glare angrily at Feng Yi's back, thinking to himself, "You're ruthless." Although he had actually been thinking that once Feng Yi got on stage, he would take the chance to slip away. After all, he had already been eliminated, and standing here could only mean watching the fight. However, he didn't expect his little scheme to have already been seen through by Feng Yi. Truly a good brother. This damn tacit understanding. Because of the confinement, the chubby guy wasted a bit of time, and by the time Feng Yi got on stage, His opponent, Deng Zishuan, was already standing on the platform. However, Deng Zishuan looked at Feng Yi with a hostile glare. Seeing Feng Yi come on stage, he sarcastically said, "No wonder you're the top scorer in the college entrance exam. You really have an air about you, even making everyone wait for you to come on stage." Feng Yi was puzzled and didn't he understand where this idiot came from. He had only gone on stage a second or two later than him, and he was already acting so high and mighty. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? "Can we start?" Feng Yi just wanted to finish quickly and then ask the chubby guy about his relationship with Ing Yufei. It wasn't that he didn't respect his opponent or the competition, but he felt no interest in fighting a group of people in the star-casting realm and those who had just broken through to the shaking light realm. After all, no one could defeat him. But Deng Zishuan, unhurriedly, sneered and continued with his sarcasm. "Now you're anxious, huh? You were late. And now you're the one in a hurry to start. You really are full of yourself. Do you think just because you topped the entrance exam, you can do whatever you want, and everyone should accommodate you?" Feng Yi took a deep breath, really not wanting to listen to his nonsense anymore. Countdown to start. 3, 2. Deng Zishuan chose to ignore Feng Yi's countdown and continued speaking. "Let me tell you, Feng Yi, Deng Zishuan, 1T, indulge your bad habits. Don't think that just because you have a bit of talent, you're something special." Before he could finish his sentence, Feng Yi's countdown was already over. Suddenly, Feng Yi disappeared from his spot. Seeing Feng Yi's previous speed, Deng Zishuan's face changed dramatically. He thought to himself that Feng Yi was breaking the rules of martial arts. He hadn't even finished speaking before attacking. He instinctively wanted to dodge backward, but found that Feng Yi had somehow appeared behind him. Then he felt a sharp pain in his back. His body was uncontrollably thrust forward. Feng Yi's figure vanished again, teleporting to the front of Deng Zishuan. In Deng Zishuan's terrified gaze, Feng Yi kicked out. His body, which had just flown in, was kicked away again. Then Feng Yi's figure disappeared once more. Below the stage, everyone's gaze moved left and right, watching as Deng Zishuan's body was tossed around in midair without stopping. Everyone was secretly laughing, thinking, "This is what you get. You like to show off, huh? Now look, although you're not at the heavenly level yet, you've already gained the ability to fly that only heavenly level experts possess. Great show, Deng Zishuan." Feng Yi controlled his strength perfectly, not enough to kill Deng Zishuan, but every punch and kick made him feel pain. After the anger in his heart dissipated significantly, Feng Yi finally stopped. Deng Zishuan's body finally fell to the ground after crashing into the surrounding light barrier of the combat stage. At this point, he no longer had his initial air of confidence, rolling on the ground like a dead dog, groaning. "Do you admit defeat?" Feng Yi walked in front of him, looking down at him. Deng Zishuan's eyes flashed with humiliation, and then he turned his head to look at the group of mentors and high-ranking officials in front of the stage, tearfully saying, "Mentors, I refuse to accept this." He broke the rules of martial arts and attacked before the match started. "I request to disqualify him from the competition." Hearing Deng Zishuan's words, the mentors and higher-ups of the academy were stunned. "What kind of reason is this? Shouldn't you be able to attack only after the start is announced? In the future, when you graduate and go to the star battlefield or face the enemies of the star suppression division, do you expect them to wait for you to say, start before they kill you? Isn't that crazy?" The mentors and higher-ups all rolled their eyes at him in unison, ignoring his unreasonable request. Seeing himself being ignored, Deng Zishuan felt an unprecedented grievance surge in his heart, and tears streamed down his face. Then he cried out loud, "There's a conspiracy. This match is rigged. You all just think Feng Yi has high talent and are siding with him, even turning a blind eye to his rule-breaking. I'm going to report you to the principal. I'm going to report you to the Ministry of Education of Huaxia." At this point, everyone, including Feng Yi, was stunned. "Dude, how can you not take a loss?" Listening to the cries of a grown man next to him, Feng Yi couldn't take it anymore and kicked him on the back of the neck. The whole world went silent. The several high-ranking officials of the academy not only did not blame Feng Yi, but instead gave him a thumbs up. Feng Yi walked down from the combat stage, while Deng Zishuan was carried away by the school doctor who had been waiting for a long time. Deng Zishuan didn't know it, but he was about to become famous. He would soon earn the title of Giant Baby, known throughout Qingbei Academy from freshmen to seniors, including all the mentors in the academy. The academy competition has been held for many years, with some participants shedding silent tears due to regrets and defeats, while others cry after putting in great effort but still failing to defeat their rivals. Deng Zishuan was the first to be brought to tears by an opponent, and then he angrily lashed out at the observing mentors and academy leaders. His classic quote, "I haven't even said start, why did you make a move?" has also become a popular meme. After Feng Yi returned to the chubby guy's side, he released the spatial confinement. Squinting his eyes, he quietly threatened, "You don't want to experience what that fool just went through, right?" The chubby guy shook his head with a look of grievance and then took the initiative to speak. "Just last week, Ying Yufei asked me out for a meal." Huh? Feng Yi was a bit surprised, doubting if he had heard wrong. "Bro, are you sure you didn't get it backwards? She asked you out?" The chubby guy suppressed his anger and thought about how he couldn't beat Feng Yi, so he patiently said, "No, she asked me out. Her dad is primarily responsible for managing the Ying family's business, and recently my family's old Deng has developed a good product. They heard the news and want to collaborate with my family, so she wanted me to help arrange a meeting with my dad to discuss business." After listening to the chubby guy's words, Feng Yi nodded. "That reason is reasonable, but what did she agree to do for you?" The chubby guy's expression became awkward again. However, noticing Feng Yi's slightly threatening smile, he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I confessed to her." Chapter 85. Helping the chubby guy get revenge confessed? The gossip fire ignited in Feng Yi's eyes as he probed. Did it fail? If it succeeded, the chubby guy wouldn't be so low-key. It had been a week, and he hadn't mentioned it at all, so it was clear that the confession was rejected, and he was too embarrassed to say it. The chubby guy took a deep breath, clearly dissatisfied with Feng Yi's reaction. "Well, it wasn't exactly a failure." "What do you mean it wasn't a failure?" The chubby guy pondered for a moment and said, "She didn't accept, but she also didn't reject me." "Did she have no reaction at all to your confession?" Feng Yi was a bit curious, wondering if Ying Yufei was some kind of female player, playing hard to get. "She did, she slapped me." 3 question marks appeared above Feng Yi's head. Ying Yufei didn't seem like someone who would lose her mind. If she didn't like him, why would she hit him? Suddenly recalling some of the chubby guy's usual antics, Feng Yi asked with concern, "How did you confess?" "I just said that I like her, and if she wants my help, that's fine, but there's no such thing as a free lunch. If she agrees to go out with me once, I'll help her." Feng Yi was speechless. That was not a confession, but clearly harassment. Going out once? How could you say that in front of a girl? It was lucky that he only got slapped. If it were Feng Yi, a direct punch would have been normal. Seeing Feng Yi's speechless expression, the chubby guy tilted his head in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" "I saw it in a Japanese movie. That's how they confess." Hearing this, Feng Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood and wanted to ask if that Japanese movie was a legitimate film. However, with so many people around, he didn't dare to ask. Feng Yi could only shake his head and feign calmness, saying, "It's fine. From what I heard from Ying Yufei just now, you still have a chance. Go for it." "Really?" The chubby guy's previously dead heart regained some vitality. Really, just go for it." Feng Yi didn't want to discuss this issue with someone who wasn't all there, so he hastily ended the topic. After this round of the competition, half of the participants were eliminated. However, among the 4 members of the tie-bye group, only the chubby guy had the misfortune of meeting his nemesis and getting eliminated. Wen Song and Cheng Ming were still in the competition. Both of their realms had just reached the Radiant stage and were among the top students in all the freshmen. As long as luck wasn't too bad, they should have no problem making it to the top few. A new round of the competition began, with fewer and fewer participants. The pace of the matches quickened. Soon it was Feng Yi's turn again. However, this time, his opponent directly conceded as soon as the match began. At the start of the academy competition, some people still doubted Feng Yi's true strength. But after the previous rounds, everyone understood one thing. Feng Yi's strength had exceeded that of his peers by too much. Now, only 3rd and 4th year students had the strength to fight him. So, if someone drew Feng Yi, they could only consider themselves unlucky and concede directly, saving themselves from a beating. Deng Zishuan's elimination was still fresh in everyone's minds. Next, Feng Yi advanced smoothly. Occasionally, he encountered 1 or 2 who were unwilling to give up and wanted to experience being defeated quickly. Feng Yi could only oblige them. Wen Song and Cheng Ming both fell in the top 8. The competition soon reached the final 4 stage. Among the remaining 3, Feng Yi recognized 2, Jiang Liao and Ying Yufei. Besides them, there was another boy in the 3rd layer of the Radiant stage. Although he couldn't compare to Feng Yi, he was one of the top few freshmen this year. During the draw for the final 4, to everyone's disappointment, the anticipated duel between the 2 major school flowers did not occur. Feng Yi drew Ying Yufei, while Jiang Liao drew the other boy. Before going on stage, Feng Yi patted the chubby guy's shoulder. Bro, I'm gonna help you get revenge. However, unexpectedly, the chubby guy behind him said with a worried expression, Be careful. Don't hurt her. I'll be heartbroken. Feng Yi's forehead twitched. His fists clenched tightly. How heartless. He was still thinking about helping him take revenge for being eliminated. But this simp was actually backstabbing him for a girl. With a dark face, Feng Yi went on stage, and Ying Yufei chuckled, What's wrong? Are you sulking because you didn't draw Jiang Liao? Only then did Feng Yi show a hint of a smile. How could that be? Even if I didn't draw her now, I can still meet her in the finals. Oh, you're so confident you can definitely win against me? Ying Yufei playfully twirled her halberd, looking at Feng Yi with great interest. Feng Yi extended a finger confidently, saying, I'll only use one move. If I can't take you down, I'll concede automatically. Upon hearing Feng Yi's words, Ying Yufei's captivating eyes sparkled. Is that true? To be honest, she really didn't have the confidence to defeat Feng Yi. She had even prepared to be eliminated the moment she drew him. But hearing Feng Yi say this, she felt she might have a chance to reach the finals. If she couldn't beat Feng Yi, could she not even withstand one of Feng Yi's moves? A gentleman's word is his bond. Feng Yi's expression remained confident, igniting the eyes of the girls below with excitement. A few bolder girls even started to scream. At this academy competition, the atmosphere felt more like a celebrity concert. The students sitting below had all become fans, cheering for the one they liked. Ying Yufei assumed a defensive stance, putting away her relaxed demeanor and becoming very serious. Let's begin. As soon as Ying Yufei finished speaking, Feng Yi's aura suddenly changed. He had not taken things seriously before. However, since he had just made a bold statement, there was no reason for him to fail now. Therefore, Feng Yi became serious. A sharp and fierce aura, like that of an unparalleled divine sword, radiated from him. Although the formation on the martial arts stage existed, the students watching from below could still feel the pressure of Feng Yi's aura. This made a group of girls' eyes sparkle with admiration. Even the mentors and high-ranking officials in front of the martial arts stage nodded slightly, their gazes filled with appreciation for Feng Yi. As the competition had progressed, Feng Yi's performance was evident, completely standing out from the rest. They were all eagerly looking forward to the moment when Feng Yi would fully display his strength. On the martial arts stage, the moment Feng Yi's aura manifested, Ying Yufei felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Feng Yi was just standing there, but his aura had already enveloped the entire stage. Ying Yufei's heart became extremely heavy. Although she had prepared herself, she realized she had underestimated Feng Yi. His strength was even greater than she had imagined. The glimmer of hope that had remained was now utterly extinguished. Therefore, Ying Yufei abandoned her plan to defend against Feng Yi's strike and decided to use her strongest move to see if she could catch him off guard. Chapter 86. The Duel of Inherited Imperial Techniques. Ying Yufei exhaled the stagnant air from her heart, then began to swing her Feng Tianhua halberd. The dark golden dragon patterns on the halberd seemed to come alive, wrapping around Ying Yufei. The pure dragon energy surged towards her. At this moment, Ying Yufei resembled a supreme empress, her expression filled with disdain for all things. This was the Ying family's inherited imperial technique, the level martial skill ancestor dragon technique. With the dark golden dragon patterns, Ying Yufei charged forward, her speed increasing several times. Her aura was also stronger than before. The friction of her body against the air produced an oppressive sound of breaking through the air. Feng Yi's expression remained calm, his heart undisturbed. He also had an inherited imperial technique, a level martial skill. Moreover, his realm was already higher than Ying Yufei's. If Ying Yufei's trump card relied solely on this, he felt no concern whatsoever. If it was a one-hit kill, then it would be a one-hit kill. Since Ying Yufei chose to use the Ying family's inherited imperial technique, he would also choose the Feng family's inherited imperial technique. Let us see whose technique is stronger. One was the first emperor in the history of Huaxia, and the other was the last emperor in the history of Huaxia. Now, after 1,000 years, let us test whose imperial technique is stronger. The star power in the surrounding space began to rapidly gather towards Feng Yi. A light sword formed from the convergence of starlight appeared above his head. At the hilt, a Tai Chi Baiwa diagram slowly rotated. This was the Feng family's inherited imperial technique, the level martial skill, Tai Chi sword technique. In front of the martial arts stage, a high-ranking official of the academy who recognized these two martial skills suddenly stood up. The top two level martial skills in Huaxia were clashing. It was indeed rare to see this. because inherited martial skills could only be practiced by the heirs of the family. Many people now knew that Feng Yi was the only heir of the Feng family. But what about Ying Yufei? Had the heir of Ying family already been chosen? This high-ranking official immediately decided to inquire about it after the match. There were quite a few young people in the Ying family's current generation. It was unreasonable to choose a girl as the heir. As he thought this, Ying Yufei had already approached Feng Yi. She swung her Feng Tianhua halberd, and the dark golden dragon that wrapped around her let out a dragon's roar. The halberd also emitted a dark golden glow. Feng Yi's gaze was sharp as he thrust out his sword. The light sword above his head slowly moved forward. The tip of the Ningxue sword pointed at the Feng Tianhua halberd, and Ying Yufei's delicate hands instantly felt a powerful force, causing her arms to tingle. However, at this moment, her body was enhanced by the dark golden dragon patterns, absorbing a large portion of the force. Moreover, her recovery ability had also significantly increased, and she quickly recovered in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the light sword formed from the star power was now almost within reach. The dark golden dragon wrapped around Ying Yufei seemed to sense the threat and flew out from her, opening its claws to pounce on the light sword. Feng Yi's gaze sharpened, and he coldly said, "Dragon, today I'll treat you like a long worm and cut you down." Hearing Feng Yi call her dark golden little dragon a long worm, Ying Yufei muttered under her breath, "Arrogant." After that, Ying Yufei charged towards Feng Yi once more. The students below were now all focused on the martial arts stage. Most of them were thinking, no wonder they are in the top 4. The level of excitement and visual effects have skyrocketed, far surpassing the previous duels. Being able to witness such a high-quality duel, even if eliminated, is worth it. After all, we have already had our fill of eye candy. Feng Yi placed his sword behind him, then pointed his 2 fingers at the light sword, channeling the star power from his body into the light sword. The light sword immediately brightened and grew significantly larger. Slash! Feng Yi quickly moved to the hilt of the light sword, grasped it with both hands, and aimed it at the dragon's head of the dark golden dragon. Swinging the sword, Ying Yufei's expression changed. She had a telepathic connection with the golden dragon and could sense the fear within it. She pushed off the ground with her left foot and leaped into the air, the golden dragon wrapping around her once more. Ying Yufei's gaze showed no signs of retreat. She pointed her Feng Tianhua halberd to the sky and cried out, "Fight!" Ying Yufei chose to confront the light sword head-on. The light sword struck Ying Yufei's delicate body, and the golden dragon let out a passionate dragon's roar. The dragon's body began to flicker between light and dark, and a dark golden light curtain appeared on Ying Yufei's body, temporarily blocking the strike. However, as time passed, the faint golden light shattered, and the golden dragon transformed into 2 segments, losing its divine essence and returning to the Feng Tianhua halberd as dragon patterns. Without the golden dragon's enhancement, Ying Yufei's delicate body trembled, and her originally rosy complexion turned pale. Fortunately, Feng Yi retracted his sword in time, avoiding injuring her. However, Ying Yufei's body dropped from the air as if she had lost all strength. Feng Yi initially wanted to catch her, but then thought it might not be appropriate. The fat guy was still watching from below. If he did that, the fat guy's glare alone could kill him. Therefore, Feng Yi simply extended a hand towards Ying Yufei and said, "Space chains." 2 black space chains flew out from the void, binding Ying Yufei. Then, under Feng Yi's guidance, she gently landed on the martial arts stage. After Feng Yi landed, he asked with a hint of apology, "How are you? Are you okay?" Ying Yufei's complexion was pale, but she was aware that this was the aftereffect of using a level martial skill, where her star power was instantly drained. She just needed to rest for a while until her star power recovered. When Feng Yi had first used a level martial skill, he had experienced a similar situation. However, he had the North Star space within him, which could constantly replenish his star power, so he didn't appear as weak as Ying Yufei right now. Ying Yufei shook her head weakly, indicating that she was fine. Feng Yi then jokingly said, "That's good, otherwise the fatty will definitely kill me later." Ying Yufei also revealed a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Her usual personality was carefree and not the type to be unable to take a joke. She shouted with the last bit of strength she had, "I concede." Then she was teleported away. Zhang Liao had already finished her match and was waiting below the stage. The moment Ying Yufei was teleported out, she hurried over to support her. This left a group of boys who planned to offer their support greatly disappointed. After stepping down from the stage, Zhang Liao shot a fierce glare at Feng Yi, and then said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "I'll deal with you later." Feng Yi felt like crying without tears, wanting to say that it had nothing to do with him. He hadn't hurt her at all. After resting for half an hour, the finals of the college competition for the first-year students was about to begin. Feng Yi and Jiang Liao. Chapter 87. Becoming the king of Zhou today, Jiang Liao was wearing a white long dress, and her waist-length hair flowed gently with the wind. Under the sunlight, her hair shimmered with a hazy glow, making her look like a fairy descending from the heavens. Coincidentally, Feng Yi was also wearing a white outfit today. Although Feng Yi's looks weren't particularly stunning, they were the type that grew on you. In any case, he was far from ugly. Coupled with Feng Yi's sharp aura like a divine sword and his extraordinary demeanor akin to a sword immortal, he exuded a different kind of charm. The two stepped onto the competition stage simultaneously and exchanged smiles. The students watching below couldn't help but exclaim, "What a pair of golden boys and jade girls." Even some young mentors were shipping them. It must be said that both of them looked extremely compatible today in both attire and temperament, like a match made in heaven. "How are you going to deal with me?" Feng Yi smiled. Upon hearing this, a blush immediately rose to Jiang Liao's pretty face, making it look so rosy that it was almost drool-worthy. Earlier, Jiang Liao had said that out of concern for Ying Yufei's condition. But after Ying Yufei reassured her that she was fine and that Feng Yi hadn't hurt her, she regretted saying that to Feng Yi. Now that Feng Yi brought it up again, she felt her face burning with embarrassment and indignation. With a proud huff, Jiang Liao turned her head away, unwilling to meet Feng Yi's gaze. Watching the two flirt on stage, the students below felt like they were full. However, many girls were clamoring that they hadn't seen enough, and some were cheering for the two to get together. A high-ranking member of the academy, unable to watch any longer, gently cleared his throat. Only then did Feng Yi and Jiang Liao realized they were still on the competition stage. Feng Yi, with his thick skin, didn't feel anything wrong, but Jiang Liao, with her thin skin, was so embarrassed her face looked like it was about to bleed. She feigned calmness and said seriously, "Okay, let's get started, but you mustn't go easy on me." Feng Yi nodded, indicating that it was no problem. There was no way he would go easy, whether he would hold back. That was another question. After all, winning first place in this final was no different for him than for Jiang Liao. Why should they speak separately as a family? Seeing Jiang Liao taking out a white longsword, Feng Yi was a bit confused. Wasn't Jiang Liao's previous weapon a battle scythe? Why did she switch to a longsword now? Noticing the confusion in Feng Yi's eyes, Jiang Liao drew the longsword and, with a fierce look, asked, "What does that look in your eyes mean?" "My swordsmanship is quite impressive. Today, let's have a good match to see whose swordsmanship is better." Looking at Jiang Liao's cute appearance, Feng Yi couldn't help but smile. "All right, then let me experience the swordsmanship of classmate Liao." After saying that, Feng Yi drew his Ningxue sword and made a gesture inviting her to begin. Jiang Liao's small face was serious as she charged forward with her sword. Feng Yi wore a faint smile. He didn't sense Jiang Liao using any star power, so it seemed she was genuinely prepared to compete in swordsmanship. As the long sword drew closer, Feng Yi lightly swept it aside, easily blocking it. Neither of them used any star power or martial skills. It was purely swordplay. The moves they executed were just the most basic ones. They exchanged blows for over 10 minutes without even a drop of sweat on their foreheads. All the spectators below were feeling drowsy. They had expected the finals to be unprecedentedly intense, but they didn't expect it to turn out this way. It felt less like a competition and more like a couple flirting with swords. At this rate, it seemed they could go on for 3 days and nights. After another 10 minutes, some students below couldn't sit still anymore. With a pained expression, one lamented, "If I have sinned, please punish me instead of making me watch others flirt and torture me. I can't eat, really can't eat anymore." Jiang Liao, who had almost recovered under the treatment of the school doctor, watched the two on the competition stage, her fists unconsciously tightening. She gritted her teeth and cursed. "You dog man, when you were competing with me, you nearly beat the crap out of me, but now you switch faces with someone else." Noticing Feng Yi's gentle smile, Jiang Liao could only turn her head away, forcing herself not to look at the stage, or she really wouldn't be able to stand it. Double standards. Feng Yi was completely immersed in this joyous time, completely unaware of the reactions from the outside world. He felt that it was about time to wrap things up, so he intentionally left an opening for Jiang Liao. Jiang Liao's sword stopped at Feng Yi's chest. She knew Feng Yi was letting her win. Although she had told him not to go easy before they started, she was still very happy inside when he did. Just as she was about to concede and let him take first place, Feng Yi spoke before her. I concede. Jiang Liao's eyes widened in disbelief, not understanding why Feng Yi did this. Feng Yi didn't explain and was teleported away by the formation on the stage. Fearing that Jiang Liao would question him about his reasoning, he directly returned to the crowd. For him, letting someone win first place was nothing. It was just a competition. What was wrong with trading first place for a smile from a beauty? Questioning the king of Zhou, understanding the king of Zhou, becoming the king of Zhou, surpassing the king of Zhou. He didn't care about those rewards or fame. His goal was the second round of the college competition. The rewards he could gain from that would far exceed those from the first round. It was only when Feng Yi returned to the fatty side that everyone finally reacted. You just a first place go? Bro, what a real man. All the mentors and high-ranking members watching were at a loss for words. But they couldn't say anything since the rules didn't mention letting someone win. A high-ranking member of the academy cleared his throat and then spoke. Congratulations to Jiang Liao for becoming the first in the first-year grand competition, earning rewards of 300 credits, a martial arts manual, a cultivation resource package, and 10 million daxia coins. Upon hearing about the rewards for first place, everyone in the audience couldn't sit still. While they were shocked by the generous rewards, they also exclaimed in their hearts about Feng Yi's generosity in giving such rewards away. Some girls looked at Jiang Liao with envy, thinking that if someone gave them such gifts, they would immediately offer themselves in return. However, both Jiang Liao and Feng Yi are not ordinary people. While these rewards seem substantial to the average person, they see them as just that. Jiang Liao certainly wouldn't offer herself in return. But even if Feng Yi didn't give first place to her, she still had some feelings for him in her heart. The first round of the grand competition ended, and the much-anticipated second round wouldn't start for another week. Chapter 88. A great gift during this week. Many students discussed the first grand competition, with the most talked-about topic being Feng Yi giving first place to Jiang Liao. As a result, both of them gained more fans. Many people speculated that Feng Yi and Jiang Liao were already together, which is why he directly gave her first place. The topics related to Feng Yi didn't stop there. There was also the incident of Deng Zixuan being beaten to tears, which was also related to Feng Yi. Additionally, in the third-year grand competition, Luo Tian narrowly defeated Jiang Liangshan and once again took first place. Last week, Feng Yi's conflict with Luo Tian was brought up again. Many people were now discussing who was stronger, Luo Tian or Feng Yi, and who would win if they met in the second round of the competition. Some had even started betting on this. However, more people supported Luo Tian. Although Feng Yi was famous, he was younger and not as powerful as Luo Tian, so his supporters were fewer. The odds were nearly 6-1 against him. After hearing about this, the chubby guy directly bet 5 million on Feng Yi's victory at every betting point, which brought the odds down to 2-1. Then, Jiang Liao also bet her entire prize of 10 million on Feng Yi. Jiang Liangshan brought his Qianlong Society members to bet 20 million on Feng Yi's victory. Ying Yufei also bet 10 million on Feng Yi. By the time betting was closed, the odds had shifted to 3-1. Feng Yi 3, Luo Tian 1. Everyone marveled at how many wealthy people were around Feng Yi. Just a few individuals had turned the odds around. However, those supporting Luo Tian were grinning widely. The higher the odds, the more they would earn. Behind the scenes, they mocked those supporting Feng Yi as foolish and wealthy, rushing to give them money. It seemed that in their eyes, Feng Yi was already destined to lose. During this week, Feng Yi stayed in the training room, hoping to see if he could break through to the Kaiyang realm. However, he ultimately did not manage to break through. Nevertheless, his realm became more stable. Although his realm did not improve, his strength had indeed increased. The week passed quickly, and before long, the day for the second phase of the Academy's grand competition arrived. Before it began, everyone gathered at the Academy's trial arena. The arena was built by a super strong individual with spatial abilities. In the trial arena, there was no need to worry about accidentally injuring classmates. If the array sensed that one side was in danger of losing their life, it would directly teleport them out. Therefore, many students with conflicts would choose to settle them in the trial arena. Today, a temporary venue was set up outside the arena, and nearly all the students in the academy were present. All the senior officials and mentors of the academy were also there. When Dean Jixing took the stage, the previously noisy crowd fell silent instantly, demonstrating his powerful presence. There are 3 people in Qingbei Academy who cannot be provoked. One is the ruthless Master Xuehan. The other is Dean Jixing, and the last one is known by very few. In fact, no one even dares to mention his name. After Jixing took the stage, he began speaking. This year's second phase of the Academy's grand competition will adopt a brand new rule. All participants will be randomly divided into 10 groups, and everyone in each group will enter the trial arena for a free-for-all battle. Each group will have 50 people, and the last person remaining in the trial arena will automatically advance. When Jixing mentioned this, everyone was dumbfounded. 50-person free-for-all? This year's new rules seemed too violent. Some were concerned that if 50 people fought together, it would be easy for a strong student to get eliminated. Hearing the chatter below, Jixing sternly commanded, "Quiet." The crowd fell silent again, and Jixing continued, "Considering that the free-for-all is filled with many uncertainties, those who are eliminated should not be discouraged. You will have one chance to revive. The eliminated will be voted on by all students, and the one with the highest votes will be revived to enter the second round, competing again with the 10 students who advanced from the first round. The final top 10 will advance to the third round." Upon hearing Jixing's words, the doubters quieted down somewhat. However, some still questioned whether the free-for-all format might lead to situations where one faced multiple opponents, which could be unfair. It seemed Jixing heard these discussions, and his expression darkened as he directly stated, "When you graduate and enter the starry battlefield, do you expect the alien races to ensure fairness for you? In a great battle, can you ask the aliens for one-on-one combat?" Jixing scanned the crowd with his cold, indifferent eyes. Some felt ashamed and lowered their heads, not daring to meet Jixing's gaze, but there were still some whose eyes showed no signs of retreat. After glancing around with his icy stare, Jixing continued, "Remember, true strong people never complain about their environment. In a real battlefield, anything can happen, and there is no absolute fairness in this world." After Jixing finished speaking, he announced the start of the competition. Most students were still digesting what Jixing had said. At this moment, the students participating in the second phase of the competition received their grouping information. Feng, he was placed in the first group. As he approached the entrance to the trial arena, a boy dressed in black walked up to him and arrogantly asked, "Are you Feng? Feng, he looked up and realized he didn't know the person in front of him, but since the other party had a bad attitude, Feng, he had no reason to respond kindly. "Is there something you want?" Feng, he raised his eyelids slightly, his tone indifferent, seemingly displeased with Feng Yi's attitude. The boy snorted coldly and said, "Humph. My name is Zhu Haitian, and I'm also in the first group. What does that have to do with me?" Feng Yi shot a sidelong glance at the boy, thinking that he must be out of his mind. The boy was angered by Feng Yi's nonchalant attitude and coldly said, "Kid, I want to tell you that I have prepared a great gift for you. If you're scared, you should withdraw early. If you're not afraid, then go into the trial arena and enjoy yourself." After saying that, Zhu Haitian turned and left. A great gift? Feng Yi frowned. He had a feeling that he would be targeted later. However, he wasn't worried at all. It was just a group beating, and, coincidentally, he was least afraid of being ganged up on. Deep down, he somewhat looked forward to it. Feng Yi felt that Jixing's words were very true. True strong individuals never complain about their circumstances. Even if the whole world is against me, so what? I have a fist and a sword that can slay the immortals and gods of this world. Under the guidance of the order-maintaining mentor, Feng Yi followed the flow of people from the first group into the trial arena. With a familiar spatial fluctuation, Feng Yi found himself in a huge square. The area of the square was about the size of 2 football fields. It could easily accommodate 50 people, and even a chaotic battle of 500 people would not be a problem. In a corner of the trial arena, Zhu Tianhai stood with more than 10 others, coldly staring at Feng Yi's back. "This kid really dares to come in. Make sure to treat him well later." Chapter 89. 1 against 20. As soon as Feng Yi entered the trial arena, he felt the gaze from the corner. Turning around and seeing Zhu Haitian and the people beside him, he realized that the so-called grand welcome was just as he had guessed. When Zhu Haitian saw that Feng Yi noticed them, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he made a gesture of cutting his throat towards Feng Yi. Feng Yi disdainfully turned his head away, no longer paying attention to this clown. However, in Zhu Haitian's eyes, Feng Yi was afraid of him, which is why he turned away and did not dare to meet his gaze. A proud expression appeared on his face. Outside the trial arena, a large screen displayed the situation inside. When everyone saw that there was only Feng Yi in the first group and no Luo Tian, they felt a bit disappointed. Now, they could only wait for the second round or later to see if the two could meet. However, most people were worried. They were concerned that one of the two might not advance from the first round. After all, compared to other participants, both Feng Yi and Luo Tian had relatively high profiles, making them more prone to being targeted. In a chaotic battle, anything could happen. Even if their strength was strong, it was impossible for one person to face 49 others. While they could defend against opponents in front of them, could they always guard against those who might stab them in the back? There would definitely be many underhanded attacks in the chaotic battle. A countdown echoed in the air of the trial arena. All participants, please get ready. The chaotic battle is about to begin. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The chaotic battle began. As the countdown ended, the previously calm trial arena instantly erupted into chaos. Various flashes of swords and knives, elemental fluctuations, and all kinds of supernatural abilities filled the air. Feng Yi had quietly retreated to the wall at the start of the countdown, so he didn't have to worry about being attacked from behind. He only needed to focus on the opponent in front of him. Feng Yi's guess was correct. He was indeed being targeted. At the moment the countdown ended, he felt at least 20 gazes converge on him. Clang! The Ningxue sword was instantly drawn from its sheath. At the same time, figures from all directions rushed towards him. The largest group was from Zhu Haitian, with 12 people raising their weapons and charging at him. Feng Yi did not hold back at all and directly activated his battle god ability. With the enhancement of this ability, his aura instantly broke through to the Kaiyang realm. This powerful aura changed the expressions of everyone rushing towards him. They thought Feng Yi had concealed his true realm before, but the stronger he became, the more they felt their choice was validated. If they did not band together to eliminate Feng Yi first, they would have no chance of winning if they faced him alone later. A fierce expression appeared on everyone's faces, thinking, no matter how high your realm or how strong your power, can one person really fight against 20? Outside the trial arena, as soon as the chaotic battle began, almost everyone's attention was on Feng Yi. Apart from him, there was no one else in the first group who was well known enough for the whole academy to recognize. As at least 20 people charged towards Feng Yi, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The situation everyone was worried about had just begun to unfold. 1 against 20. They saw no possibility of winning. Almost everyone believed that Feng Yi could not withstand the onslaught of 20 people. Those who had bet on Feng Yi beating Luo Tian now had ashen faces. If Feng Yi were eliminated, wouldn't they be disappointed and lose a good opportunity to profit? They were even discussing how, if Feng Yi were eliminated, they would find a way to vote for his revival. Perhaps even Feng Yi himself wouldn't expect that so many people in the trial arena were wishing for his elimination, while outside, so many were hoping for his advancement. Even the plump guy, Jiang Liao, and others were visibly tense, worrying for Feng Yi's predicament, cursing those shameless people for using numbers to overpower him. However, Feng Yi himself was not nervous at all. Instead, he was quite looking forward to it, filled with a fighting spirit. With the enhancement of his ability, he felt an unprecedented powerful force. He felt like he was full of explosive energy. Now, even if a heavenly level powerhouse stood before him, he would want to see whose sword was faster and stronger. Looking at the crowd attacking him, Feng Yi chose to take the initiative. He charged towards Zhu Haitian and the others with his sword. The Ningxue sword spun twice in his hand, standing in front of him. Then he swept his fingers from bottom to top, causing a silver-white star power to rise from his sword. Quand je souhaite formation. Feng Yi slashed out with his sword, sending dozens of black sword shadows flashing towards Zhu Haitian and the others. Seeing Feng Yi daring to strike at them first, Zhu Haitian and his group wore cold smiles. Moreover, they did not feel any pressure from the sword Feng Yi had just slashed. An idea arose in their minds. Is that it? They were completely unaware of what they would face next. A black sword shadow fell from the void, striking a student at the 7th level of the Shaking Light realm who was completely unprepared. His body slowly transformed into a phantom and disappeared from the trial arena. Before the others could react, more than 10 black sword shadows quickly fell from the void. Swish, swish, swish. The black sword shadows kept descending. And only then did everyone start to flail around, trying to block the black sword shadows. But the black sword shadows moved like shadows, slipping past their defenses. Only those with slightly stronger physiques could survive under the attacks of the black sword shadows. Those with weaker abilities were directly slain by the sword shadows and teleported out of the trial arena. Among Zhu Haitian's group of 12, only 4 remained under the Kong Zhu sword formation. Moreover, these remaining 4 were also battered and bruised, their clothes stained with blood and numerous sword wounds on their bodies. Although these sword wounds were not fatal, they severely affected their movement. After using the Kong Zhu sword formation, Feng Yi did not pause at all. He turned and charged towards the other 3. His figure vanished halfway. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the 3, sweeping his sword horizontally. A broadsword aura pressed towards the 3. The 3 did not expect Feng Yi's speed to be so fast, and his sword was equally swift. The 3 people hurriedly raised their weapons, trying to block the sword energy, but the moment they touched it, they were sent flying backwards, spewing blood from their mouths. They not only failed to anticipate Feng Yi's speed, but also did not foresee his power. With the support of 20 people, even Feng Yi himself did not know what level his strength had increased to. However, he knew that facing 20 people, he felt no pressure at all. Chapter 90. Slaying the Immortals and clearing the field outside the arena. As Feng Yi made his move, everyone was stunned. The poets were holding their breath. Feng Yi's strength surpassed everyone's expectations. They thought he would be quickly eliminated under the siege of 20 people, but unexpectedly, Feng Yi was ferocious beyond belief. A single martial skill directly killed 8 people, lightly injured 4, and then with another sword, severely wounded 3 more. All of this happened in just a few breaths. It was as if they had just met, and half of the 20-person siege was turned around by Feng Yi. If Feng Yi were replaced by Luo Tian, could Luo Tian achieve this? Could he take on 20 and counterkill 10? Those who previously doubted Feng Yi and thought he was inferior to Luo Tian felt they were being slapped in the face. The fat guy and others were even more excited to see Feng Yi's extraordinary performance. The heavy stone in their hearts finally fell. Feng Yi did not disappoint their support. Now, only 9 of the 20 attackers remained, 4 of whom were injured. Could they still eliminate Feng Yi? Moreover, looking at Feng Yi, he was clearly not using his full strength. The members of the Qianlong Society had mixed feelings after witnessing Feng Yi's performance. A few months ago, although Feng Yi's realm was not as high as theirs, his strength had already surpassed them considerably. In just a few months, Feng Yi's strength had left them far behind, completely widening the gap. Even in terms of realm, Feng Yi had caught up with them. Now, only Jiang Liangchun from the Qianlong Society had broken through to the Kaiyang realm, which was higher than Feng Yi's. At this moment, Jiang Liangchun felt a surge of fighting spirit. As the leader of the Qianlong Society, he could not be easily overshadowed by Feng Yi. Otherwise, what prestige would he have in the society in the future? Previously, he had not taken cultivation seriously, always going with the flow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost to Luo Tian for 3 consecutive years. But now, his inner fighting spirit had been completely ignited by Feng Yi. He planned to cultivate diligently after the competition ended. Although he might not be able to surpass Feng Yi now, at the very least, he couldn't let Luo Tian continue to look down on him. On the other side of the crowd, a complex gaze was fixated on Feng Yi. It was Luo Tian. Feng Yi's performance was clearly beyond his expectations. He believed that even he could not counterkill 10 people when facing 20. Now he realized he had underestimated Feng Yi's strength. As he thought about his relationship with Feng Yi, his face was filled with frost. He did not want to lose, nor could he afford to lose. Now that things had developed to this point, if he lost to Feng Yi, he could imagine how people in the academy would discuss him. It wasn't just them who were shocked. Feng Yi's performance had also caught the attention of many mentors and higher-ups in the academy. Mentor Hans Wang. What martial skill did Feng Yi just use? Asked the white-clad sword immortal Xiao Yao, looking towards the corner where Mentor Hans Wang stood. As a renowned sword fanatic at Qingbei Academy, he could see the extraordinary nature of Feng Yi's swordsmanship, and most importantly, he had never seen the martial skill Feng Yi used. It was elusive and invisible, striking without warning. Xiao Yao's eyes brightened further, and his gaze toward Hans Wang grew even more fervent. If one hadn't heard his previous question, they might have thought he was pursuing Hans Wang. Hans Wang remained her usual cool demeanor. Facing Xiao Yao's fervent gaze, she replied lightly, "I don't know." "What?" Xiao Yao's expression froze, then turned somewhat anxious. Mentor Hans Wang, I am very interested in the martial skill Feng Yi used. If you can tell me the name of the skill, I am willing to pay any price. The other mentors around were shocked to hear Xiao Yao's words. Was Feng Yi's martial skill really that powerful? Even Xiao Yao was tempted to the point of saying he would pay any price. Han Chuang's expression remained unchanged as she replied indifferently, "If you want to know, go ask him yourself." I don't know. Han Chuang wasn't lying. She truly did not know what martial skill Feng Yi used. When she saw Feng Yi unleash the Kong Ju sword formation, she initially thought he was using a martial skill from the Feng family's inherited imperial law. Seeing Han Chuang say this, Xiao Yao understood she wasn't deceiving him and was genuinely unaware, so he could only give up. He would have to wait until the competition ended to find an opportunity to ask Feng. In the arena, Zhu Haitian's expression became extremely ugly. He had mentioned giving Feng Yi a big gift, but unexpectedly, he really did send a gift, 10 heads to Feng Yi. Now he felt immense regret, not for provoking Feng Yi, but for not gathering more people to attack him. If 20 weren't enough, then 30 or even 40. What if Feng Yi could fight? He doubted Feng Yi could take on 49. If Feng Yi truly had that kind of strength, he would kneel down and admit his mistake. But now was not the time to think about these things. Although they were stunned by Feng Yi, he had no intention of resting. Feng Yi was brimming with combat intent. After severely wounding 3 people, he immediately turned to attack another. The person had just raised his hand when Feng Yi's sword reached his chest. A layer of brilliance erupted from his body, blocking Feng Yi's sword. However, the next second, his body was teleported out of the arena. That layer of brilliance was a protective measure from the arena for the participants, which cannot be broken by those below the heavenly level. After eliminating another person, Feng Yi felt it was too laborious to kill them one by one. The remaining people were too scattered, so he flashed back to the wall, took a deep breath, and scanned the remaining people in the arena. At this moment, there were still 30 out of 50 people left in the arena, and almost half of them were eliminated by Feng Yi. The remaining people, except for a few seasoned fighters, had similar levels of strength. The chaotic battle had entered a critical stage. Except for Feng Yi's side, everyone else had a fixed opponent. Feng Yi was too lazy to search for them one by one, so he decided to personally send all the remaining people out. After clearing his mind, Feng Yi swung his sword. It seemed like an ordinary, plain sword strike. At the same time, Feng Yi roared. One sword transforms into the Milky Way, slaying all immortals. Slay the immortals. The air around them seemed to freeze in an instant. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of crisis, and all participants in the arena simultaneously halted their actions. Zhu Haitian and the others stared blankly at Feng Yi. The changes in the arena left the onlookers outside confused, and they began to voice their questions. Why did everyone suddenly stop? What happened? Soon, in everyone's eyes, a terrifying sword energy erupted from Feng Yi's, Ningxua's sword, resembling a long white line. However, everyone in the trial arena facing Feng Yi's sword did not think so. This was not a white line. It was clearly a river from ancient mythology. It surged and rolled toward them with a breath of destruction. Everyone felt the sin of death at that moment. Although they knew the formation of the trial arena would prevent them from dying, it couldn't stop the fear in their hearts. Chapter 91. Everyone shocked. The wide sword energy pushed through, and no matter what means the other contestants in the trial arena tried, they couldn't stop it. Those who stood in its way would be killed, whether they were human or Buddha. Where the sword energy passed, all contestants were eliminated. When the sword energy struck the edge of the arena's wall, golden characters appeared all over the wall. The wall trembled, crazily absorbing the energy contained in the sword energy. After a while, the sword energy finally dissipated, leaving Feng Yi as the only person in the entire trial arena. Outside the trial arena, more and more contestants were eliminated. They all looked dazed, their eyes filled with fear, as if they had experienced something terrifying. Some were even trembling and using their weapons to support themselves on the ground to avoid falling. In the crowd, Zhu Haitian's face was extremely pale, his back soaked. Facing Feng Yi's sword, if it weren't for the formation of the trial arena, he felt he would truly die. Now, he clearly recognized the gap between himself and Feng Yi. Thinking back to earlier when he foolishly provoked Feng Yi, his heart was filled with fear and regret. Now, just thinking of Feng Yi's name made him tremble, afraid of being held accountable later. He had already made up his mind to avoid Feng Yi in the future. As for the spectators, their brains had completely crashed. One sword had killed 30 people. Was this truly something a person could do? Everyone understood that Feng Yi's one sword killing 30 people was not because he could only kill 30, but because there were only 30 people in the arena. If Feng Yi had used this sword from the start, he could have killed 49 with one sword. Moreover, They had a premonition that even if there were more people in the trial arena, the outcome would be the same. Although they had not personally experienced Feng Yi's sword, seeing it from a god's perspective was even more shocking. The contestants in the trial arena were like small monsters in a game, wiped out by a single ultimate move. At first, those who said it was impossible for someone to fight against 49 were now severely slapped in the face by the shocking fact presented by Feng Yi. If you didn't know how to fight against 49, then Feng Yi would show you. It only took one sword. Those who earlier thought of waiting for Feng Yi to be eliminated to vote for his revival were also dumbfounded now. Originally, they should have been happy that Feng Yi advanced, but after he advanced in such a powerful way, they couldn't feel happy at all, because they now realized that the opportunity to make money seemed to have disappeared. Even if Luo Tian was powerful, he couldn't fight against 20, let alone 49. Only a few people who had gone to the Anqing Mountains together were somewhat less shocked. They had seen the scene before. However, they had only seen the impact of Feng Yi's sword back then, not the whole process. Today, they finally got to see the full picture of Feng Yi's sword. After the shock, everyone was guessing what level of martial skill Feng Yi's sword was. They had seen martial skills of various levels, but none had such power. Could it be a conceptual level martial skill? Xiao Yao, who had just been amazed by the empty absolute sword array, stood up directly upon seeing Feng Yi's sword, even knocking over the teacup in front of him without caring. He stared fiercely at Feng Yi's sword on the screen, his eyes burning with intensity. The shock in the hearts of the other mentors was no less than his, but they just didn't react as strongly. Even the usually unperturbed Dean Jixing had his mouth slightly agape. As a member of the Ji family among the 5 great families, although he had failed to compete for the position of heir, he later learned the Ji family's imperial techniques. He knew that martial skills of that level couldn't have such great power. Feng Yi's sword definitely surpassed that level, although few would believe this if he said it. He thought of how Feng Yi could awaken even the conceptual level of abilities. Now it wouldn't be surprising for him to have a conceptual martial skill as well. There was definitely some great secret hidden within Feng Yi, or he had concealed some great opportunity he had obtained. Conceptual level martial skills. Even he felt a bit tempted. If it weren't for Feng Yi's identity, he would really want to investigate Feng Yi's secret. Zihan Shuang was also staring wide-eyed, her eternally cold face filled with shock. However, she quickly regained her composure, and a hint of pride appeared at the corner of her mouth. In the trial arena, a voice came from the void. Congratulations to contestant Feng Yi for successfully advancing to the next round. After the voice faded, Feng Yi was also teleported out. When Feng Yi's figure appeared at the entrance of the trial arena, most of the contestants who had been eliminated by him had somewhat recovered from their experience of death. The look in their eyes when they looked at Feng Yi contained a hint of fear. Feng Yi merely glanced around indifferently and found an unoccupied spot to sit down, waiting for the results of the subsequent groups. With the announcement, the second group of contestants also arrived at the entrance of the trial arena. Everyone's first glance was at Feng Yi. Their eyes also carried a hint of fear. After witnessing Feng Yi's sword, those watching the second group's chaotic battle felt it was somewhat lacking. Although the second group fought more fiercely and intensely than Feng Yi's group, they felt something was missing. The strength of the second group of contestants was roughly even, with the only memorable one being a girl in a blue long dress. Even Feng Yi noticed her. The reason Feng Yi paid attention to her was that she used a longbow as her weapon. Moreover, her longbow had no arrows. Every time she pulled the longbow, an arrow made of condensed starlight would automatically form. This girl was very strong, and with just her longbow, she successfully secured the only advancement spot among the 50 participants in the second group. In the third group, Feng Yi only glanced a couple of times and, after not finding anyone worth his attention, did not focus on them any further. The one who eventually advanced from the third group was a senior male student. Then came the fourth group, where Jiang Liangshun ultimately fought his way out from among the 50 contestants. However, he was also injured, and, compared to Feng Yi, who hadn't even been touched, he appeared much more disheveled. After being teleported out of the trial arena, he directly came to sit beside Feng Yi. Come on, honestly admit if you took some kind of elixir. We're all human. Why can you be so outstanding? Feng Yi rolled his eyes. Do you know what a genius is? Elixirs? Do you think I need that stuff? Jiang Liangchun felt greatly discouraged after hearing this. He had also been called a genius since childhood, but compared to Feng Yi, he felt like a mere speck. In front of Feng Yi, no one could claim to be a genius.